Chapter 1 Juchu, who sold himself. Juchu Travis Esthrush Metog Ming Dynasty, becoming Ganyo fits most impoverished inhabitants, he belongs to from Lie of 7, with 5 siblings, thys is there result for division from miscring parents, and in reality, Juchu dos not heaven passes a proper name. Old had hin tie from Milisharis the surname Jew, children from destitute families of 10 lakh formal names. This family of 7 has been allocated less than 3 Casofland, non-neophyt is fertile, half of it consists of barren soil, yet he must pay tax for 7 months to feed. Over the years, Juchu has come to understand a fundamental truth he most likely exists in the Afghan emperor, during which the agricultural tax system of Ming Dynasty is fundamentally flawed. Or perhaps it is not just Ming Dynasty 4000 so years, the issue has persisted provide China's storyland consolidation. Take Juchu's family, Forrest and Seth often struggle to afford their next meal, and DJ and your brothers lack the strength of to cry. The agricultural taxes levied per capita, regardless of land ownership, for most lower-class families, the Inlia courses dove lunch relies around the land towel the clans, many of whom have members in the imperial court who exempt from taxes, after relinquishing their land. These families then rented back from the landlords, paying significantly less in rent than they would in taxes, allowing them to scrape a bee. At this moment, Juchu's father wears a troubled expression, contemplating with their toja rented from Ilisland to the Wang family. The Wang Seri among the largest landowners in the vicinity, possessing government house and acres, with Menelex becoming their tenants. Although Juchu is a timid traveller, he and feel a profound sense of helplessness after his arrival. In a modern world characterized by openness and clarity, where class barriers are not so rigid, most individuals have the opportunities to rise above their circumstances, as long as they possess sufficient talent. None can impede their ascent. However, the current race different can be succinctly summarized as only 8 according to the size of the pot. Taken grace sources that do not belong to the class and lie invited disaster. In this age, gaining power lies some connections and flattery, and ambitious young people struggle to make their mark. Historical figures like infamous Minister Yang Song still have aspirations of governance at this time, yet as a precedent unobliterized. It is not hatching to Emperor Ju Hoe as a foolish ruler rather. The accumulation of problems over the years has made a reform nearly impossible. The Jingde Emperor also desires to reclaim power from the civil officials. Ultimately, this leads to his demise. But what does the Shava to do with Juchu? He cannot even afford to eat. Juchu knows of several ways to earn money, yet he is in lie torni near sold and born in Toja K family. If were to reckless lie amass wealth, his entire family might not survive the consequences. Class barriers are insurmountable mountains. In their social stratum, the money earner is not truly theirs. Sell me to a broker, Juchu ultimately decides. This dilemma has occupied Juchu's thoughts for a long time. Remaining here will yield no sulch's family willingly continue to endure hunger. Ultimately, it is uncertain how many will survive. If he sold to will the family, he might encounter and household. He could earn some money to support this family. Conversely, if he soup in a cruel household, he might chip, beauty would still be but at hand starving to death. Moreover, one of Juchu's own class works in the brokerage, providing a potential advantage in securing a better placement. Though Juchu's parents are reluctant, the current circumstances leave Ethymokus, in the end, Juchu sold for 5 taels of silver, his mother hands a piece of broken silver to the broker. Third brother, you must find a good family for mild destson, shine plows, unoblito hold back her tears. The broker accepts to silver with a side. No need for such consignai have me ways. With that, he leads Juchu away, boarding a broker's cart. Unlike heavy carriages Juchu has seen in dramas, this only lacks a canopy. Drawn bin old horse with a simple flat behind it. The bumpirate courses Juchu's bonus doge, but at least he will have a meal now. Thanks to the extra care from my uncle, Juchu managesto 8 habits of 80% full at each meal, while the other children sold alongside him are fortunate to have even half a meal. Toad broker, Juchuan the other recommendity stove sold, if they were enough careful about their hunger and loss to vitality, they would fetch a low price, perhaps barely jet in Geneto eat. The broker pulls the cart, and after 3 days of fiosling, they finally arrive in the capital. In reality, Juchu Shumaizen lie a little over 200 miles from the capital, but the cart moves slowly. Soon, Juchu finds Shinself in the broker's establishment in the capital. At this moment, the broker's establishment is filled not only with Juchu and his companions but also with countless men and women awaiting sale, most of them marry children from impoverished families, while some are family members sold by officials, easily identifiable by their attire. For brokers, children like Juchu of clear lineage in the right eject can be sold at a good price. Many people avoid buying through visa officials, even servants sold from such families, as they are often less reliable than children raised in a household. After all, servants raised in our family are the most loyal and trustworthy, while many who have been sold multiply to miss typically of issues. Before long, a potential buyer of a woman clad in extravagant attire, exuding camandelier, with a out at the corner of her mouth, upon entering the broker's establishment, shekenneth out butrinkle her nose, cover entered with a handkerchief, seemingly unaccustomed to the broker's orders. I heard I received a new batch day, the womanglin says at Juju's uncle inquires. Indeed, you are quite well informed, no blality thee just arrived, Juju's uncle replies with a bow. Heaven led shirt over Jujuan theathus gathered, the woman a sesha handkerchief in hand and a fan in theatre, lifting the kins of each killed in turn, shepper maralize elects boys, and sunitis Juju stern, when she lift shishin, despite his fist being somewhat dirty, he shensum me features momentarily startler. Hammock forth his own, sheesks Juju's uncle. Upon recognizing Juju, the uncle is taken aback, noble lady, this Aeneas quitichup, boot highs no tingolf. Had discreetly signals to Juju what prompt lycuffs in response. The woman immediately traction, hervis filled with disdain. So high so consumptive, how unfortunate. After selecting her purchases, the woman departs, and Juju's uncle breathes as I hope relief. That was TQ off the Shin family. Their situation is complicated, and she's notoriously #hacm stoby plain and quiet did no want the toe by Juju, despite being unnecessary to explain to any 20-year-old child. However, Juju's perceptiveness suggests might have a bright future ahead, and the inclusion is totally of a good impression. Eversufton, a servant from Shenfamily and subdead, he continues when none of the noble women enters the broker's establishment, Hequicligo esto greether. Chapter 2 The Lu family, the scholar's apprentice. Soon, Anugus appears before Jujuan the young noble woman of exquisite grace, hereditary and intricate accessories signify that the status is far superior to the previous woman. At the very least, she's not hope compared with their alluring figure. Juju shuri shimsel in his mind. Accompanying the noble woman are with children a boy wo pierced obera and 14 years old, simulato Juju, and Dalita Ledro ho looks in the foroferf, resembling a porcelain doll a striking beauty. Juju dares not look too long and quickly avert his gaze. Is there anyone you can read? The noble woman asks Juju's uncle. Her voice sees her suit hing as water droplets for lingonstones, as anthertise immensely pleasanter here. Yes, noble lady, the uncle replies, stepping forward to present Juju, this book knows a few characters. Higas just over Juju. Wed antu recitat 1000 character classic for the nobledi. The 1000 character classes is a text thunkla hastily toward Juju during taya journey. Juju, being handsome in dice uncle's nephew, has her charn sof being purchased as a scholar's apprentice. While scholar's apprentices are still servants, they don't know tava to perform hard labor and are recompensated more generously than typical servants. Havernan dearth, da candiello, the universe ever stand profound, the sun and moon waxing and warning, Thestrasan constellations align. Juju bigastor sight footlessly. Before long, Hafinis has the entire 1000 character classic. Juju's and Kleistaken abak. He heart how it would be commendable if Juju could manage a recite 3 to 5s and tenses, many bias and liar choir ease of Toba literate. He never expected that Juju would remember the entire text after just our couple of lessons. Even he struggles to recite fluently. In recent days, Juju has been eating much better while staying with his uncle, and he has grantula compared to theatres wo pirgant and malnourished. Juju looks quite healthy. This child will do how much? Ultimately, Juju sold for 20 taels of silver. Before leaving, Juju's uncle pulls him aside for a brief conversation. This is the matriarch of the Lu family. There's a tradition is straightforward 3 Renault concubines, and the household is peaceful. This matriarch is kind-hearted a good family. I am fulfilling your mother's wishes, heads. The noble lady is likely to take you home to be a companion reader for her young master. You are receptive, so I'm not worried. Hearing this, Juju understands his uncle's good intentions. I appreciate, uncle, I understand. His uncle smiles upon hearing this. Goon, if you need to send new sherm, come find me. The uncle's prediction is correct. The Lu family purchases Juju to serve as a companion reader for Thiessen, Lu Wei, whose courts a name Ace when Sheen. The Lu family has 2 sons and a daughter, Field is on us away. Reported lies of engine and official capacity far from home at tender age of 13 or 14, the daughter is the little ledger wo accompanied him to the broker's establishment, named Luwainer. Luwena's father, the head of the Lu family, is 100 household commander in Jinui, and her grandfather held the same position before his death. Their family is said to have been quite affluent in the past. However, due to a nor of the head of the family's name or the eldest's name, Noon has mentioned it, and due to no special hand to ask foolish questions. He understands the boundaries of conversation. His status is merely that of a servant. The Lu family is not large, with only 50 to 60 servants, including nurses, maids, and junior servants. High some please assessment ways accurate. The Lu family is not overly complicated. Upo narrowing gap Lu household, due to a stake and with the steward for Arthurabeth. Afterward, the steward provides him with a set of blue clothing to corn Jane to, fabrics ISO for far superior quality compared to the coarser clothing he wore before. From now on, you will accompany the Skandiang master and assist him with his studies. The steward, Liu Cheng, informs him that Liu Cheng's family has served as stewards for the Lu family for 3 generations, learning the duties and etikette pekted off time for Mao Akiji and never making mistakes. Madam, the boy has arrived. Liu Cheng announces Sasha brings Juchu before the matriarch, Madam Yang. Come here, Madam Yang says gently, looking at Juchu. Juchu's appearance is already quite pleasing. Previously, when he was starving at home, it was hard to appreciate his features, though he has not been fully satisfied in recent days. He has been eating reasonably well, and now, dressed in the attire of a scholar's apprentice, he presents a composed demeanor that pleases Madam Yang. A scholar's apprentice, one's appearance is crucial as to serve as the household's representative. You don't have a proper name. I would like a Tojaveon. Do you have any preferences? Madam Yang inquires. Noble lady, I wish to be called Juchu. Juchu replies respectfully. Juchu. That name is Quatennis. Very well, you shall be called Juchu. It was since the monarch the government office have it officially changed. Madam Yang decides after moment's thought. Originally, she intended to give Juchu a random name, since he has expressed a preference. She is Norias and too posy. Juchu breathes as I hope relief upon hearing this. He was genuinely worried that Madam Yang would assign him another name. It seemed his uncle was correct. Madam Yang Casisa to Talkto. From now on, you will accompany Wenson and serve Shakala's apprentice, Madam Yang instructs, glancing at Thurston. Yes, noble lady. Juchu responds respectfully. From that day forward, Juchu has never gone hungry again. The meals provided to the servants and Lu householder are superior to the experience in Ju family. This is the first time as in Survivingent Ming Dynasty that Juchu has tasted such delicious food. In comparison, the meals from his previous life seem almost inedible, while the delicacies suffered feel like a distant dream out of reach. Brother Chu, is served some food for you to kite with you, so won't go hungry later. Yin Q says, her cheek slightly flushed as she approaches Juchu with food wrapped in her handkerchief. Yin Chao is only of teammates serving Madam Yang, a 12 or 13 years old. She has noticed Juchu's improved appearance after Hebigani Tingwell. He has grown to leer and now looks almost like an 11 or 12-year-old. He's already handsome. His features become in Jevon more striking. Many of teammates in the household have script like given Juchu for Odoro their gifts. Event the Unglady, Luwaner, frequently semester play with Juchu duetory youthful nature. However, Juchu Hassel was maintain a decency of propriety, never overstepping boundaries. He understands that he is merely a servant. If his actions were to disturb the household's peace, even if Madam Yang were generous, she would not allow it out. Thank you, Sister Yin Xiao, Juchu replies, accepting the handkerchief and placing food into the lunchbox he had prepared earlier. Heaven hands the handkerchief back to Yin Xiao. A flicker of disappointment crosses Yin Qiu's eyes. She had hoped Juchu would keep her handkerchief. Nevertheless, she grows increasingly fond of Juchu's discretion. During the past month, Juchu has been learning the household less from the steward. Now that he has mastered the etiquette, he's officially accompanying the second Yao master. Throughout this month, Juchu has also gathered oil to find information. For instance, the notorious eunuch Liu Jin is still alive. According to the history Juchu has studied, Liu Jin should have died long ago with the empire of Zhengdira. It is unclear whether the historical records are flawed or if he has crossed into a parallel world. Regardless of the reason, Juchu Eli's SRT story he remembers is no longer entirely reliable. Today marks the first day that the Skandiang master, Lu Wei, attends the academy. Madam Yang's family lineage traces back to Yang Shichi, one of the 3 Yangs. Regardless of how the Yang Shichi was loyal or treacherous, the Yang family has considered a scholarly lineage, producing many distinguished scholars. The Lu family, in contrast, has primarily been filled with rough men, either serving in the military or as members of Jinui, Hor infamous among scholars, in eine forto cornjet formulas fortunes and cultivatir more scholarly atmosphere, Lewis grandfather sutto form a marriage alliance with young family. Alt horth young family has Fortland from Grace, the arrest ill a family of callers, and Madam Yang's marriage in Toth Lou family can be seen as a downward move. Louis' older brother, just 13 years old, has already joined at the GNIY and to serve in a distant location. Louis himself is known for his mischief, causing Madam Yang considerable concern. Reluctantly, she approaches Shirinkel, Yang Shunj, a renowned scholar of the time. Yang Shunj has produced many students who have gone on to hold official positions. If Louis can study under him, his future career prospects will be significantly improved. Thesis the religion of the current Rascolish students sang former officials are a pervasive court, intertwined in a complex web of relationships. Without a good teacher, event the most talented individuals find it challenging to succeed. Yang Shunz has hard off Louis notorious behavior and would normally dismiss a student. However, considering that Madame Yang is his niece, he cannot try to refuse her request. He proposes that Louis study under him for a month if he prove satisfactory. He may stay. If Louis cannot meet expectations, Madame Yang will need to seek another reputability a share. Madame Yang has no cospo to agree, though her face betrays her worries. As a mother, she knows son's character too well. Thus, on the day Louis and Juchu are about to leave, Madame Yang calls Juchu to her side. Agreed you, noble lady, Juchu says, bowing respectfully. Madame Yang examines Juchu, growing increasingly satisfied with what she says. Have I been studying this past month? She asks. Replying to the nobility, I have not been idle, I have been studying diligently, Juchu responds. Madame Yang no nods upon him this, whence an son ruler lying solely on him, I fear he may fall behind in his studies. You must pay close attention to what me uncletiachus and repeat to wenxanathom. In truth, Madame Yang has been keeping a close watch on Juchu's progress in reading. She has discovered that Juchu is not like his own. While he might not be prodigy, he possesses an impressive memory. With Juchu by his side, Madame Yang feels considerably meritorious. Rest assured, noble lady, it will take care, Juchu assures her. Very well, Goon, Madame Yang replies with a nod. Chapter 3 The young master's academic journey. In order to facilitate Liu Wei's education, the Yang family devoted considerable effort. The study was filled with a plethora of books, yet what was required for Juchu to carry were merely fundamental texts. These included the 3-character classic, a 3,000-character classic, Ear and the memorial on the expedition. The role of the book boy was precisely this, to carry the master's books and bring along the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. The inkstone, at first glance, was clearly of high quality. As for the ink, Juchu was not particularly knowledgeable, but it was safe to assume that the Yang family would not provide their son with inferior supplies. The poorly performing students have poor stationery. Juchu could not help but mutter inwardly. At this moment, Liu Wei was filled with trepidation. After all, he had long heard of the esteemed teacher's formidable reputation, known for his strictness and rigidity. He feared that he might inadvertently displease the teacher and end up being sent home, which would not only bring shame upon himself but also upon the entire Liu family. Although he was mischievous, he understood the importance of maintaining face. Brother Chu, what should I do if I provoke the teacher's displeasure? Liu Wei asked anxiously as they arrived at the academy. Rest assured, young master. The lady has stated that the teacher will grant you a month to prove yourself. I will diligently remember the lessons imparted by the teacher and assist you at home, Juchu reassured Liu Wei with an encouraging glance. Hearing this, Liu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him, alleviating his earlier anxiety. Then you must remember it well. Before long, they encountered Yang Shunj, a scholar in his 40s who, despite his age, did not appear particularly old. With a long beard, his demeanor was not excessively stern. Are you the young lad from the Liu family? Yang Shunj inquired, scrutinizing Liu Wei. Yes, esteemed teacher, Liu Wei replied, displaying an obedience that starkly contrasted with his usual mischievous demeanor at home. From today onward, I shall begin your instruction. If, after a month, you have satisfied me, I will accept you as my disciple, the teacher declared while stroking his beard. I shall heed your teachings, esteemed teacher, Liu Wei responded, bowing respectfully. I shall not teach you the basics such as the 1,000-character classic and the 3-character classic, for you should have already been introduced to these. Today, I will instruct you on the memorial on the expedition. To study, one must first be a person of character, learning to be loyal to the ruler and loving one's country, the teacher stated, disregarding Lu Wei momentarily as he began to read the memorial with great emotion. Truly, he was a renowned master. His reading of the text was so poignant that it left Ju Chu in awe, surpassing even the finest reciters he had encountered in his past life. Upon completing the reading, Yang Shunj turned to Lu Wei. Now, you shall read it aloud for me to hear. At this, Lu Wei felt an overwhelming surge of nervousness and stood up, casting a helpless glance at Ju Chu. Ju Chu offered a reassuring look, instilling a modicum of confidence in Lu Wei. Picking up the book, Lu Wei began to read, stumbling over the words and mispronouncing several characters. The sight of this made the teacher furrow his brow in disapproval. That will be enough, no need to continue, Yang Shunj finally declared, unable to endure the ordeal any longer. Lu Wei, utterly ashamed, lowered his head. Your assignment for today is to thoroughly memorize this memorial on the expedition, and you must write it out from memory 20 times, the teacher stated, having discerned the poor foundation Lu Wei possessed, indeed, far worse than that of typical children. Thus, the only option was to employ a laborious method of learning, devoid of clever shortcuts. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's countenance fell. The prospect of being punished with writing was his greatest fear. Copying was exceedingly tedious and draining given his temperament. Sitting still was a challenge. Even 5 repetitions would be difficult, let alone 20. However, Yang Shunj showed no concern for his struggles and departed, evidently unwilling to remain and endure further torment. Brother Chu, can you assist me with the copying? Lu Wei pleaded, his expression one of desperation. Ju Chu shook his head in response. Young master, our handwriting differs. Should I copy for you, the teacher would undoubtedly notice at a glance. Given Yang Shunj's character, he despises those who resort to deceitful shortcuts. If that were to happen, you might not return tomorrow. Ju Chu would not help Lu Wei with his copying, not to mention the issue of handwriting. If he were to do so, Lu Wei's academic performance would undoubtedly suffer, and this deception would inevitably be discovered by the lady. In that case, Ju Chu's role as a book boy would come to an abrupt end. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei scratched his head in frustration. Indeed, what should I do then? At this moment, only Lu Wei and Ju Chu remained in the study. Ju Chu understood that rote memorization would be the most excruciating approach for a child. Lu Wei's AGE.to teach the memorial on the expedition. One could not simply relay its content. It was essential to discuss Zhuge Liang's unwavering dedication and sacrifices, his efforts to avert disaster when the nation was on the brink of collapse, and the regrets he harbored. The romanticism of the late Han Dynasty must also be conveyed. These were the tales that would captivate a child of Lu Wei's age. Only by grasping the underlying stories would Lu Wei develop a sense of admiration for Zhuge Liang, and their memorial would naturally become second nature. Originally, these narratives should have been shared by Yang Shunj. Ju Chu believed that while Yang Shunj might not present them with the same romantic flair or heroic spirit, he would still provide an overview. The reason for his reticence was simply that he had yet to consider Lu Wei as his disciple and lacked the patience to engage further. Young master, I recently read the records of the 3 kingdoms. How about I narrate the stories behind the memorial on the expedition for you? Ju Chu suggested. Excellent. I adore listening to stories, Lu Wei replied, his youthful spirit shining through. Ju Chu began recounting the tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage and the entrustment of his son at Baidi City. He spoke of Zhuge Liang's efforts to avert disaster after Liu Bei's passing and how he continually honed his military strategies in preparation for the northern expeditions. Ju Chu narrated how Zhuge Liang penned the memorial on the expedition for Liu Shan before his first northern campaign, and how after Zhuge Liang's demise, Liu Shan utilized the individuals mentioned in the memorial, only to find himself with no one left to rely upon, ultimately holding the fort for decades in the late Han Dynasty. He elaborated on the bond between Liu Shan and Zhuge Liang, the regrets of the chancellor, and how the people of Shu still mourned Zhuge Liang's passing. As Lu Wei listened, he became increasingly engrossed. By the end of the tale, his eyes were misty with emotion, and his heart was filled with reverence for Zhuge Liang. What had once seemed like an incomprehensible text now appeared as a heartfelt exhortation from a father to his son before departing home. Ju Chu spoke swiftly. managing to complete the narrative in just 2 hours. "Young master, why not read it twice more?" he suggested, seizing the moment to help Lu Wei memorize their memorial while he was still in a receptive state. Lu Wei was eager to comply and began reading their memorial aloud once more. This time, he spoke with remarkable fluency, devoid of the earlier stumbles. As the mealtime approached, Ju Chu retrieved the food prepared by the lady and set it upon the table. Lu Wei munched on his meal while silently reading their memorial. If Yang Shi were to witness this scene, she would likely be left speechless in astonishment. Was this truly her mischievous son? Before long, Ju Chu cleared away the remnants of Lu Wei's meal. "Young master, do you believe you could recite the memorial on the expedition from memory now?" he inquired. "Of course," Lu Wei exclaimed, having never found reading to be so effortless. What had once been a perplexing text was now entirely comprehensible, each word ingrained in his mind. "Then, young master, let us see you attempt to write it from memory," Ju Chu replied, preparing ink and paper for Lu Wei. "Brother Chu, I find your explanation far superior to that of the teacher," Lu Wei remarked as he dipped his brush into the ink. "I cannot compare to the teacher. He possesses profound knowledge, and what I know, he surely knows as well. It's merely that he has not yet considered you a true student, hence his lack of effort," Ju Chu replied humbly. "That makes sense," Lu Wei nodded, before beginning to write their memorial. He found no difficulty in reciting the text. However, he occasionally struggled to recall how to write certain characters. Whenever he faltered, Ju Chu would write the character on the table with his finger, providing Lu Wei with a moment of clarity. After completing 2 rounds of writing in this manner, Lu Wei found that he could now write each character with ease. Chapter 4: The Reward of Master Yang. As dusk approached, Master Yang returned to his study after a day away. "How is the transcription coming along?" he inquired. Reporting to Master, "It has been completed," Lu Wei replied hastily. He refrained from mentioning that he had memorized the text, as he initially hoped to take credit for it. After all, in youthful exuberance, any small achievement is a source of pride. However, he was swiftly interrupted by Ju Chu. "Master Yang is a great scholar of our time. Even if the young master has merely memorized it, it would not hold significant weight in his eyes. Rather, it may lead him to perceive the young master as lacking composure." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei promptly abandoned his desire for accolades. Master Yang took the paper that Lu Wei had transcribed and casually began to review it, growing increasingly pleased as he continued. Although Lu Wei's handwriting resembled that of a scrawling dog, he had written with great diligence. Every character was crafted with care, without a single stroke appearing careless. Such earnestness is indeed rare. Master Yang recognized that while one can practice writing, it is exceedingly difficult for a young mind to rein in its restless spirit. "Well done," Master Yang offered rare praise to Lu Wei, causing a flicker of joy within him. "Have you memorized it?" He casually placed the paper aside and asked. "Yes, master, I have it memorized," Lu Wei replied before launching into a recitation of their memorial on the expedition. It was no surprise to Master Yang that Lu Wei could recite it, given that he had transcribed it 20 times. Failure to memorize it would indeed be akin to folly. What astonished him, however, was the fluidity and emotion with which the boy recited the text. Could it be that this child truly has a gift for scholarly pursuits? Once Lu Wei finished, he gazed at Master Yang with eager anticipation. "Not bad. I had only heard tales of your mischievousness, but I did not expect you to possess such scholarly talent." Lu Wei's heart swelled with happiness at Master Yang's commendation. The nature of youth dictates that when one receives continuous praise and encouragement, they strive to excel further without the need for external motivation. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Wei was summoned by Madame Yang to discuss his studies. "Wenchen, what did Master teach you today?" she inquired upon seeing her son. "Today, Master taught me the memorial on the expedition, which I have transcribed," Lu Wei replied, handing over the 20 copies he had written. Madame Yang inspected the pages closely. "Is this truly your work?" Her skepticism was not born from mistrust. She simply knew her son well. Previously known for his mischievous nature, the meticulousness of his transcription, despite the haphazard appearance of his characters, was striking. She doubted her second son could achieve such a feat. At her words, Lu Wei scratched his head. Of course it is my work, I still feel I could have done better. Brother Chu shared stories of Prime Minister Zhuge, and I aspire to be like him one day. Madame Yang was taken aback by this revelation. What stories did Brother Chu share with you? He recounted many tales. Master simply had me read the memorial, and then he left me to my own devices. Brother Chu told me of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, the entrustment of Baidi City, the 5 northern expeditions of Prime Minister Zhuge, and the reasons behind the memorial. I believe one should strive to emulate Zhuge Liang. Lu Wei enthused, his spirit uplifted. I can recite the memorial fluently now, and Master praised me for my scholarly potential. Madame Yang's eyes lit up at this. She immediately requested Lu Wei to recite the text aloud. Once he finished, she had someone bring in chilled sour plum juice. My son has worked hard, she remarked, casting a glance at Yin Xiao. Go fetch Brother Chu. Yin Xiao's heart brimmed with joy at this command. Yes, madam. She soon found Ju Chu. Brother Chu, the madam is calling for you. What does the madam require? Ju Chu asked as he followed Yin Xiao to Madame Yang's courtyard. The young master's studies are commendable, and the madam is quite pleased. She likely wishes to reward you with something, Yin Xiao informed him. Ju Chu understood instantly. His assistance to Lu Wei stemmed from his appreciation of the relaxed atmosphere he experienced during his month at the Lu residence. Madame Yang was always gentle with her servants, never treating them poorly, a rarity in an era where the lives of servants were often disregarded. It was no wonder his uncle insisted he enter the Lu household. Ju Chu recalled his uncle's words, to sell oneself into a wealthy family as a servant is akin to a second birth. If fortunate, one will have everything. If unfortunate, existence will be worse than death. Lost in thought, Ju Chu soon stood before Madame Yang. Madam, he greeted respectfully. Brother Chu, come here, she beckoned with a wave of her hand. Ju Chu complied and approached her. Madame Yang took his hand in hers. You are a good child, Wenshan is mischievous, and thanks to you, my uncle has praised him. Make sure to read more and teach Wenshan as well. In a few years, I shall return your contract to you, allowing you to participate in the imperial examinations, she continued, producing a silver coin from seemingly nowhere and placing it in Ju Chu's hand. Take this silver. Use it as you wish without hesitation. Madame Yang's words always felt like a warm spring breeze. Unlike others who might bestow rewards upon their servants with an air of superiority, she treated it as if she were giving pocket money to her own kin. Even Ju Chu, who hailed from a different era, felt no discomfort in receiving it. Thank you, madam, it is only right that I assist, he replied, accepting her generosity without reservation. Good child, I shall have Xiao Liu procure more books. Anything available in the market shall be yours, as she promised. Brother Chu, please continue to share more tales of Prime Minister Zhuge with me, Lu Wei interjected eagerly. Madame Yang's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. It had previously been an arduous task to encourage her son to study, yet now he was expressing a desire to learn, an excellent transformation indeed. This change was not brought about by anyone else, but rather by the very book boy standing before her. Xiao Zhang, increase Brother Chu's monthly stipend by 30%, she instructed. Ju Chu's original stipend was 300 wen, modest, certainly less than what one might earn working elsewhere. However, as a servant in the Lu household, he rarely had expenses. Comparatively speaking, the Lu family offered a generous allowance for their servants. An increase of 30% would amount to nearly an additional 100 wen each month, making it a top-tier stipend among servants. Yet, no one would contest this decision, as it was evident that Ju Chu, as a book boy, performed tasks beyond the capabilities of others, and it was clear to all that he possessed remarkable talent. I wish to listen as well, Lu Wanner chimed in upon hearing that Ju Chu would be teaching her brother. At her age, she was yet unaware of romantic entanglements, but she found herself irresistibly drawn to Ju Chu. Go ahead, Madame Yang encouraged, seeing no reason to oppose. If another talented individual were to emerge from her family, it would greatly enhance the Lu family's reputation, particularly given the current disdain many held towards them, viewing the Lu family as overly coarse and dismissive, especially in contrast to the cultured officials. After dinner, Ju Chu and the Lu siblings retreated to the study. Ju Chu continued narrating tales from the Three Kingdoms, intertwining the romance of the Three Kingdoms with historical accounts, clarifying the distinctions between the two. The romance was a popular narrative, and the siblings listened with rapt attention when they reached the tales of Zhuge Liang's cunning tactics, such as the borrowing of arrows with straw boats and the empty fort strategy. Lu Wei could not help but applaud in admiration. The young master must distinguish clearly between the romance and the historical accounts. Many of those tales sound impressive but do not withstand scrutiny, and in actual warfare, they lack practicality, Ju Chu explained with conviction. That night, Ju Chu spoke until the hour of the high, around 10 o'clock, when Madame Yang sent a servant to call everyone to retire for the night. Unlike Lu Wei's admiration for Zhuge Liang, Lu Wanner clutched Ju Chu's arm. "Brother Chu, tomorrow, please tell me more about those military strategies," as she implored. Her request instantly revived Ju Chu, who had begun to feel drowsy. Observing Lu Wanner's excited expression, he wondered how a girl could possess such an interest in military tactics. Chapter 5, the head of the Lu family, Lu Song, begins martial arts training at the break of dawn the following day. Before the sun had fully risen, Ju Chu was roused from his slumber. Severely deprived of sleep, he felt as though his head was heavy and his feet light. "This must be young Master Chu," a robust voice echoed, instantly revitalizing Ju Chu. "Yes, father," Lu Wei, still in a state of grogginess, yawned in response. "Greetings, sir." Ju Chu promptly understood the identity of the man before him, Lu Song, the patriarch of the Lu family. For the past month, Ju Chu had been learning the rules and etiquette from the steward. Lu Song, a member of the esteemed Jinyi Wei, was often preoccupied with official duties. Thus, this was Ju Chu's first encounter with the master of the household. Lu Song regarded Ju Chu with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "I have been informed of the matter concerning my second son by his mother. Thanks to you, I would like you to accompany him in martial arts training henceforth." The Lu family had a long-standing legacy as Jinyi Wei, with each member possessing exceptional martial skills. The decision to impart their family's martial arts to Ju Chu stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, Lu Song and his wife did not view Ju Chu as an outsider. Secondly, as Lu Wei's attendant, Ju Chu would be able to protect their son in times of danger, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu felt a surge of energy. The martial arts of the Jinyi Wei were renowned, especially that of the Lu family, steeped in tradition. "Thank you, sir, for your guidance," Ju Chu expressed gratefully. Lu Song observed Ju Chu, noting his youth yet composure, and nodded in approval once more. "My second son can be rather clumsy. Please be patient with him as you train together." "That is my duty, sir," Ju Chu replied, bowing his head in deference. "If you wish to hone your skills, begin with the fundamentals. Starting today, we shall practice standing postures for a quarter of an hour," Lu Song instructed, demonstrating the stance to both Ju Chu and Lu Wei. Lu Song taught them the expansive and contracting stances of martial training. "Your knees must not extend beyond your toes. Lower a bit more." This standing practice was exceedingly challenging. Not to mention a quarter of an hour. Within just 3 minutes, Ju Chu felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. However, standing practice differed from other physical exertions. When one felt they could endure no longer, gritting their teeth would often allow them to persist. After pushing through those initial minutes, Ju Chu found that the fatigue began to dissipate, even feeling a sense of clarity. Determined not to disappoint Lu Song during his first session, Ju Chu gritted his teeth and persevered. At the 10-minute mark, his legs ceased their trembling, and the task became less arduous. Following Lu Song's breathing techniques, Ju Chu's body began to sway rhythmically with his breath, rendering the exercise surprisingly effortless, though beads of sweat continuously flowed, indicating the exertion involved. He recalled a saying from his previous life regarding standing practice, that one must stand as a living post. So that was the essence of it. The quarter hour concluded, both Ju Chu and Lu Wei emerged looking as if they had just been pulled from water. Yang Shi and Yin Xiao, who had been waiting nearby, approached with tea in hand. Yang Shi, with a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from Lu Song's brow, while the attendant beside Lu Wei did the same for him. Ju Chu and Lu Wei, disregarding everything else, eagerly gulped down the tea as if they were parched. Fortunately, the tea was not scalding, suggesting that the servant had learned from experience. After their martial training, Juchu's breakfast was significantly upgraded. Previously modest, it now consisted of stewed lamb, and even some venison at Lu Song's behest. Both meats were known for nourishing one's vitality, particularly venison. However, due to its low fat content, one could not rely solely on it for sustenance, hence the predominance of lamb. During the Ming Dynasty, pork was not yet the mainstay of diets, as raising pigs consumed copious amounts of grain, something most households could scarcely afford. In contrast, cattle and sheep could graze freely without encroaching on grain supplies. However, beef was rarely consumed, as cattle served as vital agricultural tools, and laws prohibited its consumption. Thus, lamb became the primary meat for affluent households, occasionally supplemented by venison. When seasoned with spices from the South Seas, lamb was rendered delectably flavorful without any gamey taste. The meat Juchu consumed was specially sent over by Yangshi, who ensured that he, despite being a servant, dined separately from the family. Hungry and famished, Juchu seized the lamb and began to feast heartily. After the meal, a warm sensation enveloped him, a testament to the nourishing properties of the lamb and venison. Juchu understood well that to pursue martial prowess, one required ample meat to replenish their energy, otherwise, progress would stall. Moreover, as training advanced, specialized tonics would be required to prevent injuries, all of which incurred expenses. Fortunately, the Lu family was willing to invest in him, treating their servants, especially Juchu, exceptionally well, a fact he was acutely aware of. The days that followed were monotonous yet substantial. Each morning, he rose to practice dances with Lu Wei, followed by attending the academy. Under Juchu's guidance, Master Yang increasingly recognized Lu Wei's potential, extending his teaching time from less than an hour to nearly half a day, covering an ever-expanding array of subjects. Learning, once embraced, progressed at an extraordinary pace, while failure to engage resulted in an insurmountable challenge. Clearly, Lu Wei was absorbing the material. Whenever an article proved obscure, Juchu would illuminate its historical context and references, such as the memorial of Han Yu for his 12th brother, which could not be discussed in isolation. One had to delve into the familial bonds between Han Yu, Han Xiangzi, and Han Shire, exploring Han Yu's exile to Chaoju, during which he penned the poignant poem A Left to be Transferred to Blue Paris, expressing his sorrow with the lines, Your morning court audience in the celestial court, an evening banishment to Chaoju, 8,000 miles away. Despite his exile, Han Yu did not wallow in self-pity. Instead, he, alongside Han Xiangzi, sought to educate the populace and enhance their livelihoods. Consequently, a river in Chaoju was renamed Han River, and a mountain became known as Han Mountain, with the local people venerating the uncle and nephew as deities, hesitant to utter their names directly. Mr.Su Dongpa referred to Han Yu as the one who revived literature after its decline and saved the world from chaos. The populace regarded him as equal to the legendary Yu, and the first ancestral hall in Chaoju was erected in his honor. Even to this day, countless halls dedicated to Han Yu exist in Chaoju. In parallel, Juchu also elucidated Han Yu's other works. Lu Wei listened intently, his passion ignited, silently vowing to become a virtuous official like Han Yu, leaving a legacy for posterity. Remarkable, young lad. I never expected such insight from one so young, a voice interjected from the door, where an elderly man, dishevelled and reeking of liquor, peered drunkenly at Juchu. You flatter me, sir, Juchu replied. Though unsure of the old man's identity, he recognized an air of knowledge in his speech and quickly returned the courtesy. Yet the old man paid him little heed, reclining at the threshold, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. Observing this, Juchu resumed his instruction with Lu Wei. Soon, mealtime arrived. Noticing the old man still languishing there, occasionally sipping from his cup, Juchu, with a third of his own lamb remaining, placed his food box before the old man. Sir, this is my portion. If it pleases you, consider it a side dish. Juchu understood that the man had once been a scholar, now reduced to this state, a testament to shattered dreams. Such individuals were rare, yet not entirely absent. At least within the academy, there were a few like him, though this old man appeared the oldest and most dishevelled. Since fate had brought them together, Juchu thought it prudent to lend a helping hand. The old man, without hesitation, wiped his hand on his clothing and reached for the lamb in the food box, consuming it alongside his drink. Juchu, having little time to spare, returned to the study to continue assisting Lu Wei in his studies. Chapter 6. The eccentric old man. Days passed by in a monotonous flow. Lu Wanner became increasingly enamored with military strategies. Each day, she would pester Ju Chu to recount tales of how Han Shen maneuvered his troops and how Li Jing employed his tactics. She was particularly fascinated by the almost supernatural military acumen of Li Jing. To indulge her curiosity, Ju Chu and Lu Wei even crafted a sand table for simulations. The three of them would often engage in these strategic games. Moreover, Ju Chu frequently encouraged Lu Wei to adopt the perspectives of various historical officials, allowing him to simulate governmental management and identify the issues faced throughout the ages. Lu Wei found immense joy in such exercises. In the academy, the drunken old man seemed to have taken up residence near Lu Wei's study. Visiting daily, Ju Chu was generous, ensuring that he received a share of food each day. Eventually, Lu Wei began to share some of his provisions too, which lessened Ju Chu's burden. As Lu Wei would express, when one achieves success, one ought to assist the world. Although he could not aspire to the heights of figures like Zhuge Liang or Han Gong, he felt capable of aiding an old man. Time flew swiftly, and before long, Ju Chu had been at the Lu residence for 2 months. Winter was approaching, and this year's cold seemed particularly biting. Even in November, the chill was enough to make one shiver. Ju Chu was aware that the Ming Dynasty was experiencing a mini ice age, and the winters to come might only grow colder. He finally received his first month's salary, 400 wen. While the sum was modest, the rewards from Madame Yang over the month amounted to nearly 20 taels of silver, nearly matching the expenses incurred for Ju Chu's provisions. After all, with Ju Chu's assistance, Lu Wei had officially become a student of Master Yang, thereby securing a renowned mentor. The transformation and progress of Lu Wei did not go unnoticed by Lu Song and his wife, who were immensely gratified. Moreover, their daughter was studying alongside Ju Chu every day. Madame Yang even felt that her contributions were insufficient. "There is no need for such concern, madam. My daily sustenance incurs considerable expense, as I am well aware," Ju Chu reassured her, which filled Madame Yang with gratitude, believing him to be a child who understood the value of appreciation. On one particular day, Ju Chu took a half-day leave to purchase a leg of lamb, bringing his own money to the clans merchant to seek out his uncle. "How has your time at the Lu residence been, Chua?" his uncle inquired with evident delight upon seeing him. "Madam and master treat me exceedingly well." "I have grown quite a bit," Ju Chu replied, handing the leg of lamb to his uncle. "Thanks to your care, as winter approaches, please use this leg of lamb to make soup and warm yourself." "You foolish boy, why waste money like this? That leg of lamb must have cost a pretty penny. You earn so little in a month, return it," his uncle insisted, refusing to accept the gift, fully aware of Ju Chu's circumstances, especially with a large family to support. "It's not much. Madam has rewarded me generously once I received my salary. You were the first person I thought of, so I came to see you," Ju Chu said nonchalantly. His uncle, moved by these words, felt a swell of emotion and patted Ju Chu on the shoulder. "You are a good child. You will surely achieve great things in the future." After much insistence from Ju Chu, his uncle finally relented. "Stay for a bit. I shall stew this leg of lamb, and we can share a meal together." His uncle's face was alight with joy. Ju Chu, however, shook his head. "I am on leave today and cannot linger for long. Here is a letter from my mother. She cannot read, so I would trouble you to read it to her." Ju Chu then produced the letter he had prepared earlier. Following that, he revealed 10 taels of silver. "Please take this silver back with you as well, for them to purchase some coal for winter." "Such a large sum!" his uncle exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the silver. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he lowered his voice. "You haven't stolen money from your master, have you? If you have, return it at once. Do not act rashly." Ju Chu chuckled at this remark. "Fear not, uncle. I assisted my young master in securing a prestigious mentor, and this is a reward from madam." His uncle sighed in relief upon hearing this. "That is good to hear. I happen to be returning home in a few days. I shall stop by your house then." Ultimately, Ju Chu did not stay to enjoy the stewed leg of lamb but hurried back to the academy. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a woman, seemingly in her 30s yet possessing an enduring charm, assisting the previously intoxicated old man. She showed no aversion to the unpleasant odor emanating from him and even kindly offered him a flask of wine. The old man, however, appeared oblivious, taking the flask and staggering towards the academy. The woman gazed after him, her expression one of melancholy. "Hey, that old man, despite his age, has a beauty showing him affection," Juchu mused with a smile as he quickened his pace to catch up with the old man. "Why are you so late today, lad?" The old man mumbled, his eyes bleary as he regarded Juchu. "Winter is approaching, so I asked my uncle to bring some money home for coal," Juchu replied candidly. The old man seemed to recall something upon hearing this and fell silent. The two soon reached the study, where the old man unceremoniously plopped down at the entrance, slipping into a stupor. Master Yang, upon seeing the old man, would often sigh, though it remained unclear whether he recognized him. As for the old man's identity, neither he nor Master Yang disclosed it, and Juchu felt no inclination to inquire. Lu Wei, however, was curious and nearly posed a question before Juchu intervened. "Many of the elderly scholars in the academy bear burdensome pasts. There is no need to unearth old wounds." Reluctantly, Lu Wei acquiesced. "You old fool, consuming the provisions of these two children daily, or to exert yourself a bit," Master Yang remarked, directing his discontent towards the inebriated old man. His intent was twofold: to inspire the old man to impart knowledge to Juchu and Lu Wei, and to encourage this once great friend to regain his vigor. He had discerned that the old man, who visited daily without fail, had developed a fondness for talent, particularly for the young scholar. Juchu's daily lessons with Lu Wei had not escaped Master Yang's notice, who had also begun to appreciate Juchu's potential. When admitting Lu Wei, he had inadvertently taken Juchu under his wing as well. "This is troublesome," the old man grumbled, though he did not decline. "Your handwriting resembles that of a dog's paw. I can no longer bear to witness it. From today on, you shall study calligraphy with me for 1 hour each day, no more," the old man declared. Master Yang beamed at this proclamation, gesturing to the two boys. "Hurry, come forth and pay your respects to your new teacher. There's no need for formalities." "Calligraphy is not my forte," the old man replied, his eyes still clouded with intoxication. Master Yang did not press the issue further. "From this day forth, you two will study calligraphy with this old fellow for 1 hour daily." "Yes, master," Juchu and Lu Wei replied respectfully. The old man approached the writing desk, picked up a brush, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. This was the first time Juchu had viscerally felt an aura emanating from another person. The old man then proceeded to write a piece in small regular script. Though Juchu was no connoisseur of calligraphy, he could discern that the old man's skill was extraordinary, far surpassing that of Master Yang. Even Juchu, despite his lack of knowledge in the art, could intuitively recognize the vast difference in their abilities. Juchu recalled the old man's earlier claim of being unskilled in calligraphy. What, then, was the true identity of this enigmatic figure? Chapter 7. The turmoil of the Lu family under the guidance of the elder. Juchu made remarkable progress in his calligraphy. At times, he found himself in a trance, gazing at the exquisite small script he had penned. Could it truly be his own handiwork? In contrast, Lu Wei's natural talent paled significantly. Nevertheless, even so, his calligraphy surpassed that of his peers, not only in calligraphy, but with Juchu's assistance. His writing skills also flourished at an astonishing rate. In his previous life, Juchu had been a PhD in history with profound research in classical literature. However, upon entering this era, he realized that any scholar within the academy possessed a depth of knowledge far exceeding his own. Yet, at merely 9 years old, Juchu was able to learn while teaching. As a result, his learning efficiency surpassed that of solitary study. After all, acquiring knowledge with a purpose and then articulating it as a teacher made it indelible, as if engraved in his mind. He even became well versed in various military strategies such as infiltration, maneuvering, and blitzkrieg. However, his understanding of military tactics remained confined to theoretical discussions on paper. Juchu was acutely aware that the real battlefield was a realm of ceaseless change. Still, he did not dwell on it, recognizing that he had no opportunity to lead troops into battle. Thus, Juchu swiftly spent the most leisurely years since his arrival in the Ming Dynasty at the Lu household. Over the course of that year, with a daily diet of mutton and venison, his height surged to over 1.7 meters, a remarkable feat for a boy of merely 10 years. After 6 months of standing practice, Liu Song imparted to Ju the family's martial arts, a tradition passed down through generations of the Imperial Guards, naturally focusing on swordplay. Liu Song had replicas of the Sichuan knife crafted for both of them to practice their techniques. With the solid foundation laid prior, Ju could distinctly feel the abundance of his vitality coursing through him. Each strike and form resonated with the power of a thunderous surge. Just as winter approached, an unexpected calamity struck. The Liu family was subjected to a house search. The cause lay in Liu Song inadvertently offending the son of the formidable eunuch Liu Jin during an investigation. Before the search, Yang summoned all the servants, returning their contracts and sending them home. Ju, too, received his contract. Yang did not have the chance to convey further instructions before she was apprehended and thrown into prison. Liu Wei and his parents were also incarcerated. However, Liu Wen'er narrowly escaped due to her tender age. Despite Liu Song being a captain of the Imperial Guards, his colleagues managed to spread the word that Liu Wen'er had passed away. As for Ju, the eldest son, whom no one had ever met, it seemed he had escaped entanglement, rumored to be accompanying a local prince in a distant land. Liu Jin's reach had not yet extended that far. Ju took Liu Wen'er with him, gathered his meager belongings, and sought assistance from his uncle to rent a small courtyard, thereby settling down. From this day forth, your name shall be Mu Yunjin, and you are my cousin. Do you understand? At this moment, Liu Wen'er, now Mu Yunjin, was momentarily taken aback. The Liu family's sudden misfortune left her, a mere 5 or 6-year-old child, bewildered yet. It was evident that Mu Yunjin's intellect far surpassed that of an ordinary child. She quickly regained her composure, wiped away her tears, and nodded. Subsequently, Ju approached his uncle once more, offering him 20 taels of silver to arrange for a new contract for Mu Yunjin at the government office. Such matters were beyond the capabilities of others, but not his uncle. Having worked in the pawnshop for many years, he occasionally dealt with the authorities regarding contracts. The officials were aware of his dealings. Thus, as long as he provided silver, they would turn a blind eye. Although the court had stringent regulations regarding contracts, the enforcement was far less strict at the grassroots level. After all, these were no longer the days of Hongwu or Yongler. In this era, corruption ran rampant. With money, anything was possible. His uncle worked efficiently, and within half a day, Mu Yunjin's contract was secured. With the courtyard rented and the contract obtained, Ju found himself with little money remaining. Throughout the year, Yang had sporadically rewarded Ju with a fair sum, yet half of it had been sent home. The remaining half was often spent on wine for his inebriated teacher. Although the drunkard insisted he would not accept anything, he taught with utmost dedication. The woman would bring him wine daily. However, Ju understood that he should also show filial piety to the elder. The mere thought of the drunkard made Ju sigh. He could no longer attend the academy, and he wondered if the old man would continue his drunken escapades. During the past year, the old man's condition had improved considerably. Nevertheless, Ju could not afford to dwell on such matters. The elder had a beautiful companion by his side and would likely be fine. The pressing concern was how to earn money. Ju had numerous ideas for generating income, such as producing white sugar, yet possessing a secret recipe was fraught with danger. If anyone discovered his ability to produce sugar that surpassed that available on the market, his life would be in perpetual jeopardy, and he might not even know how he met his end. He contemplated opening a shop or engaging in simple business, yet he had no capital. Copying books or writing letters could also be options, but such work was unstable and could only serve as a side job. Reluctantly, Ju sought out his uncle once again, requesting him to inquire about any shops hiring. Upon hearing this, his uncle perked up. There indeed is a shop looking for help. His uncle spoke with an air of mystery. Do you remember the woman who first sought to buy you when you arrived at the pawnshop? Ju could hardly forget. After all, it had only been a year. Yes, you mentioned the concubine of the Shen family, Ju replied. His uncle then elaborated on the situation of the Shen family. The patriarch, once destitute, had risen to wealth with the assistance of his wife. However, as is often the case, a man's heart changes once fortune is attained. After years of toil under the sun, the matriarch had aged. prompting the patriarch to take several concubines, with the woman who had previously visited the pawn shop becoming the favored one. Yet, from that point onward, the Shun household was plagued with turmoil, often resulting in servants being beaten to death. 3 months prior, the matriarch had passed away, leaving this world. She had borne only one daughter, who was once the beloved eldest daughter of the Shun family, showered with affection. However, as the concubines bore numerous children, many of whom were boys, the eldest daughter naturally fell from grace. Although she had lost her favor, she could still manage, but with the matriarch's death, her position within the Shun household became untenable. Recently, she had taken the initiative to request a shop and a farm, claiming it was for business purposes, and ceased returning to the Shun family. This shop, a modest establishment selling fabric, was among the least prominent in the Shun family's portfolio. The patriarch, seeking a moment of tranquility, acquiesced. While the concubines were all of dubious character, this eldest daughter was known for her benevolence. Otherwise, she would not have chosen this path. Just a few days ago, this eldest daughter asked me to inquire if there were any suitable candidates, as her shop is in need of help, his uncle informed Ju Chu. Let us pursue this opportunity. Ju Chu, in dire need of funds, realized that his remaining money would barely sustain him for a month. Soon, he met the eldest daughter of the Shun family. Frankly, her attire gave no indication of her noble status, corroborating his uncle's earlier comments that she had not fared well in the Shun household. Old son, do you have anyone suitable? Upon seeing his uncle, Shun Qing's eyes lit up. After taking over the shop, she realized her initial assumptions had been overly simplistic. As the eldest daughter of the Shun family, she had never engaged in business. Only after immersing herself in the reality did she realize it was far different from her expectations. The shop had been struggling prior, otherwise, it would not have fallen into her hands. The original manager, a confidant of the concubines, had been reassigned upon her arrival. Consequently, Shun Qing was left to manage the shop herself, with not even a waiter to assist her. She had no experience in recruitment. However, she was acquainted with Ju Chu's uncle, as her mother frequently brought her to the pawn shop, leading to their familiarity. Thus, she sought his help. Ju Chu observed the helpless expression on Shun Qing's face, reminiscent of a university graduate entering the workforce for the first time, innocent yet naive. Since Miss Shun has spoken, how could I not assist? This is my cousin Ju Chu, originally a book boy from a prominent family, skilled in many arts, literate, capable of accounting, and possessing exceptional penmanship. His uncle extolled Ju Chu's virtues. Even if my cousin were merely to copy books or write letters, he could earn a fair amount. However, given Miss Shun's urgent need for help, I persuaded this young lad to come along. Such is the art of persuasion. Originally, Ju Chu was the one seeking work, yet in his uncle's words, it became a matter of Miss Shun owing him a great favor, elevating Ju Chu to a status rare to find. Shun Qing's eyes sparkled with increasing interest as she regarded Ju Chu as if he were a treasure. Although Ju Chu was only 10 years old, he appeared to be 13 or 14, with an appealing demeanor. Here's the deal. I shall pay you 1 tael of silver a month, provide meals, and start you as a waiter. If you perform well, you can become the manager, with a separate salary. What do you say? Shun Qing was in desperate need of help. The typical monthly wage for a waiter ranged from 300 to 500 when lacking social experience. Shun Qing was at a disadvantage. All right, Ju Chu nodded. Old son, you have done me a great service. As Shun Qing spoke, she turned to the shop to fetch a bolt of cloth, which she handed to Ju Chu's uncle. I am grateful for the assistance provided to Miss Shun. His uncle accepted the cloth without hesitation. Be sure to work diligently with Miss Shun. After receiving the cloth, his uncle feigned a serious tone as he advised Ju Chu. Rest assured, uncle. Chapter 8. Ju Chu's tactics. Shun Qing in or Ju Chu dedicated half a day to grasping the fundamental circumstances of the shop, including the cost price and selling price of the fabrics, as well as the accounts within the establishment. It was, after all, a shop with little business, and the accounts were clear as day. As noon approached, Shun Qing was at the counter contemplating the procurement of some new merchandise, while Ju Chu busied himself with a ruler, tapping the fabrics to dislodge the dust. At that moment, A woman clad in a blue gown entered. Upon entering the shop, her intentions were unmistakable. She headed straight for a piece of greyish-blue fabric. "What is the price of this fabric?" the woman inquired, glancing at Juchu, who stood beside her. "This fabric is 12 wen per foot. If you wish to purchase more, it will be 1 tael of silver per bolt," Juchu replied, setting down the ruler as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Shunqing was taken aback. The cost price of this fabric was indeed 1 tael of silver per bolt. If sold at this price, there would be no profit to be made. Could it be that Brother Chu had misremembered the price? Just as she was about to caution Chu, a single glance from him silenced her. The woman, upon hearing the price, immediately lit up with excitement. She had already seen the same fabric at other shops and inquired about their prices. The lowest she had encountered was 16 wen per foot, and when purchased by the bolt, it would cost at least 1,400 wen. The price at this shop was astonishingly affordable. It seemed the proprietor was an honest merchant, unlike those other shops with their unscrupulous practices. "I will take 10 bolts of this fabric," the woman declared eagerly. "Do not rush. My shop has plenty of fabric," Juchu reassured her, pouring a cup of tea with unhurried grace. Hearing this, the woman felt a bit more at ease. Juchu's address of her as sister, coupled with his attentive service, made her perceive him in an increasingly favorable light. She was merely a maidservant, unaccustomed to such treatment, and it left her feeling somewhat lightheaded. Although this fabric is inexpensive, its quality is subpar. With exposure to wind and sun, and after washing, it tends to fade more easily than other fabrics, Juchu remarked, lowering his gaze modestly. Upon saying this, he pulled out a piece of azure fabric. "Sister, observe this fabric. It is far more vibrant than the previous one, retains its color better, and boasts superior quality. It is priced at 15 wen per foot, and for a bolt, it amounts to 1,400 wen. The woman, charmed by Juchu's persistent address of her as sister, gazed at the fabric he held. Indeed, it appeared as radiant as he claimed. At that moment, she believed that the prices of this shop were far more reasonable than those of others, entirely unaware that the newly presented fabric was of the same price and quality as the previous one. She simply felt that Juchu's new offering was considerably better, and at this price, it was a remarkable bargain. "Then this one it shall be, 15 bolts, the woman decided. "Very well," Juchu noted the quantity of fabric. "What is your name, sister? It seems you cannot carry so much fabric alone. I shall have someone deliver it to you, and you can pay upon receipt." The woman, slightly embarrassed at being addressed as sister so frequently by this remarkably handsome young man, replied, "I am called Chuanxiang, from the Wang family next door." After providing the address in detail, Juchu noted it down and then pulled out 10 feet of smoky blue fabric. "Chuanxiang, you bear a striking resemblance to my elder sister. I have been away from home since childhood and have not seen her in many years. It seems we share a bond. This piece of fabric is a gift for you, to make 2 garments, Juchu said warmly. Upon hearing this, Chuanxiang's eyes began to redden, reminiscent of her own family. "Why say such things? From now on, you shall be my little brother. I must pay you for this fabric." "I cannot accept it without recompense," as she insisted, reaching for her money, only to be stopped by Juchu. "Sister, if you insist on payment, then we shall lose our bond. Consider it a small token from your little brother," he said, pressing the fabric into her hands before she could oppose. Chuanxiang looked at the fabric in her hands, contemplating. "Very well, I shall accept it. I acknowledge you as my little brother, and when my family requires fabric, I shall only come to your shop." After Chuanxiang departed, Shunqing gazed at Juchu in astonishment. She understood the prices of both types of fabric. They were indeed the same, yet she could not fathom why the woman had acted as if bewitched, making a purchase without hesitation or negotiation, even increasing her initial order from 10 bolts to 15. Juchu, having noticed Shunqing's expression, remarked, "Do you really have an elder sister?" "No, I am the eldest," Juchu replied, picking up the ruler once more to resume his work with the fabrics. Upon hearing this, Shunqing felt her mind spin in confusion. "How did you achieve this? Is it not simple?" Chuanxiang entered with a clear intent for the greyish-blue fabric. It was evident she had seen it at other shops and was merely comparing prices with us, Ju Chu explained. Shun Qing recalled Chuan Xiang's behavior upon entering and realized he was correct. If my price had been comparable to those of other shops, she would undoubtedly have returned to her original choice, ear. Thus, I stated the cost price directly, making her perceive our prices as significantly lower than those of others. She would conclude that we were honest merchants while viewing the others as unscrupulous, ear. At that point, I introduced another fabric to divert her attention. No matter the price I quoted, she would perceive it as a bargain, ear. Moreover, Chuan Xiang is likely a stewardess for the Wang family. Henceforth, whenever they require fabric, she will only come to our shop. Ju Chu's words sent chills down Shun Qing's spine. You are exceedingly cunning, as she could not help but exclaim. Cunning? A business devoid of cunning is no business at all. As long as no one is harmed, what is the problem? If one does not employ a few tactics in business, why would anyone choose to purchase from you? Ju Chu retorted. That is not what I meant. I meant to say, you are simply remarkable, as Shun Qing hastily clarified. You should take on the role of the shopkeeper, as Shun Qing added. She had only been temporarily filling in as the shopkeeper, and now realizing Ju Chu's competence, despite his youth, he was undoubtedly far more capable than she. I shall not, Ju Chu shook his head. Why not? Shun Qing inquired, perplexed. Being a shopkeeper entails an overwhelming amount of responsibility. I can still transcribe books or write letters for profit. Becoming a shopkeeper would consume all my time, Ju Chu explained. Ju Chu's reasoning was not due to a reluctance to be a shopkeeper. Rather, he understood that Shun Qing had readily offered him the position without negotiation, and the monthly pay would not be significantly higher. Naturally, he wished to negotiate for better terms. Transcribing and writing letters was merely a tactic to prompt Shun Qing to increase the offer. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shun Qing devised a plan. In that case, you shall be the shopkeeper, with your monthly pay increased to 10 taels of silver, and you will receive 10% of the profits. This offer was satisfactory to Ju Chu, primarily due to the commission. He was well aware that with his abilities, selling several thousand taels per month would be effortless. Even with a profit of only 1,000 taels, 10% would amount to 100 taels, which would suffice for his needs. Ju Chu had numerous financial obligations, particularly concerning arrangements within the prison. If the Liu family did not secure their release, they would likely suffer greatly. The difference between having connections and lacking them was monumental. The guards were not benevolent individuals, and their sustenance depended on bribes. The members of the Liu family, be it Yang or the head of the family, Liu Song, had treated Ju Chu with great kindness. Liu Song had become akin to a mentor in his martial training. Since Ju Chu's arrival in this world, he had not experienced much in the way of comfort, but during this past year with the Liu family, he had lived without worry, enjoying substantial meals of mutton and venison. Financially, Yang had never been remiss in providing for him, frequently offering him money. Ju Chu was not without ambition. Very well, but I require an advance of 20 taels of silver, he stated. Are you in urgent need of funds? Shun Qing asked. Indeed, I was previously a scribe for the Liu family, and now that they are in dire straits, I must acquire money to assist them. Otherwise, their circumstances will become exceedingly difficult, Ju Chu replied candidly, not feeling the need to conceal the truth. Shun Qing had heard rumors about the Liu family's plight and was taken aback to learn that Ju Chu had been their scribe and remained loyal. Without hesitation, she produced 50 taels of silver. Here, I shall advance you 50 taels, as I find myself rather short on funds as well, as Shun Qing admitted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ju Chu did not decline the offer. Thank you, miss. I shall certainly repay you in kind, he said, promptly picking up a brush to write an IOU, which he handed to Shun Qing. No need for that, as Shun Qing responded, slightly flustered. Miss, remember, business is business. I am truly grateful for your loan, but do not let emotions cloud your judgment in business, or you may find yourself severely taken advantage of in the future, Ju Chu asserted, pressing the IOU into her hands. Shun Qing gazed at the IOU in her hands, her mind swirling with the implications of Juchu's earlier words. Chapter 9. Juchu's connections and the old man's apprenticeship. Through careful maneuvering and strategic connections, Juchu successfully bribed the head of the prison. Within the confines of the prison, the guards were of lowly status, unable to partake in the imperial examinations, neither for themselves nor for their descendants. Consequently, they had little hope of ascending the social ladder, destined to remain mere oversize of the cells. Thus, their thoughts were consumed with schemes to amass wealth. In the prison, there existed a term known as a bribing, referring to the practice of offering money. Newly admitted inmates would first be left to languish for a few days. If no one arrived to offer bribes, the guards would commence their extortion, irrespective of the rank held by an inmate prior to imprisonment. Once inside, all were treated equally. Unless someone of influence intervened, the absence of bribes would result in periodic beatings, minor thrashings every 3 days and severe ones every 5. Coupled with the meager, sand-filled broth provided, it would not be long before a significant portion of one's life was extinguished. Those with weaker constitutions often succumbed within the prison walls. Death within these confines was all too common, and it garnered little concern from the outside world. Fortunately, the guards had established a standard fee for their extortion, ensuring that they did not overcharge based on an inmate's background. For 40 taels of silver a month, the family of Lu Song could enjoy lavish meals daily, with guards specially arranging for food deliveries from nearby establishments. Additionally, Juchu was permitted to visit Lu Song's family 4 times a month, bringing gifts such as books, writing materials, and ink. Furthermore, the conditions of their cell would be transformed from a filthy, malodorous space into a spacious and clean one, complete with new bedding. All transactions were transparently priced. While 40 taels was indeed steep, it was undoubtedly worth the expense. Naturally, should one be unable to afford the full amount, standards existed for lesser sums, 20 taels for a different tier and 10 for yet another. After all, the cost of daily lavish meals accumulated to a significant expense. The guards had developed a well-established set of standards over generations. When Juchu visited Lu Song's family, he brought along Mu Yunjin, also known as Lu Wanner. The guards were somewhat accommodating. As long as the money was in order, they did not concern themselves with whom one brought, provided there was no attempt to facilitate a prison break. They were primarily focused on maintaining their own territory and did not pry into matters beyond that. Before arriving, Juchu had purchased numerous books and writing supplies, nearly exhausting the remaining 10 taels of silver. The materials were of modest quality. At that moment, Lu Song's family had just been relocated to a new cell and was still perplexed when Juchu and Mu Yunjin appeared outside. "Sir, madam, I have brought the young lady to see you," Juchu announced. Upon hearing this, Yangsha trembled, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Farther, mother, Mu Yunjin, who had been holding back her emotions for the past few days, could no longer contain herself and burst into tears upon seeing her family. After all, she was just a child of 5 or 6 years. The sudden upheaval had overwhelmed her, and weeping was a natural release. "Little sister, I am here too." Lu Wei, disheveled, rushed to Mu Yunjin's side, joyfully gazing at her through the wooden bars of the cell. He then turned to Juchu. "Brother Chu, please convey my apologies to Master Yang. I fear he may be upset with me." Juchu, taken aback, realized that Lu Song must have already informed Master Yang of their predicament, rendering his message unnecessary. "Of course," he replied. "Sir, madam, I have arranged everything here. You shall not suffer any indignities," Juchu assured them, parsing through the bars the books and writing materials he had brought. "Young master, take these. You must study diligently within these walls, for when you emerge, you will need to partake in the imperial examinations. Do not become complacent," he urged. "Good child, good child." Even Lu Song was moved to tears by Juchu's thoughtful actions. In the 2 days since their imprisonment, no one had come to visit them, save for Juchu, who had not only brought his daughter but had also worked tirelessly to secure their well-being. Former friends and former servants all avoided them out of fear. Only Juchu had shown such loyalty, providing for the family in their time of need. As a member of the Jinhui, Lu Song was well aware of the prison's regulations. It was evident that Juchu had spent a considerable sum to achieve this. "Dear child, do not call us sir and madam. We are now both disgraced. Even calling me aunt would be an elevation," Yangsha said, grasping Juchu's hand, deeply touched. She appeared significantly more haggard than before. "Aunt, uncle," Juchu replied respectfully. Good child, Lu Song patted Ju Chu's shoulder. If the Lu family can secure our freedom in the future, I shall ensure you are welcomed into our clan. Alas, what use is it to speak of such things now? I can only burden you. Lu Song sighed deeply, unable to suppress his dismay. Ju Chu understood all too well that Liu Jin's days were likely numbered. In the history he was familiar with, Liu Jin should have perished long ago. While this world diverged from the history he knew, Ju Chu believed the deviations would not be substantial. Even Emperor Zhengde, Zhu Hujiao, would likely not have many years left. As for warning the emperor to beware of drowning, that would only be feasible if Ju Chu had lived long enough. Who could fathom the terrifying interests entangled in the emperor's potential misfortune? Once Liu Jin was gone, there would be hope for the Liu family, albeit only a glimmer. If no one advocated for the Liu family in the court, the chances of Lu Song's reinstatement remained slim. After all, he was merely a 100 household commander in the Jinhui. Nevertheless, Ju Chu remained unperturbed, taking each day as it came. Ju Chu and Mu Yunjin's visiting hours were limited, and they were soon ushered out by the guards. Upon returning home with Mu Yunjin, Ju Chu unexpectedly encountered an individual he had not anticipated. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" Ju Chu asked, somewhat embarrassed as he regarded the old man before him, whose eyes were bleary from intoxication. "How dare you even ask? The academy said you would not attend, and yet here you are." The old man reprimanded. "Troubles have befallen the Liu family. I have been preoccupied with connections these past few days," Ju Chu explained, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. "You are a good child, loyal and righteous. It is a rare thing to go to such lengths for your former masters." It was evident that the old man was aware of Ju Chu's recent endeavors, having intentionally posed his earlier question. "Please come inside. I shall prepare a meal. Let us eat before discussing further," Ju Chu said, moving toward the kitchen. As Mu Yunjin was in a growth phase, eggs and meat were essential, albeit the quantity was far less than before. Presently, Ju Chu's remaining funds barely sufficed for a month's sustenance. Any shortfall would have to be drawn from his own rations, making previous luxuries like mutton and venison unattainable. Simply having enough to eat was a blessing. Fortunately, the shop provided meals, so it would only be a month of hardship. After that, life would improve significantly. Before long, Ju Chu brought the prepared dishes into the room, placing Mu Yunjin's meal prominently before her, followed by a portion of meat set aside for the old man. "And what about yours?" the old man inquired, noticing Ju Chu's empty plate. "I shall eat at the shop later," Ju Chu replied with a smile. The old man fell silent once more, and even Mu Yunjin hesitated to begin eating. "Brother, I cannot finish all this. Please help me with some," Mu Yunjin said, her considerate nature tugging at Ju Chu's heartstrings. He gently patted her head. "Make sure to finish it all. We cannot waste food," he admonished. The old man, feeling no need for formality, began to eat heartily. "Only those who are hungry understand," he muttered between bites. The old man was well aware of Ju Chu's though still a child, his rigorous training in martial arts had likely contributed to a larger-than-average appetite. During their time at the academy, both Ju Chu and Lu Wei had consistently consumed more than their peers. The old man harbored doubts about whether Ju Chu could truly find adequate sustenance at the shop. Before long, the old man had his fill. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at Ju Chu. "In my heart, you have long been my teacher," Ju Chu replied reverently. The old man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "We shall forego the formalities of an apprenticeship. I have mentioned before that calligraphy is not my forte. Painting is my true strength. Henceforth, you shall learn the art of painting under my guidance." Just as Ju Chu was about to respond, the old man seemed to anticipate his thoughts and glanced at Mu Yunjin. "This girl shall learn alongside you," he declared, rising to depart. "I shall return tomorrow." Chapter 10. Ju Chu's business tactics. It has been proven that the old man was not exaggerating when the old man, in Ju Chu, the entire artwork, as if unfurling, instantly became imbued with an indescribable essence. You truly possess artistic talent. Ju exclaimed in admiration. The old man rolled his eyes at this remark. Of course. Will you not sign it? Ju inquired. The old man shook his head and took another sip of wine. Ju did not press the matter further. Carefully stowing away the old man's creation, he harbored a feeling that the old man's identity was far from ordinary. His calligraphy was exquisite. The painting must surely be even more remarkable. He resolved to wait until the old man was inclined to sign it later. This artwork might very well be worth a fortune. From that day forward, the old man dedicated an hour each day to teach Ju and Mu Yunjin the art of painting. Sometimes, if Ju was unable to leave home, the old man would take Mu Yunjin to the back of the shop for lessons. Consequently, Shunqing also benefited from this arrangement, occasionally tagging along to glean insights from the sessions. The old man seemed indifferent to this, yet Shunqing recognized the old man's extraordinary nature, listening intently each time. As for calligraphy, the old man frequently urged Ju to practice diligently. Thus, Ju found himself perpetually busy, often lacking sufficient time for sleep. After all, he still needed to carve out time for reading and martial arts training. Fortunately, Lu Song had previously taught Ju a method of sleep derived from Taoist principles, known as the returning yang recline, or dragon and tiger recline. This technique allowed one to thrive on just 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day, maintaining vibrant energy without affecting his training. One day, after an early morning practice, Ju arrived at the shop for breakfast. Typically, the shop did not provide breakfast. The term of providing meals merely pertained to lunch. However, Shunqing, having learned of Ju's circumstances, decided to accommodate him. With Ju's management, the daily sales had consistently exceeded 300 taels, often leading to business. Most patrons frequented the shop specifically for Ju. For instance, Miss Sun, originally a headstrong character, had gradually succumbed to Ju's sweet words. Coupled with Ju's handsome visage, she frequently visited the shop to purchase fabric. The materials she selected were markedly different from those acquired by the maid, Juanxiang. They were fashionable and costly. Similarly, the steward of the Li household, a man who was previously arrogant yet now obsequious, was promised a 10% rebate on materials purchased from their shop. How Ju had established this rapport was notable. Just the other day, the steward had married a concubine, albeit without extravagant festivities, yet a few tables of wine were still prepared. Ju, having heard the news from an undisclosed source, arrived with lavish gifts. Shunqing had come to a realization. Ju adept tailored his approach to different individuals, employing diverse methods for each. For instance, when noble women or mothers with children visited, Ju would present pre-prepared candies to the children, quickly fostering familiarity, as if they were long-standing friends. Since Ju had taken charge, the shop's business had flourished day by day, prompting Shunqing to willingly provide 3 meals a day, ensuring that they were never deprived, often featuring meat. Eventually, at Shunqing's urging, Ju ceased cooking altogether, and both the old man and Mu Yunjin began dining at the shop. After all, Shunqing had learned much from the old man. Coming from an affluent background, she had been educated in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting before her mother's passing. This knowledge made her acutely aware of the old man's formidable capabilities. Unlike Ju and Mu Yunjin, who were oblivious and merely viewed the old man as impressive, Shunqing understood the depth of his talent. Looking at the old man's paintings filled her with a sense of awe, akin to a mayfly glimpsing the vast sky. The impact was staggering, evoking a feeling of urgency to grasp the truth before her demise. Thus, each time the old man taught Ju, Shunqing cherished the opportunity, feeling she was profiting immensely. To ensure his lessons were uninterrupted, she even hired 2 attendants. On this particular day, while the old man was instructing Ju and others in painting, a young attendant entered the back room. Master, Miss Sun insists. Miss Sun, known as Sun Jiao, was the daughter of a 5th-rank official. In the capital, such officials were not considered significant and were quite common. Liu Song had previously held a position as a captain in the Jin Yue, equivalent to a 6th-rank official, yet the actual power wielded by a captain far surpassed that of a mere 6th-rank official, often even eclipsing many 4th-rank officials. However, to the common folk, they were still regarded as esteemed gentlemen. Since Sun Jiao's father was not of the esteemed lineage, the Sun family was quite wealthy. Through their interactions, Ju discovered that Sun Jiao was not ill-natured, merely a bit spoiled. For a wealthy young lady with a haughty demeanor, Ju Chu had his own tactics. Hung Chi. Sun Jiao was visibly delighted upon seeing Ju Chu. Hung Chi was Ju Chu's courtesy name, bestowed upon him by the old man. It was derived from the doctrine of the mean, signifying the weighty instruments of a great nation, capable of balancing the fortunes of the state. You, my young friend, are destined for an extraordinary future, driven and ambitious, yet be wary of being too rigid, for that leads to breakage. This name serves to remind you to always think thrice before acting. In this regard, Wang Shouren is indeed far superior to me, Ju Chu quoted the old man. After uttering these words, the old man seemed to recall something, sighed, and then this material was quite expensive, belonging to the high-end silk category. Silk and fabric are fundamentally different, with their prices differing by a factor of 10 or more. In a few days, there will be a poetry meeting at the residence of Lord Han from the Ministry of Revenue, and I wish to create a fine garment. Sun Jiao stated. For a poetry meeting, this fabric is not quite suitable. It may appear somewhat frivolous, not befitting a lady of your dignified and lively nature, Ju Chu remarked. Moreover, given your slightly ample figure, this fabric may not showcase the desired effect. Ju Chu's second statement was, in essence, a subtle critique of Sun Jiao. When dealing with such a spoiled young lady, one cannot simply indulge her whims, as it would only exacerbate her arrogance. Everyone around her catered to her desires. If he too were to acquiesce, he would be no different from the rest. In reality, Sun Jiao's looks and figure were of high quality. However, upon hearing Ju Chu's words, a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. She was aware of her own tendencies towards indulgence, with a slight excess on her thighs and waist. Had anyone else made such a comment, she would have likely flown into a rage, yet the words came from Ju Chu, and after several encounters, she recognized that he was not only handsome but also possessed talents far beyond ordinary measure. Not to mention, his impeccable calligraphy left her utterly enamored. Sun Jiao felt that apart from his humble background, Ju Chu was nearly perfect, whereas she could not compare in any regard other than her superior lineage. Thus, before Ju Chu, she had never displayed her haughty side, feeling somewhat inadequate. Which fabric do you think would be suitable, Hung Chi? Sun Jiao inquired, her cheeks tinged with pink. This one is quite lovely, Ju Chu replied, pulling out a piece of creamy white fabric with a hint of rosy hue. This material exudes an air of elegance while possessing a touch of playfulness, making it perfectly suited to Miss Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Allow me to design a style for you, Miss Sun. Let me know if you like it, Ju Chu said, taking up a brush and spreading a sheet of paper on the counter, beginning to sketch. In a past life, Ju Chu had taken an elective course in Hanfu design and production, achieving the highest marks in the entire department. He subsequently sketched a Mar Mian Kun Air horse face skirt, with the upper portion crafted from the creamy white fabric and the lower skirt fashioned from a deep navy material, adorned with intricate floral patterns. The more Sun Jiao gazed, the brighter her eyes shone. The Mar Mian Kun was prevalent during the Ming Dynasty, but such exquisite patterns and designs were a first for her. What do you think, Miss Sun? Ju Chu inquired after completing the drawing. It is stunning. Will I be drawing too much attention wearing this? Sun Jiao asked, slightly apprehensive. Though spoiled, she was not ignorant. Her father was merely a fifth-rank official, and drawing too much attention might invite resentment. Not at all. This style is not overly ostentatious, yet it remains visually appealing upon closer inspection, Ju Chu assured her. Then it shall be this one. Since you designed it, I cannot take it away. Please have someone make it. How much will it cost? Sun Jiao asked, a hint of self-doubt in her tone. Such intricate golden thread patterns would require numerous female workers to complete in a short time, not to mention the cost of materials and Ju Chu's design fee. Miss Sun is a valued customer. Consider this design a gift. The fabric will cost around 200 taels, primarily due to the expensive golden thread. As for labor, to complete it within a few days, we would need 7 or 8 people. How about this? If you pay 300 taels, we can still make a small profit, Ju Chu proposed, causing Sun Jiujiu to feel a bit embarrassed. She had seen and purchased inferior versions of the Marmion Kun that never cost less than 500 taels. Yet Ju Chu was only asking for 300. This simply cannot be. You designed it, and you deserve your due, as Sun Jiujiu insisted, somewhat flustered. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Sun, but I have my own motives. I hope you can promote us during the poetry meeting. However, if anyone inquires about the price, please tell them it is 600 taels, Ju Chu stated, his demeanor as gentle as jade. While he acknowledged his self-interest, Sun Jiujiu felt he was merely ensuring she did not feel indebted to him. At that moment, she was profoundly touched. Hongqi, rest assured, I will certainly promote you well. Chapter 11. Sun Jiujiu's horse-face skirt. The booming Shun family shop. After Sun Jiujiu departed, Ju Chu instructed Shun Qing to seek out 7 or 8 skilled embroiderers. Although the horse-face skirt was not large, the intricate patterns upon it were extraordinarily complex. In a previous lifetime, machines had facilitated the embroidery, rendering it a simple task. Yet now, devoid of mechanical assistance, the creation of such a piece required extensive manual labor. Both the fabric and labor were exceedingly costly. Just from Sun Jiujiu's garment alone, Ju Chu had managed to earn over 100 taels of silver for the shop. Moreover, Ju Chu was especially keen on the larger profits that awaited once Sun Jiujiu made her appearance at the poetry gathering. Once she showcased the dress, the prominent young ladies would undoubtedly recognize its origin, marking the true moment of profit. Without delay, Shun Qing sought out Ju Chu's cousin. It must be noted that Ju Chu's cousin was quite well connected within the intricate web of society in the capital. In less than half a day, Shun Qing returned with 8 women in their 30s and 40s. Ju Chu presented the meticulously drawn design. You shall embroider according to this pattern, and it must be completed within 5 days. The stitching must be fine and precise, with no room for errors. Each of you shall receive a daily wage of 100 wen. Upon hearing this, the embroiderer's eyes sparkled with excitement. A daily wage of 100 wen far surpassed the market rate. They were among the more renowned female workers in the vicinity. Even so, the typical pay for embroidery work was merely 50 to 60 wen daily. To put it into perspective, an average man's monthly wage hovered around 400 to 500 wen, occasionally reaching 600 wen. The pay for top-tier female workers far exceeded that of ordinary men, and they resided in entirely different echelons. While these embroiderers were not the absolute elite, the most skilled artisans were always in high demand, making the ability to procure these women a notable achievement. I am offering a generous wage, yet you must fulfill my requirements. Speed and accuracy are paramount, Ju Chu reiterated firmly. Rest assured, master, we shall work through the night to ensure timely completion, and we will not falter, the lead embroiderer assured him. Very well. I shall arrange for additional candles and oil to ensure ample light during the night, Ju Chu replied, handing over the design to the women and indicating the necessary fabrics and silk threads. You two assist them. For the next few nights, stay at the shop. Be cautious of water damage, and I will add an extra 100 wen to your monthly wages. Ju Chu addressed the 2 attendants in the shop. Hearing the prospect of extra earnings, they were more than willing to comply. You can rest easy, master. We will take good care of everything. When Sun Jiujiu received the horse-face skirt, she was utterly delighted. The skirt, upon completion, showcased exquisite embroidery and fine stitching that even someone as well-versed as Sun Jiujiu found breathtaking. This is simply too exquisite. Might it be too ostentatious? Sun Jiujiu pondered, wishing to outshine some. After all, at this poetry gathering, not only were there her father's colleagues, but also numerous daughters of his superiors, including many from families of third-rank officials. It was well known that rank held great weight. Not at all. The materials are not overly flashy, merely the design is quite appealing. The nobility have access to even finer fabrics, so there is no need to worry about overshadowing them, Ju Chu reassured her. This was indeed the truth. Although the materials were prohibitively expensive for commoners, they were not particularly remarkable to third or fourth rank officials. They were perfectly suited to Sun Jiujiu's standing. In this realm of noble ladies, the competition revolved around clothing and adornments. Within their social stratum, the quality of the fabric was of utmost importance, followed by the design. Should the fabric be deemed too inferior, no matter how beautiful the design, it would elicit derision rather than admiration. Sun Jiaojiao's horse-face skirt was of commendable quality, making a fine impression. The remainder relied on the design. However, the daughters of high-ranking officials attending the poetry gathering would undoubtedly don garments of far superior fabric, alleviating any concerns of eclipsing their allure. Sun Jiaojiao understood this well. Hearing Juchu's words, she felt reassured and joyfully instructed her accompanying maid to take the horse-face skirt. It must be said that wealth facilitates many endeavors. In just 5 days, the embroiderers completed the horse-face skirt with meticulous precision, each stitch perfectly aligned. Once Sun Jiaojiao donned the garment, her fondness for it only grew. "Jiaojiao, your attire is truly stunning. You must wear it to the poetry gathering," her mother, Lady Wang, remarked as she adjusted Sun Jiaojiao's clothing. "Of course, I specifically ordered this dress for the poetry gathering," Sun Jiaojiao replied with pride. Sun Jiaojiao's favored status in the Sun household was no accident. As the legitimate eldest daughter, she held a significant position. Additionally, her father was rather subservient to her mother, Lady Wang, who hailed from a prominent family, while Sun Jiaojiao's father came from a comparatively lesser background. Lady Wang had made a downward marriage, which rendered Sun Jiaojiao's father too apprehensive to consider taking a concubine. Although he was somewhat corrupt, he had genuinely accomplished many beneficial deeds for the common people. In this era, officials either became ineffective censors or were reduced to mere bureaucrats. The so-called pure stream. To genuinely assist the populace while still maintaining a semblance of integrity was akin to climbing a mountain. "Where did you have this made?" "I must also commission one for myself," Lady Wang inquired eagerly. "No need for that, I am quite familiar with the shopkeeper there. I shall ask him to design a unique piece for you," Sun Jiaojiao responded with a smile. "Indeed, you are truly my obedient daughter, Lady." The poetry gathering commenced as scheduled, hosted at the residence of the Minister of Revenue. Thus, the attendees primarily consisted of daughters and sons of third-rank officials and below. However, at such events, the young ladies and gentlemen were kept separate, allowing for only distant glances at one another, akin to a unique matchmaking affair. Sun Jiaojiao, having been somewhat pampered, naturally attracted the ire of several peers. However, those who looked down upon her were primarily daughters of 5th rank or 4th rank officials. Despite her arrogance, Sun Jiaojiao was not foolish. She was acutely aware of the social hierarchy and refrained from offending the daughters of officials above her rank. With her stunning horse-face skirt, Sun Jiaojiao intended to arrive fashionably late to the gathering, ensuring that she garnered more attention. Wu Minmin, the legitimate eldest daughter of a family also holding a 5th rank official title, had long harbored resentment towards Sun Jiaojiao. The Wu family upheld a patriarchal stance, and even as the legitimate daughter, Wu Minmin's standing within her family was limited. In all matters, she had to yield to her younger brother, even in future marriage arrangements, which would serve to pave the way for her brother's career. This was a common situation among most families of the era, which predominantly favored sons. "Is Sun Jiaojiao still not here? What an air she puts on, one wonders what she thinks of herself," Wu Minmin remarked sarcastically. "Indeed, it's as if she is disregarding the minister's honor," another voice chimed in. However, their sardonic comments did not attract much attention, as the attendees were all well acquainted with the social scene and adept at navigating the nuances of human interaction. "Oh, the poetry gathering is still quite some time away. What are you two scheming about? Is anyone even paying you any mind?" As soon as the words left their mouths, Sun Jiaojiao's pampered voice rang out, immediately capturing the attention of many. Upon seeing Sun Jiaojiao clad in her horse-face skirt, numerous eyes widened in admiration. The intricate patterns embroidered in golden threads, set against the dark blue fabric, shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, rendering it nearly impossible to look away. In an instant, many were captivated, even the distant young gentlemen, all of whom began to inquire about Sun Jiaojiao's identity. Sun Jiaojiao relished the sensation of being the center of attention, yet she understood the importance of moderation and not overshadowing others too excessively. "Jiaojiao, come, you must not crease your dress," Julie admonished with a playful glare. Sun Jiaojiao, realizing her mistake, stuck out her tongue in response. "Where did you have this dress made? It is up. I have never seen such a beautiful horse-face skirt before," Chu Li inquired, her curiosity piqued. As soon as she posed the question, the other noble ladies nearby perked up their ears, equally enchanted by Sun Jiujiu's garment but hesitant to approach her for inquiries. "It was made at the Shun family shop, not far from my home. The shopkeeper is quite skilled. He designed this pattern for me," as Sun Jiujiu replied, openly sharing her knowledge as she had promised Ju Chu. Upon hearing this, many quietly made a note of it. The Shun shop surged in popularity overnight among the noble ladies. The following day, a throng of them flocked to the shop, leading to the immediate booking of over 10 sets of the previously designed horse-face skirts. Many noble ladies sought exclusive designs, offering handsome sums for Ju Chu to create new pieces. Ju Chu, naturally, welcomed them all. Many designs for horse-face skirts were already in Ju Chu's mind, requiring little effort to draft. In just one day, the shop's revenue soared to nearly 20,000 taels of silver. This left Shenqing both astonished and exhilarated. However, she understood that such a sum, while impressive, would take considerable time to fulfill in terms of production. The previous skirt for Sun Jiujiu had taken 4 or 5 days to complete, and that was with a hurried pace. Given the influx of orders, even with the recruitment of additional embroiderers, it would take a significant amount of time to meet the demand. After all, the top-tier embroiderers in the vicinity were limited. "We should hire about 10 more workers, no more than that," Ju Chu advised. "Why not more?" Shun Qing queried, confused as to why an increase in numbers wouldn't be beneficial. "There are only so many top-tier embroiderers around here. If we hire them all, it will draw too much attention," Ju Chu explained while sipping tea. "Currently, few are aware of our shop's success. It's mainly these noble ladies. If too many people catch wind of it, not to mention our competitors scheming against us, the members of your own Shun family may not sit idly by while you profit from the shop." Ju Chu's words left Shun Qing in thoughtful silence. "But if we continue this way, they will find out sooner or later," Shun Qing replied. "Every day we delay is another day of profit. You must also prepare for the inevitable. This shop will not remain yours indefinitely." Ju Chu's words struck a chord with Shun Qing, who understood her family's insatiable greed. They sought to seize anything and everything, leaving her mother unscathed during her lifetime. Shun Qing's mother had protected her well, fostering her NAV nature. Her mother had clearly advised her to distance herself from the Shun family, knowing that her disposition might lead to her being mistreated or worse. But with only these workers, progress will be slow. What if the noble ladies become disgruntled? Shun Qing queried. Ju Chu's confident smile reassured her. You must understand, what we are creating for them is not a fast-moving consumer product, not to mention, the designs I have created are fast-moving products emphasize speed and efficiency, he elaborated. What we are producing now are luxury items. The longer they wait, the more their anticipation builds. To avoid being outshone by other noble ladies, once they receive one item, they will be compelled to order another, believing that the longer they wait. Nevertheless, she harbored unwavering trust in Ju Chu throughout their time together. She had absorbed numerous business insights, and she felt confident that even if she were to manage the shop independently, it would not falter. Yet, she was acutely aware of the vast chasm between her capabilities and Ju Chu's, a disparity akin to heaven and earth. The prospect of earning nearly 20,000 taels of silver in a single day was something she could never have imagined before. Despite Ju Chu and Shun Qing's efforts to remain discreet, their burgeoning success inevitably attracted the attention of their competitors. Such occurrences were unavoidable, as the daily influx and outflux of goods at the shop could not remain hidden from discerning eyes. Moreover, the fabric supplier Shun Qing frequented could not keep the information confidential. The shop's supply had surged dramatically, rivaling that of 5 other shops combined. The bulk of the fabric was purchased by affluent families, such as the Chuanxiang family and other. These individuals typically bought fabric in considerable quantities, often to provide garments for their servants or stockpile for future events. While the noble ladies paid handsomely, their requirements were primarily for high-end silk, which, though limited in quantity, commanded exorbitant prices. Ju Chu initially believed that their competitors would resort to minor underhanded tactics. However, he had underestimated the depths of human malice in this era. The entire shop was nearly set ablaze by these individuals. The only reason it had not been consumed by flames was due to one person. "Young master," Ju Chu greeted the tall, imposing figure of the eldest son of the Liu family, who stood before him, his presence commanding. The Liu family's eldest son promptly seized Ju Chu's hand, preventing him from bowing. "Do not call me young master. From now on, refer to me as brother." Ju Chu accepted this without protest. "Brother, I have visited my parents. Thanks to your assistance, they are in a much better state than they otherwise would have been, especially my mother, who has never endured hardship. Please take this," the eldest son of the Liu family said, offering Ju Chu a bag of money. Ju Chu did not inspect its contents nor decline the gesture. This money was ultimately meant for Liu Song and his wife. As the eldest son of the Liu family, it was his duty to care for his parents, and Ju Chu had no reason to obstruct or refuse. "I was quite worried at first, but with your presence, I feel reassured. Just a couple more years, and Liu Jin will no longer be a concern. Once he is gone, I will explore my options," the eldest son of the Liu family continued, gesturing toward the bound individuals on the ground. "They were discovered behind your shop, plotting to set it ablaze. I leave their handling to you, as I cannot linger in the capital. Brother, will you not see Wanner?" Ju Chu inquired. The eldest son of the Liu family shook his head. "She is not to be seen. I wish to spare her the pain." Kneeling, he attempted to bow to Ju Chu. Ju Chu hurried to assist him. "Brother, what are you doing?" At that moment, the eldest, "Were it not for your help, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I cannot say if Wanner would have survived without your intervention. You have rendered a great service to the Liu family." He insisted on bowing, but "Your father and mother have treated me with great kindness. I have never been wronged. I grew up in poverty, and it has only been since entering the Liu family that I have experienced a year of good fortune." "It is simply my duty. Such great kindness does not require acknowledgement." The eldest son of the Liu family wished to express more but felt that, given his current station, he could not make any promises. With a heavy sigh, he departed. Chapter 12. Ju Chu's business tactics. Ju Chu gazed at the man lying unconscious on the ground, clad in night attire. "A dong, a foo, come here and carry him inside." Although darkness had fallen, the shop had been exceedingly busy of late. Shun Qing had conveniently rented a courtyard adjacent to the shop for Ju Chu. Consequently, Ju Chu relinquished the original courtyard. As for a dong and a foo, the two errand boys had taken to residing in the shop, taking turns to keep watch at night to prevent any mishaps. Even if this individual had successfully set fire, the flames would not have taken hold. The monthly wages had thus increased by half, a prospect they were more than willing to embrace. At this moment, a foo was on duty while a dong was preparing to sleep. Upon hearing Ju Chu's command, he instantly perked up. The two worked in unison to carry the man into the shop. "Bind him with ropes." A foo and his companion executed Ju Chu's orders with complete dedication. After working in the shop for several days, they were thoroughly impressed by their master's remarkable capabilities. Whether it was a lady of noble birth or a daughter of an official, there was no one Ju Chu could not handle. The young ladies of status were even ones they dared not look at, for fear of incurring the displeasure of the esteemed. Yet, their master treated such figures with indifference. They even witnessed the daughters of officials acting coyly towards Ju Chu, eager for their garments to be completed sooner. At times, a foo would privately muse that if a brothel for women were to open, their master would undoubtedly be the star attraction. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for they dared not voice them. Despite being considerably older than Ju Chu, they were utterly subdued in his presence. Before long, the man was securely bound to a chair. Ju Chu took a sip from the tea on the counter, rinsed his mouth, and spat the last mouthful onto the man's face. The man, however, remained unresponsive. "He can't be dead, can he?" Ju Chu mused, placing his hand beneath the man's nose. "Fortunately, he still breathes." With that, Ju Chu swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The blow left the man dazed yet conscious. He jolted awake, nearly toppling backward, but a foo was quick to steady the chair. "Who sent you to commit arson?" Ju Chu inquired with keen interest as he scrutinized the man. "What are you talking about?" I don't understand, the man stubbornly replied, determined to remain silent, believing Ju had no leverage against him since there was no evidence. Do you think I have no means to deal with you? Ju asked with a hint of amusement. The man, hearing this, chose to ignore him, remaining tight-lipped. You may choose not to speak, but tomorrow I shall deliver you to the magistrate of Shunqian Prefecture. I should mention, I am quite familiar with the daughter of the magistrate, Master Zhang. She recently placed an order for garments here. Ju produced an order slip that prominently displayed the name Zhang Linger. When the time comes, I shall simply inform Miss Zhang. Do you believe I will need further evidence? I could easily spend a few coins to ensure you meet your demise in prison, Ju added, patting the man's face. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the man's brow, and panic flickered in his eyes. Lock him up. Tomorrow he goes straight to Shunqian Prefecture, Ju stated as he rose to leave, seemingly unwilling to afford the man any further opportunity. Wait, I'll talk, the man hurriedly exclaimed, finally conceding. After all, it was hardly worth losing his life over a mere sum of money. He revealed that he had been hired to set the fire by none other than the Feng family shop, located not far from theirs, which also dealt in textiles. The two shops were less than 100 meters apart. Initially, the Feng family shop had been doing reasonably well, but Shunqing's shop, which had once been undermined by them, was now flourishing. Consequently, the Feng family was feeling the pinch, with their business dwindling to a mere trickle. Understanding the reasons behind their declining trade, their proprietor grew increasingly envious, particularly as he observed Shunqing's shop bustling with activity. In a fit of rage, he sought out a distant relative from the countryside, offering him 10 taels of silver to carry out the act of arson. Ju insisted that a Fu and the others escort the man to Shunqian Prefecture, albeit merely charging him with attempted arson. He would not be detained for long. As for the Feng family, Ju had no intention of using the authorities to bring them down, especially since the fire had not ignited. The government would find it difficult to intervene in such a case. Moreover, Ju preferred to ruin the Feng family through commercial means rather than through such brute force. The proprietor of the Feng family shop was named Feng Yude, a man whose character was in stark contrast to his name, deceitful and unscrupulous. The following morning, Ju made a grand entrance at the Feng family shop. Oh, isn't he this Ju the shopkeeper? What brings you here? Feng Yude likely surmised Ju's purpose. After all, the previous night, Shunqing's shop had not caught fire, and the distant relative had gone missing, suggesting that something had gone awry. However, Feng Yude remained unperturbed. Such failed attempts at arson would only result in a minor fine from the authorities, a mere slap on the wrist. Thus, upon seeing Ju, Feng Yude exuded confidence, even lacing his, "It's just that our business has been thriving so well that we've run out of fabric. I noticed your shop seems to be struggling, so I thought I'd ask if you could exchange some of your fabric with us." Ju made no mention of the previous night's events, but his words nearly drove Feng Yude to the brink of fury. As he spoke, Ju feigned casual interest in the types of fabric displayed in the Feng family shop. Ju, don't get too carried away. One cannot be too arrogant, lest they encounter misfortune on the darkened paths, Feng Yude retorted. Your fabric isn't he selling? Trading it with us would turn it into cash, Ju jested. He says I can't sell it, just wait and see. Feng Yude snapped back. At this point, Ju had memorized the styles of fabric in the Feng family shop. The primary fabrics sold at the Feng family shop were all available at Shunqing's shop, with only 2 or 3 types missing, which Ju instructed Shunqing to procure. He then sold these fabrics at significantly lower prices than those of the Feng family shop. Indeed, Ju intended to wage a price war. Shunqing's shop was now vastly larger than the Feng family's, and even if the fabrics were sold at a loss, they would still attract a considerable amount of business. Most importantly, it would siphon off the Feng family's clientele, given the proximity of the two shops. But that was not the end of it. Ju also had Shunqing visit the bookstore, spending money to carve a printing plate. He printed 2,000 to 3,000 flyers, utilizing the cheapest paper available to keep costs down. The content of the flyers primarily advertised limited time discounts on various fabrics from Shin's shop, all of which were sourced from the Feng family. With the diligent efforts of a Fu and a Dong, these flyers were rapidly distributed, covering an area that included the Feng family's shop. Consequently, the already sparse business at the Feng family shop was utterly decimated by Zhu Chu's maneuvers. Occasionally, a few customers would wander in, but upon comparing prices, they would promptly head towards Zhu Chu's establishment. Feng Yu seethed with frustration yet found himself powerless to act. The scale of Shun Qing's shop was simply overwhelming. Selling the fabrics at a loss would be no issue for Zhu Chu, but should Feng Yu attempt similar tactics, he would incur devastating losses. The disparity in scale meant a significant difference in procurement costs. Shun Qing sourced his fabrics at least 1 yuan cheaper per foot than Feng Yu. However, this was merely the first step. Zhu Chu had also bribed the shopkeeper at the Feng family shop to acquire a list of their regular customers along with their addresses. With this information in hand, Zhu Chu tailored his approach to suit each individual, successfully luring away all of Feng Yu's established clientele. As a result, Feng Yu found himself entirely bereft of business. Chapter 13. The self-destructive Feng Yu brother. I wish to have shat soup. As Zhu Chu returned home from work, Mu Yunjin ran over, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. Over the past month, Mu Yunjin had grown plump under Zhu Chu's care, though it was merely a charming baby fat, rather than true obesity. During this month of studying painting with the old master, he discovered Zhu Chu's own aptitude for painting could only be described as mediocre. The old master had chosen Zhu Chu as his disciple not for his talent, but rather for his character, tenacious and grateful. At such a tender age, Zhu Chu's knowledge and insights were unparalleled. The old master had once eavesdropped on Zhu Chu imparting military strategies to Liu Wei and had even inquired with interest, with such eloquence, "Do you possess a method to counter the Mongols surrounding us?" Zhu Chu, upon hearing this, replied, "Isn't that simple? In truth, our Ming dynasty's national policy is progressively dismantling the Mongol threat. The Ming strictly forbade the smuggling of salt and iron into the grasslands, for the Mongols lacked the technology to smelt iron. Perhaps they once possessed it, but it had long since regressed." Zhu Chu understood that as the Ming dynasty advanced into its later years, the Mongols would become increasingly insignificant, having regressed to the point where they regarded even an iron pot as a treasured heirloom. Many people, lacking iron pots, were forced to use sheepskin bags to cook meat with boiling water, often consuming it half-raw. In his previous life, the Ming dynasty had defended itself rigorously, yet was ultimately outmaneuvered by the later Jin dynasty, largely due to the likes of Li Chengliang. Without their assistance, the later Jin would have had no chance of rising. By the time of the Qing dynasty, trade along the borders became even more stringent, and the Mongols had nearly devolved to a state akin to that of savages. Zhu Chu recalled a television show where a Mongolian prince, desperate to acquire iron tools, offered women to Yangging without iron tools. The Mongols were akin to toothless tigers. After Zhu Chu shared this strategy, the old master's eyes sparkled with understanding. Although he lacked knowledge of military tactics, he recognized the practicality of the plan. However, this method takes too long to yield results. The Ming may not survive until the Mongols are no longer a threat. Upon hearing this, the old master's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a startled bird, scanning their surroundings. "Are you out of your mind?" What reckless words! Recovering, the old master discerned the implication in Zhu Chu's words. "Do you have a better plan?" Zhu Chu smiled and refrained from answering directly, instead posing a counter-question. If Wu Zubing could launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu royal court, why could others not? Both the Xiongnu and the Mongols share a characteristic. They follow the water and grass for sustenance, and the location of their royal court may shift every few years. In the vast grasslands, it's a feat for us Han people to avoid getting lost. Even Li Guang often faltered. That's one aspect. The second is that Wu Zubing commanded his troops with precision rather than numbers, traveling light and sustaining himself through warfare. Under such conditions, the Xiongnu, living in comfort, would never anticipate the sudden arrival of Wu Zubing's forces. Unprepared, they were unable to defend themselves. This is what military strategy refers to. Speed is of the essence. Strike where the enemy is unprepared. Zhu Chu and the old master engaged in extensive discussion, ultimately winning the old man's admiration. Were it not for his age, the old master would have eagerly sought to become Ju Chu's disciple to learn military tactics. This was also the reason he had pursued Ju Chu after noticing his absence. Ju Chu affectionately ruffled Mu Yunjin's hair. "All right, I shall go by Shad. You go fetch the master to join us." Ju Chu had just received his monthly wages yesterday. While the sum was modest, the commission was substantial. Last month, the revenue from Shenqing's shop had reached a staggering 80,000 taels, with a net profit exceeding 30,000. Shenqing was astute and generously granted Ju Chu a 10% share. Consequently, Ju Chu found himself with nearly 7,000 taels in hand, allowing him the luxury of not having to dine at the shop for every meal. Ju Chu had previously prepared shad soup at the shop, and the exquisite flavor had left an indelible impression on everyone. Even the old master, accustomed to fine delicacies, had relished it to the point of satiety. "It's truly remarkable. How is it that your shad soup tastes so distinct from others?" Of course, it was different. During his spare time, Ju Chu had ground shells into powder, mixing it with shrimp skins and powdered dried mushrooms with the addition of this enhancer, combined with the shad's natural sweetness, the resulting fish soup was nothing short of sublime. "Never mind, I'll just cook it and deliver it to him later." Ju Chu reconsidered, stopping Mu Yunjin from heading out. He had learned the location of the old master's residence in recent days. It was at the home of a beautiful woman he had previously encountered at the academy. One could not deny that the old master was quite fortunate in that regard. "All right," Mu Yunjin replied cheerfully. Ju Chu's reluctance to let the young girl venture out was primarily due to the late hour, which posed safety concerns. Ju Chu took some money and returned to the shop. "Afu, go fetch me some shad," he instructed, handing over the money. Shad was always in high demand. Its delightful taste made it a favorite among nobles and dignitaries, leading to a near depletion of the fish. Typically, to purchase shad, one would need to visit the fish market at dawn. However, given the current evening hour, it was challenging for an ordinary person to procure it, and even if they did, it was likely not fresh. But Afu was different. His cousin was a shad vendor, and as long as he went, he could procure the freshest shad at any time. "Absolutely, boss," Afu exclaimed, recalling the delightful shad soup prepared by Ju Chu not long ago. Unable to resist, he took the money and dashed off to his cousin's house. "Boss, later on, I'll be having shad soup at my place. Make sure to invite Adong as well," Ju Chu said to Shenqing, who was still organizing goods with Adong. However, Shenqing appeared disheartened, seemingly preoccupied with something on his mind. "Very well." Ju Chu noticed Shenqing's demeanor but did not press for details, surmising the source of his concern. Some matters inevitably had to be confronted. Afu was efficient and soon returned with several lively shad in hand. While the fish was delicious, it was also bony and thus ill-suited for other culinary methods. Boiling it for soup was the ideal approach. "In a quarter of an hour, come over to my house for shad soup," Ju Chu instructed. Taking the shad home with him after preparing the shad, Ju Chu stuffed slices of ginger and scallion into the fish's belly. He then heated lard in a pot, frying the shad until both sides turned golden brown. Once adequately seared, he added hot water, watching as the liquid transformed into a milky white hue at an observable pace. Covering the pot, he let it simmer for a few minutes, then lifted the lid to add salt and tofu, continuing to cook for another 10 minutes or so. When he lifted the lid again, a pot of exquisite fish soup was ready. Finally, he added the flavor enhancer. By this time, Shenqing and the others had also arrived. Ju Chu filled a large container with fish soup. "The soup is ready. Please help yourselves while I deliver some to the master." With that, Ju Chu set off with the food container. Shenqing stepped into the kitchen to assist with serving the soup. The old master's residence was not far from Ju Chu's home, just a few turns away. Ju Chu knocked on the door. "Who is it?" a melodious voice inquired. "Madam, it is I, Ju Chu." Ju Chu's address as a madam made the woman's heart flutter as she promptly opened the door. Hengqi, I was just about to prepare dinner." "Come in quickly, I'll whip up something delicious for you too," as she urged, waving him inside. Many people adhere to the custom of not eating after noon. but both the old master and Ju Chu were unconcerned with such practices. "No need for you to trouble yourself, madam. I have prepared shad soup specifically for you and the master," Ju Chu said, gesturing to the food container in his hand. "You're quite the thoughtful one," the old master remarked, having overheard the commotion and emerging into the courtyard. Ju Chu stayed for a couple of drinks with the old master. "All right, enough of that, you should head back now," the old master said, waving his hand dismissively after they had eaten and drunk their fill. "Madam, I shall take my leave now." Ju Chu rose to bid farewell to the woman. "Be careful on your way back. It's getting dark," she advised. "Do not worry about this lad. Having trained with the Liu family, he could fend off 7 or 8 assailants without issue." The old master chuckled. Ju Chu chose not to engage further with the old master and turned to leave. As he departed the old master's residence, the night had fully descended, and the streets were nearly deserted. Occasionally, the sound of the night watchman's calls could be heard. As he walked, he encountered. During the past half-month, Feng's shop had suffered greatly due to Ju Chu's machinations, resulting in no business whatsoever. Feng Yude seethed with resentment, wishing he could eliminate Ju Chu. However, this was the capital, teeming with nobles. Until he had ascertained Ju Chu's background, he dared not act rashly. In recent days, Feng Yude had been inquiring about Ju Chu's circumstances. When he learned that Ju Chu was merely a servant from the Liu family, his concerns evaporated. Such a person, if perished, would elicit no repercussions. Thus, that night, he gathered 6 or 7 burly men, intent on murdering Ju Chu. They had been watching him since he left the house, biding their time to strike. "Ju shopkeeper, I warned you, a proud man must face calamity." Feng Yude, brimming with confidence, wore a smug expression. In his eyes, if Ju Chu were dead, business at his shop would surely flourish. Ju Chu was not surprised to see Feng Yude. Just as Feng Yude was contemplating how to deal with Ju Chu was also devising a permanent solution to the threat Feng posed. After all, individuals like Feng Yude were perpetual liabilities. Ju Chu had long ago bribed the manager of Feng Yude's shop, obtaining substantial evidence of his misdeeds. Feng Yude had committed numerous nefarious acts, including murder and arson. Some managers were aware of his transgressions, but they had not participated. Ju Chu had simply been too busy in recent days to confront Feng Yude. Unexpectedly, rather than Ju Chu provoking Feng Yude, it was Feng who initiated the confrontation. "What, do you dare to murder someone in the street?" Ju Chu scoffed. "What of it? You're merely a servant. No one will care if you die." Feng Yude sneered coldly. After uttering this, he gestured for his men to move. The group immediately surrounded Ju Chu, brandishing wooden clubs. This took Ju Chu aback momentarily, but he quickly grasped the situation. Iron weapons and knives were controlled items. These ruffians could hardly procure such tools. He had overestimated them. They were merely rustic villagers, lacking any martial skills, relying solely on brute strength. They were no match for Ju Chu. As the old master had wisely noted, Ju Chu possessed pure, untainted martial skills. A year of training equated to several years of others' efforts. Moreover, Ju Chu's foundational skills were exceptionally solid, even without a weapon. Each of his moves carried great force. One by one, the attackers were sent flying, as if struck by a carriage, unable to rise again. After dealing with the others, Ju Chu turned his attention to Feng Yude with a sense of curiosity. What do you intend to do?" Feng Yude looked at Ju Chu with a ghostly expression. "I'll tell you this. This is the capital, beneath the Emperor's feet. Do you still dare to commit murder in the street?" Ju Chu had no intention of taking a life. He merely intended to hand Feng Yude over to the Shunqian. As for the thugs who had attacked him, they had long since fled without a trace. Ju Chu was too indifferent to pursue them. "Ju shopkeeper, what brings you here?" The constable on duty at the Shunqian prefecture greeted Ju Chu with a smile. With the recent surge in Shunqing's shop revenue, Ju Chu was aware that it was impossible to conceal this from the officials. Thus, he arranged for Shunqing to donate 2,000 taels to the prefecture for renovations. Officially, it was for repairs, but Ju Chu was aware that the funds would likely be redistributed among the officials. This money was certainly not wasted. Since then, the constables patrolling the streets would always greet Ju Chu. Some individuals, witnessing this exchange, quashed any inappropriate thoughts they might have entertained. "This Feng Yud has committed murder and arson. I have the evidence," Ju Chu declared, producing the meticulously prepared evidence from his bosom and handing it to the constable, along with a bribe of 2 taels. Upon hearing this, Feng Yud's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Very well, I'll have him interrogated first thing tomorrow morning." "Just you wait," the constable replied, taking the evidence and noting its weight with a knowing smile. Chapter 14. The Shun family's attempt to reclaim the shop. When Ju Chu returned home, Shun Qing was still present, while a Fu and a Dong had already returned to the shop. "I was concerned about my younger sister being alone at home, so I stayed to keep her company," as Shun Qing explained upon seeing Ju Chu. After all, it was the dead of night, and as a woman alone in Ju Chu's household, it was a precarious position to be in. "Thank you," Ju Chu nodded in acknowledgement. "Does your family wish to reclaim this shop?" Shun Qing silently nodded. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this eventuality, he was still her father. Shun Qing had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps her father might speak on her behalf, yet she found that the Shun family had long since become inhospitable to her. Her father barely cast a glance her way, his attention solely on his sons and concubines. The shop was destined to be lost. After all, it had merely been entrusted to Shun Qing for management. Shun Qing nodded in response to his words. "You are right, in this world, one must rely on oneself. Only when one becomes formidable will others treat them with respect." Ju Chu set down his teacup and turned his gaze towards Mu Yunjin. "Sister, I have matters to discuss with her." Mu Yunjin cast a concerned glance at Ju Chu, then at Shun Qing, and upon confirming their mutual understanding, she turned to leave. "Such a clever little one," Ju Chu noted with a hint of exasperation as he observed Mu Yunjin's subtle. Shun Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a warmth in her ears. The notion of a solitary man and woman sharing the same room at such an hour was something she would not have dared to contemplate in the past. However, at this moment, Shun Qing was indifferent to such considerations. Her singular desire was to earn money and grow strong. As for the Shun family, she no longer cared. "If you have made up your mind, go to the Shun family tomorrow morning and negotiate a division. Return the shop to them," Ju Chu stated with clarity, as if he had already mapped out the path ahead. "Understood," Shun Qing replied, harboring no doubts about Ju Chu's words, fully committed to following through. "Have you identified a prospective shop?" "The shops in this vicinity are quite costly," Shun Qing could not help but inquire. After all, they were in the capital, where land was as precious as gold. Every shop commanded a sky-high price. For instance, even when business was poor, acquiring Shun Qing's shop would have required no less than 50,000 taels of silver. Ju Chu had initially assumed that purchasing a shop would not be exorbitant, but after conducting some research, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He recalled a saying from either Water Margin or some other text, stating that 10 taels of silver could buy a 2-story loft in Yanggu County. Ju Chu thought to himself that even if Yanggu County was a remote place, a larger commercial shop there would cost at most 100 or 200 taels, while the shops in the capital, no matter how expensive, should not exceed 2,000 or 3,000 taels. Yet, reality proved Ju Chu completely mistaken. The capital was not as expansive as the later eras, merely comprising the 4 9 cities. Even the most outlying areas would be considered within the second ring in the future. Upon realizing the exorbitant prices of the shops, Ju Chu could not help but recall some historical accounts. During the Song Dynasty, Zhu Xi had once lamented the housing prices in Bianjing, noting that even high-ranking officials struggled to find accommodations, despite their well-known generous salaries. Su Zhe had even shared his own experience, having spent nearly 9,400 guan to purchase a residence in Bianjing. This illustrates that regardless of the dynasty, prices in the capital have always remained exorbitant. In the 14th year of the Jiajing era, Jin Shuiyan, the left vice minister, proposed a ban on the use of silver among the populace, citing that countless wealthy households in Jiangnan possessed at least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, while the court's total silver reserves barely exceeded 100 million taels. At that time, silver was not yet the mainstream currency. It was only during the Longqing era that silver was established as a currency. This implies that if a wealthy household possessed hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, they would need to have a vast amount of copper coins, worth several times that in silver. The Ming dynasty's annual expenditure was roughly 50 to 60 million taels of silver, yet the emperor's discretionary funds amounted to merely 1 or 2 million taels. In summary, it was not that the Ming lacked wealth. Rather, it was the court and the royal family that were financially constrained. Renting, on the other hand, was quite affordable, yet conducting business in a rented shop was akin to living under someone else's roof. While business could be manageable during lean times, a surge in success would undoubtedly incite jealousy, leading to attempts to reclaim the shop. Shen Qing's experience with the Shen family had instilled in her a reluctance to rent a shop for business. It was simply too unstable. Of course, there are shops available. The Feng family's shop would be quite suitable, Zhu Chu remarked with interest. The Feng family, would that old fox Feng you'd be willing to sell? Shen Qing questioned, puzzled. Whether he is willing or not is beyond his control, Zhu Chu replied accurately. The following day, the Feng family was indeed raided, as Feng Yud had committed far too many misdeeds. All of the Feng family's assets were confiscated, ostensibly to compensate the victims' families. Yet, Zhu Chu understood that this was merely a facade. The officials had their eyes set on the Feng family's wealth. The confiscation of the Feng family's assets further illuminated for Zhu Chu the rigid class structure of this era, instilling a sense of vigilance within him. Most of these officials were predatory, merciless individuals. Miss, have you given it any thought? Early the next morning, before Shen Qing had even visited the Shen family, the family steward arrived at the shop. The steward displayed no respect for Shen Qing, fully aware that she was merely a nominal heiress. The Shen family had long since abandoned her. In recent days, the Shen family had learned of Shen Qing's lucrative shop. Although they were unaware of the exact profits, the bustling activity at the shop spoke volumes about its daily revenue. This single shop likely equated to the combined worth of 4 or 5 others, if not more. The entire Shen family collectively owned only a handful of shops. The concubines could hardly tolerate the idea of this shop falling into Shen Qing's hands, regardless of the fact that it had prospered under her management. To them, Shen Qing was merely a burden, destined to marry off, and not their own daughter. Thus, the concubines conspired to whisper sweet nothings into Shen Qing's father's ear, suggesting that Shen Qing be married off. As for the shop, given its current profitability, they knew that her father would be reluctant to part with it as a dowry. This situation had caused Shen Qing considerable distress for several days. The steward had come to deliver an ultimatum. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Either have my father come or let Liu Yinyang speak with me. Shen Qing shot a glance at the steward, dismissing the pompous lackey entirely. You! The steward pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Qing, though he dared not truly chastise her. After all, he was still a servant, and she was his superior. While he could afford to show her disrespect, to insult her would be another matter entirely. If the master learned of such insolence, the steward would find himself without a place to stand within the Shen family. Very well, Qing'er, speak your mind. How do you wish to negotiate? A voice resonated through the shop as Liu Yinyang stepped forward. The very woman Zhu Chu had encountered at the tea house. Upon seeing the principal party, Shen Qing no longer sought to assert herself. She understood well that Liu Yinyang held the power to make decisions. I am willing to relinquish the shop to you. Not a single piece of fabric will I take with me, Shen Qing declared, eliciting joy within Liu Yinyang's. She was merely 16 or 17 years old, facing an elder of the family. It was easy to conceptualize many things in her mind, yet confronting them in reality caused her trepidation. What condition do you propose? Liu Yinyang inquired. Once I cede the shop to you, I will sever all ties with the Shen family. A contract must be signed, ensuring that you may never meddle in my marriage. I shall still be recognized as a daughter of the Shen family publicly, preserving the family's honor, but any matters concerning the Shen family will no longer pertain to me, Shen Qing articulated, seemingly exhausting her strength with that declaration. Upon hearing this, Liu Yinyang pondered the advantageous nature of such an arrangement. It was indeed a double blessing. In this way, the Shen family would not have to provide a dowry for Shen Qing, a considerable sum in a time when affluent families often provided substantial gifts. Although they could not leverage Shen Qing's marriage to advance their son's career, Liu Yinyang was keenly aware that her son was hardly scholarly. Thus, this transaction was undoubtedly a lucrative one for her. First, bring me the account books. I shall review them, Liu Yinyang said nonchalantly. Shen Qing did not object, fully aware that only with sufficient incentives would Liu Yinyang be swayed soon. The account books were presented before Liu Yinyang. Initially, she approached them with a casual demeanor, yet as she flipped through the pages, her astonishment grew by the end. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The shop had reportedly earned tens of thousands of taels of silver in the previous month alone. If 1 month yielded tens of thousands, then in a year, it would amount to hundreds of thousands. What does that signify? It surpassed the total income of the entire Shen family combined. Even Liu Yinyang, at that moment, was rendered completely unsteady. She turned to face Shen Qing. The profits from last month cannot be given to you. I must reserve some for my own dowry. Seemingly aware of Liu Yinyang's thoughts, Shen Qing promptly rejected her claim. If you intend to swallow all of that money, I shall not hesitate to set the shop ablaze. Shen Qing's expression remained impassive as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Liu Yinyang contemplated the situation but ultimately prioritized the larger picture. She could not afford to sacrifice the greater good for a minor loss. As long as the shop remained intact, she would possess a golden goose laying eggs for her. She need not fret about lacking funds. Very well, draft the documents, and I shall have your father sign them later. Liu Yinyang thought only of how to spend the wealth that would soon be at her disposal, her demeanor elevated in a state of elation. Chapter 15, Zhu Chu's Tactics, Acquiring the Feng family shop. What? This wretched child wishes to sever ties with the Shen family. Shen Qing's father, Shen Liang, erupted in fury upon hearing Aunt Liu's words. His own daughter dared to take the initiative to distance herself from the Shen family while he could forsake her. How dare she impose demands upon him, to abandon the Shen family? My lord, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. The girl has assured me that she will not disclose this to outsiders. To the world, she remains a daughter of the Shen family, Aunt Liu said, caressing Shen Liang's chest. That shop of hers is indeed remarkable. Last month, it garnered over 30,000 taels of silver. This shop is of utmost importance. Aunt Liu's alluring charm dissipated much of Shen Liang's ire. Very well, since this wretched child wishes to sever her ties with the Shen family, let us abide by her wishes. Does she think that conducting business is a simple endeavor? When she finds herself destitute, she will come to appreciate the value of the Shen family, though by then, it will be too late for regrets. As Shen Liang spoke, he accepted the document and affixed his signature. Before long, the document was in Shen Qing's possession. Excellent, the shop shall be returned to you forthwith. Shen Qing tucked the document away and then turned to a Fu and a Dong. Will you two continue working here, or will you follow me? Though a Fu and a Dong were not particularly quick-witted, they understood that the shop's current success was entirely due to the manager. With the manager's departure, they could foresee the shop's decline. They had witnessed how customers came specifically seeking the manager, and the gazes of many noblewomen toward him were anything but innocent. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Moreover, even if they chose to stay, the new owner and manager might not retain them, who would not prefer to hire their own people. I will follow the owner, both of them replied in unison. Meanwhile, Zhu Chu, with the 20,000 taels of silver bestowed by Shen Qing, purchased the Feng family shop in Shenzhen Prefecture. In terms of area, the Feng family shop was significantly larger than the one previously owned by Shen Qing. Under normal circumstances, it would fetch no less than 50,000 taels, if not more. However, now that it had fallen into the hands of the authorities, it was akin to a property auction in modern times, thus priced considerably lower. Yet even at a discounted rate, the shop would typically still cost over 30,000 taels. Should Zhu Chu acquire it for that sum, both he and Shen Qing would be left without liquid capital. Zhu Chu did not seek the daughter of the Shenzhen Prefecture's magistrate. Although their relationship was amicable, he believed she would be willing to speak on his behalf to her father. However, this matter involved finances, setting aside whether the magistrate would agree. If other officials within the network became aware of the Feng family shop's value and sought to negotiate a lower price, it would be an arduous task. Zhu Chu's ability to negotiate hinged upon not infringing upon their interests. Once those interests were threatened, they would turn predatory. With no background to support him, Zhu Chu had to tread carefully in dealings with such individuals. One misstep could leave him with nothing but bones. Prior to the Feng family's property seizure, Ju Chu approached the scribe responsible for recording the Feng family's assets, offering him 1,000 taels. In a standard division, such a minor official would typically receive only a few taels. The bulk of the profits would not reach them. Wealth can corrupt the heart. A simple stroke of the pen would go unchallenged. The officials conducting the seizure were unaware of the shop's precise value, and even if they were, they lacked knowledge of how much the scribe had documented. Only those officials oblivious to the struggles of the common people could see the scribe's records, and they remained ignorant of the true worth of the Feng family shop. This was the advantage of information disparity, which Ju Chu exploited. Should the scribe hesitate even a fraction, it would be a slight to the 1,000 taels. While documenting, he significantly undervalued the Feng family shop, reducing its worth by approximately half. Many smaller shops were priced similarly. It was neither conspicuous nor likely to raise suspicion. If the price were too low, the officials could easily deduce the discrepancy. Subsequently, Ju Chu, adorned in a self-designed horseface skirt, approached the man. Even including the 1,000 taels given to the scribe, it was a lucrative deal. When the shop deed was presented to Shen Qing, she felt as though she were in a dream. "Did you really acquire it for 20,000 taels? Shen Qing assumed Ju Chu. As partners, honesty was paramount. Those who deceive others often find themselves ensnared in far greater traps. "How did you manage this?" Shen Qing gasped in astonishment. "That is a matter you need not concern yourself with. As for the new shop, as previously discussed, I shall take 40%, and you shall take 60%, Ju Chu stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qing fell silent. "What, do you think I am taking too much?" Ju Chu raised an eyebrow. "No, you are taking too little. Let us revise it. You shall take 60%, and I shall take 40%, as Shen Qing proposed, surprising Ju Chu. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" "I am merely a shopkeeper," Ju Chu inquired. "You can collaborate with anyone or even venture out on your own." "It is I who cannot do without you, not the other way around," as Shen Qing reflected. She was well aware that while she could find another manager, none would yield profits comparable to Ju Chu. Not to mention, when the shop's previous customers, particularly the noble women, learned of Ju Chu's new establishment, they would undoubtedly flock to it. This was indisputable. Who else could achieve such a feat? Perhaps Ju Chu currently lacked the capital to open his own shop, but accumulating sufficient funds was merely a matter of time. When that moment arrived, if Ju Chu chose to venture out independently, the prospects for her shop might plummet. "Moreover, during this time, I have learned much from you, and I wish to continue learning, hence you must take 60%, Shen Qing stated sincerely. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu did not decline. Although the shop was purchased with Shen Qing's funds, without his diligent efforts, it likely would have cost twice as much, if not more. Furthermore, whether he could have secured the purchase in the first place remained uncertain, as government auctions were highly competitive, and few could gain access. Ju Chu's agreement stemmed from another reason. He could not remain tethered to just this one shop indefinitely. Eventually, he would need to extricate himself. Managing the shop was merely a temporary strategy. Shen Qing was a discerning woman, adept at navigating situations and decisive in her actions. With a bit of nurturing, she could become a formidable businesswoman. In due course, he could entrust her with the shop's management and, should circumstances allow, she might even become his right-hand partner as his enterprise expanded. The current shop was but a trifling venture. Ju Chu had never truly placed significant value on it. "Have a Fu procure some firecrackers. We shall celebrate the grand opening in 3 days. Also, I shall draft a flyer for you to have printed in bulk at the bookshop. We must create a lively atmosphere for the opening," Ju Chu instructed. "Moreover, ensure we have ample stock. We cannot afford a repeat of the previous shop's mismanagement," Ju Chu admonished. Previously, due to uncertainty regarding when the Shen family would reclaim their property, they dared not stockpile inventory, lest the fabric be left for the Shen family alone. Now that the shop belonged to both of them, such concerns were alleviated. After issuing these directives, Ju had Fu purchase several shad fish, half a lamb, and various other ingredients. This past month had been arduous, leaving him little time for leisure. With a moment to spare, he intended to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. While simmering the fish soup, Ju sent a dong to summon his cousin for dinner and asked Fu to invite the old man and his wife. Soon, the house was filled with 7 or 8 people eagerly awaiting Ju's culinary creations. Shenqing, who had once been a pampered young lady, had never laid a finger on domestic chores, thus lacking any cooking skills. In contrast, Ju's teacher's wife, though originally from a privileged background, had learned everything upon marrying the old man and now assisted Ju in the kitchen. Teacher's wife, what drew you to my teacher, that old rascal? Ju teased while preparing the lamb. Enough with your impudence, the woman replied, her cheeks flushed. Then, seemingly lost in thought, she continued, in his youth, he was renowned throughout the land, many esteemed dignitaries sought a glimpse of his countenance. Alas, his life has been fraught with hardships. Had fortune favoured him, he would not have faced such tribulations, but were it not for these trials, how could I have the privilege of being by his side? The woman's face radiated sweetness as she spoke. Love-struck and hopeless, Ju could not resist commenting. What did you say? The woman asked, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. I was merely checking to see if the lamb was ready. Ju hastily redirected the conversation. Chapter 16. The visit of the noble lady. Before long, a table brimming with an exquisite array of dishes was prepared, the majority of which were meat. The guests indulged heartily, devouring the feast with abandon. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I have traversed the entire capital and even savoured the delicacies of Jiangnan, yet He was disinclined to utter the impractical platitudes about a gentleman keeping his distance from the kitchen, especially since Ju hailed from a humble background as a scholar servant. Moreover, the elder had witnessed the stark contrast between his former life as a favoured young master and his current state of poverty. He had seen through much in his years. I, too, have dined at the grand establishments of the capital, but none can compare to Xiao Chu's culinary prowess. They fall woefully short, added Sun Xiang, Ju's paternal uncle, unable to suppress his admiration. Meanwhile, Mu Yunjin displayed an insatiable appetite, for children at her age are known for their remarkable capacity for food. She abandoned her chopsticks entirely and resorted to gnawing on a large lamb bone with her hands. Mind your manners, Ju interjected, for Mu Yunjin was, after all, the young lady of the Liu family, and he wished to spare her from appearing uncouth in his presence. After we finish this meal, I shall pay heed to that, she replied, still gnawing on the bone, prompting hearty laughter from the assembled guests. As the festivities continued, a knock echoed through the air. Afu and Adong, serving as attendants, promptly rushed to open the door. To their surprise, standing at the entrance were Sun Jiao and several other young ladies from noble families. Is Hinchi at home? Sun Jiao inquired. Esteemed ladies, please enter. The proprietor is indeed at home. Afu and his companions hastened to usher them inside. This marked Sun Jiao's first visit, and as the eldest daughter of the Sun family, her unannounced visit to a gentleman's abode was generally deemed inappropriate. However, having discovered that both the shopkeeper and the staff at the Shen family establishment had changed, she had gathered a few close friends to seek out Ju. The young ladies were taken aback upon entering the courtyard, surprised by its modest size. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Ju was merely a shopkeeper. They were unaware that Ju earned a commission at Shenqing's shop, and while shopkeepers typically earned significantly more than their attendants. I apologize for my lack of proper reception, Ju said as he emerged to greet them. Having overheard the commotion, he led Sun Jiao and her companions into his study. Upon entering, the young lady's eyes sparkled with wonder. Though the study was not expansive, the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls and desk were of exceptional quality. Sun Jiao immediately recognized that most of the characters, these noble ladies, lacking other pastimes, often engaged in discussions about the arts, especially the talents of the young men in the capital. Among them was Chu Li, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, who was renowned for her literary prowess, excelling in various arts, particularly calligraphy, which earned her widespread acclaim. Yet, upon witnessing Ju Chu's work, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did Heng Chi study under a master? Chu Li inquired, for there was a significant distinction between a master and a renowned calligrapher. Those with exceptional skill and a unique style were regarded as masters, yet the number of true masters in the Ming Dynasty was exceedingly rare. Ju Chu paused at this question. My teacher, a man of leisure, never disclosed. Upon hearing this, Chu Li cast another glance at Ju Chu's calligraphy, her mind racing with a daring hypothesis. Has that esteemed master left behind any manuscripts or artworks? She asked eagerly, her tone reflecting the fervor of a devoted admirer about to meet her idol. Sun Jiao and the others were momentarily stunned into silence, forgetting their original purpose for visiting Ju Chu. Indeed, he did write some pieces, but they were taken away by him. Ju Chu fabricated a story, fully aware of the elder's extraordinary identity. He had his suspicions about the elder's background and wished to avoid drawing attention to him. Should too many discover his identity, it could spell trouble for them both. Chu Li's face fell in disappointment, but her spirits quickly revived. She had intended to request a piece of Ju Chu's calligraphy, but reconsidered, realizing that it might appear too intimate for a lady to ask a gentleman for such a favor, and thus she abandoned the thought. She resolved to visit more often, for if Ju Chu's teacher were indeed the illustrious figure she suspected, the mere thought excited her. What brings you esteemed ladies to seek me? Ju Chu hastily redirected the conversation. Sun Jiao perked up at the question. Today, we visited the Shen family shop and discovered that both the shopkeeper and the owner have changed. Would you care to join my family's shop? Though the Ming Dynasty had regulations prohibiting officials' families from engaging in commerce, these rules had only been strictly enforced during the reigns of Hongwu and Zhu Di. By the time of Renzong and Xuanzong, the foundations laid by Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanzhong had been severely undermined. Renzong, Zhu Gaoqi, had disbanded the military stationed in Nurigan, leading to a continuous reduction of Ming territory in the north. Under the reign of the excessively indulgent Emperor Zhengde, military governors became commonplace, further diminishing the central government's control over local affairs, resulting in a time when the emperor wielded little military authority. The current emperor, Zhu Hujiao, recognized this issue and had undertaken several military campaigns to reclaim power. This, however, was intolerable to the civil officials, ultimately leading to his demise by drowning. In Ju Chu's view, the so-called Renzong and Xuanzong prosperity was nothing but nonsense. The territory of the Ming Dynasty had suffered the most losses during the reigns of these two emperors. Zhu Yuanzhong and Zhu Di had initially established a strategic foothold in Southeast Asia, and had they continued to implement their plans, the region would have gradually been integrated into the Ming domain. However, once these two ascended to power, they utterly disrupted the entire Southeast Asian strategy. The first decree of Zhu Gaoqi upon ascending the throne was to halt Zheng He's voyages to the west. Neither of these emperors could be deemed virtuous rulers, yet they were glorified by the civil officials as the epitome of good governance. Their combined rule lasted barely over a decade. What could possibly be accomplished in such a brief span? After their ascension, the regulation prohibiting officials' families from engaging in commerce had effectively become a mere formality. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Sunday. Miss Shen and I are preparing to co-establish a new shop nearby, which will open in a couple of days. When the time comes, each of you shall receive a complimentary new-style horseface skirt. Ju Chu replied with tact, ensuring he neither dismissed Sun Jiao's offer nor failed to make her feel appreciated. The young ladies were elated at this news, especially Sun Jiao. Wonderful, Heng Chi, I thought you had abandoned this profession. Rest assured, we shall all come to celebrate your opening, she exclaimed. Sun Jiao seemed to sense Chu Li's unspoken thoughts. Heng Chi, we do not require you to gift us horseface skirts. Instead, we would like one of your calligraphy pieces each. That way, when you become a master, we can proudly showcase them, she suggested. Displaying her wit.it was indeed inappropriate for Chu Li to ask for a piece directly, but now that Sun Jiao was requesting on behalf of the group, it seemed perfectly acceptable. Yes, Heng Chi, remember to inscribe your name on them, the other young ladies chimed in agreement. Among these noble ladies, few possessed genuine talent. Most were merely dabbling in the arts. Since you insist, I shall not withhold them any longer. However, I must confess that my calligraphy is rather ordinary, so please keep them to yourselves and refrain from. Chu Li, too, was filled with joy. Chapter 17, the grand opening of the new shop. After Aunt Liu took over the Shen family's shop, she was initially filled with joy. The number of customers was unexpectedly high. However, the first question from each customer was astonishingly uniform: where is Manager Ju? Upon learning that Ju Chu had resigned, most customers turned on their heels and departed. Only a scant few chose to linger, but after exchanging just a few words with the new manager, they too left in anger. Despite the influx of patrons over the course of 2 days, the revenue remained disappointingly low. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Liu grew anxious and rushed to the shop to discern the cause of the predicament. If the shop were to falter under her stewardship, it would not bode well with the master of the house. Upon her arrival, Aunt Liu's gaze fell upon Shen Qing, who was busily preparing for the shop's grand opening. A surge of ire welled up within her as she approached Shen Qing, hands firmly planted on her hips. Well, well, you little wretch, I wondered why you so readily handed over the shop to me. Turns out you were just waiting for me to take the fall. Are you trying to make a fool of me by opening a new shop? Aunt Liu's combative nature was undeniable, her words dripping with sarcasm. Passers-by, witnessing her outburst, hurriedly steered clear, wary of being caught in the crossfire. You wanted the shop, and I've given it to you. I haven't taken a single bolt of fabric with me, Shen Qing retorted. Having learned the ropes of business from Ju Chu, she was no longer the naive flower she once was. Presently, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. As a legitimate daughter of the Shen family, I find myself without a place to call home after my mother's passing. I thought it best to establish my own shop, and just as my business was beginning to flourish, you swoop in to seize it. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks, her performance strikingly natural. Shen Qing recalled Ju Chu's advice about waging a war of public opinion, which could serve as an unintentional advertisement for the new shop. The denizens of the capital, largely untroubled by the burdens of survival, delighted in gossiping about the affairs of others. At this moment, Shen Qing sought to amplify the situation, drawing more spectators into the fray and positioning herself as the victim. This way, the onlookers would become potential future customers, and they would undoubtedly share the tale with their friends and family, thereby expanding her clientele. Ju Chu had anticipated Aunt Liu's outburst and had advised Shen Qing to escalate the matter. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, the pedestrians' eyes lit up with interest, their feet glued to the ground. A throng of people began to point and gossip about Aunt Liu. Enraged, she exclaimed, "When did you become so sharp-tongued, you little wretch?" In Aunt Liu's memory, Shen Qing had always been simple and unassuming. I never wished to change, but if given the choice, who wouldn't he want to be a carefree lady? Now, forced by you, Aunt Liu, to learn the ways of business, I returned the shop to you intact, yet my new venture seems to irritate you. Shen Qing concluded, burying her face in her hands as she wept. Following her words, the surrounding crowd turned their disdainful gazes upon Aunt Liu, their expressions filled with scorn as they murmured their disapproval. Aunt Liu, concerned for her reputation, could hardly maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Ju Chu had been observing the scene unfold from within the shop. Go tell Boss Wang that the script I wrote for him can commence. It will run for 3 consecutive days, Ju Chu instructed our Fu. Understood. Soon enough, news spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. There will be a grand theatrical performance in the southern part of the city, free for 3 days. Everyone, come and enjoy. The common folk, who relished a lively spectacle and found little in the way of entertainment during this era, flocked to the south. The script Ju Chu had penned was based on Shen Qing's experiences, detailing how her father and the concubines had oppressed the legitimate wife, and after her death, how the eldest daughter suffered exclusion and found herself without a foothold in the Shen household. Naturally, names were altered to avoid direct attribution. The narrative would then follow the eldest daughter as she endeavored to establish her own shop. Just as business began to thrive, the concubines attempted to usurp her success, forcing her to open a new establishment. Simply recounting this tale would not yield substantial results. After all, few were acquainted with Shen Qing's story, and it would not connect back to the new shop. However, with Aunt Liu's unwitting assistance, Ju Chu and Shen Qing's newly opened shop would soon become the talk of the capital, with all knowing that one of the proprietors was the character from the script. Consequently, the new shop would swiftly transform into a sensation, drawing countless affluent young ladies eager to bask in its popularity. Juju would then leverage competitive pricing and quality to ensure the shop's renown spread throughout the entire city. In terms of marketing strategy, Juju was operating on a different level entirely, with no rivals to speak of. "Aren't you worried your father will be devastated by this?" Juju asked Shenqing, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Once the script circulates, the Shen family's affairs would undoubtedly become a hot topic across the capital. At that point, both Shenqing's father and the entire Shen family would find themselves at the mercy of public scrutiny, and even the authorities might intervene. "After all, we signed a contract," Shenqing replied, producing the previously signed document. "I should have recognized the truth long ago. My mother shielded me from the storms of life, but I am acutely aware of the struggles she endured over the years. I can bear a few more grievances if it means seeking justice for her." A bitter smile crossed Shenqing's lips. "Since he no longer regards me as his daughter, why should I honor him as my father? If he were to end up in prison over this matter, I would still visit him regularly, as my final act of filial piety." Juju sighed at her words. Family matters are often the most difficult to navigate. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their own hardships. The impact of the script was unmistakable. By that evening, tales of the Shen family saga had spread throughout the capital. The following morning, as Arfu swung open the shop's doors, he was taken aback. A throng of people had gathered outside, seemingly awaiting the grand opening. This was the effect of the flyers from the previous day, coupled with the script and Shenqing's accusations against Aunt Liu. The combination of these elements had created a potent, synergistic response. Shenqing was equally astonished, never having anticipated that Juju's strategies would yield such remarkable results that seemed almost exaggerated. "Everyone, please remain calm and line up orderly," Juju announced, stepping forward. She gestured to Arfu, signaling him to bring forth the prearranged staff. Soon enough, 5 or 6 individuals clad in identical attire emblazoned with the Yun Gui Fang appeared, carrying trays filled with rock candy, roasted seeds, and assorted dried fruits, while some carried water jugs, offering refreshments to those in line. In an instant, queuing no longer felt like a chore. "The eldest daughter truly knows how to conduct business," remarked one patron who had attended the performance the previous day. Juju then instructed Arfu to set off firecrackers, officially commencing business operations. "Congratulations to Yun Gui Fang on its grand opening, from the daughter of Lord Sun. Congratulations to Yun Gui Fang on its grand opening, from the daughter of Lord Chu." Before long, a stream of noble ladies arrived, each bearing gifts. Each present amounted to several hundred taels of silver. Juju had arranged for new styles of clothing to be prepared in advance, offering 2 sets to each visitor. Sun Jiao and her companions were filled with delight. Those entering the shop quickly discovered that the fabrics at Yun Gui Fang were significantly cheaper than those at other establishments, yet of superior quality, a result of Juju's negotiations with the fabric suppliers. Juju understood that once their shop opened, the volume of business would be immense, far surpassing that of the former Shen family shop. The goods procured were not of ordinary quality. They were at least tenfold superior to what other shops offered, thus, they became a major client, possessing the leverage to negotiate favorable terms. The wholesale price of common fabrics was reduced by 2 to 3 wen per foot, while they were sold at a price lower than other shops by a single wen. This strategy allowed Yun Gui Fang to offer lower prices while still reaping greater profits. It was not that Juju wished to minimize prices further. Doing so would severely constrict the survival of other shops, rendering them adversaries. That was not Juju's intent. A reduction of 1 wen was just right. Chapter 18. 3 years. Juju's assessment of the court time flows like water, swiftly passing by. Nearly 3 years have elapsed since the opening of Juju's new shop. A multitude of events has unfolded in this span, among which the most significant is the death of the chief eunuch, Liu Jin. Despite this, no one in the court dares to speak on behalf of the Liu family, which is hardly surprising. The civil and military officials have long been at odds with the Jinyi Wei, who would advocate for a mere 100 households of the Jinyi Wei. Consequently, the members of the Liu family remain imprisoned in the dungeons. However, due to Juju's influence, their plight, although far from ideal, is a stark contrast to that of other inmates. Ju Chu allocates a monthly sum of 100 taels of silver to bribe the guards, allowing the Liu family to change their bedding every fortnight, and ensuring that their cells are cleaned daily by the guards. In the prison, the disparity in treatment between those who are favored and those who are not is immense. After Liu Jin's demise, the head of the Liu family visited the capital, seeking to negotiate for the release of his kin. Ju Chu generously provided him with substantial funds for this purpose. Unfortunately, despite Liu Jin's death, his numerous protégés remain in power. The head of the Liu family, though wealthy, finds himself unable to secure their release, as no one wishes to offend the powerful eunuchs. The emperor is still alive. Ju Chu understands fully that both Liu Jin and the other influential eunuchs are merely instruments in the emperor's hand, wielded against the civil and military officials. In the current court, while some officials may be unjustly executed, one by one they are being eliminated, leaving no room for error. Many actions are too delicate for the emperor to undertake directly. Once initiated, they would obliterate any possibility of reconciliation with the officials. Yet, eunuchs can carry out such tasks. When they do, others may presume that the emperor has been misled by them. Ultimately, once the eunuchs are dealt with, the emperor's reputation remains unblemished. This is the art of kingship. It is lamentable that no one in court dares to advocate for the Liu family. The head of the Liu family expressed with palpable indignation. As he spoke, he prepared to return the silver to Ju Chu. "Keep this money for now, it may serve you well in dealing with your peers in the future," Ju Chu replied, refusing to accept it. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family waved his hand dismissively. "I require no favors from anyone. I am as close as brothers with the heir, and both the prince and the heir treat me exceedingly well." Nonetheless, he insisted on returning the funds to Ju Chu. The Prince of Qing and the Liu family. Suddenly, the name of the head of the Liu family seemed to leap into his mind. At that moment, Ju Chu felt his heart racing. After traversing this world for so long, he was experiencing for the first time the proximity to the future center of power in the Ming Dynasty. This individual before him would one day wield immense authority. "There will be no need for you to make any further efforts, brother. In a few years, the court will undergo changes, and opportunities will arise then," Ju Chu said, suppressing his excitement. "On what grounds do you say this?" the head of the Liu family inquired, bewildered. Ju Chu remained silent for a moment, scanning the surroundings before shutting the door. "Brother, as family, we need not keep secrets from one another. I have never shared this with anyone, so remember, apart from the heir of the Prince of Qing, these words must not be uttered to anyone else," Ju Chu declared solemnly. The head of the Liu family seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His interactions with Ju Chu over the years, coupled with the praise from Liu Song and his wife, had illuminated Ju Chu's character to him. Loyal, extraordinarily talented, and methodical in his endeavors. While the head of the Liu family might have been somewhat confident in martial prowess, he felt profoundly inferior in other respects compared to Ju Chu. "I am indeed prudent," he replied. "Brother, do you know how the late emperor met his demise?" Ju Chu asked in a hushed tone. "I have heard whispers. It was said that the director of the Imperial Medical Institute prescribed the wrong treatment," the head of the Liu family responded. This was no secret, many in the capital were aware. Ju Chu smirked coldly at this revelation. Yet, this director was not originally a physician. He was a civil servant. How did he suddenly ascend to the position of director of the Imperial Medical Institute, and to prescribe the wrong treatment that led to the emperor's death? Wouldn't it be reasonable to eradicate his entire family? Yet this Lord Liu remains unharmed. The head of the Liu family felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, realizing the absurdity of the world around him. The Liu family had always been cautious, serving the emperor diligently, yet they found themselves imprisoned for offending a eunuch, while Liu Wentai faced no repercussions for his blunder. In truth, this Lord Liu is merely a pawn of the court officials. The emperor seeks to wrest control from them, and they will certainly not stand idly by, Ju Chu continued. The current emperor, while somewhat indulgent in personal conduct, acts largely in a manner reminiscent of the late emperor, gradually reclaiming authority from the civil officials, even attempting to do what the late emperor dared not, consolidating military power. Since the so-called Rentian administration, the military has been predominantly under local control, a situation many emperors find intolerable. However, they must endure it, as lacking military strength renders their authority weak. The late emperor could not consolidate military power and faced resistance from the officials. Now that the current emperor seeks to do so, how could that be allowed? Therefore, I surmise that it won't be long before he encounters trouble, Juchu whispered, lowering his voice further. The head of the Liu family shuddered at this, feeling a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated Juchu would possess the audacity to discuss such matters. The current emperor has no heirs. Should he pass away, the officials led by Yang Tinghe will undoubtedly seek to elevate a prince from among the regional lords, Juchu elaborated. I have heard that the Prince of Qing has been in poor health. He may not last much longer, and the heir is still young, easily manipulated. If you were in Yang Tinghe's position, would you support a young prince or an adult? Juchu's words carried profound implications. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family broke into a cold sweat, gazing at Juchu as if he were a creature from another realm. Brother, there is no need for such a look. Just remember this, remain close to the heir, and advise him to bide his time and appear compliant for the next 2 years, Juchu instructed. In doing so, the Liu family will soar to great heights because of you, brother. After conveying this, Juchu exhaled deeply and took a sip of tea. The head of the Liu family, feeling utterly drained, remained lost in thought, grappling with the astonishing revelations he had just received. Chapter 19, The Changes of 3 Years. The eldest of the Liu family, or rather Liu Bing, has departed. Upon learning of Liu Bing's true identity, Juchu felt compelled to re-evaluate the trajectory of his future. The Jiaojing emperor, known for his harshness and lack of gratitude, had a dismal fate befall nearly all those he employed, save for one exception. Liu Bing, regarded as the foremost Jinyi of the Ming dynasty, Liu Bing basked in unparalleled honors and accolades. If there were anyone the Jiaojing emperor would never suspect, it would undoubtedly be Liu Bing. With this connection, Juchu found that many of his previously contemplated ambitions could now be realized. Brother, the eldest brother has left, murmured Mu Yunjin as she entered the study, noticing Juchu engrossed in his writing, her expression betraying a hint of sorrow. Over these past few years, Juchu had toiled relentlessly from dawn till dusk, never affording himself a moment's respite. While children of his age indulged in carefree play, Juchu had remained steadfast, unwavering in his dedication to the Liu family and to her. Now, at the tender age of 8, Mu Yunjin had blossomed into a striking beauty, a veritable vision of loveliness. Under the tutelage of Juchu and the elder, her scholarly prowess eclipsed that of countless noble daughters, even surpassing many so-called literary talents in the capital. She exuded the essence of a youthful prodigy. Strangely, despite her being a girl, she excelled remarkably in military strategy, and her artistic talent outshone Juchu's. The seemingly disparate skills of painting and warfare coalesced seamlessly within her. As Juchu observed the lotus seed soup that Mu Yunjin held, he could not suppress a frown. Why have you taken to such culinary pursuits again? Did I not instruct you to steer clear of the kitchen? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunjin placed the lotus seed soup before Juchu and clung to his arm, playfully pouting. Oh, I merely thought you were working too hard, brother. Sighing, Juchu set down his brush and took a few sips of the soup. I in the future, let Chunlan and the others handle such matters. A young lady should avoid the kitchen, it's a waste of time and energy, and prolonged exposure to the heat and smoke will only lead to a dull complexion. Chunlan was one of Juchu's maids. Over the years, Yun Gui Fang had initially garnered a monthly profit of around 30,000 taels. Later, Shunqing acquired several nearby shops, merging them, which resulted in a substantial expansion of Yun Gui Fang's premises. With ample space at his disposal, Juchu decided to partition Yun Gui Fang into 2 sections, a common area and a premium area. He refrained from recklessly expanding the business despite the increased size of the shop. The primary focus remained on fabrics and garments. Shunqing had suggested diversifying into jewelry, yet Juchu declined, recognizing that without sufficient backing, overextending would invite calamity. The current growth of Yun Gui Fang was already the limit of what their status could afford, a feat made possible by Juchu's connections with numerous noble ladies, which kept trouble at bay. However, should Juchu's business grow too vast or reach too far, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Ultimately, Ju Chu was but a rootless wanderer, appearing formidable yet treading on thin ice, cautious and apprehensive, fearful of a single misstep leading to irreversible ruin. Presently, Yun Gui Fang generated a monthly profit of approximately 50,000 taels, a figure Ju Chu intentionally kept subdued. Thus, he received around 30,000 taels each month. Over 3 years, Ju Chu accumulated a fortune of 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver, a sum he dared not reveal. Both Ju Chu and Shen Qing projected an image of running a shop where fabrics were sold at bargain prices, creating the illusion of little profit. Frequently, Shen Qing even borrowed money from other acquaintances to procure goods, further enhancing the facade of unprofitability. 3 years prior, Shen Qing's father had suffered severe repercussions for his infidelities, ultimately leading to a near-fatal beating at the hands of the authorities. His actions had not only violated Ming laws but also garnered excessive public attention, leaving the officials with no choice but to intervene. Following the punishment, Shen Qing's father, already weakened by a life of excess, succumbed shortly thereafter. The concubines then scrambled to seize the family assets, leading to a division of property. Now, the premium section of Yun Gui Fang had become the epitome of fashion among the capital's elite women, with new clothing styles introduced every few days. Ju Chu had even employed several master seamstresses to train them in the art of design. The ordinary fabrics at Yun Gui Fang were priced lower than those of other shops, making it a favored destination for the common populace. However, the true profits lay in the premium section, where the styles were diverse, the quality exquisite, and the prices significantly higher than those of competing establishments. Initially, when Ju Chu instructed Shen Qing to adjust the prices of the premium garments to nearly double that of other shops, Shen Qing was perplexed. You must understand the mindset of these noble ladies. They compete to wear the finest and most expensive garments. If your clothes are priced at merely 200 or 300 taels, they would feel embarrassed to wear them in public, considering them cheap. Conversely, these ladies are drawn to high prices. The more exorbitant, the better. It signifies status. Ju Chu expounded. This revelation was a wake-up call for Shen Qing, yet, despite Ju Chu's efforts to keep a low profile, Yun Gui Fang's business continued to flourish, establishing itself as a benchmark in the capital. Even as he attempted to rein in the growth, it felt increasingly beyond his control. Nevertheless, Ju Chu had long prepared contingency plans. The following morning, he summoned Sun Jiao, Chu Li, and others to his residence. By this time, Ju Chu had relinquished his former quarters and purchased the estate that had once belonged to the Liu family. Ju Chu, did you call us for something specific? Sun Jiao was the first to arrive. Compared to 3 years prior, she exuded a more refined allure, shedding some of her former arrogance. Having married a year ago, she had developed a fondness for Ju Chu but understood the futility of their situation. They came from different worlds, and she felt unworthy of him. She sensed that Ju Chu did not reciprocate her feelings. Let us wait for Ruo Shi and the others. We shall discuss matters once they arrive. Ruo Shi was Chu Li's courtesy name. Now 17, Chu Li remained unmarried. Having witnessed Ju Chu's talents, she had frequently sought him out over the past 3 years, becoming increasingly enamored with him. In her eyes, the so-called literary talents of the capital paled in comparison to Ju Chu. Had she not met him, she might have reluctantly accepted a marriage proposal, but now she could no longer conceal her affections. Despite Ju Chu's awareness of her feelings, he had chosen to remain unresponsive, even deliberately distancing himself for a time, which caused her considerable heartache until Sun Jiao intervened. Given your status and his, if you insist on marrying him, it would only bring him harm. Your father would never allow it. This revelation jolted Chu Li into clarity, and thereafter she seldom sought Ju Chu out privately, instead visiting Yun Gui Fang sporadically to alleviate her longing. Ju Chu, too, found himself in a quandary regarding his feelings for Chu Li. Though he felt a twinge of affection, it was but a flicker. Thus, he persisted in his attempts to keep her at arm's length, though with little success. Eventually, he resigned himself to the situation, adopting an indifferent attitude. Over these 3 years, Ju Chu had grown increasingly handsome. Shortly, Chu Li and 2 other noble ladies arrived, all of whom had maintained a close relationship with Ju Chu. Among them, the highest born was the daughter of a deputy minister of revenue, a third-rank official. I am contemplating opening a tavern and would like each of you to invest a little. We shall share the profits equally, 2 parts for each of you and 2 for me, as a token of our long-standing friendship. Upon hearing this, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Except for Chu Li, the others were already married. Given their status, their husbands were of considerable standing after marriage. They realized just how vital financial independence was for a woman. In their households, having wealth conferred authority and even control over the domestic affairs. Zhu Chu's acumen in business was well known to them previously. Sun Jiao and the others had proposed a similar venture, hoping to collaborate with Zhu Chu on a business endeavor, but at that time, he had lacked the capacity to manage such a commitment. Now that Yun Gui Fang was primarily run by Shenqing, Zhu Chu had gradually stepped back, freeing up his time. In the capital, the most lucrative businesses were either brothels or high-end taverns, given the abundance of affluent patrons. Chapter 20, The Return Home. After reaching an agreement with Sun Jiao and others, Zhu Chu instructed his men to commence work at the pre-selected location of the tavern. This establishment was readily available, having previously belonged to an official of the Ministry of Revenue. Its business had been decent, adhering to the norms of the trade. According to Zhu Chu's estimations, the tavern was capable of earning several tens of thousands of taels of silver annually. However, the official from the ministry had fallen out of favor and been exiled after a family confiscation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chu acquired the tavern at a bargain price. He had long harbored intentions of running a tavern, and thus had prepared accordingly. Yet, in order to reopen, a thorough renovation was imperative. Although a standard tavern could yield profits, it would only generate a few tens of thousands of taels, akin to its previous earnings. If Zhu Chu were merely after such meager gains, he would not need to undertake such extensive efforts. The tavern had to be lucrative enough to ensure his safety. While personal connections might falter, profit would not. Once a mutual interest was established with Sun Jiao and the other three families, the number of people able to influence him in the capital would dwindle significantly. If he were to proceed, it would be to establish a high-end tavern, one with an exclusive entry threshold. Those lacking status would be politely turned away. Patrons of this establishment would be esteemed officials and dignitaries. A meal costing less than 1,000 taels would be considered beneath one's dignity. Initially, Zhu Chu envisioned a simple tavern, but he now reconsidered. In a few years, the throne would change hands, and the eldest of the Liu family, Liu Bing, would take command of the imperial guards. With the new emperor's ascension, a grand contest of ceremonies would inevitably ensue against figures like Yang Tinghe. Zhu Chu understood that the so-called contest was less about rituals and more about the power of discourse within the court. At that juncture, many would believe that seasoned ministers like Yang Tinghe could easily sway the young emperor, who would be merely 14 or 15 years of age, a mere child. Yet Zhu Chu was acutely aware of Zhu Hozong's exceptional prowess. In less than 3 years, he had completely vanquished Yang Tinghe, leading to Yang's dismissal and return to his homeland. The judging Emperor Zhu Hozong, in the early years of his reign, could be considered a formidable sovereign. His ambition to lift the maritime ban threatened the interests of countless officials who had joined smuggling rings along the southeastern coast. As long as the ban remained, they would continue to profit handsomely from their illicit activities. Furthermore, since the Mingzong Zhuchichen's exile, the palace had become riddled with infiltration by these officials. The Jiaojing Emperor's attempt to lift the ban nearly cost him his life at the hands of palace maids, an event recorded in history as the Renyan Palace Incident. Besides lifting the ban, the Jiaojing Emperor also sought to reform the currency system by minting large denominations of copper coins. Unfortunately, those in power conspired to hoard the coins, melting them down in furnaces. Thus, both the lifting of the ban and the currency reform came to naught. It could be said that the Jiaojing Emperor possessed the ambition to govern. His officials opposed him at every turn, and without effective strategies, his endeavors were doomed to failure. Subsequently, 6 of his 8 sons succumbed in infancy, leaving the Jiaojing Emperor disheartened and increasingly withdrawn. Zhu Chu recognized that whether by his own choice or due to Liu Bing's influence, he would inevitably become a trusted confidant of the new emperor. The path of a civil servant was no longer an option. It would only entrap him in a quagmire from which escape would be arduous. Thus, he resolved to join the ranks of the imperial guards. Consequently, this tavern would serve not only as a lucrative venture but also as a hub for intelligence gathering. During these 2 years, he aimed to procure information and leverage on the officials in the capital. In doing so, When the new emperor ascended, Ju Chu would be poised to seize opportunities swiftly, thereby shortening the duration of the ceremonial contest. Naturally, Ju Chu's primary focus remained on securing his own future. However, to amass greater power, he would need to closely align himself with the forthcoming emperor. He submitted the renovation plans for the tavern to the construction team, retaining one copy for himself and giving another to his cousin, Sun Qiang. Once the tavern opened, Ju Chu intended for his cousin to manage it. He felt uneasy entrusting such a position to anyone else. Sun Qiang was nearing 50, and his age prevented him from constantly being on the move. He had long since lost interest in the tooth trade, yet lacked alternative means of livelihood. When Ju Chu approached him, he agreed without hesitation, recognizing that managing a tavern would afford him much more prestige than his previous trade. In the capital, who would regard a tooth dealer with any respect. Furthermore, Ju Chu offered him a generous monthly salary of 50 taels of silver, an amount he could scarcely earn in a month of hard labor in the tooth trade, especially during lean times. Cousin, keep an eye on the tavern these few days. I will return to my hometown for a visit, Ju Chu instructed as he handed the blueprints to Sun Qiang. It is indeed time for a visit. You haven't been home in 4 years, Sun Qiang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Who would have thought that for years ago, a child sold to the Liu family would now be regarded as a person of some standing in the capital? Sun Qiang had witnessed the attentions bestowed upon Ju Chu by the daughters of officials on numerous occasions. He understood well that if his nephew so desired, he could easily secure a position as a son-in-law to a family of the 6th or even 5th rank. Yet he also recognized Ju Chu's lofty aspirations. Indeed, for years had passed without a visit home. Ju Chu couldn't help but reflect on this sentiment internally. Over the past 3 years, he had been bustling about, deliberately avoiding the issue of his return. When Ju Chu initially suggested selling himself, his mother had been somewhat reluctant, offering some money in hopes of securing a better future for him. Eventually, Sun Qiang informed Ju Chu that when he first delivered a letter to their family, his mother had returned the money she had given him. Accepting that sum was merely to reassure Ju Chu's mother. If she still cared for her son, Ju Chu's father, on the other hand, had not uttered a word of concern, and had even expressed dissatisfaction regarding his wife's financial support to Sun Qiang. Ju Chu had observed all of this, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. Over the past 4 years, Ju Chu had intermittently sent money home. His mother had expressed endless concern for him in her letters, always inquiring about his well-being, without ever suggesting any ulterior motives. In stark contrast, his father's letters were superficially caring, yet laden with implications of wanting to ask Ju Chu for money. Thanks to Ju Chu's efforts, the Ju family had become affluent in their locality, acquiring considerable landholdings. Moreover, as Ju Chu had already sold himself, he felt he had repaid his parents' nurturing. Thus, he had intentionally evaded this topic over the years. With the tavern undergoing renovations, Ju Chu found himself with some leisure time and decided it was time to return home. Ultimately, a visit home was inevitable. After a bumpy journey by carriage, Ju Chu finally arrived at the entrance of his village. At that moment, an elderly farmer, exhausted from working the land, sat resting beneath a tree. Recognizing Ju Chu as he passed, he pondered for a moment before saying, "You're that child from which family, if I recall correctly?" After much thought, the old farmer could not recall who Ju Chu was. "I am the eldest of the Ju family," Ju Chu reminded him. Yes, the eldest of the Ju family. I heard you were sold to a wealthy household. Struck it rich, I hear. The news in this area was delayed. The villagers only knew that Ju Chu had been sold to a wealthy family, unaware that he had been a free man for 3 years now. However, Ju Chu found no inclination to explain. It held no significance. Standing at the village entrance, he could see the original site of his family home, now replaced by an imposing residence with red tiles and white walls. In that instant, Ju Chu was overcome by a sense of trepidation as he neared his hometown. Chapter 21, Ju Chu's resolution. Over the years, Ju Chu had grown accustomed to a life of low profile. In the capital city, where the elite abounded, standing out was hardly a virtue. Although Yun Guifang boasted an array of fine materials, Ju Chu had always donned garments of coarse fabric. Yet, the inner linings were crafted from exquisite materials for his comfort. To Ju Chu, clothing served the purpose of presentation, while others adorned themselves in splendid attire to draw the gaze of others and bask in the limelight. He sought to blend into the background. Thus, his attire did not attract undue attention in the village. Although his clothing differed from that of the villagers, it merely rendered him an ordinary figure. Before long, Ju Chu arrived near his home. Gazing upon the red-tiled roof and white walls, he was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, as if traversing through time. When he had departed, his family had been on the brink of starvation, leaving him dizzy from hunger. Now, however, they were living a considerably better life. Taking a deep breath, Ju Chu stepped forward and knocked on the firmly shut door. "Who is it?" It came, a voice tinged with impatience. Soon, the door swung open to reveal a face that was somewhat familiar yet distinctly foreign to Ju Chu. "Who are you?" The stranger regarded Ju Chu with evident annoyance. "Who are you? Surely, you cannot be a member of this household," Ju Chu inquired, perplexed. "What's it to you? Of course, I belong to this family," the individual snapped back, growing increasingly irritable. "I wish to see the head of the household," Ju Chu stated. "Unless you clarify your identity, you shall not pass." The man obstructed Ju Chu's way, exuding an air of arrogance. Ju Chu, unyielding, grasped the man's outstretched finger and exerted a slight force, prompting a shrill scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A commotion quickly drew the attention of those in the courtyard, and at the forefront stood none other than Ju Chu's father. In the 4 years since Ju Chu had left home, his father had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once dark and emaciated, he now appeared considerably plumper and grayer, even donning garments that hinted at a wealthier status. Initially poised to confront the intruder, Ju Chu's father faltered upon seeing his son, dropping the broom he had been wielding. "Eldest," he stammered, avoiding Ju Chu's gaze, his expression betraying little surprise. Not far behind, Ju Chu's mother, who had followed, was overcome with joy upon seeing her son, tears streaming down her face. "Eldest, why did you not inform us of your return?" she exclaimed, rushing to Ju Chu and inspecting his arms with a mixture of pride and concern. "You've grown so tall, yet I'm your cousin, Go Dan." At that moment, Ju Chu understood why the man had seemed familiar. He was indeed his cousin. Go Dan. Ju Chu had never been formally named, only referred to by the nickname Da Mao, while this cousin was known as Go Dan. Ju Chu's grandfather had 2 sons, Ju Chu's father and his elder uncle. However, their grandparents had always showered favoritism upon the elder uncle, allocating the majority of the family estate to him during the division of property. Ju Chu's father, a man of few words, had often struggled to voice his grievances, ultimately enduring the unjust treatment. Ju Chu recalled vividly how, for years prior, when his family was on the verge of starvation, his mother had implored their grandparents and uncle for assistance. Though the uncle's family was hardly affluent, they could have easily lent a hand. Ultimately, neither the grandparents nor the uncle's family offered even a bowl of rice, forcing Ju Chu to sell himself. "Is Da Mao back?" an aged voice called from behind, revealing an elderly figure, his grandfather. Ju Chu quickly pieced together the unfolding situation and turned to his father, who awkwardly averted his gaze. "Come inside at once. What are you all standing about for?" His grandfather, clearly accustomed to issuing commands, rapped his cane against the ground, his authority unchallenged despite the significant changes Ju Chu had brought to the family. It was evident that he had forgotten how he had treated Ju Chu's family in the past. Ju Chu cast a quick glance, realizing the dynamics at play. His father had long yearned for his father's approval, having grown up feeling neglected. Even 4 years ago, when their family was nearly starving, he could not muster the courage to ask for help. It had been Ju Chu's mother who had gone to plead. Now, having found success, his father sought to mend familial ties with their grandparents and uncle, a futile endeavor. Ju Chu had no intention of intervening. It is often said that the most challenging task is to change a person's perspective. Ju Chu understood all too well that while he might temporarily reveal their true nature to his father, old habits would inevitably resurface. Their family had not been oblivious to their grandparents' behavior. They had witnessed it numerous times before. Ju Chu knew he could not remain in his hometown indefinitely, a few days at most. How they chose to live was their affair. However, he resolved that any future financial assistance from him was out of the question. Perhaps it was for the best. Any lingering attachment he had felt dissipated, allowing him to sever ties completely. He felt he had done his part for the family. Having contemplated this, "Please take some of the money I previously sent home, as I need to settle these debts." At this, Ju Chu's father's expression darkened. Ju Chu's grandfather grew anxious. With what? Those funds were meant as your filial offering to your father. There is no reason to reclaim them. Indeed, Da Mao, I must say, this is rather unfilial of you, Godan chimed in, fearing that Ju Chu's father might relent and part with the money. Eldest, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but if I give you the money, how will our family sustain itself? Ju Chu's father expressed his dilemma. Such a statement was utterly absurd. The Ju family had acquired ample land over the years and would not perish from hunger. It was evident that he was simply reluctant to part with the funds. Ju Chu's disappointment was palpable. Then I shall not linger any longer. I must find a way to raise the money, Ju Chu declared, turning to leave. Not a single member of the family, save for his mother, made an effort to dissuade him from departing. Only Ju Chu's mother shot a furious glance at her husband, stamped her foot in anger, and hurried after him. Eldest, take this money. I've saved quite a bit over the years, as she urged, catching up with Ju Chu at the village's edge. Once they were out of sight of others, she produced a handkerchief containing a collection of silver coins, nearly 10 taels in total. Ju Chu, however, did not accept the money. Mother, would you consider coming with me to the capital? Though I am currently in debt, life will improve in time. Join me and enjoy a better life. Ju Chu did not wish to conceal the truth from his mother, but he feared she might inadvertently reveal his circumstances, leading to endless complications. If the family were to discover his newfound wealth, they would undoubtedly seek to extract money from him, perhaps even following him to the capital. Believing him indebted, they would keep their distance. Ju Chu's mother hesitated upon hearing this, ultimately shaking her head. I shall not go, this family cannot do without me. With those words, the last flicker of hope, he retrieved a silver note from his pocket, approximately worth 1,000 taels. She was illiterate and unaware of its value. In fact, there was no money exchange shop in the village. Many had never even seen a silver note. Ju Chu's mother recognized it only because he had previously sent small denominations home through a cousin. This is the last of my money. Take it and keep it safe. Having funds on hand is of utmost importance, he instructed. Do not let anyone else touch it, save it for emergencies, and remember. I cannot accept your money, you still owe debts, his mother protested, her urgency palpable. My debts are substantial. I do not mind this small amount. If I keep this with me, it will surely be taken away. Please help me safeguard it, Ju Chu insisted, knowing full well that his mother would refuse unless he framed it this way. Upon hearing his words, Ju Chu's mother finally accepted the note. Rest assured, I will keep it safe from prying eyes. Whenever you need it, simply return to collect it. She cautiously folded the note and tucked it into her handkerchief. Eldest, you must keep this silver for your journey. You will need it for sustenance along the way, she said, once again extending the previously offered coins to Ju Chu. Chapter 22. Yang Song. Ju Chu suddenly found himself enveloped in a sense of confusion. After leaving his hometown, he chose not to ride in a carriage back to the capital but instead walked along the official road. Fortunately, the distance to the capital was not too great, and the area was relatively safe, devoid of highway robbers. Moreover, Ju Chu's martial prowess had vastly improved compared to 3 years prior. Even if he encountered formidable foes, he felt no fear. He relished the sensation of adventuring alone in the world. The journey from his hometown to the capital spanned over 200 miles, and Ju Chu was in no rush, taking his time to walk and pause as he pleased. At that moment, it seemed as though much of his fervor had been siphoned away. Ju Chu had toiled hard to earn money, not entirely for himself but partly to ensure a better life for his family. This had been his driving force. Having come from a future world, Ju Chu understood many truths and possessed a deeper comprehension of life. Yet, the more one knows, the more one becomes pragmatic. There is a saying that resonates well: the righteous often suffer at the hands of traitors, while the ungrateful are often learned men. The more one reads and understands, the easier it becomes to rationalize any action, finding a way to reconcile one's logic, thus alleviating psychological burdens. In contrast, Those who have read little often find themselves haunted by their conscience after committing wrongs, living in a state of perpetual unease. Consider the myriad officials in the court. Who among them is not a learned man? How many genuinely contemplate the plight of the common folk? They speak incessantly of the words of sages and engage in lofty rhetoric, yet seldom take meaningful action. In the downfall of a dynasty, both the most honourable and the most dishonourable are often the scholars. As the saying goes, the world is shaped by the words of the wise. Once a standard is set, others find it easy to justify their actions. Juchu had always feared becoming like the learned men of this era, numb to the suffering of humanity. He did not consider himself a particularly virtuous person. Those who treated him well earned his gratitude in return, such as the Liu family. However, he lacked a profound sense of patriotism and had little desire to petition for the people's welfare. Otherwise, he would have sought a position in the court long ago. His current schemes were motivated half by personal and familial interests, and the other half for the Liu family. As for the future emperor, his alignment with that cause was merely a byproduct of his connection to Liu Bing. It was inevitable that he would stand by the new emperor. Given this reality, why not formulate plans in advance? With his family now in such a state, Juchu felt he had drawn a clear line of separation from them. As a result, his intrinsic motivation for action had diminished by at least a third, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Many things are easy to articulate. Yet after living in the Ming dynasty and sharing life with family for so many years, the prospect of severance weighed heavily on him. Although he understood the necessity of letting go, the act itself left an emptiness within him, akin to a floating reed without roots. Despite the arrival of autumn, the days remained exceedingly warm, particularly at noon when the sun blazed overhead. Many passers-by opted to seek refuge from the heat at roadside tea stalls. The vicinity of the capital was bustling, with merchants from various regions flocking to the city, making tea stalls a common sight along the official roads. After walking for much of the day and feeling parched, Juchu decided to take a seat at one of the tea stalls. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" a young attendant approached with a towel and teapot in hand. "What types of tea do you have?" Aside from Juchu, a few other patrons occupied the tea stall, among whom was a man in his 40s whose demeanor and conversation were quite distinguished. "In response to your inquiry, we have Mao Jian, Longjing, and Gaozue," the attendant replied. Gaozue was the best-selling tea, inexpensive and refreshing. One could drink to their heart's content for merely a coin. Of course, there were also a few higher-end varieties that were not typically within the budget of ordinary customers. Juchu had noticed that the tea in the middle-aged man's bowl was of a different hue from the others. "I'll have a pot of Mao Jian and a serving of pastries," Juchu casually requested. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment," the attendant exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. A pot of Mao Jian was worth as much as half a day's sales of Gaozui. That moment, the middle-aged man also regarded Juchu and politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Sir, you are not a local of the capital, are you?" Juchu returned the gesture. Young man, you have keen insight. I hail from Jiangxi, my surname is Yang, and my given name is Song," the man introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Juchu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a figure while merely stopping for tea. So it is Master Jishi." "I am honored to meet you," Juchu exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you know of me?" Yang Song replied, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, I am aware Master Jishi is a man of extraordinary talent, having excelled in the county examination at the age of 10. 14 years ago, you placed second in the imperial examination, brimming with ambition and unafraid of the powerful," Juchu recounted with admiration. This time, Yang Song was not yet the figure he would become 2 or 3 decades later. He was still filled with aspirations for governance. In his youth, he was full of zeal and ambition, but alas, the court was least in need of such aspirations. Consequently, he faced suppression and ostracism from his colleagues. Later, due to a conflict with Liu Jin, he was compelled to resign and return home. a departure that lasted over a decade. Ju Chu was well aware of this history, having researched it thoroughly. Upon hearing Ju Chu's words, Yang Song's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. He had never imagined that, after so many years of being a mere editor with little merit during his tenure, anyone would still remember him after more than a decade. Yang Song was instantly moved, wishing to regard Ju Chu as a confidant. "Young man, your words truly flatter me. I must confess, during my time in office, I regrettably achieved little for the court or the common people," he said, feigning humility even as a smile betrayed his true feelings. Such circumstances were unavoidable. The current court is filled with officials. How many genuinely care for the Ming dynasty or the welfare of the people? Those like Master Jishi, naturally, find themselves at odds with their peers, unable to make any progress, Ju Chu stated with conviction. Yang Song's eyes brightened further upon hearing this, and he shifted to sit at Ju Chu's table. He felt that no one had ever understood him as deeply as this young man. "I see that your discourse and insights are quite extraordinary. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Yang Song asked eagerly, wishing to share a drink with Ju Chu. "I am called Ju Chu, merely a merchant from the capital, of little consequence," Ju Chu replied modestly. Yang Song shook his head in disagreement. "Young man, your future will be anything but ordinary. What brings you to the capital, Master Jishi? Although I am but a humble merchant, I have some acquaintances here in the capital." "If there is any way I can assist you, it would be my pleasure." Ju Chu deftly redirected the conversation. Yang Song sighed upon hearing this. Chapter 23 Amicable Conversations. At this moment, Ju Chu's tea was brought to the table. The waiter filled a bowl for him and placed a pot of tea on the table. "Please enjoy, esteemed guest," he said before attending to other patrons. Ju Chu picked up the teapot and refilled Yang Song's nearly empty bowl. Yang Song took a sip from his bowl and sighed. "In my earlier years, due to my inability to adapt, I offended Liu Jin and had no choice but to resign and return home. Now, having heard of Liu Jin's demise, I thought to come to the capital to visit old friends," he said with a hint of embarrassment. This was a rather delicate way of expressing his thoughts. In essence, Yang Song saw Liu Jin's downfall as the removal of a heavy burden and was now eager to explore the possibility of returning to officialdom in the capital. Despite being idle at home, he still held his title, and as long as he had friends in court to recommend him, reinstatement was not insurmountable. Mr. Jixixi should indeed take the opportunity to visit the capital. Ju Chu refrained from expressing many thoughts. When Yang Song resigned, Zhu Hujiao had yet to ascend the throne, yet the powerful eunuch Liu Jin had spanned 2 reigns. While Liu Jin was alive, his power was such that it could be said he wielded the emperor's authority with impunity. Even in death, Zhu Hujiao, having relied on Liu Jin, was unlikely to acknowledge Liu Jin's past errors. Such is the nature of politics. Many matters do not revolve around right or wrong, but rather one's position. Even if Liu Jin acted wrongly, Zhu Hujiao would have to accept it. Though Zhu Hujiao did hold Liu Jin accountable, it was merely for show. In reality, the current emperor, Zhengde, would not seek to rectify many of Liu Jin's transgressions, especially regarding Yang Song. Furthermore, Emperor Wuzong, Zhu Hujiao, was known for his absurd and erratic governance. At this juncture, Yang Song remained quite rigid, striving to advise the emperor. He was a shujishi, a serious candidate for the position of prime minister. A return to officialdom was assured, yet even in office, with Yang Song's somewhat pedantic nature, he would undoubtedly face great difficulties. However, having only recently met Yang Song, Ju Chu deemed it unnecessary to delve deeply into such matters. In conversation, one should only reveal a fraction of their thoughts, leaving the majority for the unseen. Speaking too openly now would yield no positive results, only dampening Yang Song's enthusiasm and provoking his displeasure. Mr. Jixixi was a shujishi in his time. A few years ago, he merely mourned for his parents, an act of filial piety well known throughout the Ming. Naturally, he can be restored, and his future is boundless. Ju Chu deftly wove flattering words, a skill honed over 3 years in business. After the new emperor's ascension, Yang Song could indeed become a strong ally in the court, For now, Yang Song's mind was solely focused on rectifying wrongs and cleansing the court of corruption. Many regard loyalty and treachery differently depending on their position and time. These concepts are relative. Loyalty and disloyalty, virtue and vice are not determined solely by one's character. When one is deemed virtuous, they are employed. When not, they are dismissed. This has been the way of governance since time immemorial. Upon hearing this, Yang Song grew increasingly delighted. I have heard that in the past, Mr. Jixixi was a close friend of Wang Yangming. Ju skillfully redirected the conversation. When the topic shifted to Wang Yangming, Yang Song became animated, and the two engaged in lively discussion. They conversed for the better part of the day at the tea stall, and as twilight approached, Yang Song's steward could no longer refrain from, "We must find lodging at the inn ahead." Only then did Yang Song seem to awaken from his reverie. "I feel a strong kinship with Hengqi. Does he wish to accompany me?" Seeing that night had fallen, Ju graciously accepted the invitation. In the carriage, their conversation continued, though it was termed a dialogue. For the most part, it was Yang Song who spoke while Ju listened. Yang Song's fervent desire to serve his country resonated deeply with Ju, gradually filling the void in his heart. Upon arriving at the inn, Yang Song ordered several dishes and some wine, and they continued to toast and converse merrily. Ju gazed at this impassioned man, now in his 40s, feeling a sense of disorientation. Was this truly the revered Yang Jilao of later generations? Perhaps he was never of steadfast character. Or perhaps the corrupting influence of the political arena is more than most can withstand. It was uncertain how long this individual could maintain his integrity in such a realm, yet, at the very least, for these past years, he was undoubtedly a capable minister. Reflecting on this, Ju couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. The decision of who would be employed or not was ultimately beyond his control. He could merely recommend Yang Song to Ju Hujiao. That evening, Ju found himself intoxicated for the first time since entering the Ming Dynasty. Days filled with such leisurely revelry and camaraderie were uncertain to reoccur in the future. The following morning, a knock resonated at the door of Ju's room. Rubbing his groggy head, he donned his clothes and opened the door to find none other than Yang Song. Yang Song extended an invitation for Ju to ride with him to the capital. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Jixixi, but I wish to walk. Having been preoccupied with business, I find it rare to steal away a moment of leisure, and I am in no hurry to return to the capital," Ju politely declined. Upon hearing this, Yang Song was not only unperturbed, but his eyes sparkled with delight. "Hengqi is indeed extraordinary. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Let us reunite." After Yang Song departed, Ju began his daily practice. Once he finished exercising and had breakfast, he left the inn, continuing along the official road toward the capital. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, occasionally encountering one or two amiable individuals at tea stalls. The slight gloom in his heart gradually dissipated. Just as he was nearing the capital, Ju encountered a peculiar young boy along the way. The boy was dressed in tattered clothing, dragging a straw mat behind him, bound with a hemp rope that concealed. It appeared to be a corpse. Passers-by avoided him, believing him to bring bad luck. In this era, land consolidation was severe. The notion of selling oneself to bury a parent was not mere hyperbole. With no money or land, a family member's death might leave one without a place to bury them. All land is owned. Clearly, this young boy was in a similar predicament. The boy walked on with an expressionless face, undeterred by the disdain of others. Ju followed him for nearly half a day. The boy, weary and thirsty, finally succumbed to hunger, noticing Ju trailing him. "Why are you following me?" The boy fell silent upon hearing this. He cautiously accepted Ju's flask, taking a couple of sips without touching the spout, then eagerly devoured the offered food. "Where do you intend to take this? The weather is quite warm, and it may begin to smell by tomorrow," Ju asked, puzzled. The boy paused, his expression faltering. "I do not know, I just want to find a place to bury my father." As he spoke, his face reflected helplessness and confusion. He had no idea where he could find land to lay his father to rest. Chapter 24, The Con Artist. In the ensuing 2 days, Ju devoted himself to assisting the young lad with the affairs of his late father, hiring labourers and purchasing land. Although the expenses were minimal, the endeavor was indeed taxing both mentally and physically. I am about to depart. Will you accompany me or stay behind? Ju Chu inquired, gazing at the youth. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately knelt before him. Master has exerted himself so diligently for my father's sake, it is only fitting that I serve you in whatever capacity I can. Ju Chu was taken aback by the response. Have you received an education? Such a statement could hardly be uttered by one of humble origin. The boy, slightly embarrassed, replied, my father sought a tutor to enlighten me. I have read a few tales. Ju Chu, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. What is your name? Chu Liu, the boy answered. Chu Liu, do you not have a surname? Ju Chu gestured for him to rise and speak. I do not. My father was a con artist and never married. He found me as a child, and the day he took me in was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, hence my name, Chu Liu, he recounted candidly. A con artist? Ju Chu's eyes sparkled at the mention. This was his first encounter with the world of con artistry. Even in his previous life, he had merely heard tales or seen depictions in films and novels. As they walked and conversed, Ju Liu revealed that his deceased father was indeed a master con artist, a top-tier expert among his peers. Unfortunately, he had been betrayed by a brother and met his end by a flurry of blades. According to Chu Liu, there existed another term for con artists, Lanmen. Con artists never referred to themselves as such, rather, they claimed to hail from Lanmen. The realm of con artistry had 8 generals. Zheng, Ti, Fan, Tuor, Feng, Huer, Chu, and Yao, each possessing distinct abilities. In the capital, where the powerful and affluent abound, even the most skilled con artist would find themselves powerless against the unreasonable elite. Moreover, betrayal had led to his father's demise. Although Chu Liu had previously enjoyed a life free from oversight and was never short of funds, even able to receive an education, his circumstances were far better than those of ordinary families. Everything changed when his father met his tragic. Fortunately, his father had the foresight to ensure that no one was aware of their relationship, for the life of a con artist was fraught with peril, always threatening the safety of one's kin. Ultimately, it was Chu Liu who collected his father's remains, wrapping them in cloth and seeking a suitable burial ground, only to discover that there was no land available to accommodate them. Did your father teach you his tricks? Ju Chu asked, his curiosity piqued. Chu Liu nodded in response. To what extent did you learn? My father claimed I had mastered 12 parts of the art. In terms of technique, I have surpassed him. However, I have never engaged in practical application, for the art of conning relies heavily on situational responses. He actually wished for me not to pursue this path, but I insisted on learning. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. Your father was wise. Without sufficient backing, one risks calamity by recklessly employing such skills. Ju Chu felt a sense of admiration for Chu Liu. Initially, he had considered taking the boy under his wing. In light of the many endeavors he was to undertake, he required someone entirely trustworthy. Those servants acquired from the pawn shop, though utilitarian, could not be fully trusted, as they might very well be infiltrated by the Jinni. Such occurrences were not uncommon. If the Jinni were omnipresent, the infiltration capabilities of the bureaucratic faction exceeded even that. The palace was rife with their agents. As for Chu Liu, his unwavering commitment to burying his father spoke volumes of his loyalty and righteousness. With a bit of nurturing, combined with Ju Chu's adeptness in managing people, he could potentially become an unwavering subordinate in the future. For others, Ju Chu might have merely offered a token sum of silver in assistance. However, he went above and beyond, investing considerable effort into helping Chu Liu arrange his father's affairs. This gesture deeply moved the boy, filling him with gratitude. As for Chu Liu's con artistry, it was an unexpected boon that might prove invaluable down the line. From now on, stay by my side, but do not misuse your skills, Ju Chu instructed, casting a glance at Chu Liu. I understand, master, Chu Liu replied, his demeanor respectful. Thus, Ju Chu and Chu Liu continued their journey, returning to the capital after 2 or 3 days. Cousin, this little fellow will stay with you, teach him, and have him work in the tavern, Ju Chu said as they arrived at the tavern, which was undergoing renovations. Sun Xiang, as the manager, found many tasks unsuitable for him. The tavern required someone sharp-eyed to gather intelligence, and Chu Liu was the perfect candidate, young enough to avoid attracting undue attention. Absolutely, leave it to me, Sun Xiang replied with a smile. Later, procure some boys similar in age to Chu Liu from the countryside, teach them as well. I do not trust those from the pawn shop, Zhu Chu added. Acquire only those with known backgrounds, do not bring in anyone unfamiliar, he emphasized. Sun Xiang immediately grasped Zhu Chu's intentions. Having worked in the pawn shop for many years, he was acutely aware of the intricate composition of its personnel, often infiltrated by Jinyi Wei and the aristocratic elite. Consider it done, Sun Xiang assured him. Zhu Chu nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the progress of the tavern's renovations, realizing that at this pace, completion would still take at least another fortnight. Yet, he was not anxious. Meticulous work yields fine results. Furthermore, there were numerous items to prepare, such as sugar and glassware. If he were to establish a high-end tavern, everything must reflect that quality. Zhu Chu envisioned hanging a glass lantern prominently in the main hall and replacing all drinking vessels with glass ones. In this era, glass was a luxury, far exceeding the cost of porcelain. While the expense was negligible compared to exquisite porcelain, the average person might not be aware of the methods to produce high-purity glass, but Zhu Chu was well informed. With these glasswares to make a statement, the noble patrons entering would feel compelled to spend no less than 1,000 or 1,800 taels, lest they feel embarrassed. In addition to glassware, Zhu Chu had much more to prepare, including monosodium glutamate and sugar. These two ingredients formed the secret recipe for his tavern. Every tavern owner possessed their own unique recipe, which was undeniable. A tavern lacking character could not thrive in the capital. With monosodium glutamate and sugar in the mix, along with understated yet opulent decor, Zhu Chu was confident that his tavern would become a gathering. However, whether it was the production of glassware or sugar, utmost secrecy was paramount. Should anyone discover that he could produce these items, his peace would be irrevocably shattered. To that end, Zhu Chu even purchased a courtyard outside. Brother, you have finally returned. Once these tasks were completed, Zhu Chu made his way home. Over the years, Mu Yunjin had never been apart from him for such an extended period. During the tumultuous time following the Liu family's downfall, Zhu Chu had been her source of comfort. Over the years, her reliance on him had only deepened. Upon seeing Zhu Chu return, she hurriedly rushed forward to embrace. Chapter 25, Zhu Chu's Reservoir of Knowledge. Zhu Chu lifted Mu Yunjin and then set her down. You've gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. Have you been indulging in delicious treats while I was away? Zhu Chu remarked with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunjin's face flushed with embarrassment. It was Sister Qingqing. She feared I wouldn't eat well alone, so she kept buying me good food, she confessed. Zhu Chu's expression softened as he ruffled Mu Yunjin's hair. If you crave something, go ahead and enjoy it. Don't deprive yourself, you're still growing, he encouraged, and her face instantly lit up with joy. After purchasing the former residence of the Liu family, Zhu Chu sought to prevent the courtyard from feeling too desolate and gradually acquired several maids from Sun Xiang. These maids were primarily selected from rural areas by Sun Xiang. While their reliability was questionable, they were unlikely to be spies from the Jinyi Wei or other factions, though they could be taught the rules over time. The presence of ill-intentioned individuals would pose a significant risk. Despite this, Zhu Chu refrained from introducing glass or white sugar into the household, as the implications of such items were too serious. Any rumors could lead to dire consequences. The residence outside the city was chosen by Zhu Chu prior to his return to the capital. Its secluded location, with few neighboring houses, made it an ideal place for his endeavors. Before this, Zhu Chu had taken Mu Yunjin to visit the prison. Their last visit to see the Liu family had occurred a month prior. Uncle, Aunt, this is the lamb stew I made for you. Please enjoy it and warm yourselves, he offered. The temperature inside the prison was markedly different from that outside. In summer, the prison might feel stiflingly humid, but now, in autumn, while the days outside might be warm, the prison remained shrouded in darkness, cold and devoid of sunlight. Typically, family visits were strictly prohibited from bringing food to prevent poisoning. However, Zhu Chu's status as one of the prison guard's esteemed patrons, his loyalty as a client spanning 3 years, rendered such a request quite reasonable. "Oh, my dear child," Yuanxia would exclaim, unable to hold back her tears each time she saw Juchu. "Aunt, must you always cry?" "I imagine it won't be long before you can all leave," he replied while serving the lamb stew with a smile. "Indeed, mother, why do you always weep?" Lu Wei added in consolation. "I just feel sorry for Hengqi. He's so young yet bears the burden of our entire family, and each month he has to give so much money to the prison warden. Other children his age are still playing, while Hengqi is exhausted," Yuanxia lamented, gently caressing Juchu's face with a look of deep concern. Lu Song, upon hearing this, glanced at Juchu, momentarily at a loss for words. As a man, he struggled to express himself and felt that anything he said would be superfluous and overly sentimental. 3 years ago, in the 2 months following our family's misfortune, Hengqi lost so much weight, yet this girl here remains plump. Hengqi has even gone without food for her sake, Yuanxia continued, her sorrow intensifying as tears flowed freely. Mu Yunjin, feeling awkward, nervously grasped the hem of her clothing. "It was only difficult for the first month, things have improved since then. Just look at me now, I'm tall and strong, eating better than anyone," Juchu replied cheerfully. "Third brother, have you kept up with your studies?" Juchu swiftly shifted the topic. Over the years, the Lu family had tacitly acknowledged Juchu as one of their own. However, given their situation in prison, they felt they could not offer him any benefits, hence such sentiments remained unspoken. Nevertheless, both Mu Yunjin and Lu Wei naturally referred to Juchu as second brother, while Lu Wei transitioned from being the second to the third child. Upon hearing his brother's query, Lu Wei's expression fell. He believed he was studying diligently, yet whenever second brother tested him, he always seemed to ask about topics he hadn't yet covered. Hearing from his younger sister that second brother was busy with business and martial arts training, leaving only the evenings for study, "I have never slackened in my studies, yet your tests always encompass material I haven't yet studied," Lu Wei murmured softly. "You must still be assessed, otherwise, if you merely bury yourself in books, how is that any different from building a cart behind closed doors?" Juchu countered, effectively shutting down Lu Wei's objections. "Very well," Lu Wei conceded, realizing the truth in his brother's words. Studying in isolation within the prison would yield no substantial understanding. Soon, visiting hours came to an end. After escorting Mu Yunjin home, Juchu ventured out alone to procure a sack of charcoal, which he had delivered to the residents outside the city. In addition to the charcoal, he acquired numerous other tools necessary for his plans. Before long, Juchu arrived at the secluded house just outside the capital. The first task at hand was the production of white sugar. The method of sugar extraction using yellow mud was documented in Qiangong Kaiwu. This technique had been a subject of study assigned by Juchu's mentor, but ultimately, their efforts had been in vain. At that time, no matter how Juchu applied yellow mud water, he could not produce a clear sugar syrup. He tried various methods, such as sedimentation, but after days of waiting, the syrup only became moldy without clarification. In truth, Juchu was not alone in his failures. Many contemporary video creators attempting ancient sugar-making methods had also met with failure. None succeeded, yet the yellow mud sugar extraction method was extensively documented, not just in Qiangong Kaiwu. Ultimately, Juchu, perplexed, shifted his approach. The essence of the yellow mud method lay in its ability to adsorb impurities from brown sugar syrup. However, through countless experiments, Juchu found that the yellow mud water he used did not possess such absorptive properties. Thus, he concluded that the yellow mud referenced by ancient texts was likely different from what they understood it to be. Consequently, Juchu directly utilized activated carbon as a control group. Remarkably, activated carbon excelled in its adsorption capabilities, utterly unmatched. The brown sugar water treated with activated carbon resulted in a completely transparent syrup, devoid of color. Thus, Juchu resolved to employ this method for producing white sugar. The first step, naturally, was to create activated carbon, and the charcoal he purchased was intended for this purpose. Juchu emptied the sack of charcoal into a large basin and began washing it. After several washes, he spread the charcoal on a cloth. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and the sun was bright. Soon, a few smaller pieces of charcoal were dry. Juchu crushed these pieces using a mortar and pestle, grinding them into a fine carbon powder. He then sealed the carbon powder in an iron canister. This process was repeated until a dozen or so canisters were filled with carbon powder. By the time he finished, twilight was approaching, yet Juchu was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he placed the canisters into a specially constructed stove that had been arranged according to his specifications. This stove was sealed, with a vent on top and a space for kindling below. Only such a sealed stove could ensure even heating and achieve the necessary temperature. Juchu then ignited the kindling beneath the stove and began the carbonization process. While his method for producing activated carbon was somewhat rudimentary, it was the only feasible option. Although there were more sophisticated methods, they would have been excessively complicated and unnecessary for the purpose of sugar production. Before long, canister after canister of activated carbon was ready. To avoid burning himself, Juchu used tongs to lift one canister and pour the activated carbon into a large basin of clean water. After stirring thoroughly, he added brown sugar in a specific ratio, mixing until the sugar completely dissolved. After dissolving several basins of brown sugar water, Juchu covered the black syrup and closed the door as he returned home, allowing the activated carbon to gradually adsorb impurities overnight. Chapter 26: The Fallen Concubine Liu. When Juchu returned home, it was already quite late. Following Juchu's instructions, Mu Yunjin had gone to bed early. "Young master, you are back," Chunlan remarked, noticing the dark circles under Juchu's eyes, and even a wash would hardly restore his cleanliness. "I shall prepare a bath for you, young master," Chunlan said, her cheeks flushed as she hurried off to fetch water. She vividly recalled the first time she had prepared a bath for him. Though she understood it was the natural duty of a servant to assist her master, she was merely 12 or 13 and had never encountered such an experience before. It was only when she had finished preparing the bath and Juchu waved them away for privacy that she felt a mix of relief and disappointment. After all, with such striking good looks, how wonderful it would be to bathe him. The mere thought of that scenario made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Before long, the wooden tub was filled with water, and upon Juchu's gesture, Chunlan and the others understood and promptly exited. It was not that Juchu was averse to female company or held some egalitarian ideals that made him reject these feudal remnants. On the contrary, he rather enjoyed the feeling of being attended to. However, given his vigorous training in martial arts, his energy was far more abundant than that of the average person. If Chunlan and the others were to assist him in bathing, he might find it difficult to restrain himself. Juchu was well aware that he could not embody the virtue of Liu Shihui, maintaining composure amidst temptation. He simply wished to preserve his youthful innocence for a while longer. In his youthful state, whether in practice, work, or study, he could achieve remarkable progress. As long as his vitality remained intact, his endeavors would be filled with energy and efficiency. He found it easier to concentrate while studying, with a memory far superior to that of others. As for martial arts, training as a youth yielded results that were equivalent to several days of effort for those not in such a state. Naturally, Juchu would not forsake these critical years of diligent advancement for the sake of fleeting desires. It was not that he was entirely indifferent to such matters, but he believed it prudent to wait a few more years, until he was 17 or 18. After a long day, Juchu sank into the bath water, feeling an immediate sense of relief. This water had been infused with numerous precious herbs, a secret recipe of the Liu family, effective in alleviating injuries from prolonged training while continuously enhancing one's vitality, muscle elasticity, and skin. Although the effects were not as miraculous as those portrayed in many martial arts novels, such as transforming into a barrel of pure water after a soak, the results of his 3 years of consistency were clearly evident. In fact, it was not only the Liu family, most of the elite guards of over 100 households possessed their own family traditions of martial arts and herbal remedies. Training without the appropriate herbs would lead to a short life. The next morning, Juchu rose early to practice his skills. Even Mu Yunjin joined him, insisting that as a future commander, she must hone her abilities. Juchu dismissed her proclamation as childish whimsy, yet he did not impede her training. After all, mastering martial arts could protect oneself and bolster health. It was not long before Mu Yunjin was practicing with impressive form. Her stance is solid. After their training session, as Juchu was enjoying breakfast, "Master, you must hurry to the shop, there's trouble," Arfu exclaimed, clearly having run all the way. What has happened? Ju inquired, making his way toward the shop. The female owner's family has come to cause a scene, Arfu replied, finally catching his breath. Family? Ju echoed, puzzled. Hadn't Shenqing's family disbanded? Her father had passed away several years ago. Could it be those concubines? That seemed plausible. After all, those women were technically Shenqing's siblings. With the growing success of Yun Guifang, it was only natural for some to feel discontent. Perhaps they sought to stir trouble in hopes of claiming a share of the profits. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yun Guifang, Ju spotted a familiar figure, concubine Liu. However, the woman before him bore little resemblance to the captivating figure from 3 years prior. Once exuding charm and allure, she now appeared disheveled and haggard. Beside her stood a frail little boy of 6 or 7, equally gaunt and clearly suffering from hardship. Ju could not fathom how concubine Liu had fallen to such depths, yet he understood that those who had lost all avenues would not engage in reasoned discourse. They would grasp at any straw of hope with desperate fervor. Any attempt to assert that their ties had been severed would surely fall on deaf ears. I don't care, no matter what, he is still your brother. Are you really going to watch him starve? Concubine Liu wailed. The crowd around them grew larger, and Shenqing stood nearby, feeling utterly bewildered. Concubine Liu, please, stop crying for now and eat something, Ju urged, turning to Arfu. What are you waiting for? Go buy some food at once. Arfu, not daring to hesitate, dashed off to the bun shop. Upon saying this, Ju exchanged a knowing glance with Shenqing, who instantly understood. Yes, Aunt Liu, please rise. I won't abandon you, she said, extending her hand to assist her. Upon hearing this, concubine Liu ceased her tears. Ching, I knew you were a good girl who wouldn't eat. Before long, Arfu returned with the buns. Let us go inside to eat, Ju suggested. Once they brought concubine Liu into the inner hall of the shop, Shenqing felt a wave of relief. Earlier, she had been at a loss for how to handle the situation. It was not that she wished to neglect them, but the chaos had overwhelmed her. Ju's arrival had restored her sense of direction. While the mother and son devoured their food, Ju pulled Shenqing aside. What are your thoughts? Do you wish to help or not? If you choose not to, I can ensure they won't dare return, he inquired. Sighing, Shenqing replied, I don't particularly care about concubine Liu's fate, but Shenming is my brother. After all, he is a part of the Shen family. While I was angry with my father and them before, that anger dissipated after my father's death. Upon reflection, concubine Liu did not completely sever ties. Had she insisted on marrying me off or taking my earnings, I would have had no recourse. People often felt mutual disdain while together, yet after 3 years apart, Shenqing's resentment had nearly faded. Seeing her in such a state, coupled with the fact that Shenming was her brother, stirred her compassion. It is indeed right to assist them, Ju affirmed, nodding. Shenqing was taken aback. Whether from a business perspective or personal motives, I believe it is the right course of action, Ju replied with a smile. If you choose to ignore them, it may not matter much, but your family's reputation in the capital is well known. If word spreads, it will not reflect well on you, as many would label you cold-hearted, tarnishing your name. Ju understood that, in this era, a young woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Conversely, if you set aside past grievances and extend aid to them, you will earn widespread admiration. For personal reasons, it will greatly benefit your reputation, and for the business, it will enhance Yun Guifang's standing. In the future, whenever anyone mentions you or Yun Guifang, they will surely sing your praises. Upon hearing this, Shenqing felt all doubts and hesitations dissipate. Ju approached concubine Liu and her son, who had now filled their bellies but were struggling to swallow due to their hurried eating, desperately gulping down water. Concubine Liu, I recall that during the division of the Shen family, you received the largest share. How did you end up in such dire straits? Ju inquired, puzzled. At this, concubine Liu's expression turned to one of fury. It was that scoundrel who swindled all my fortune away. Hearing this, Ju's mind began to churn with ideas. It was time to find some work for Chu Liu. Chapter 27, Ju's meticulous arrangements. According to the description provided by Aunt Liu, who hails from a rather unremarkable background, his father was merely a minor official. However, after his father's demise, the family fortune fell into disarray under his stewardship. This young man, given to idleness and gambling, squandered what little wealth remained. Nevertheless, he possessed a pleasing appearance, with a well-groomed visage. Aunt Liu, who had been sold to the Shen family as a concubine, found herself unable to return home. Alone with her child, she managed to purchase a sizable residence and even acquired a few servants. Life was initially quite satisfactory until she crossed paths with Hu Wei. Before long, Aunt Liu was utterly captivated by this young man, lacking any remarkable talents herself. After all, she had been sold as a concubine. She had devoted her limited skills to enchanting Shenqing's father. Thus, she was woefully ignorant in other matters. Hu Wei, with his silver tongue and knack for boasting, quickly led Aunt Liu to lose her bearings. Recently, he deceived her into believing he had a lucrative scheme for smuggling salt, claiming he lacked the capital to invest. Upon hearing this, Aunt Liu, filled with enthusiasm, asserted that while he had no money, she did. Under the guise of his flattery, she surrendered all her possessions to him, including several shops in the capital, one of which had been managed by. Ultimately, she even mortgaged her home to a pawn shop. Under Hu Wei's honeyed words, she and her child moved into his residence. Once he had acquired the funds, however, he cast them out without a second thought. With nowhere left to turn, Aunt Liu even attempted to seek refuge with her parents, only to find herself rejected. They had sold her for the sake of securing a future for their son and had no intention of acknowledging her now. Faced with desperation and the prospect of her child starving, she resolved to abandon her pride and create a scene at the entrance of Yingui Fang. Once a woman of great pride, she would not have resorted to such measures had she any viable alternatives. The scandal involving the Shen family had stirred considerable commotion in the capital, and for a long time, she had not dared to venture outside, too ashamed to face the world. Aunt Liu, we at Yingui Fang can support you and your child. It will not be a significant expense, however. I must lay down some ground rules, Ju said, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. There were certain matters that Shenqing could not voice, but he felt it necessary to clarify, lest future complications arise. Please, say what you must. As long as it ensures we have food to eat, I am willing to comply, Aunt Liu hastened to assure him. Ju, however, took her promise with a grain of salt. Such assurances made in desperation could easily be disregarded. When one is hungry, thoughts of anything beyond their next meal fade away, but once their hunger is satiated, their aspirations begin to multiply. Ju aimed to prevent such eventualities. He cast a glance at Shen Ming, who was nearby. Aunt Liu was perceptive enough. Ming, why don't you go play with this elder brother, she suggested, pointing to a Fu. Upon hearing this, a Fu looked to Ju, who nodded in affirmation, signaling his understanding. Come, I shall take you to buy some candy, a Fu said. Shen Ming, still a child at heart, had not had candy in a long while and readily agreed. We will secure a residence for you both, ensuring you want for nothing in terms of food and clothing. Regarding other matters, whatever Shenqing wishes to provide, you may accept, but if she chooses not to give, you must not reach out for more. Should you dare to extend your hand even once, I will find a way to see you both imprisoned. Ju intended for Shen Ming to remain oblivious to these words. Though still young, if he were to hear such sentiments, it might cultivate a sense of ingratitude within him. Moreover, concerning Shen Ming, you must not sow discord between him and Shenqing. One day, you will have to part ways with him. If he possesses talent, he may fare well, but if he lacks ability, his only hope will lie with Shenqing. If the bond between the siblings remains harmonious, Shenqing will treat him with greater kindness. Perhaps in a couple of years, she may even find him a tutor so he can continue his studies. Wouldn't you agree? Aunt Liu nodded fervently in response. Rest assured, I understand the rationale. Though I may be somewhat petty, I know what to say and what not to say. For Ming's sake, I shall speak only well of Qing. Ju acknowledged her assurance with a nod. You must ensure your words translate into actions. Should I discover any ulterior motives on your part, Shenqing may be lenient, but I will not be. You are aware that Yingui Fang was once the Feng family's shop, correct? The owner of the Feng shop was sent to prison by my hand. I am acquainted with numerous noble ladies, and I often show my respects to the local magistrate. Should I desire for you both to be incarcerated, it would merely take a word from me. Ju Chu understood that when dealing with someone like Aunt Liu, kindness alone was insufficient. The more one indulged her, the more she would take liberties. She needed to be made to fear him, to deter any ill intentions. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Liu's face paled. She had heard whispers concerning the Feng family shop, but those had only ever been rumors. Ju Chu had never confirmed them. Now, hearing it directly from him sent chills down her spine, transforming the dashing young man before her into a figure of dread, his smile taking on a sinister hue. I shall henceforth extol Qingqing's virtues to all I meet and will harbor no improper thoughts, Aunt Liu hurriedly promised. Very well, for the time being, you and your child shall reside in the shop. In a few days, we shall procure a home for you, Ju Chu stated, gesturing for a dong to escort Aunt Liu to the guest quarters. After her departure, Qingqing regarded Ju Chu with deep gratitude. Thanks to you, I was at a loss for what to do. Your foresight is remarkable. Qingqing recalled Ju Chu's earlier words, which had left no room for loopholes. She understood Aunt Liu's character well. It was true that only a villain could counter a villain. With Ju Chu's intimidation, Aunt Liu would be less likely to stir up trouble. Are you perhaps suggesting that we needn't purchase a residence, that you wish for them to stay at your home? Ju Chu observed Qingqing's hesitance, knowing precisely what she was contemplating. Qingqing had long since repurchased the original Shen family residence and acquired numerous servants. Hesitantly, she nodded in response. The formidable owner and manager of Yingui Fan appeared as a student before Ju Chu. Remember, you may keep them in an external residence, but do not bring them back home under any circumstances. Ju Chu took a sip of tea. You are often preoccupied with business. Leaving such a troublesome person in your household could lead to unforeseen chaos. Her words may be sweet, but her intentions remain uncertain. Should she harbor ill will and conspire with your servants against you, your wealth could easily fall into their hands. Qingqing felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing this. One must always be vigilant against betrayal. If you wish to prevent such treachery, do not afford them the opportunity, not even a sliver. Ju Chu tapped the table for emphasis. I understand, Qingqing replied softly. Even if your bond with your brother grows stronger, do not bring him back home, understood? Oh, and please seek out my uncle, have him investigate who Wei. I intend for him to return every last coin he has taken. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Ju Chu's eyes as he spoke. Chapter 28, White Sugar. Ju Chu once again arrived at the residence outside the capital. After a night of adsorption and sedimentation, while the syrup remained dark, it was evidently clearer than the previous day. A considerable amount of impurities had settled at the bottom. The next step was filtration. In this era, there were no filter papers, but Ju Chu had no need for them. By layering the steamer cloth used for buns, he could effectively filter out the impurities and activated carbon from the syrup. Achieving a complete filtration was impossible. Even the most advanced filtration methods of later generations could not attain such perfection. However, several layers of cloth could eliminate over 95% of the impurities, which was more than sufficient. The sugar frosting of this age contained numerous impurities, yet it remained as precious as gold. There was a saying that one tael of sugar frosting was worth one tael of gold. Even the affluent households often hesitated to indulge in sugar frosting due to its exorbitant cost. The exorbitance stemmed from the exceedingly complex methods of production. Despite this, the flavor of sugar frosting was far. For this reason, Ju Chu was always wary about producing white sugar. The stakes involved were simply too high. He understood well that if the news of his ability to produce high-purity white sugar were to leak, he would undoubtedly become the target of countless schemes. Ironically, despite seemingly having gained some standing in the capital, Ju Chu was acutely aware that these were mere illusions. Once the news of white sugar and glass production spread, it would not just be Sun Jiao who would come after him. Even the father of another noble lady, a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, would not be able to protect him. Such individuals would go to any lengths for profit, even to the point of killing for it. Ju Chu was well aware that a terrifying interest group had formed in Jiangnan, one capable of influencing the very direction of the Ming dynasty. Any policy in the court that they opposed would never see the light of day. This was capitalism at its core. In his previous life, Ju Chu had read a paper detailing the smuggling operations of the Jiangnan interest group. For instance, the base cost of raw silk was about 4 coins per pound, which translated to roughly 40 cash. However, it was sold to the common people at a price of 160 cash per pound. When smuggled to the east, the price skyrocketed to 250 cash per pound. The profit margins were astonishing, yet the most shocking revelation was that the local price for raw silk in the east was at least 1,000 cash per pound, and during peak times, it could reach an outrageous 5,000 cash per pound. Similarly, the ordinary living commodity of Doqing porcelain bowls had a normal price of 100 guan each. Selling 10,000 Doqing porcelain bowls to the east could yield a profit of 1 million guan, and this figure represented pure profit. The local price for Doqing porcelain bowls in the east could soar to 500 or 600 guan apiece. Zhu Chu couldn't help but recall Wang Ji, who had established a puppet regime in the east. Later, Wang Ji and Hu Zongxian had reached an agreement to return and surrender. Unfortunately, upon landing, they encountered a brash local official who executed Wang Ji on the spot. Under Ming law, capturing pirates could go unreported, allowing for immediate execution. The local official surely recognized Wang Ji's identity but likely understood that if he reported it, Wang Ji would most likely escape. By executing him on the spot, he would earn a great merit. No one could fault him for that. After Wang Ji's death, his treasures, famously known as Wang Ji's hoard, became the obsession of countless treasure hunters. Only the influential figures along the southeastern coast knew the true scale of Wang Ji's profits from smuggling. Their collective earnings from smuggling paled in comparison to Wang Ji's wealth, which was several times greater than theirs. Wang Ji was truly a talent. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to befriend him, Zhu Chu mused aimlessly while filtering the syrup. He knew that Wang Ji would die over 40 years later, but the specifics of his age at death remained uncertain. Some claimed he died in his 40s, while others suggested he was around 60. If the latter were true, Wang Ji would be roughly the same age as Zhu Chu now. In Zhu Chu's subsequent plans, he indeed required a figure like Wang Ji. The new emperor's potential opening of maritime trade would be vehemently opposed by the Jiannan interest group. Thus, the optimal method to initiate this change would be through conflict. By forming his own crew, masquerading as pirates, and discovering their exit points for smuggling, he could seize their vessels one by one. Over time, without the emperor's prompting, the bureaucrats would be compelled to advocate for the eradication of pirates, while they could maintain their own smuggling operations. Zhu Chu could equally find individuals to impersonate pirates. Eventually, when the pressure became unbearable, they would push the court to lift the maritime ban. Earning less was certainly better than earning nothing at all. However, finding a leader for this crew would prove challenging. Those with excessive ambition were difficult to control. Human ambition tends to proliferate endlessly, and few can manage it effectively. Wang Ji was an excellent candidate, adept at managing his aspirations. Had he been unable to do so, he would not have engaged in negotiations with Hu Zongxian, nor would he have evaded capture. In essence, Wang Ji was a genuine citizen of the Ming dynasty. Even with wealth and power in the east, his thoughts remained fixed on becoming an official of the Ming and returning home. To gain riches without returning home was akin to donning fine garments in the dead of night. Ultimately, Zhu Chu aimed to establish such a crew. By now, the West had likely already invented flintlock guns and falconets. If the Ming did not keep pace, they would inevitably fall behind. With these two innovations, and once Zhu Chu had established his own force, he would truly possess leverage within the Ming dynasty. Zhu Chu had no intention of gambling on whether Zhu Hozong would harbor suspicions towards him. Such speculation was pointless. He was not Lu Bing, and there was no deep bond between him and Zhu Hozong. Once he held significant power, suspicion would be almost inevitable. To prevent being discarded once he had served his purpose, he needed to possess the strength to overturn the table, even if he chose not to do so. Holding a gun and being without one were two entirely different concepts. Only then would Zhu Hozong treat him with due respect. This was Zhu Chu's preliminary plan. Currently, it was merely a plan, one that could only be implemented once Zhu Hozong ascended to the throne. However, Zhu Chu was certain that the future judging emperor would not oppose it. Before long, Zhu Chu had filtered out all the syrup from the numerous basins. He then began to boil them one by one. After half a day's effort, he transformed all the syrup into a viscous sugary liquid, which he then placed on another stove for further cooking. This stove was topped with a large iron plate. Through continuous stirring, glistening white granules of sugar gradually emerged from the several basins of syrup. He ultimately produced nearly 20 pounds of white sugar. "This should suffice for a while," Ju Chu remarked, a sense of accomplishment washing over him as he gazed at the freshly made sugar. Though he had done this before in his past life, the conditions then were vastly different from those now. After packing the sugar into cloth bags, Ju Chu hurriedly loaded them onto a cart and set off for the capital. Upon reaching the city gates, he was stopped for a routine inspection. After all, the trade in illicit salt was rampant during these times, and those courts selling it faced severe penalties. "What are these?" the soldiers at the gate inquired, drawing their swords upon seeing the cloth bags filled with sugar, mistaking it for illicit salt. "These are old sugar frosting that I purchased from outside," Ju Chu replied smoothly. "I am preparing to open a tavern and bought a bit more since sugar frosting is quite valuable. I kindly ask for your leniency, esteemed officers." As he spoke, he subtly slipped 5 taels of silver to the leading soldier. The officer weighed the silver in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. He then pinched a bit of the white sugar and tasted it. "It is indeed sugar frosting, you may pass." Hearing this, Ju Chu finally drove the cart forward. This encounter at the city gate was essential. Otherwise, once the tavern opened, he would find it difficult to explain the source of his white sugar, potentially drawing unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. Having successfully passed through the gate, should any investigations arise later, people would likely assume he had sourced it from elsewhere. Caution is the mother of safety. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Tycoon. Upon returning home and arranging the sugar, Ju Chu summoned Sun Qiang and Chu Liu to his residence, instructing the servants to commence preparations for the meal. Before long, Sun Qiang arrived with Chu Liu in tow. "Chu Liu, have you been adjusting well these past few days?" Ju Chu inquired, noticing the slight unease reflected in Chu Liu's demeanor. "In response to your esteemed inquiry, young master, I have found no discomfort. Uncle Sun has been exceedingly kind, imparting much knowledge to me. There is no need for formality, please, have a seat." Ju Chu gestured for Chu Liu to sit. "Uncle, have you two dined yet?" Ju Chu asked, fully aware of the answer. In recent days, Sun Qiang had been exceptionally busy. After the workers left each day, he would take Chu Liu and several newly hired assistants to tidy up, as many tasks were beyond the purview of the masons and carpenters. Their focus was solely on their designated duties, leaving the finishing touches and refuse collection to Sun Qiang. "We've just finished our work and have yet to eat," Sun Qiang replied, taking a sip of tea. "Join us for a meal. I have just returned, and the food will be ready shortly. I shall have the kitchen prepare extra, so we can also take some back for the others," Ju Chu said with a smile. He was aware that several of the staff from local taverns were in need of sustenance. Unlike the newly hired workers, these were individuals Sun Qiang had brought from the countryside, for whom he provided food and lodging. However, their wages were significantly lower, and Ju Chu found them to be more trustworthy. He also instructed Chun Lan to prepare some wine. In this era, the available wines were either rice wine or yellow wine. There was no white liquor to be found. Yellow wine was particularly popular in Jiangnan, while rice wine was predominantly consumed in the capital. The enjoyment of rice wine depended on timing and temperature. It was best consumed fresh, having been brewed for several days, akin to nectar. Ju Chu believed it to be the finest of all beverages, and although he had not been fond of alcohol previously, he now found himself partaking more frequently. One must not indulge excessively. This particular drink, sweet in flavor, seemed devoid of any potency, yet overindulgence would surely lead to a severe intoxication. Ju Chu's household had been brewing their own wine for some time. Last year, by a stroke of luck, he had acquired a brewing recipe from a gambling enthusiast, and the resulting wine had garnered the old man's endless praise. Since then, Ju Chu's family had continued brewing wine primarily for the old man's enjoyment. Ju Chu had intended to invite the old man to live with him, but the latter had declined. Understanding the old man's capabilities, Ju Chu realized that countless dignitaries would eagerly offer. Fortunately, their homes were in close proximity, allowing Ju Chu to frequently send Chun Lan and others to deliver wine and food to the old man. However, it was not feasible to send provisions daily, lest his master's wife chide him. "You send food every day, do you take me for a mere ornament?" I can manage his care, she would say. Ju Chu often pondered that if a man, regardless of his misfortunes, could have a devoted beauty by his side, caring for him without complaint, he would be deemed remarkably successful. As Ju Chu and Sun Xiang exchanged pleasantries over their cups, Ju Liu sat with them at the table, absorbing their familial banter. He felt an odd sensation within. Having been raised by his late father, he had grown accustomed to preparing his own meals in solitude, his home often devoid of company. He had never experienced a moment quite like this, gathered around a table with two others, sharing a meal and conversation. This new experience left Ju Liu feeling somewhat awkward and restless. Accustomed to solitude, he found himself in a strange yet oddly comforting situation. Ju Chu, perceptive to Ju Liu's discomfort, understood the reason behind it but chose not to address it directly. He knew that engaging Ju Liu in conversation at such a moment would only exacerbate his unease. Instead, allowing him to gradually acclimate would suffice. "Uncle, have you uncovered anything regarding Hu Wei?" Ju Chu queried after finishing his meal and setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "I have indeed found some information. It appears this fellow has recently taken up with a wealthy merchant, and they are frequently seen together at the gambling houses. This merchant is rather peculiar," Sun Xiang replied. "Oh, in what way is he peculiar?" Ju Chu inquired further. "This merchant does not seem to be from the capital. I have never encountered him before, nor have my acquaintances. He appears to hail from Jiangnan. A friend of mine who frequents the gambling houses remarked that this man is exceedingly extravagant, seemingly indifferent to winning or losing, casually bestowing winnings upon Hu Wei. It is as if his wealth knows no bounds," Sun Xiang mused. "Oh." Ju Chu's interest piqued at this revelation. "Jiangnan, in the coming days, ensure that someone keeps an eye on this merchant and Hu Wei, and gather more information on him." Ju Chu felt an inexplicable intuition that the merchant's identity was far from ordinary. "On second thought, it may be prudent not to investigate further, lest we alert them," Ju Chu added, casting a glance at Ju Liu. "Ju Liu, are you acquainted with any beggars in the capital? When it comes to following leads, aside from the Jinni Wei, it is likely that the beggars possess the necessary skills. The beggars in the capital are not your average vagrants, many are organized. Given that card sharps originate from the landmen, it stands to reason they may have connections with these individuals." Upon hearing this, Ju Liu contemplated for a moment. "I do not know the people of the Rongmen, but the leader of the beggars from the Rongmen was a close friend of my father's. My father once told me that if he were to encounter trouble, I could seek out the old beggar for assistance. He also mentioned that if he were to pass away, I should find a suitable place to bury him and not disturb the old beggar over such matters." "Rongmen?" Ju Chu inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The Lanmen and Rongmen are both part of the Dark Eight Gates." "My knowledge of the Dark Eight Gates is limited. I only know of the Hoalan and Ji Rong factions. Members of the Hoa men typically run brothels, though not all brothel owners are part of the Hoa men. The Lan men are card sharps, while the Ji men are bandits, and the Rong men are beggars," Ju Liu elaborated. Upon hearing these details, Ju Chu felt a sudden clarity. "In that case, tomorrow you shall take these silver coins and visit the old beggar at the docks, requesting his assistance in gathering information on that merchant and Hu Wei." As he spoke, he produced 20 taels of silver and handed them to Ju Liu. "Additionally, see if you can round up your own Qian men Bajiang. In a few days, there will be tasks for you to undertake." Ju Liu had previously mentioned that the so-called Qianmen Bajiang comprised the 8 generals of the Xinfan, Qiantuo, Fenghuo, and Chuchao. However, it was not strictly necessary to assemble all 8, as many of their functions overlapped. For instance, the Tuo general is responsible for making an exit after a scheme is executed, while the Hua general addresses issues through force if cornered. These 2 roles could easily be filled by one individual, with Ju Chu temporarily stepping in to resolve matters. The Feng general is tasked with gathering intelligence, a duty that could be delegated to individuals from the Rongmen. Currently, the primary need was for a counter-general, responsible for luring others into the scheme. Of course, all actions must be carefully considered. Ju Chu would not act recklessly without clarifying the merchant's identity. As for Hu Wei, being a minor character, Ju Chu felt no apprehension regarding any retaliatory actions he might attempt. However, if this merchant turned out to be a significant figure, caution would be imperative. By the way, while you're at it, have the old beggar look into your father's case. One day, I intend to seek vengeance for him, Ju Chu remarked. Upon hearing this, Ju Liu clenched his fists tightly. He was not averse to seeking revenge, he merely recognized that the individuals his father had crossed were not of ordinary stature and preferred to wait for an opportunity to investigate further. The fact that his young master still harbored concern for this matter moved Ju Liu deeply. Chapter 30, The Transparent Ju Chu and the Wealthy Jin Yodzai of the Rong family. Early the next morning, Ju Chu was diligently practicing his martial arts when Chunlan approached with Ju Liu in tow. Last night during dinner, Chunlan had been attending to Ju Chu, thus she was acquainted with Ju Liu. Ju Chu harbored reservations towards the other servants in his household, trusting only Chunlan completely. Chunlan held yet another identity. She was the adopted daughter of Sun Qiang. Having spent many years in the pawnshop business, Sun Qiang had encountered numerous unfortunate souls. He was not a hard-hearted man and would extend a helping hand whenever possible. However, some individuals had endured particularly tragic fates, such as Chunlan, once sold to a wealthy household. She had inadvertently offended the mistress and had nearly been killed before being sold off again, ultimately coming into Sun Qiang's care. When Chunlan was brought to him, she resembled a blood-soaked gourd, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for Sun Qiang's intervention in securing a physician for her, she likely would have perished. Seeing her pitiable state, Sun Qiang took her under his wing for a year or two, and Chunlan, being a person of gratitude, recognized him as a father, tending to his needs by washing clothes and preparing meals. It was only a couple of years ago that Ju Chu asked Sun Qiang to find someone reliable. Sun Qiang felt it was not sustainable for Chunlan to remain with him indefinitely and sought her opinion. Upon learning of Ju Chu's relationship with Sun Qiang, Chunlan readily agreed without hesitation. However, Chunlan was a free woman. Sun Qiang had long since returned her contract of servitude. Thus, within the household, apart from Mu Yunjin, Ju Chu's trust in Chunlan was unwavering. Many household matters were entrusted to her, and she had subtly assumed the role of housekeeper. Ju Chu took a towel from a maid standing nearby and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Come with me," he instructed as he led Ju Liu to the study, leaving Mu Yunjin to continue her practice. "Did you manage to find the old beggar?" Ju Chu inquired, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated Ju Liu would set out so early. Ju Liu nodded. "I met with the old beggar and conveyed my purpose. He said he has no need for money, but he wishes to meet you." Ju Chu was even more astonished upon hearing this. "Did you mention me to him?" According to Ju Chu's understanding, the old beggar should not have known of his existence, and even if he did, he shouldn't have been aware of Ju Liu's connection to him. "No, I have no idea how the old beggar came to know," Ju Liu replied, shaking his head. This revelation piqued Ju Chu's curiosity about the old beggar. It seemed he held a certain influence in the capital. Ju Chu had only known Ju Liu for a few days, yet this old beggar, a mere street person, had taken notice of him. "Should I go to find him, or is he here seeking me?" Ju Chu asked. "The old beggar is waiting just outside," Ju Liu answered. "Then please bring him in," Ju Chu replied with a hint of resignation. Before long, an old beggar, leaning on a cane and limping, entered the room, yet, with Ju Chu's keen perception, he quickly discerned that the old beggar's limp was feigned. The man's stance was stable, and he moved without any sound, save for the tapping of his cane against the ground. A genuine cripple could not walk in such a manner. Ju Chu found the beggar's appearance strangely familiar. Indeed, he had seen this man numerous times by the roadside. Had it not been for his excellent memory, he might not have recalled him at all. No wonder he recognized Ju Chu. "Greetings, young master. I am Rongman Jin Yodzai," the old beggar said with a bow. "Your name is quite amusing, Jin Yodzai, yet you find yourself as a beggar," Ju Chu jested. "My fate lacks both gold and wealth, hence the fortune teller named me so. Had it not been for this name weighing upon me, I might not have lived past 20, Jin Yodzai chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You wish to see me for a specific reason?" Ju Chu inquired. "Indeed, there is a request, though it may not be entirely appropriate to call it so. I have a young apprentice whom I raised from childhood. She has learned all the skills of Rongman and is of similar age to this lad," Jin Yodzai indicated Ju Liu. "I wish for her to follow you." Whether she is to be reprimanded or praised is entirely up to you. If you agree, as long as I am alive, the wrongman in the capital will heed your commands. Ju Chu was even more perplexed by this statement. How could this be deemed a request? I do not understand why you insist on having her accompany me. What sets me apart from others? Ju Chu questioned, puzzled. Young master, you are indeed different from the rest. 3 years ago, I witnessed your martial prowess. Even back then, your skills were extraordinary. I later learned that you had only practiced for a year at that time. Now, after 4 years of training, few in the capital could rival your abilities, Jin Yotsai replied candidly. 3 years ago, that must have been during the encounter with Feng Yude and his cohorts. In recent years, Ju Chu had seldom revealed his skills, so it seemed the old beggar had indeed witnessed that event. Merely possessing martial skills is not uncommon. Many are skilled. Your prowess, however, is exceptional, Ju Chu remarked with a half-smile. It is not solely your martial abilities that matter, Jin Yotsai countered, shaking his head. 3 years ago, you were but a mere servant of the Liu family, yet in these years, you have consistently sent funds to the prison to support them. Even while imprisoned, the Liu family lived quite comfortably. How many in this world possess your loyalty, young master? Moreover, given your intellect, I dare say the so-called scholars of the capital pale in comparison. Within just 3 or 4 years, you have expanded Yun Guifang to its current stature. This is likely a result of your deliberate restraint, for should you fully unleash your potential, the other fabric shops in the capital would likely close their doors. At merely 13 years of age, you have never exhibited an ounce of arrogance, navigating your path with extreme caution. Such temperament is a rarity indeed, one I have witnessed only once in my lifetime. Your talents, martial skills, and character are all of the highest caliber. Ordinary individuals may possess excellence in one area, which is already remarkable. Thus, I am certain that you will achieve greatness in the future. Allowing my apprentice to follow you is, in essence, a boon to her as well, Jin Yotsai declared, his gaze resolute. Upon hearing these words, Ju Chu felt a chill run down his spine. It was akin to realizing that an unseen spectre had been shadowing him all along, its gaze fixed upon him, and now that he was aware, the sensation was unsettling. There is no need for alarm, young master. In the capital, aside from myself, no one else is privy to this information. My knowledge stems from having witnessed your abilities 3 years ago, and my ensuing curiosity led me to investigate further. Within Rongmen, only I possess your information, and I have not entrusted it to anyone else, Jin Yotsai clarified. With a sigh, he continued, since we are on this subject, allow me to elaborate further. My apprentice was born into a wealthy family. Her father did me a great favor. Had it not been for him, my family would have perished. Later, her entire family was executed, and I managed to rescue her under the cover of night, thus preserving a flicker of her family's legacy. If she remains with me, she can only survive within Rongmen. But for a girl to navigate that world, it would weigh heavily on my conscience towards her father. Therefore, I have spent these years seeking a better path for her. Ju Chu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. A girl. Rest assured, young master, though she is a girl, she possesses remarkable agility. In terms of combat, she may not match your prowess, but if you require someone for covert tasks, she is exceptionally capable. She has mastered those skills under my tutelage, Jin Yotsai hastily reassured him. Very well, have her come to my home at your convenience, Ju Chu said, finding no reason to decline. After all, she was a talent worth nurturing. Moreover, by agreeing, he would have the support of Jin Yotsai and his subordinates from Rongmen. Chapter 31, The Great Fish, the merchant in conspiracy with Yang Tinghe. Before long, Ju Chu encountered the apprentice of Jin Yotsai. From the outside, it was not immediately apparent that she was a girl. After all, she was merely around 10 years old, sporting a short haircut that made her appear entirely like a tombour. Her name is Xiaodao, Jin Yotsai introduced. Xiaodao, such a name likely served as a guise concocted by the old beggar to obscure her true origins. What else can you do besides climbing walls and stealing? Ju Chu inquired, eyeing Xiaodao. I have some skills in disguise and impersonation, Xiaodao replied, albeit somewhat reluctantly, yet the old beggar's gaze compelled her to relent. Do not engage with her on equal terms. Discipline her as necessary. She has no desire to leave me, and what prospects can you offer her? The old beggar admonished, glaring at Xiaodao. Upon hearing this, Xiaodao offered a sheepish smile. Ju Chu's eye sparkled upon hearing this. Such a skill could prove quite useful in the near future. Old Jin, I entrust you with the matter concerning Hu Wei and that wealthy merchant, Ju Chu directed towards the old beggar. Rest assured, I shall provide you with news in a couple of days, the old beggar replied, leaning on his cane as he strolled away leisurely. Ju Chu observed Xiaodao's tattered attire, smeared with grime and even carrying a faint odor, prompting him to furrow his brow. Chunlan, take her to bathe and provide her with a new set of clothes, he commanded. Xiaodao immediately reacted with defiance. I don't want to, I think this is perfectly fine. Ju Chu chuckled at her response. It seemed he needed to clarify who held the authority here. No desire to bathe. Very well, defeat me in a contest, and you may forego it. Hearing this, Xiaodao shot Ju Chu a disdainful glance. With your petite frame, is that even feasible? You won't know until you try, Ju Chu replied with a grin. 2 minutes later, Ju Chu had Xiaodao's arm twisted behind her back. Ouch, that hurts, I concede, she admitted, yielding. Ju Chu then released her shoulder. Xiaodao truly acknowledged her defeat. In those 2 minutes, they had sparred 3 times, and she had been subdued almost instantaneously on each occasion. This realization illuminated the disparity in martial prowess between her and Ju Chu. Initially, she had perceived Ju Chu as merely a privileged youth, but now her perspective had shifted. Once Ju Chu let her go, Xiaodao obediently followed Chunlan to bathe. Meanwhile, Ju Chu returned to his residence outside the city to commence the glass-making process. Prior to his return to his hometown, he had sketched out blueprints and commissioned numerous molds. Hence, the glass-making proceeded smoothly, albeit laboriously. 2 days passed, and the old beggar arrived at Ju Chu's home, bearing a serious expression. Young Master Ju, I advise against provoking that wealthy merchant, he cautioned, his demeanor grave. Oh. Pray, elaborate, Ju Chu replied, increasingly intrigued. His name is Wang Cai, a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan. I have already sent word to my associates in Jiangnan. It may take a few days to receive a response. However, this fellow has spent the past couple of days not only gambling but frequently visiting the Yang residence, the old beggar disclosed. The Yang residence, which Yang residence? Ju Chu's heart raced at this revelation. Though he had formed a hypothesis, if it were indeed the case, then Wang Cai was a significant catch, an enormous fish. The old beggar, having ensured no one was eavesdropping in the study, approached Ju Chu. It is the residence of the Prime Minister, Yang Tinghe. Ju Chu's spirit soared upon hearing this. It aligned perfectly with his suspicions. A merchant from Jiangnan frequently visiting Yang Tinghe's abode was no coincidence. If Wang Cai had no connections with the individuals from Jiangnan, Ju Chu would find it hard to believe. Given this, he could strategically position himself to exploit Wang Cai when the time was ripe, thereby gaining access to the smuggling routes of these individuals. How long has he been in the capital? Ju Chu pressed further. It is said he has been here for over half a month. Oddly enough, he does not engage in business. His days are consumed by gambling and visiting the Yang residence, occasionally appearing at the homes of other officials, seemingly plotting something grand, Jin Yotsai whispered. Something grand? Could it pertain to that matter? Ju Chu pondered. If it indeed related to that, it would be an earth-shattering event. Should it come to light, the entire Ming dynasty would tremble, yet, Ju Chu, even if aware, would not intervene. In fact, he would welcome it, otherwise, his own plans would falter. Clearly, after the emperor consolidated military power, the discontent among these individuals had become palpable. However, such matters require meticulous planning and cannot be executed in haste. Continue to monitor their movements closely, no actions, merely observation, Ju Chu instructed, producing 50 taels of silver. Distribute this among your subordinates. While I appreciate your assistance, your men must not be undercompensated. Knowing that Ju Chu was quite affluent, Jin Yotsai graciously accepted the offer. I extend my gratitude on behalf of those young rascals. As for Wang Cai, Jin Yotsai chose not to pry further. He was aware that the more one knew, the swifter the demise. He understood that his role was to fulfill his responsibilities without succumbing to unwarranted curiosity. Ju Chu then inquired about Hu Wei and the gambling establishments frequented by both Hu Wei and Wang Cai. That afternoon, Ju Chu dispatched Sun Qiang to the government office to procure the contracts of 2 individuals. He specifically instructed Sun Qiang to acquire the contracts of 2 gamblers. While new contracts could be arranged, they would not withstand scrutiny. Past records and experiences were not fabricable, they were documented in the relevant archives. Given Wang Cai's status, he would undoubtedly investigate those in close proximity. Only genuine identities and backgrounds could deceive him, especially in an era devoid of photographs. The contracts Sun Qiang procured bore the names Zhao Hu and Mar Hong, 2 gamblers who had squandered their fortunes and lost their families due to their vices. Additionally, these 2 had departed the capital 3 years prior, with no one knowing their whereabouts. Few were privy to their absence from the capital, but the old beggars' people were aware. These 2 choices were apt, as the disappearance of 2 gamblers would likely attract little attention. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, Ju Chu instructed Xiao Dao to draw her and Chu Liu to resemble Zhao Hu as closely as possible. Having encountered the 2 gamblers before, Xiao Dao was well acquainted with their appearance. As night fell, Ju Chu indulged in some rice wine, feeling slightly tipsy, and meandered to the gambling establishment where Hu Wei and Wang Cai were engaged in play. Clutching a few pieces of silver and humming a tune from the brothels, he quickly approached Wang Cai. Chapter 32. The opulent decoration of the tavern. In the ensuing days, Ju Chu dedicated his days to crafting exquisite glassware, while by night he transformed into Zhao Hu, engaging in fervent games with Wang Cai and Hu Wei. The trio soon became quite intimate, discussing everything under the sun and eventually arranging a gambling match. Ju Chu had already devised a plan concerning these 2. Furthermore, with the addition of Chu Liu, they conveniently formed a quartet for the gambling game. This game was intended to be a long-term engagement, primarily focusing on winning from Hu Wei, while allowing Wang Cai to take the larger share. Ju Chu and Chu Liu would take turns winning and losing, ensuring an overall profit that would be nearly imperceptible. Consequently, Wang Cai would continuously win, buoyed by his good fortune, and, oblivious to Hu Wei's shameless appeals, would generously bestow upon him substantial amounts of money, sometimes even sharing a portion with Ju Chu or Chu Liu. The gambling continued in this manner, with Wang Cai consistently victorious, while Ju Chu and Chu Liu alternated between wins and losses, maintaining an overall profit. Hu Wei, on the other hand, primarily faced losses, with only occasional wins. This dynamic established a beneficial cycle, with most of the money flowing into Wang Cai's hands. However, Wang Cai was indifferent to these sums. His good spirits would lead him to lavish rewards upon both Hu Wei and Ju Chu. In this way, Ju Chu gradually accumulated his winnings without their notice. The 4 occasionally played mahjong, and at times they engaged in paigao. During the mahjong games, Ju Chu would often feed advantageous tiles to Wang Cai, leaving Hu Wei seething in silence, for Wang Cai was indeed his primary financial backer. This increasingly solidified the camaraderie between Ju Chu and Wang Cai, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement, much to Hu Wei's chagrin. Hu Wei relentlessly sought monetary handouts from Wang Cai, who, although unconcerned, grew weary of his demands and began to distance himself. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The tavern's decoration was now complete, with Ju Chu's various glass lamps adorning the grand hall's ceiling. To Ju Chu, the glass exuded a cheap allure, yet to the people of this era, it appeared dreamlike, akin to a fantastical realm. "This is absolutely stunning. How much did all this cost?" Sun Jiao gasped as she beheld the tavern filled with glassware, her heart fluttering. Each piece of this glassware, even a singular item, was worth a fortune, let alone the multitude present. In this age, the value of glassware far surpassed that of the finest porcelain. Could our finances possibly cover such extravagant glassware? Julie gazed at the array of glassware, unable to tear her eyes away. "Since we are in partnership for this venture, it would be remiss for only you to bear the expenses." "I'll cover the shortfall," Ju Chu casually declared. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiao and the other women exchanged glances, and then she regarded Ju Chu with a touch of emotion. "Heng Qi, you have put in so much effort into this tavern. You ought not to be so extravagant," she remarked. "Indeed, Heng Qi is far too generous to his friends. Just look at Shen Qing. Without Heng Qi, how could she have become the proprietor of Yungu? It was only because she met him during his humble beginnings," lamented the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Beyond this, I have some delightful treats, Ju continued, producing 4 bags of white sugar, distributing 1 to each of them. This is sugar frosting I had a friend procure from the South Seas. It is of far superior quality compared to what is available in the market. Please, take some home. Each bag contained approximately £1. Even among the nobility, sugar frosting was often enjoyed sparingly, usually paired with taro or other delicacies. Therefore, £1 should suffice for a while. The eyes of the 4 women brightened at this revelation. Among them, only the daughter of the Minister of Revenue had regular access to sugar frosting. Sun Jiao had only tasted it a handful of times, and she longed for its flavor. Not that sugar was particularly delectable, it was merely that people often yearn for what is difficult to obtain. Sugar was indeed the epitome of luxury, unattainable for most officials. They eagerly accepted the bags of sugar, opening them to inspect their contents. How can it be so pure and white? Sun Jiao exclaimed. Don't even get me started. The sugar frosting at my home has taken on a yellowish hue, and it pales in comparison to this, remarked Han Yuan, the minister's daughter, as she dipped her finger into the sugar and tasted it. The flavor is vastly superior to that of the other sugar frosting. It must be exceedingly costly. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiao and the others turned their gazes toward Ju. Why concern yourselves with such matters? My friend has connections in the South Seas. It isn't as exorbitant as you might imagine. Enjoy it freely, and come back for more when you run out, Ju replied nonchalantly with a smile. The tavern opens in 3 days. In the meantime, please spread the word among your acquaintances that we are aiming for an upscale clientele. Common folk cannot afford our prices. Rest assured, we have already begun promoting it. Many of my father's colleagues, as well as those from my husband's circle, will undoubtedly come to support us, Sun Jiao boasted. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement, indicating they too had been promoting the tavern. Ju felt a wave of relief. The success of the tavern would largely hinge on the reception it received on opening day. If it garnered significant attention, it would likely thrive, but if few patrons showed up, the establishment would soon be deemed unworthy, jeopardizing its future prospects. Ju also made sure to send invitations to the daughters of officials with whom he had good relations. My student is destined for greatness. Logically, he need not establish this tavern, yet since he has chosen to do so, his ambitions must be considerable. Therefore, let me, as an elder, lend him my support. The drunken old man, having shed his previous despondency, now radiated an aura of sharp determination. After years of inebriation, the whims of fate have turned. I was unwillingly swept up in the Ningguang rebellion, which left me despondent, yearning only for a final drunken escapade to conclude my existence, yet unexpectedly, I encountered this young man. With Wang Shouren before him, and now this lad, both navigate life and business with caution and meticulousness, their tenacity seemingly insurmountable. By comparison, I appear rather fragile. The scandal surrounding the imperial examination left me devastated. Ultimately, I was wronged because I dismissed others, acting without the necessary caution. Enough of this. Thankfully, my old bones still endure, so I shall assist this young man. As the tavern's grand opening approached, emotions ran high, with some rejoicing while others lamented. The more magnificent the tavern's reputation grew, the more it incited resentment, particularly among rival tavern owners in the capital. Among them, the owner of Zui Chunlu, also a member of the Minister of Revenue's family, harbored particular animosity. Sun Jiao and her companions had numerous friends, but there were also many with whom their relationships were tenuous, even hostile, as if they were eager to engage in a bitter rivalry. One such rival was Wu Minute, the daughter of the Zui Chunlu proprietor. Despite her father sharing professional ties with the Minister of Revenue, they were at odds, having clashed over positions within the ministry. Consequently, Wu Minute and Han Yuan were also sworn enemies. Upon learning of Han Yuan's plans to open a tavern in partnership, Wu Minute wasted no time in launching her scathing barbs. Why the need for multiple partners to open a shabby tavern? Who are they trying to fool with their pretense of poverty? If they can't afford it, they ought not to proceed. Indeed, with so many taverns in the capital, how dare they even consider opening one? Where do they find the audacity? What profit could possibly come from such a pitiful establishment? To think they are collaborating, let's hope they don't end up losing their shirts. In addition to Wu Minute, many others looked down upon Sun Jiao and her companions, joining in the derision. Meanwhile, Minister Han Xie caught wind of these rumors, his temper flaring. Upon returning home, he summoned Han Yuan to his side. What do you need, father? Han Yuan approached her father with a smile. Observing her playful demeanor only fueled his ire, and he slammed his hand on the table, startling her. Father, have I done something wrong? What could you possibly have done wrong? Han Xie retorted sarcastically. I am at a loss. Please enlighten me, Han Yuan replied cautiously. I ask you, have you partnered with someone to open a tavern? By now, Han Xie's anger had subsided somewhat as he questioned his daughter. Yes, it is true. We are opening tomorrow, Han Yuan answered honestly. HMPH, if you wish to open a tavern, you could have simply informed me. Does the Han family need to partner with anyone to establish a tavern? Do you have any idea how your colleagues mock me, suggesting I am feigning poverty? The mere thought of their ridicule stoked his anger. Unlike the so-called pure-hearted officials, he had no need to pretend to be impoverished. In today's court, aside from a few idealists who did not indulge in greed, if one refrained from seeking personal gain, they would be ostracized by their peers. For many, it was not a matter of choice, but necessity, particularly for someone in Han Xie's position, where abstaining from corruption would raise doubts in the minds of superiors. Upon hearing her father's words, Han Yuan quickly grasped the source of his frustration. Father, you have no idea how lavish this tavern is. Once it opens tomorrow, you will see for yourself. Your colleagues will not only refrain from mocking you but will also envy your fortune. This tavern shall become my daughter's golden goose. Han Xie regarded his daughter with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Is that truly the case? Chapter 33. Is he Tang Bohu? In truth, not only Han Yuan, but also Sun Jiao and others have experienced similar fates. The difference lies in the fact that Sun Jiao is 2 years older than Han Yuan and is already married. Although it is a match of equal social standing, Sun Jiao's temperament has always been somewhat spoiled. Even though she has changed considerably since her marriage, she is still not easy to deal with. Furthermore, Sun Jiao's mother-in-law possesses a naturally weak character, and Sun Jiao shares a strong bond with Han Yuan. Han Yuan's father is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a legitimate position of power. The difference between the third and fifth rank is significant, spanning for grades. Even considering this connection, Sun Jiao's in-laws do not dare to show her any disrespect. Thus, in her marital home, Sun Jiao holds considerable sway. Jiao, I heard you and that young lady from the Han family have opened a tavern. Her husband, a scholar preparing for the upcoming imperial examinations, was not only unperturbed by this news but actually delighted. He did not expect to profit from the tavern, but he saw it as a means to strengthen ties with the Han family, which could benefit his future in both examinations and officialdom, and even aid his father's career. Such thoughts are entirely reasonable. These days, it would be unusual for officials or their offspring to lack such aspirations. After years of hard study, even those with talent find it challenging to succeed without the endorsement of examiners. Once an individual passes the examination, they aim for the highest honors. Many seasoned scholars, having failed for decades, may have entered the field with patriotic ambitions, but the disappointments over the years have dulled their spirits. At this juncture, if an examiner grants them a favored recommendation, they regard them as a benefactor. Upon entering officialdom, they become the examiner's disciples, unwaveringly loyal, obediently following their directives, paying little heed to the lives of the common folk or even the emperor, consumed instead with gratitude towards their benefactor. Such candidates are not uncommon. Many begin their journey through connections and relationships, effortlessly advancing along the way. This is the reality of the situation. Thus, it is entirely understandable for Sun Jiao's husband to hold such views. The prevailing atmosphere in the official circles reflects this sentiment. As the saying goes, when the upper beams are not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. The root of all this lies with the chief minister Yang Tinghe and his deputy. Indeed, we are opening tomorrow. Our family will certainly benefit, none shall be left out, Sun Jiao declared proudly. She held her husband in little regard, considering him inferior to Ju in every aspect except his family background. His self-proclaimed talents fell far short of Ju's, however. Sun Jiao found herself in a predicament. She was 4 years older than Ju, making it impossible for her to pursue him, especially given the disparity in their social standings. Sometimes, she envied Julie for her ability to remain unmarried. Nevertheless, having married, she would not act recklessly, as her upbringing had instilled in her a strong sense of propriety. Although her temper was somewhat poor, she was straightforward, and her mother-in-law's weak character often required her to lend support. Consequently, Sun Jiao's standing in her marital home steadily rose, and she was beginning to assume the airs of a matriarch. "Of course, we must attend," her husband promptly assured her. Many officials had received invitations and speculated that Minister Han must be somewhat unhinged or that his daughter lacked sound judgment. Opening a tavern and partnering with others, what a farce. "We are colleagues, and we shall simply show our support tomorrow. If they are to open, they should be running a shop. Taverns are fraught with complications, and profits are meager." Exactly. Regardless of the opinions of others, the tavern opened as scheduled. Sun Jiao and her companions arrived early, their faces alight with excitement. Ju instructed Chu Liu to set off firecrackers. Additionally, Ju had invited a lion dance troupe, creating a grand spectacle. The first unexpected guest was Yang Song, whom Ju had not seen in quite some time. Recently, Ju had been following Yang Song's career. After a tumultuous journey, he had returned to court as the Grand Academic of the National Academy, rising to a third-rank official position. Compared to a decade prior, this was indeed a significant advancement. However, Ju was acutely aware that the role of Grand Academic was largely ceremonial, serving merely to advise the emperor. Given Zhu Hozhai's erratic behavior, Yang Song was likely to languish in this position for 2 years. "Hung Chi, since we last parted, I have been quite occupied. Upon hearing you were opening a tavern, I made haste to come," a Yang Song stated. "This is but a modest venture of mine. Rather, it is you who deserves congratulations for your esteemed position as Grand Academic today. All the food and drink shall be on my account as a tribute to your achievements," Ju replied with a smile. "Excellent. With your assurance, I can rest easy. This tavern is so luxurious that I was genuinely concerned about affording it," Yang Song jested. In truth, he had not even stepped inside when the sight of the various glassware nearly dazzled him. It was astonishingly opulent. At present, the least expensive glassware on the market cost over 1,000 taels, those of more exquisite design were exorbitantly priced. Yet, in Ju's tavern, the intricately crafted glass chandeliers alone, in Yang Song's estimation, were worth tens of thousands of taels. Who could afford such extravagance in running a tavern? Fortunately, Ju had promised not to charge him for the meal, otherwise, he would have felt rather embarrassed. The Yang family had long since fallen from grace. Though they possessed some wealth now, in this city where every inch of land was precious, they still had to tighten their belts. Meanwhile, other officials and their families began to arrive, expressing surprise at Yang Song's presence. Many were aware that this esteemed gentleman was renowned for his integrity, having been forced to resign a decade ago for offending the powerful eunuch Liu Jin. Now that he had been reinstated, he had ascended to the position of Grand Academic. Although this role held no real power, it still carried significant weight among the literati. Many officials had attempted to cultivate relationships with Yang Song in recent days, only to be met with firm refusals. Yet here he was, gracing this tavern with his presence. It seemed this establishment possessed some substance after all. Grand Academic. The late arriving officials greeted Yang Song in unison. Yang Song could not ignore their cordiality and responded in kind. At this moment, many of the officials' family members took note of the decor within the tavern's main hall, their expressions filled with awe. "How much do you suppose those glass lamps cost?" One official's daughter gazed at the chandelier overhead, unable to tear her eyes away. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to look, and their collective astonishment deepened. Such an enormous and exquisitely crafted glass lamp must cost several tens of thousands of taels. As they continued to marvel at the surroundings, they soon discovered that the whole was adorned with various glassware, each more exquisite than the last. These pieces sparkled and gleamed, creating an ethereal beauty that left them feeling as though they were in a dream. "What could this possibly cost?" one official remarked, his expression somewhat dazed. He had entirely forgotten that just the day before he had been mocking Minister Han. His reaction mirrored that of many others present. At that moment, an elderly gentleman ambled over, a wine gourd in one hand and a scroll of paintings in the other. Unlike his usual disheveled appearance, today he seemed to have taken great care in his grooming. Though his hair remained tousled and his attire was quite casual, he appeared more presentable than usual. "This is a congratulatory gift for you, young man," the old man said, tossing a painting toward Ju Chu. Fearing the painting would fall to the ground, Ju Chu gingerly caught it. Liu the recluse. Upon seeing Tang Bohu, Yang Song's demeanor brightened considerably. "What, he is Tang Bohu?" The others, upon hearing this revelation, were equally animated. Chapter 34, The arrival of Wang Yangming and the frenzy at the drunken immortal pavilion. Even though Ju Chu had his suspicions, he still felt a tremor in his heart when he heard others mention the name Tang Bohu. Tang Bohu, even amidst the vast expanse of 5,000 years of Chinese history, shone exceptionally bright. At the tender age of 16, he achieved the remarkable feat of excelling in the imperial examinations, gaining widespread fame. Later, he wed a beautiful wife, and one might think that life could not be more fulfilling, yet, fate seemed to play a cruel jest on him. At the age of 24, the pillar of the Tang family, his father, passed away. In the subsequent year or two, it was as if the Tang family had been cursed, with his mother, wife, son, and even sister succumbing to death one after another. This left Tang Bohu profoundly devastated, leading him into a deep despair. By 26, he was already showing signs of premature grayness and penned his poem on white hair. However, with the encouragement of his friends Wen Jingming and Zhu Jishan, he re-entered the province. It seemed that his future was bright. He might even achieve the remarkable feat of excelling 6 times, thereby etching his name in history. Yet, fate was not done with him. The following year, while attending the capital's palace examination, he became embroiled in a scandal of examination fraud. It was unfortunate that, during that year's examination, only Tang Bohu and the cheaters performed exceptionally well, with Tang even surpassing the latter and achieving the highest score. Consequently, he was imprisoned, but after an investigation, no evidence of his wrongdoing was found, resulting in his release. Nevertheless, he could no longer participate in the examinations, and the court only permitted him to serve as a minor official. Disheartened, Tang Yin chose not to take up his post, instead wandering the world and making a living through painting. At the age of 35, he encountered a woman named Shen Junyang in the brothel district, and he named their small courtyard Dahuan, Peach Blossom Retreat, proclaiming himself its master, intending to spend the remainder of his life there. However, fate would not let him be. 5 years later, Shen Junyang also departed from this world. Life could not be more bitter, one might think, yet once again, fate played a trick on him. 2 years later, he received an invitation from Prince Ning, Zhu Chenhao, believing he had finally caught the eye of a significant figure, only to discover a shocking conspiracy of rebellion brewing within the prince's residence. Tang Bohu understood all too well that the prince had no chance of success in his rebellion, thus, he feigned madness to escape the prince's estate. The first time Ju Chu laid eyes on Tang Bohu, he had just been released from the clutches of Prince Ning. Fearing another capture, Tang Bohu could only hide within the capital, drowning his sorrows in drink and pretense. Reflecting on this, Ju Chu felt an even deeper compassion for his mentor. Had it not been for their acquaintance, the old man might never have emerged from his despair. Thus began a self-imposed exile, leading to his eventual demise in poverty a few years later. Fortunately, not long ago, the rebellion led by Prince Ning was effortlessly quelled by Wang Yangming, freeing the old man from his charade of madness. The arrival of Tang Bohu caused an immense stir. Despite his numerous setbacks in his official career and a life riddled with misfortune, his reputation among scholars was unparalleled. Renowned for his mastery in poetry, calligraphy, and painting, only his friend Wen Jingming could be considered his equal in the realm of calligraphy. Tang Bohu's paintings were not only unmatched in his era but remained unsurpassed even a century prior. During his years of wandering, countless admirers longed to witness the charm of this talented and flamboyant figure. This tavern is indeed splendid, yet it lacks a certain literary elegance. Let us hang this painting here, Tang Yin remarked, gazing at Ju Chu. Realizing the moment, Ju Chu promptly hung the painting in the most prominent position in the hall. It was a grand and imposing feng shui painting, with a signature in the lower left corner. Once unveiled, it left all present in awe. Who could deny the value of Tang Bohu's artwork? worth its weight in gold and exceedingly rare. "Please, esteemed teacher, do come in," Ju Chu urged, witnessing Tang Yin being encircled by fervent admirers. He quickly guided him into one of the private rooms. Beside them, Chu Li gazed at Tang Yin, her eyes sparkling with admiration, akin to a devoted fan encountering her idol. I knew it, she murmured repeatedly. Soon, news of the Master of Peach Blossom Retreat's appearance spread throughout the capital, prompting a throng of nobles and dignitaries to flock to the tavern, eager to catch a glimpse of Tang Bohu's brilliance. Even Wang Shouren, who had just quelled the rebellion of Prince Ning and returned to the capital for official duties, arrived upon hearing the news. Wang Shouren and Tang Bohu had competed in the same imperial examination, albeit with Wang achieving only mediocre results and narrowly escaping disaster. Back then, Wang was still a nobody, while Tang Bohu was the brightest star on the horizon. Wang Shouren had admired Tang Bohu's unrestrained spirit from the depths of his heart, having always been rigid and proper himself, yearning for the freedom that he could never quite attain. Thus, he harbored a period of deep admiration for Tang Bohu, and the two naturally became friends. However, after the scandal of examination fraud, Tang Bohu fell into obscurity, and Wang Shouren often wrote to express his concern, though he never received a reply. Hearing news of his old friend, he hurried to seek him out. Upon realizing that the visitor was Wang Yangming, Ju Chu did not dare to delay, arranging for him to join Tang Yin in his private room. Ju Chu had named his tavern Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and the three characters were specially inscribed by Tang Yin himself. On the very first day of its opening, the private rooms were filled to capacity, with each room turning over several times. The main hall of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion did not have designated seating, only private rooms were available. Hastily arriving, Han Jie was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices on the menu, his jaw nearly dropped. At these prices, hosting a meal for his family in a private room would cost no less than several hundred taels of silver. Yet, even so, securing a private room at that moment was exceedingly difficult, with many nobles even willing to queue for a chance to dine there. This left Han Jie utterly astonished. In the capital, there was no shortage of wealthy individuals, not just Han Jie, but also the families of Sun Jiajiao, Chu Li, and another noblewoman were equally astonished. They envisioned the Drunken Immortal Pavilion transforming into a veritable treasure tree, continuously generating wealth for them. This Ju Chu is truly a talent, Han Jie remarked involuntarily. Where there is joy, there is often sorrow. Naturally, Wu Minmin had been closely monitoring all developments at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon learning that it was fully booked, she felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. When she discovered the tavern's prices, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Just wait. A tavern with such high prices will only thrive today. Who will come back in the future? Wu Minmin voiced her skepticism, though even she did not fully believe her own words. She understood that most officials dined on expenses that were not their own, meaning they would naturally gravitate towards places that seemed more upscale. Initially, Wu Minmin's own tavern had a decent standing, frequented by numerous officials. However, now, in comparison to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it was akin to comparing a mountain chicken to a phoenix, entirely incomparable. With the opening of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, her establishment would likely no longer capture the attention of those esteemed officials. This is preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Wu Minmin exclaimed angrily, throwing her belongings in frustration. Upon hearing news of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, other taverns in the capital were equally dismayed. Those who could afford to dine in taverns were, by no means, ordinary folk. It was clear that common citizens could not dine out daily. Typically, taverns relied on the frequent patronage of nobles and officials to bolster their earnings. Now, with the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's impressive standing, it seemed poised to capture all of the capital's affluent clientele. Nonetheless, the majority of taverns primarily targeted clientele who did not belong in the same echelon as the nobility, and thus, those affluent individuals would not frequent the lesser establishments. At that moment, Han Jie and his family had entered a private room. Over the past fortnight, apart from crafting glass and gambling, Ju Chu had also enlisted Sun Qiang to acquire dozens of maidservants. Some acted as greeters, while others were assigned to provide personalized service to each guest in the private rooms. Ju Chu meticulously trained them on etiquette and service protocols. All the attendants donned uniforms designed by Ju Chu, exuding elegance and sophistication without overshadowing the guests. Ju Chu had always excelled in this aspect. "Master, here is the menu." The attendant gracefully presented a menu bound in brown deer leather to each person in Han Jie's private room. The manner was both elegant and respectful, with the attendant wearing pale yellow gloves, leaving Han Jie pleasantly surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a formally presented menu, reminiscent of perusing a cherished, rare edition at home. As he opened the menu, the prices caused Han Jie to raise an eyebrow. At the top were the desserts, including cakes, with each portion priced at a minimum of 5 taels of silver, reaching up to 20 taels, notably marked as individual servings. With 6 mouths to feed in his family, ordering 1 10-tael dessert per person would total 60 taels. This amount could feast an entire table at other taverns. However, thinking of it as his own business, Han Jie felt a sense of comfort and lost any trepidation in placing his order. "What is this cake? Let us have 6 portions to taste," he declared. And this, and this, as the head of the family, it was naturally his prerogative to order. "And this Li Pu taro, is it genuinely from Li Pu?" After years of officialdom, Han Jie had developed a discerning palate. He could easily identify quality ingredients. "In response to your inquiry, it is indeed Li Pu taro, procured by the owner from a specialty shop dealing in goods from the southern regions, at a steep price," the attendant replied respectfully. "Then let us have a portion of that." After placing his order, Han Jie turned to his family. "Is there anything else you wish to try?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to peruse the menu. Soon, the desserts were brought out on a larger silver tray, the cakes elegantly presented on glass plates. This sight caused the well-versed Han family members to widen their eyes in astonishment. To think they would use glass plates for dessert, how extravagant! Han Jie murmured in disbelief. The cake recipe had been taught to the kitchen staff by Ju Chu, and indeed, not only the cake but many dishes had been imparted to them. However, all kitchen staff had signed a contract stipulating that any breach of confidentiality regarding the tavern's recipes would lead to financial ruin. Coupled with the influence of Han Jie and his family, Ju Chu knew they would not act foolishly. In this era, loyalty was highly valued. The shopkeeper was loyal to the owner, while the staff were loyal to the shopkeeper. It was a far cry from the future. The cake itself was straightforward to make, utilizing lard, goat's milk, eggs, and sugar. While cow's milk would have been preferable, it was scarce in the Ming Dynasty, making goat's milk more common. The resulting cream tasted just as delightful. The cake base was even simpler to prepare. Combining cream with the cake created a delectable dessert. The cake. As the Han family gazed at the dessert on the glass plate before them, they each picked up silver spoons, carefully scooping a portion, fearful of shattering the plate. Glassware was a rarity even in the Han household, and each piece was worth a fortune. Such exquisite glass used as a plate in the drunken immortal pavilion explained the exorbitant prices. At that moment, not only Han Jie but everyone else felt a sense of understanding regarding the outrageous prices on the menu. As Han Yue took a bite of the cake, her eyes widened in astonishment. The exquisite flavor was unlike anything she had ever tasted. How could such deliciousness exist in this world? Doubtful, she hastily scooped another piece and tasted it again. Meanwhile, the others also experienced the creamy delight, their eyes growing wide with disbelief. What a divine delicacy! Ju Chu had deliberately kept the portion small, understanding that while the initial taste of cream was astonishing, consuming too much would lead to feeling overwhelmed. However, Ju Chu had a plan. In the future, he would incorporate seasonal fruits atop the cream to enhance the cake's flavor and alleviate any richness. "Dad, if you can't finish your cake, can I have it?" Han Jie's son, akin to Ju Barji devouring a ginseng fruit, finished his portion in an instant. He then glanced around, noticing everyone had nearly finished, while only Han Jie was savoring his. Hearing his son's eager request, Han Jie, with a hint of resignation, handed over his cake. Such a delightful dessert, the complexity of its preparation must be immense, making it truly worth 10 taels of silver per serving, Han Jie mused. Before long, the other dishes began to arrive. Among them was shet soup, a perennial favorite among the capital's elite, known for its exquisite flavor. Han Jie particularly relished shet soup and had specifically ordered it. As soon as it was served, he eagerly poured himself a bowl. Raising the bowl to his lips, he took a sip, just that one taste sent a wave of delight through his palate. If cream was the favorite of women and children, then this shad soup truly astounded Han Jie. He had sampled shad soup from nearly every establishment in the capital, yet none could compare to the version at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The difference was stark. While some of the exceptional flavor could be attributed to the use of monosodium glutamate, it was not solely responsible. Ju Chu had learned to cook from national banquet chefs in his previous life, and while wild shad was not available, the methods of preparing fish soup were similar. Chinese cuisine had reached its pinnacle in later generations, with many modern recipes being a downgrade in comparison to the Ming Dynasty. While some dishes in this era could indeed astonish Ju Chu, they were a mere few. The majority of the cuisine, in his eyes, was as bland as chewing wax. You all must try this shad soup. It is simply delightful. Han Jie exclaimed, almost biting his tongue as he spoke. In truth, not just the fish soup, but every dish was exquisitely flavorful. Han Yuer and the others were at a loss for what to eat next, each wishing for multiple mouths to enjoy the feast. Soon, the Li Pu taro that Han Jie ordered was also served, accompanied by bowls of white sugar placed on glass plates, glimmering like frost and looking utterly enticing. Chapter 35. Wang Yangming, Tang Bohu, Yang Song. It was not merely Han Jie's family. Many dignitaries entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion felt a tinge of discontent upon seeing the prices of the dishes. Although the pavilion was adorned in exquisite opulence, the prices were undeniably exorbitant. It was as if they were being treated as gullible patrons. These individuals were not lacking in wealth, yet none appreciated being regarded as fools. Nevertheless, driven by the mentality of having come all this way, they hesitated to leave without sampling the offerings. Moreover, several officials were present to support their colleagues, thinking to themselves that after this meal, they would not return again. However, as each exquisite dish, unlike anything they had ever encountered, was presented, particularly the desserts served on delicate glass plates, they came to a realization: the prices seemed hardly steep at all. This meal transported them to a state of bliss, allowing them to experience divine flavors previously unknown to mortals, along with unparalleled service. It was not that the service in other establishments was lacking. On the contrary, equality was a mere illusion in this era. The service in other taverns could be more subservient, even exploitative, yet humans are peculiar. The more accommodating one is, the less they seem to appreciate it. Conversely, the attendants at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, with their graceful demeanor and distinctive attire, paired with the pavilion's many exquisite dishes previously unseen, instilled an unexpected sense of superiority in many. This was the place where individuals of their stature belonged. What had those establishments they frequented in the past to offer that could possibly match their identity? Their colleagues, who had not yet graced the pavilion, possessed taste no better. How could they be deemed worthy of equal standing? This feeling was akin to wielding great power, intoxicating and utterly captivating. Not only the officials but also numerous noble ladies and matrons fostered similar sentiments, contemplating how they might later boast to their close friends. Even if their acquaintances would eventually dine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, they would forever remain among its inaugural patrons. Those who had not yet come could never compare to them. Little did they know, Ju Chu had keenly discerned this mindset and was exploiting them as unwitting patrons. In truth, the serving dishes at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were meticulously chosen. Many of the plates were grand, exquisitely shaped, yet the portions were rather meager. The emphasis was on an appearance of refinement and sophistication. Who among the dignitaries ever dined with reckless abandon? Only the laboring lower classes exhibited such voracious appetites. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion would never exploit the impoverished, hence the smaller portions were entirely intentional, save for a few elaborate dishes. At this moment, Ju Chu was in the private room occupied by Tang Bohu, in the company of his mentor, Wang Yangming, and Yang Song. As Yang Song and Wang Yangming were indeed friends, Ju Chu had naturally arranged for them to be together. "Boren, this is my student, Ju Chu," styled Hengqi, Tang Yin said, his earlier stress dissipated, particularly with the successful opening of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as he enthusiastically introduced Ju Chu to Wang Yangming. His methods are remarkably systematic. He is bound to achieve greatness in the future, Wang Yangming observed Zhu Chu. Though he did not know him well, he could discern from the day's events, including the lavish dishes before them, that Zhu Chu had an astute understanding of the psychology of the capital's elite. It was evident to him that Zhu Chu had a firm grip on the sentiments of these dignitaries. The drunken immortal pavilion would undoubtedly become a formidable cash cow. It was not an exaggeration to predict daily revenues of at least 20,000 taels, primarily pure. Over a month, that would amount to hundreds of thousands of taels. Over a year, several million. What a staggering prospect. Wang Yangming welcomed this situation, as the officials of the capital were merely occupying their positions, growing fat and complacent on the wealth Zhu Chu would extract from them. More was indeed preferable. Mr. Yangming, you flatter me. I have long admired your esteemed self, Zhu Chu replied humbly. Boren, I must raise a toast to you. Were it not for your swift action in quelling the rebellion of Prince Ning, I would still be feigning madness, Tang Bohu declared, lifting a cup of wine. Wang Yangming, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat puzzled. Why is that? Did Prince Ning intend to harm you? Having not been in touch with Tang Bohu for many years, he was unaware of the nature of their relationship. Tang Bohu sighed, recounting the tale of his wanderings after being cast adrift. His story left the group in a melancholic silence. Boren, I once held you in low regard, believing your methods too rigid and your talents rather ordinary. However, I now find myself in admiration. Even when exiled to that remote place, you managed to achieve enlightenment and become a celebrated figure, Tang Bohu expressed with heartfelt sentiment. Wang Yangming shook his head at this. My experiences pale in comparison to yours. Had I endured what you did, I may not have persevered. Indeed, I was merely suppressed by Yu Jin and fell silent for a decade. Compared to you, my disposition is even more lacking, Yang Song lamented. Let us not dwell on such matters, let us drink to this toast, Tang Bohu urged, raising his cup once more. The group clinked their cups together and drank deeply. Boren's solo effort in quelling the rebellion of Prince Ning is a remarkable achievement. Surely the Emperor will reward you with a promotion, Tang Bohu remarked, gazing at Wang Yangming. He himself had no aspirations for an official career, yet he still harbored a lingering attachment to such ambitions, which was why he had once sought refuge with Prince Ning. Throughout history, literary giants like Li Bian himself had aspired to serve in the court, to illuminate their family names. Of course, the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties did not count in this regard. Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming let out a barely perceptible sigh. No. And from my observations, His Majesty seems quite displeased, and the civil officials do not appear particularly jubilant either. Yet regardless, I have done what I ought to do, what I wish to do, and that is sufficient, Wang Yangming replied with a smile. This court is utterly corrupt. Tang Bohu suddenly recalled the scandal surrounding the imperial examinations from years past, realizing he had merely been a pawn in the power struggles of the powerful. He was lauded as the dashing scholar Tang Bohu, adored by all, yet in truth, those influential figures never truly regarded him as significant. At most, they admired his calligraphy and paintings. Those were two entirely different matters, not to be conflated. Recently, I have been submitting memorials, hoping to urge His Majesty towards diligence, yet he seems rather displeased, Yang Song sighed. From my humble perspective, you gentlemen are too entrenched in the situation to perceive its true nature, Zhu Chu remarked with a smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Yangming inquired. Since the reigns of Emperor Renzong and Emperor Xuanzong, the practice of provincial governors leading troops has become increasingly normalized, resulting in the court's waning control over the provinces. The officials in the court have banded together for mutual protection, effectively usurping imperial authority. Liu Wentai, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute, was responsible for the deaths of both the late emperor and Emperor Xinzong. It is utterly absurd that one physician could kill two emperors, yet Liu, the chief physician, now faces no repercussions. Should this not provoke deep reflection? Zhu Chu continued, sipping his tea and observing the reactions of the others. Tang Bohu, lacking political acumen, appeared quite shocked by these revelations. Is this truly the case? Meanwhile, Wang Yangming seemed to possess some prior knowledge, displaying no surprise. Yang Song, having served in office for a brief period, was similarly astonished, knowing little of such secrets. The current crop of civil and military officials is indeed decayed and corrupt. The Ming dynasty is severely afflicted. Wan Yangming expressed with palpable concern. He harbored many ambitions but was hindered from pursuing them. Although the current emperor's actions may seem absurd, he has been diligently at work. His recent personal military campaign, while appearing ludicrous, was in fact intended to consolidate military power. Why did Liu Jin earn the trust of two emperors? It was precisely because there were many matters the emperor could not handle directly, yet someone had to take charge. Liu Jin could suppress those individuals on behalf of the emperor, providing a buffer between the emperor and the officials. You too, unfortunately, became casualties in this dynamic. Zhu Chu articulated confidently. Among those present, two had offended Liu Jin, one exiled, the other forced to resign. When Wan Yangming was exiled, Liu Jin even dispatched the imperial guard to hunt him down. Wan Yangming was fortunate, but upon hearing such sentiments, Yang Song felt an uncomfortable sensation arise within him. Hengqi speaks the truth. Liu Jin, during his reign, abused his power, arresting over 20 individuals including the imperial envoy Dai Xian. Back then, I failed to see through this, thinking many among them were innocent, and thus I submitted memorials in an attempt to rescue them, which ultimately led to my falling out with Liu Jin. Wan Yangming remarked with an air of nonchalance, as though it were not he who had been pursued by the imperial guard. Mr. Yangming's composure today is indeed admirable, Zhu Chu noted with appreciation. Yang Song, hearing this, was taken aback, feeling his earlier discomfort dissipate significantly. The rebellion of Prince Ning was nothing more than a rabble, lacking any real threat. For the emperor, having just consolidated military power, this presented a perfect opportunity to rectify the situation in Jiangxi and other regions. For the officials, the rebellion of Prince Ning opened up numerous avenues for political maneuvering. In conclusion, as long as the rebellion of Prince Ning was underway, aside from the common folk, both the emperor and the officials would find cause for celebration, yet who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Yet curiously, Mr. Yangming, you possessed the foresight to extinguish the rebellion of Prince Ning before it could fully ignite. How could the emperor be pleased? How could the esteemed officials find joy in that? Zhu Chu queried. Tang Bohu and Yang Song were rendered speechless upon hearing this. The intricacies of court politics were indeed profoundly intricate. Had Zhu Chu not disclosed these insights, they would never have fathomed such depths. Hengqi, should you one day take office, you will undoubtedly be formidable. Tang Bohu could not help but exclaim. Indeed, at such a young age, to possess such clarity regarding court affairs surpasses us all. I have only recently begun to comprehend these complexities, Wan Yangming added with a hint of resignation. However, even with this understanding, I must still act as required. Once the rebellion of Prince Ning erupts, countless innocents will suffer and perish, which is not my desire. Mr. Yangming's sense of justice is commendable, Zhu Chu expressed with admiration. Boren's sense of justice is equally admirable, Tang Bohu and Yang Song echoed, their faces full of respect. If you ever become an official, you will surely not be a good one, Tang Bohu remarked, looking at Zhu Chu with concern. Could a person with such keen insight into the political sphere truly become a virtuous official? Thus, I shall not seek an official position, Zhu Chu replied with a smile, not seek an official position. This revelation left not only Tang Bohu but also Yang Song and Wan Yangming in a state of astonishment. To them, given Zhu Chu's vision, experience, and political acumen, he seemed destined for a role in the court, where he could certainly thrive. Tang Bohu's emotions were mixed. He feared that Zhu Chu might not be a virtuous official should he enter politics, yet he also felt that with Zhu Chu's abilities, not entering office would be a waste. If I were to take office, my talents would not surpass those of my mentor, nor would my demeanor exceed that of Mr. Care for the common people and the Ming dynasty's well-being would not match that of Mr. Jishi. Presently, I see clearly, but it is merely from an outsider's perspective. Were I to be entrenched within, I would find myself mired in the quagmire, subject to the machinations of the court's illustrious officials. How could I maintain my principles then? When Yangming's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight upon hearing this. Hengqi is indeed a remarkable individual. Few possess such clarity as you do. What are your future plans? Tang Bohu, as Zhu Chu's mentor, was undoubtedly the most concerned among them. For now, I plan to engage in business, seeking opportunities to rescue my uncle and aunt and their family. Beyond that, I have no immediate plans, Ju Chu replied, withholding the full truth. Ju Chu trusted Tang Bohu, and even Wang Yangming to some extent. After establishing his heart philosophy, Wang Yangming's resolve was as unyielding as iron. Few could sway his convictions. Such a person may not necessarily become a friend in the future, yet they would not be an enemy either. At most, their paths would diverge. Yang Song was different. His resolve was not so steadfast. Presently, he was wholly devoted to the people and the Ming dynasty. However, it was likely that in a few years, this Mr. Jishi would undergo a change of heart. This was not to blame him. The temptations faced by Ming officials were overwhelming. He was already over 40. Looking back, he had squandered much of his life with little to show for it, making a shift in mindset almost inevitable. Not to mention the future, it was probable that Yang Song's mindset had already begun to shift. His swift reinstatement and position as the head of the national university were likely due to his association with the Minister of Rights, Xie. It was likely he had been striving to win Xie Yang's favor in recent days. Despite his lofty rhetoric, his actions were ultimately for his own advancement. When conversing with Yang Song, one must be cautious, leaving room for interpretation. Ju Chu felt secure sharing these thoughts in front of Yang Song, recognizing him as an astute and discreet individual. Sharing such sentiments with others would yield no benefit to either of them. In the future, he might even find himself collaborating with Yang Song, making early discussions innocuous. Tang Bohu was well aware that Ju Chu's future was unlikely to align with this straightforward plan. However, he recognized the presence of others and refrained from pressing further, merely nodding. That is well, stability is preferable to all else. What is the situation with your uncle and aunt, Hengqi? Wen Yangming inquired with curiosity. I am familiar with this matter, Tang Bohu interjected, recounting how he had met Ju Chu, how Ju Chu had once been a servant in the Liu family, and how the Liu family had been imprisoned due to their association with Liu Jin, as well as Ju Chu's efforts to negotiate on behalf of the Liu family. Upon hearing that the Liu family had also fallen victim to Liu Jin's machinations, Wen Yangming and Yang Song felt a newfound kinship with Ju Chu. As the saying goes, those who suffer alike empathize with one another. Any residual displeasure Yang Song had felt earlier was entirely dissipated. Thus, it appears Hengqi is indeed a person of deep loyalty and affection. I must toast to you, Wen Yangming declared, raising his cup. Chapter 36, Mr. Yangming, do you know how to break the deadlock? Soon, Yang Song departed due to official duties. Tang Bohu, having reunited with an old friend, indulged a bit too much and was now in a state of half-drunkenness. Hengqi, it seems you harbor some reservations towards Wei Zhong is Yang Song's courtesy name, while Jishi is his pseudonym. Wen Yangming could address Yang Song as Wei Zhong, but Ju Chu, being a junior, could only refer to him as Mr. J11.it is akin to how Tang Bohu might call Wang Yangming Bowen, whereas Ju Chu could merely address him as Mr. Yangming. Ju Chu was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Mr. Yangming, your vision is piercing. Perhaps Mr. Jeshi was once wholly devoted to the nation and its people a decade ago, but now he must temper that fervor. After all, 10 years is a long time, and people do change. He is not like you, Mr. Yangming, whose spirit remains unyielding. Given Wang Yangming's inquiry, Ju Chu felt compelled to share his thoughts candidly. Conversing with someone of Wang Yangming's caliber was refreshing. There was no need to conceal one's inner thoughts, for he would not use them against you. Wang Yangming, upon hearing this, did not retort but fell into a contemplative silence. Are you suggesting that Wei Zhong may become like those others in the future? In truth, Wen Yangming had gleaned some insights from their recent interactions and had caught wind of certain rumors. Yet, he was somewhat reluctant to accept this reality. He nostalgically recalled the spirited, nation-serving Yang Weizhong of yore. Alas, time is the most formidable force. Even the once passionate youth devoted to the country gradually forgets his original intentions. Indeed, how many can maintain their throughout life? Perhaps Tang Bohu's absence from the political arena is not necessarily a misfortune. Given his temperament and free-spirited nature, had he entered the officialdom, he would likely feel out of place and suffer greatly. Reflecting on this, Wen Yangming glanced at the now sleeping Tang Bohu beside him. Ju Chu, feeling slightly tipsy, was also beginning to let loose, especially after Yang Song's departure. Mr. Yang Ming, look at the officials in the court, each one shamelessly prattling on about serving the nation and its people, yet how many of their deeds are truly for the benefit of the country? Hengqi, you've had too much to drink. Wen Yangming's silence deepened in response to this statement. Indeed, I may have drunk too much, but I am not muddled. The inebriated often see things more clearly. Were others present, these words might follow me to the grave, but in front of you, Mr. Yang Ming, I must speak my mind, for there are few as perceptive as you in this world. Since arriving in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Chu had accumulated many thoughts and feelings, yet found no one to confide in. He had been persistently busy over the years, fearing that idleness would lead to an overwhelming sense of loneliness. In this vast Ming realm, how many truly understand him? He had not a single confidant. Although Shenqing obeyed Zhu Chu's words and Zhu Chu treated her well, it was merely Zhu Chu accommodating Shenqing. She was unaware, as they existed on entirely different levels. Mu Yunjin had some understanding and felt sorry for Zhu Chu, yet she was still young, lacking the wisdom to articulate her thoughts, thus they remained buried within her heart. She recognized that her elder brother had been burdened excessively in recent years, but this strain was not physical, it was a psychological toll. This kind of weariness could not be alleviated but only accumulated over time. Upon meeting Wen Yangming, Zhu Chu sensed through their previous discussions that while Mr. Yangming's understanding might not surpass his own, his character was far superior. Fueled by alcohol, their conversation flowed freely. If this is the case, then I shall not return until Hengqi and I are thoroughly intoxicated. Wen Yangming, rare to encounter someone as insightful as Zhu Chu, found himself momentarily liberated from restraint. The court's issues have become entrenched and resistant to reform. Recall the time of the founding emperor, who executed over 30,000 officials, drawing the ire of countless voices, yet they forget that the officials in the early Ming were largely remnants from the Yuan dynasty. Mr. Yangming should be well aware of the nature of those officials. After speaking, Zhu Chu raised his cup and downed it in one go. Wen Yangming nodded in agreement. Had the founding emperor not executed the old ministers of the Yuan, our Ming dynasty might have faced a fate akin to that of the Eastern Han, plagued by innumerable problems leading to a populace in despair. To correct a severe ailment, one must often employ drastic measures. Many may be innocent, yet harsh remedies are sometimes necessary. He too lifted his cup and drank deeply. When the founding emperor was alive, these individuals dared not show themselves. They all hid away, retracting their claws. However, after his passing, they could hardly contain their eagerness, urging Emperor Jianwen to resort to bloody measures against the feudal lords. Emperor Jianwen was a fool. Had the regional princes retained military command, the power would not have shifted as it has today, and the officials would not be as they are now. Wen Yangming concurred, never viewing the issue of feudal lords solely as a calamity. He always approached problems from a multifaceted perspective. Subsequently, Emperor Taizong initiated the Jingnan campaign, once more cleansing the realm, which led to the clarity of the Yongle era, yet these individuals remain relentless, reverting to old paths. During the reign of Emperor Hongwu, they manipulated the Crown Prince Zhu Yunwen, and during Emperor Taizong's reign, they swayed the Crown Prince Zhu Gaoji. After the benevolent emperor ascended, he shockingly withdrew the garrison from Nuokan, relinquishing a vast territory. How absurd! After Xuanzong took the throne, things became increasingly absurd, with provincial governors commanding troops becoming the norm, directly undermining the southern territories and allowing Luchuan to establish its regime. From that moment on, power became decentralized, leading to an irreversible decline. The late emperor and Emperor Chenghe were both killed by the same physician. How laughable! Zhu Chu chuckled helplessly at this point. Wen Yangming, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, only able to raise his cup and drink deeply. Hengqi, do you possess any strategies for governance? After finishing his drink, Wen Yangming could not help but inquire. Naturally, I do. Zhu Chu spoke with evident self-satisfaction. Oh. Do elaborate. Wen Yangming asked eagerly. Since ancient times, chronic ailments require potent remedies, otherwise, old maladies are challenging to eradicate. To speak of nothing else, consider the maritime ban. The initial prohibition by Emperor Hongwu was entirely due to the threat from the Japanese pirates. Later, Zheng He's barges drained considerable military funds for Emperor Taizong. Everyone knows the benefits of maritime trade. It is a treasure trove. Yet why does the court repeatedly seek to lift the maritime ban, while officials resolutely oppose it? It solely threatens their interests. Throughout Jiangnan, all have banded together to engage in smuggling. Each year, numerous smuggling vessels are seized, but those caught are merely a drop in the bucket. Should he insist on opening the seas, they would not hesitate to replace him. Mr. Yang Ming, do you know how to break this deadlock? Zhu Chu said with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. At this moment, both men were quite intoxicated, their words flowing with remarkable abandon. If others were to overhear this conversation, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. Chapter 37, to become brothers with Wang Yangming and Tang Bohu. On this particular day, Wang Yangming, Zhu Chu, and Tang Bohu found themselves inebriated. The trio, in their drunken stupor, sought to swear brotherhood right outside the drunken immortal tower, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Particularly notable was Tang Bohu, a figure of renown throughout the Ming Dynasty. Just as they were about to formalize their brotherhood, they were nearly interrupted by Chu Li and others. They were acutely aware that Zhu Chu was a student of Tang Bohu, and should they proceed with this oath, not only would the significant age difference pose a problem, but the matter of Zhu Chu's whimsical notion of dying on the same day, month, and year would also be rendered chaotic. The hierarchy of kinship would be thrown into disarray. Chu Li supported the inebriated Zhu Chu, guiding him back home, even as her father admonished her from behind, and despite her understanding that her actions might tarnish her reputation, Chu Li remained resolute. She envied Zhu Chu in that moment, as well as Tang Bohu and Wang Yangming. They had the liberty to indulge in drink, to express themselves freely, while she felt constrained. Her father, intent on preventing his daughter from such escapades, hesitated as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. His raised hand trembled before he ultimately relented. Very well, let Lear pursue her desires. Perhaps soon enough, opportunities will become scarce. With a heavy sigh, concern flickered in his gaze. In recent days, he had inadvertently uncovered a staggering secret. Now, he stood at a crossroads, faced with two paths. To join forces with those individuals and plunge into darkness, or to risk the ruin of his family, should matters escalate to that point, who would still care for such things? Over the years, he had been acutely aware of his daughter's sentiments, thus, he had chosen to indulge her whims, neither obstructing nor discussing the matter, hoping that with time, she would come to her senses and reconsider. After all, in his eyes, his daughter and Zhu Chu were ill-suited for one another. Had he not thoroughly investigated Zhu Chu and recognized the young man's exceptional talent, character, and temperament, he would have intervened long ago. Nevertheless, it seemed irrelevant now. He was at a loss regarding how to navigate this predicament. Even if he wished to resign from his official duties, those individuals might not spare his family. Soon after, Chu Li aided the inebriated Zhu Chu into their residence. Observing Zhu Chu's intoxicated state, Chun Lan and the others hurried to assist him. Chun Lan ordered someone to prepare a hangover remedy while she quickly brought over a basin of warm water. Mu Yunjin also intended to offer her help, but was halted by Chun Lan. Miss, the young master is drunk and reeking of alcohol. It would be wise for you to stay back. Mu Yunjin, watching Chu Li beside Zhu Chu, felt a twinge of suspicion, unable to shake off her unease. I merely wish to speak with him. I shall not do anything else. Upon seeing the wariness in Mu Yunjin's eyes, Chu Li quickly grasped her concerns. However, she understood that although Mu Yunjin was still young, they were familiar with one another. Despite her youth, Mu Yunjin was perceptive and, coupled with the fact that she and Zhu Chu were not siblings, it was clear that Zhu Chu's excellence had not gone unnoticed by her. It was not uncommon for girls in this era to mature quickly. Many daughters were married off by the age of 13 or 14. Yet, few were as precocious as Mu Yunjin. Hearing this, Mu Yunjin cast a doubtful glance at Chu Li. Sister Chun Lan, let us step aside for now. Thus, she gave them an opportunity for private conversation, although Chu Li had not frequented their home. At this moment, Zhu Chu was in a state of half-drunkenness, gazing at Chu Li as she wiped his hands and face, with bleary eyes. He murmured, Did you know all along that my teacher is Tang Bohu? Despite his intoxication, his mind remained surprisingly clear. Drunkenness never muddles the mind, rather, it diminishes self-control. The things one typically refrains from expressing or doing often escape in moments of inebriation, as evidenced by his earlier insistence on swearing brotherhood with Wang Yangming and Tang Bohu. Zhu Chu mused that if he were to form such a bond with these two illustrious figures, how remarkable it would be. His name would be immortalized in history. However, his plan to achieve such notoriety was thwarted by Zhu Li and the others. Now, Zhu Chu's speech faltered. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Li smiled gently. I only thought your calligraphy bore a resemblance to that of the Peach Blossom Temple Master. I was never entirely certain. I have seen his writing before, she added with a sigh. Lately, my father seems burdened with worries. Perhaps he is encountering obstacles in his career. As a mere girl, I cannot assist him, nor is it proper for me to inquire. I may not remain in the capital for much longer. Zhu Li considered her father's furrowed brow and troubled demeanor, realizing that he might soon face demotion, necessitating their departure from the capital. This prompted her reckless decision to escort Zhu Chu home. After she spoke, she turned to find Zhu Chu had already drifted into slumber. With a sigh, she placed a tender kiss on his forehead, gazing at him with reluctance before departing. When Zhu Chu awoke, night had fully descended. He took the hangover remedy from Chun Lan and drank a couple of sips before dressing and glancing outside. Although he had been intoxicated, he had not lost consciousness. He remembered Zhu Li's words. Was the Chu family in trouble? Xiao Dao, Zhu Chu called out. Within 3 seconds, Xiao Dao appeared silently before him. Make some noise when you walk, you resemble a ghost, Zhu Chu remarked irritably. Understood, Xiao Dao replied obediently. Currently, Xiao Dao was quite compliant with Zhu Chu, though her obedience was limited to mere acquiescence. Zhu Chu had repeated the same request countless times, but she had grown accustomed to her habit. In truth, Zhu Chu did not genuinely expect her to alter her behavior. He merely wished to express his frustration. Have your master investigate the Chu family. Find out where Lord Chu has been lately. Zhu Chu was well aware that the capital had become increasingly tumultuous in recent years, and significant events were imminent. Many would be affected, while he could not guarantee the safety of others. If it were merely a demotion, it could be resolved in time, but he feared it might be more severe. The closer they were to a major upheaval, the more cautious they must be. Zhu Chu resolved to keep a close eye on Wang Cai and the households of his friends, ever vigilant to prevent being caught off guard should calamity befall them. He would save as many as he could. Chapter 38, Tang Bohu. Shall we indulge in another drink? Wang Yangming. Yes, at this moment, it was not only Zhu Chu who had awakened, but also Tang Bohu. However, although Tang Bohu was awake, he was not entirely sober, still feeling a bit tipsy. Regardless, both Zhu Chu and Wang Yangming had practiced martial arts. Zhu Chu even suspected that Wang Yangming's martial prowess surpassed his own by a considerable margin, especially since he had once fought his way out of peril under the pursuit of the Jinni Wei. In terms of physical constitution, both of them far exceeded Tang Bohu, naturally recovering from intoxication much faster. The woman accompanying Tang Bohu was named Jian Niang, who had once worked alongside Shen Junyang in the same brothel. Both she and Shen Junyang held Tang Bohu in high regard, yet Jian Niang was acutely aware of the relationship between Tang Bohu and Shen Junyang. Thus, she could only conceal her admiration deep within her heart. After Shen Junyang's passing, however, Yun Niang began to care for Tang Bohu, both intentionally and unintentionally. When Tang Bohu went to the residence of the Ning Guang, Yun Niang felt a sense of loss for a protracted period. A few years ago, when Tang Bohu unexpectedly returned to Jiangnan, appearing quite mad, Yun Niang's heart shattered. She immediately redeemed herself from her years of servitude, choosing to stay by his side and care for him. Even when Tang Bohu, in his madness, spoke of going to the capital, Yun Niang did not oppose him, accompanying him all the way to the capital, where they purchased a modest courtyard. Upon arriving in the capital, it seemed that Tang Bohu's madness had somewhat subsided, which filled Yun Niang with immense relief. Only recently did she come to understand the events of the past few years, which deepened her compassion for her man. Yun Niang prepared a hangover soup for Tang Bohu. Although he was not entirely sober, he had never been one to act unruly when intoxicated, especially in front of Yun Niang. Though he might have been a bit wild, he would never utter a word to upset her. Yun Niang, these past years, today is the only day I feel truly liberated. I shall no longer need to feign madness, Tang Bohu said, grasping Yun Niang's hand with bleary eyes while sipping the hangover soup. Hearing this, Yun Niang couldn't help but wipe away her tears. You have suffered so much over the years. Tang Bohu replied with a pained expression. I have not suffered. Being with you is something I could never have hoped for in 8 lifetimes. I always envied Junyang for finding someone as talented and considerate as you. Now that I can be by your side, how could I feel any sorrow? Yun Niang smiled. Thanks to Hengqi. Without his words, I might not have persevered through these years. Without him, I might have thought this life was all there is. Tang Bohu remarked with a touch of nostalgia. Hengqi is a good child, indeed a rare gem. Yun Niang nodded in agreement. Yes, since I cannot sleep, I shall take a stroll, Tang Bohu declared, picking up his wine gourd, donning his clothes, and unsteadily making his way out. The old man, with his large head bobbing, swayed with the wine gourd as he made his way to Juchu's residence. At Juchu's home, both the doorman and the servants were quite familiar with the old man, so they could not be bothered to announce his arrival. Hengqi, are you asleep? Tang Bohu called out as he arrived at the door of Juchu's bedroom, knocking persistently. At that moment, Juchu was practicing calligraphy in his study. Upon hearing the noise, he hurried out. Master, what brings you here at this late hour? Juchu inquired, somewhat surprised. I couldn't sleep, and I figured you were likely awake as well, so I came for a stroll, Tang Bohu replied. Upon receiving it and gauging its weight, Chunlan understood that the old man had run out of wine and hurried to fetch him more. Soon, Tang Bohu took the filled wine gourd and took a sip. Your family's wine is truly delightful. That lad who sold it to you was quite the spendthrift. Not only at home but also at the Zui Xianlu, they served the same wine. However, the quantity at Zui Xianlu was much larger, certainly not brewed at home. The tavern had a dedicated wine cellar. Even before the tavern was fully renovated, Juchu had commissioned brewing to commence. Come, accompany me to find that old rascal Wang Bowen. I suspect he is also unable to sleep. Tang Bohu chuckled and, having spoken, strode out. Juchu had no choice but to follow. Wang Yangming resided in the capital, not in a personal home but at an official inn for his return to report on duties. Nowadays, it was rare for officials to stay in such inns, primarily due to the mediocre lodging conditions. Most opted for guest houses instead. Those who stayed at the official inn were generally minor clerks responsible for delivering messages. The inn was somewhat isolated, and it took them quite a while to reach its entrance. By this time, Tang Bohu had sobered up considerably but paid no mind, directly knocking on the door. Shortly, a man in uniform opened the door. What brings you two here? The clerk, noticing that the two were not in official garb, spoke somewhat dismissively, yet he did not dare be too curt, for those who could come to the official inn were rarely common folk. I am here to see Wang Shouren, Wang Bowen, Tang Bohu stated, wary that the clerk might not recognize the name Wang Bowen alone. So you are friends of Master Wang? Please, come in, the clerk said, realizing he had to treat them with respect. Wang Shouren was the left vice minister of the Censorate, a legitimate 4th-rank official with military authority. The clerk, who usually dealt with minor officials, would not dare neglect the friends of someone of Wang Shouren's stature. Upon entering the inn, they quickly spotted Wang Yangming in the courtyard. Clearly, he was also unable to sleep, practicing swordplay. I knew it, that old rascal Bowen is also wide awake, Tang Bohu remarked with a smile directed at Juchu. Although he spoke this to Juchu, he did not lower his voice intentionally. Wang Yangming naturally heard him. After completing a set of sword techniques at a leisurely pace, Wang Yangming sheathed his sword and wiped his sweat. Brother Bohu, Hengqi, we have all embarrassed ourselves today, Wang Yangming said, though his face bore a smile. It had been many years since he had felt such unrestrained joy, particularly after his conversation with Juchu, which had given him a sense of camaraderie, as if encountering kindred spirits. It was truly exhilarating. Hengqi's methods were rather radical, yet he spoke the truth. Chronic ailments require potent remedies, and one cannot correct without overstepping. In this world, how can anything ever be perfectly aligned? If one were to approach matters with the sole aim of achieving absolute precision without deviation, then that endeavor would surely fail. What you say cannot be termed as embarrassing, is it not rather a tale of beauty? Tang Bohu replied nonchalantly. Har har, that may be so. We nearly swore brotherhood with Hengqi. I do not mind, Hengqi and I share an instant rapport, akin to old friends, but you, if you were to truly swear brotherhood with your own student, what would you do? Wen Yangming remarked with a teasing smile. If we do, then so be it. Why should I care? In my youth, I cared little for how others perceived me, and even less so now. Why not proceed with the oath? Tang Bohu said, reaching out to pull Ju Chu into a brotherhood vow. Master, you mustn't. Ju Chu quickly protested. While Tang Bohu, as his teacher, could do so, Ju Chu, as the student, could not acquiesce. Had they done so under the intoxication of the day, it might have been acceptable. However, Ju Chu was entirely sober now, and if he were to agree, it would be akin to defying the heavens. Har har, do not put Hengqi in a difficult position, Wen Yangming intervened. Shall we indulge in another drink? Tang Bohu suggested, looking at Wen Yangming. Perhaps not. Drunkenness leads to folly, Wen Yangming replied, though his tone hinted at temptation. He possessed great self-control and seldom indulged in inebriation, mainly due to the cunning nature of his colleagues, yet, drinking is contingent upon the company. With Tang Bohu, an old friend, and Ju Chu, a confidant, the prospect of drinking was indeed enticing. After a few days, he would be leaving the capital, and it remained uncertain when the three would have the chance to drink together. Moreover, drinking with these two was genuinely pleasurable. Let us drink a little more. Wen Yangming thought it over and, without needing a second invitation from Tang Bohu, readily acquiesced. I find them quite satisfactory. What a splendid poem, truly marvelous. Chu Heng exclaimed, reading aloud the verses he had penned, his thigh thumping in delight. This Ju Hengqi is a prodigy, indeed, a remarkable talent. The more he read, the more he was convinced that this poem was nothing short of exquisite, potentially destined to endure through the ages. No wonder he became a student of Tang Bohu. His unrestrained demeanor mirrors that of Tang Bohu in his youth. Chu Heng could not help but marvel. Farther, Hengqi is not unrestrained, he is quite methodical in his endeavors. This poem was penned only after indulging in wine with Mr. Yangming and the recluse Liu Ru, Julie interjected, concerned that her father might misinterpret Ju Chu. She was acutely aware that the world lauded Tang Bohu, with many officials admiring him. However, Tang Bohu's temperament was ill-suited for a bureaucratic life, being excessively wild and free-spirited. After achieving first place in the provincial examination, Tang Bohu became increasingly extravagant, reveling in brothels. His friends, Zhu Jishan and Wen Zhengming, implored him to temper his nature and refrain from such behavior. They wrote letters of admonition, but Tang Bohu remained steadfast in his carefree and unruly ways. He even replied to Wen Jingming, asserting that he had always been this way and suggesting that if Wen found him unpalatable, he need not remain friends with him. This nearly severed their friendship, but Wen Jingming's good nature prevailed, as few could endure Tang Bohu's disposition at that time. Such stories circulated widely, and while many admired Tang Bohu's calligraphy and poetry, his youthful exuberance was often met with disdain, particularly in official circles, where individuals like him were least tolerated. Julie held Ju Chu's poem in high regard. Ever since it had circulated a few days prior, she longed to read it repeatedly, yet, fearing her father's misunderstanding of Ju Chu, she felt compelled to clarify. What is this? Why do you defend Ju Hengqi so fervently? Chu Heng teased as he observed his daughter. Upon hearing this, Julie's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. I certainly know what kind of person he is. Do you think I am oblivious to your feelings? Had I been unaware, would I have permitted you to associate with him? With a sigh, Chu Heng continued, originally, I intended to wait for Ju Hengqi to mature further, to see if he could be welcomed into the Chu family as a son-in-law. I wonder if I shall ever witness that day. Julie's heart sank at these words. She should have felt joy at the first half of his statement, but the latter half cast a shadow over her spirits. Given her father's recent troubled demeanor, she sensed an ominous foreboding. Father, have you encountered some trouble of late? She finally inquired, unable to contain her concern. What trouble could there be? Even if there were, it is not for you to ponder, Chu Heng replied. Hearing this, Julie's heart grew heavier. It was not only the Chu family that felt this weight. Ju Chu's poem had gained significant popularity in the capital over the past few days. The tale of Ju Chu and Tang Bohu, both intoxicated under the moonlight, had become a celebrated anecdote. The wine at Drunken Immortal Pavilion was renamed Chen Wang's Brew, a tribute to Cao Ji, who was also an idol for Li Bai. This made the already renowned Drunken Immortal Pavilion even more sought after. The delicacies from the pavilion became a rarity among the elite, with countless dignitaries eager to dine there yet unable to secure a table. However, Ju Chu was careful not to offend those in high positions. Officials of the third rank or above were granted private rooms. Avoiding the need to queue, they routinely reserved a couple of elegant chambers for unexpected occasions. As for those below the third rank, with Han Jie, the Minister of Revenue, maintaining order, no one dared to cause a disturbance. Fortunately, the number of officials of the third rank or higher was limited, making it at that moment, Ju Chu was at home discussing military strategy with Mu Yunjin. They primarily focused on the contents of the practice of military training and the new book of military effect. Ju Chu had previously published papers related to these two military texts. While he could not recite them verbatim, he was certainly well-versed. In the realm of warfare, up until the end of the Qing dynasty, Qi Zhiguang was considered a consummate master. Many in later generations recognized Qi Zhiguang for his resistance against Japanese pirates, yet few knew of his campaigns against the Mongols. Qi Zhiguang fought countless battles, achieving a record that transcended mere brilliance. To Ju Chu, his accomplishments seemed almost miraculous. In the Battle of Huajie, 500 men faced 4,000 pirates, annihilating 308 foes while sustaining only 3 casualties, a loss ratio of 1:103. In the ambush at Shanggunling, 300 troops confronted 3,000 pirates, killing 300 while again losing just 3, a loss ratio of 1:100. In the Battle of Beishuixiang, 500 men faced over 2,000 pirates, completely obliterating the enemy with only 3 fatalities, a loss ratio of 1:700. In the Battle of Lindun, 6,000 troops faced 4,000 pirates, eliminating approximately 3,000 while suffering 90 losses, a ratio of 1:44. In the fierce battle at Ping Highway, 30,000 soldiers from the Qi family slaughtered 10,000 pirates, killing 2,622 while only losing 16, a loss ratio of 1:163. In the Battle of Xianyu, 3,000 of Qi's troops faced 15,000 pirates, capturing 498 alive while suffering 24 deaths, a ratio of 1:62. And there were countless similar instances. Moreover, compared to Qi Zhiguang's achievements against Japanese pirates, his successes in defending Jizhou were even more remarkable. Historical records indicate, in the 17th year of Jizhou, 10 generals were replaced due to their. In his previous life, Ju Chu had been profoundly shocked upon encountering these statistics, which remained imprinted in his memory. The question of how Qi Zhiguang achieved such astonishing loss ratios became a source of intrigue for Ju Chu, prompting him to undertake a thorough investigation. Upon delving into his studies, Ju Chu discovered that Qi Zhiguang's ability to maintain such formidable results stemmed from the application of military tactics, but even more so from 2 key words. Training troops. This was a matter overlooked by countless generals. The military sage Hanshin emphasized troop training, which is why he was revered as a military deity. The 2 military texts elaborated extensively on everything from troop selection, training, leadership, rewards and punishments, to weaponry and archery, providing comprehensive guidance on military engagement. Qi Zhiguang even articulated in detail how to deal with a deserter, dedicating numerous essays to the issue, making it a veritable manual for military instruction. If Sun Tzu's Art of War is akin to a broad overview found in a martial arts novel, then these 2 texts represent specific techniques. In later years, renowned generals of the Qing dynasty, including Zheng Guofan and Zhuo Zongtang, kept these texts close at hand. However, Ju Chu did not present all this information in exhaustive detail, nor did he mention the existence of these 2 military texts. He believed it best to wait until Qi Zhiguang penned his own writings. Instead, Ju Chu synthesized how modern armies train and the methods employed by special forces, sharing insights with Mu Yunjin regarding the importance of military discipline and training. Initially, Ju Chu had not intended to delve into such detail, but he could not resist Mu Yunjin's eager thirst for knowledge, as she persistently inquired. "Why does a girl like you need to learn these things?" Ju Chu questioned, somewhat exasperated. I aspire to lead troops into battle one day, Mu Yunjin replied earnestly. During the Ming Dynasty, it was permissible for women to command troops, exemplified by Qi Zhiguang's wife and the last capable female general, Qin Liangyu. Although their numbers were far fewer than their male counterparts, each was a formidable warrior in her own right. There was a reason Qi Zhiguang feared his wife. Are you serious? Only then did Ju Chu begin to take Mu Yunjin's ambition to lead troops seriously. Chapter 40, Half a Year, Trouble in the Chu family. Of course, I am well aware that in the future, second brother is destined for great undertakings. Although I do not know what you intend to do or how you plan to accomplish it, I wish to assist you, Mu Yunjin remarked as she gazed at Ju Chu. Upon hearing her words, Ju Chu could not help but admire the girl's keen perception. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Having spent so much time together, it was only natural for her to notice. She was indeed remarkably astute. Many times, while Ju Chu was alone in his study reading and practicing calligraphy, she would find ways to alleviate his taut nerves. In recent years, he had indeed been rather tense. Fortunately, things had improved somewhat. Yun Guifang was now managed by Shenqing, and Zui Xianlu was overseen by his cousin and Chu Liu, allowing him ample time to engage in pursuits of his own choosing. Naturally, the connection with Wang Cai could not be severed. Every 2 or 3 days, Ju Chu would make time to gamble with him. Hu Wei had long been ousted by Wang Cai, whose increasing disdain for Hu Wei's greed led to his expulsion, leaving Hu Wei utterly destitute. In fact, Ju Chu had even won Hu Wei's residence in a game. However, Hu Wei was a man who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. He dared not offend Wang Cai, nor would he risk antagonizing Ju Chu. Initially, he had considered finding Zhao Hu to teach him a lesson, but despite searching high and low, he could not locate Zhao Hu. Not only Zhao Hu, but even Mar Hong remained elusive. Every move Hu Wei made was, of course, under the watchful eye of the old beggar. Ju Chu soon became aware of this. He understood all too well that Hu Wei represented a lurking danger that needed to be eradicated, lest it explode at any moment. Fortunately, dealing with Hu Wei was rather straightforward. This fellow had committed numerous unscrupulous acts, and aside from murder and arson, he had engaged in almost every form of vice. Ju Chu did not even need to frame him. He simply needed to hand over the deed to Hu Wei's house to the governor of Shuntian Prefecture. Hengqi, what are you thinking? We have known each other for many years. Why are you still being so formal? Nowadays, Hu did not know that Ju Chu was a disciple of Tang Bohu and one of the prominent owners of Zui Xianlu. Even the deputy minister of revenue was among the esteemed proprietors of Zui Xianlu. The deputy minister held a position of considerable authority, equivalent to that of the governor himself. Generally, the governor would not pay heed to the flattery of others, but with Ju Chu's myriad identities and accolades, any compliments offered carried a distinctly different weight, enveloping him in a refreshing aura of admiration. Hengqi, you enjoy a close relationship with Deputy Minister Han. This trivial matter could easily be relayed through the proper channels without your personal involvement, the governor said, still smiling. Your Excellency, you are the parental figure of Shuntian Prefecture, the one who must concern himself with every matter, big and small, in this capital. My connections with others are unrelated to my dealings with you. If I sought assistance from someone else for matters that require your attention, would that not be a grave error? Ju Chu replied respectfully. The governor, upon hearing this, felt increasingly pleased. The more he observed Ju Chu, the more agreeable he found him. This young man was truly a pleasure to work with, leaving no room for error. Your Excellency, my family has recently brewed a new batch of Chen Wang wine. I shall send some to you shortly, Ju Chu said with a smile. The governor's eye sparkled at this news. Presently, Chen Wang wine from Zui Xianlu enjoyed a stellar reputation throughout the capital. While a fine wine is a prerequisite to truly thrive among the elite, a compelling story is essential. Ju Chu's poetry and the tales involving Tang Bohu and Wang Yangming had elevated Chen Wang wine to a pedestal of reverence. Consequently, countless individuals flocked to Zui Xianlu in pursuit of this exquisite wine, yet its limited production meant that only a small quantity was available each day. Many sought to purchase more, but were thwarted. In the realm of officials, who does not appreciate a fine drink, even those indifferent to alcohol recognize that possessing Chen Wang wine serves as an excellent means of networking. Zhu Chu's rationale for addressing Hu Wei was entirely justified. Hu Wei had deceived Liu Yinyang and her son, a fact well known since Liu Yinyang had been taken in by Shenqing. As a result, the people regarded Yun Guifang as virtuous, and whenever Shenqing was mentioned, praises flowed. Furthermore, Hu Wei's penchant for gambling had left him destitute. Should he discover that Liu Yinyang was with Shenqing, he would undoubtedly cause trouble. Zhu Chu's reasoning was one of preemptive caution, coupled with a desire to eliminate a menace. As a minor figure, Hu Wei's removal would be a welcome act of public service for the governor of Shunqian Prefecture. "You clever rascal, you truly know how to handle matters. This will be easy, just send Wang San to take care of it," the governor said, still grinning. Wang San was the head of the constabulary and shared a close relationship with Zhu Chu. "Hang Qi, rest assured, that scoundrel will not escape," Wang San promised. Zhu Chu discreetly slipped Wang San 5 taels of silver. "Treat your brothers to a drink later." Upon receiving the silver, Wang San grinned widely. Zhu Chu understood that when enlisting help, it is crucial to ensure that benefits are not bestowed upon only one individual. If he were to grant advantages solely to the governor, Wang San and the others might harbor resentment, leading to a lack of dedication in their work. Friendship is one thing, but business is another. Moreover, although Zhu Chu and they appeared to share a deep bond, such connections were inherently fragile. A single misstep could shatter it. Even the most righteous of causes would garner little interest in this era without the incentive of personal gain. They would procrastinate at every opportunity. However, the situation had changed. Wang San was remarkably efficient. In less than an hour, Hu Wei was brought before the governor after a round of questions. Thus, everything fell into place. Given his actions, Hu Wei would likely face a sentence of no less than 20 years. Throughout this process, Zhu Chu remained in the shadows. Even if he had appeared, Hu Wei would not have recognized him, for Zhao Hu was Zhao Hu, and Zhu Chu was Zhu Chu. The make-up skills of Xiao Dao were indeed extraordinary. With Hu Wei dealt with, the threat had been thoroughly eliminated. When Cai had found another gullible gambler to play with, a merchant from out of town, blissfully unaware of the game. Presently, Wang Cai held Zhu Chu in high esteem, particularly enjoying the games of mahjong or do pai, as he had discovered that Zhu Chu had a knack for feeding him advantageous tiles, ensuring his consistent victories. Do pai bore similarities to mahjong, resembling a paper version of the game, featuring slender tiles. The fourth gullible player's position frequently changed, but the 3 of them maintained fixed seats. Life continued in this manner, with Zhu Chu enjoying a rare moment of leisure, affording him more time to practice calligraphy, read, and paint. He had to admit that he possessed little talent in painting, even prompting Tang Bohu to scratch his head in confusion. In contrast, Mu Yunjin demonstrated remarkable talent, producing artwork that already exhibited promise at such a tender age, providing great comfort to Tang Bohu. Consequently, he decided to shift his focus, prioritizing calligraphy lessons for Zhu Chu while teaching the young girl how to paint. Thus, 6 months passed in tranquil succession until one fateful night when the old beggar, Jin Youzai, rushed to Zhu Chu, his face a mask of urgency. The Chu family is in trouble. Chapter 41. Zhu Chu's maneuver, hiding people in the great prison. The Chu family was engulfed in flames, and all the inhabitants of the Chu residence lay unconscious. Had it not been for Jin Youzai's vigilant watch, the entire Chu family would have met an untimely demise. Fortunately, prior to Jin Youzai's arrival, arrangements had been made to rescue those trapped within. Ultimately, only Chu Li and her brother Chu Huizu were saved. Chu Heng had a chance to survive. When the fire erupted, many were jolted awake, including Chu Heng and his wife. However, Chu Heng was acutely aware that if he were to survive, those individuals would undoubtedly be plagued by anxiety, even if he repeatedly assured them that he would divulge nothing. They would still resort to drastic measures, for it is only through death that secrets can be truly safeguarded. Chu Heng understood that, given their power, they would not hesitate to eliminate a mere low-ranking official like himself, and their arrogance would go unchecked. Only through his death could his children hope to endure. Thus, Chu Heng and his wife resolutely leaped into the inferno. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Chu was struck by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. An overwhelming feeling of powerlessness coursed through him, even though he had anticipated this outcome and had meticulously plotted his strategies. All of his calculations crumbled like a house of cards in the face of overwhelming might. Ju Chu was uncertain what calamity had befallen Chu Heng, but it was evident that whatever had compelled him to face death with such determination was rare in the capital. It was unlikely to be the emperor. More plausibly, it was the likes of Yang Tinghe and his ilk. Chu Heng had sought to safeguard his two children with his own life. At this moment, Chu Li and Chu Huizu had come to grasp the grim reality of their family's near extermination. Both were ensnared in a state of shock, unwilling to accept what had transpired, as if trapped in a surreal, ephemeral dream. He winced in pain, yet bore no resentment towards his sister. Instead, tears streamed down his face. "Sister, this is no dream. Why is it not a dream?" Chu Huizu's latter words erupted in a cry of anguish. They had once enjoyed an almost idyllic family life, though not excessively affluent. They had lived as a young master and lady. Their lives had been smooth sailing until this sudden upheaval, leaving them unable to cope with the emotional turmoil. Ju Chu observed this scene with a heavy sigh and approached, placing a reassuring hand on Chu Huizu's shoulder. "My lad, you are now the pillar of the Chu family. You must take care of your sister." And Chu Huizu, who was of similar age to Ju Chu, had previously been somewhat unruly, but the calamity that had befallen the Chu family seemed to mature him in an instant. He glanced at Chu Li, wiping the tears from his face, yet they seemed to flow endlessly. Ju Chu turned his gaze to the old beggar nearby. "Have someone retrieve 2 individuals of similar stature from the charity house and cast them into the flames of the Chu family." After issuing this command, he looked at the siblings. "You must change your clothes. These garments must also be discarded." Ju Chu was acutely aware that, despite the intensity of the fire, the patterns on the clothing would still be discernible later. The garments would not be entirely consumed, with many remnants likely embedding themselves in the skin. Therefore, Chu Li and her brother's clothing must also be disposed of to create confusion. Ju Chu was uncertain whether those individuals would spare the siblings because of Chu Heng and his wife's demise, but he was unwilling to take that gamble, and thus, upon hearing his words, the siblings exchanged glances, and Chu Huizu helped his distraught sister to her feet. Together, they followed Chunlan to change their attire. At this moment, only Chunlan remained. Ju Chu did not trust the other servants. Soon, the siblings emerged from their change of clothes, and Ju Chu handed the garments to Jin Yotsai, who nodded and took them to carry out the task. Once this matter was settled, Ju Chu turned to Chu Huizu. "Before you lie 2 paths. The first, I will hide you in the great prison. I have connections there, and you will be well cared for, neither lacking in sustenance nor suffering any torment. In the capital, the best place to hide is indeed the prison." Ju Chu spoke with conviction. While extricating someone from prison proved exceedingly challenging, inserting an individual was far simpler. It was merely a matter of money. No one would dare to search the prison. "I will arrange for your sister to stay in the study, temporarily serving as a reading maid. She will not leave the study, and I will ensure her safety. As for the second path, I could send both of you to the countryside. However, this would entail considerable hardship. The rural populace is often ignorant and lacks discernment, leaving you to protect your sister." Upon finishing, Ju Chu turned his gaze towards Chu Huizu, clearly inviting him to make a choice. "I choose the prison." Without hesitation, Chu Huizu made his decision. He had never been to the countryside, but from Ju Chu's description, he understood it was not a desirable destination. He could not bear the thought of his sister enduring such suffering alongside him. "No, let us go to the country." It was evident she did not view the prison as a favorable option. She did not wish for her brother to endure such torment because of her. "Rest assured, aside from the temporary loss of freedom, life in the prison will be preferable to that in the countryside. I have already established favorable connections there," Ju Chu assured Chu Li. Upon hearing this, Chu Li recalled how Ju Chu had visited the prison twice each month on behalf of the Liu couple, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Master Ju, you have exhausted your visitation opportunities for this month," the prison warden exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Ju Chu. He was their benefactor. After all, many officials had family members who provided support, but few could maintain such loyalty over the years. Many would give up after 2 or 3 months, either downgrading their efforts or ceasing altogether. Yet Juchu had remained steadfast for years, and both the warden and the guards held him in high esteem. However, admiration aside, the prison's regulations were absolute. Monthly visitations were limited to 4 times. This was an unyielding rule. Naturally, some influential figures might bypass this restriction. Is the prison supervisor absent? Juchu inquired of the elder. The supervisor was the official in charge of the prison, possessing ultimate authority. The warden and guards were merely subordinates, bound by their lowly status. Once a guard reached the rank of warden, there was no further advancement unless they escaped their current status. Thus, they were not concerned with future prospects but rather focused on how to make money. Many guards were gamblers, yet the supervisor was different. He was an official with prospects. Therefore, the matter of smuggling individuals into the prison must remain concealed from the supervisor, as he would not be inclined to approve such actions for the sake of his career. As long as all the guards were bribed, the plan would succeed. The supervisor would not personally inspect the cells. These duties fell to the guards. Hence, as long as the guards did not report any discrepancies, the supervisor would remain oblivious. The supervisor is out on business. May I inquire what guidance you have for Master Chu? The warden asked, puzzled. A favorable opportunity has arisen. I have come to bestow some funds upon you, Juchu replied, producing 3 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. The warden's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to look away. Please summon all the brothers together, Juchu said with a smile. Certainly, master, please hold on. Chapter 42, The Summons of Princess Tuqing. Ultimately, Juchu bestowed upon the jailer a sum of 100 taels of silver, with each guard receiving 50 taels, ensuring that all were compensated, even those on leave at home. The total expenditure amounted to less than 2,000 taels of silver. Consequently, every individual involved would maintain discretion regarding this matter. Each guard, being astute and cunning, understood that any breach of confidentiality would equate to offending all their colleagues, a grave offense indeed. Thus, even if occasional lapses occurred, these individuals would take measures to cover them up. Juchu did not confine Chu Huizu and the members of the Lu family together. Instead, he instructed the jailer to find another inconspicuous prisoner. The original fare provided to the prisoner was of such poor quality, often mixed with bran and even containing grains of sand, making it difficult to swallow. Such tactics were employed by the guards to compel the inmates to contact their families for financial assistance. Only those who were utterly unable to procure funds would have their privileges revoked, though their sustenance would remain abysmal. The sudden improvement in conditions left the prisoner bewildered. Jailer, but I am all alone here. The individual was quite perplexed, even harboring a sense of fear. Unusual circumstances often herald something sinister. You have the favor of this young master. Simply attend to his needs, the jailer said, having pocketed the silver and naturally displaying a favorable demeanor towards Chu Huizu. Upon hearing this, the prisoner glanced at Chu Huizu and instantly grasped the situation. Young master, I shall obey your every command henceforth. Chu Huizu was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Juchu, a mere merchant, wielded such influence, capable of inserting individuals into the capital's notorious prison at will. The jailer and guards greeted him with smiles, and although the food was inferior to what it had been previously, it was still a significant improvement. There were even instances where someone would frequently replace his bedding with fresh linens, and he had a remarkably obedient little brother by his side. For a moment, Chu Huizu found himself in a daze, questioning whether he... Upon returning home, Juchu assigned Chu Li to his study. Adjacent to the study was a guest room, perfectly suited for Chu Li's accommodation. In Juchu's courtyard, there were few maidservants, primarily allowing only Chunlan to come and go freely, while other servants were strictly prohibited. This arrangement had been meticulously planned by Juchu, who understood that his future would be rife with secrets. Therefore, it was prudent to establish boundaries from the outset to prevent any anomalies. Once Chu Li entered, all the maidservants originally in Juchu's courtyard were reassigned to the Zuiling Pavilion, where Mu Yinjin resided. I have made arrangements regarding Huizu. We will allocate 40 taels each month for his needs, which I will deduct from your earnings at Zuixian Lu, Juchu informed Chu Li as he surveyed the room. He was acutely aware that Chu Li had encountered significant upheaval. The last thing she needed was pity from others. Should Juchu merely express sympathy, it would undoubtedly create a rift between them. Chu Li, being a talented woman from a privileged background, had no need for others' compassion. Even amidst her drastic changes, inherently possessing grace and intelligence, Chu Li comprehended that Ju Chu was preserving her dignity, and this realization stirred her emotions further. Ever since the calamity had befallen the Chu family, she had felt disoriented, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. She had been aware of her father's heavy-heartedness, suspecting he might face a demotion, yet she could never have anticipated such a dire outcome. "Thank you," Chu Li expressed. Ju Chu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, I have not rendered significant assistance. Can you help me investigate who is responsible?" Chu Li replied, her voice filled with determination. In the past, the prospect of spending time in Ju Chu's study would have brought her immense joy. However, at this moment, her mind was consumed by thoughts of uncovering those who had harmed her parents. She was resolute in her desire for vengeance, willing to go to any lengths to achieve it. Hearing her words, Ju Chu fell into a contemplative silence. Although he could not pinpoint the exact culprit, he had his suspicions. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time to disclose this information to Chu Li. At present, she was filled with rage, and revealing the truth might lead her to act recklessly. "While I do not know who is behind this, with your current capabilities, it would be futile to seek revenge," Ju Chu stated candidly. "I can learn. I am willing to learn anything if it means avenging my family," Chu Li declared without hesitation. "Very well, starting today, I shall teach you the art of commerce. The rest you may study on your own. My study is filled with books, including rare editions. If you dedicate yourself to learning, I will ensure you become wealthy beyond measure, and I will assist you in avenging your family." Ju Chu revealed his ambitions without reservation. He understood that the greater his aspirations appeared, the more hope it would instill in Chu Li. Conversely, if he continued to exhibit a dispassionate demeanor, she would see no prospect of vengeance in him, which might drive her away or lead her down a path in opposition to him, an outcome Ju Chu wished to avoid. Ju Chu did not believe that Chu Li's affection for him would surpass her desire for revenge. Compared to others like Sun Jiujiao, Ju Chu placed greater value on Chu Li. A gifted and intelligent individual like her would undoubtedly learn swiftly and, with minimal guidance, would become an invaluable ally. In the Jiangnan region, he needed someone trustworthy to engage in commerce, and at present, no one was more suitable than Chu Li. While others might emerge as more fitting candidates in the future, Ju Chu had no intention of replacing her. He was not a soulless machine devoid of feelings. Without his assistance, Chu Li would likely never find the opportunity for retribution. "I will study diligently. I will do whatever it takes to avenge my family," Chu Li affirmed, her heart brimming with a thirst for vengeance. This, in fact, might not be a negative development. With a motive for revenge propelling her, Ju Chu felt reassured that she would not succumb to despair. "Young master." Chunlan knocked on the study door, her urgency palpable. "Come in," Ju Chu replied, and as soon as he finished speaking, Chunlan entered. "Young master, there is a eunuch outside who says Princess Tuqing requests your presence at the princess's residence." Upon hearing this, Ju Chu was taken aback. What was going on? Why was the princess summoning him? When had he ever established any connection with the emperor's aunt? Princess Tuqing was the third daughter of Emperor Mingxin, Zhu Jiaxin, the sister of Zhu Yozhuang, and the aunt of Zhu Hujiao, currently in her 40s. Over 20 years ago, she had married Lin Yu, bearing 2 sons and a daughter. Following Lin Yu's death last year, Princess Tuqing had remained a widow in the princess's residence. She was truly of noble lineage, one for whom even the emperor would bow and refer to as aunt. The thought alone made Ju Chu's scalp tingle. At present, Ju Chu was quite reluctant for the attention of such high-ranking figures to be cast upon him. Once he entered their sphere of influence, he would find himself unable to control his own fate. All schemes and machinations must be grounded in the foundation of power and its sources. Otherwise, they would amount to mere empty rhetoric. Take Princess Tuqing, for instance. Should she resolutely decide to eliminate Ju Chu, he would be utterly powerless to resist. No one would care about his demise, even with his modest reputation in the capital. This realization left Ju Chu feeling rather uneasy. Nevertheless, despite his discomfort, he had no grounds to refuse. After quickly adjusting his appearance, he made his way to the outer courtyard, where he found a eunuch of about 40 years of age, with a pale visage and no beard, waiting for him. Ju Chu pays his respects. I am merely here to convey a message from the princess, the eunuch replied with a smile. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. May I inquire what matters the princess wishes to discuss? Ju Chu said, discreetly offering 10 taels of silver. The old eunuch weighed the coins in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. You are indeed a clever young man, young Master Ju. Rest assured, it is good news. The princess wishes to meet not only with you but also with Tang Bohu, Tang Shiyuan. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was not the sole focus of her attention after all. With the old man shielding him, Ju Chu felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 43, Princess Tuqing Tang Jiyuan, do you still remember me? As they approached the princess's residence, Ju Chu encountered another eunuch along with Tang Bohu. Teacher, are you acquainted with Princess Tuqing? Ju Chu inquired, his face reflecting a mix of confusion and curiosity. While he was aware of the old man's considerable charm, he had never anticipated that he would have any connection with the princess. On the way, Ju Chu had indulged in a plethora. Thus, upon seeing Tang Bohu, his curiosity became insatiable. Tang Bohu shot Ju Chu an exasperated glance. I know not, I have never laid eyes upon Princess Tuqing. Ju Chu glanced at the 2 eunuchs leading the way before stepping closer to the old man. Speak honestly with me, do you harbor any undisclosed matters with the princess? Ju Chu whispered, nearly leaning into Tang Bohu's ear. The old man, disinterested, hastily took a few steps forward, distancing himself from Ju Chu. Observing the old man's comical attempts to hasten his pace, Ju Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, they entered the princess's abode. Upon stepping inside, Ju Chu was immediately struck by the grandeur before him. From the outside, the princess's residence appeared no different from other mansions, albeit noticeably larger. However, once inside, he was astounded by the true essence of a top-tier noble's home. Pavilions and towers intertwined in a complex yet orderly manner, showcasing meticulous design without an ounce of chaos. It was only upon entering that Ju Chu comprehended the vastness of the residence. After a lengthy walk through numerous courtyards, they finally arrived at the princess's study. Ju Chu had always known that the princess's residence was immense, with most royal households occupying at least 10,000 square feet. Now he was acutely aware of just how expansive it truly was. Initially, it was 2 eunuchs guiding them, but one departed shortly after entering the residence. Master, Tang Jiyuan and young Master Ju have arrived, announced the eunuch from outside the study. Although Ju Chu felt that the princess was not specifically expecting him, the spectacle still made him somewhat apprehensive. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered such a grand assembly. Come in, a somewhat languid voice emanated from within the study. No sooner had the words been spoken than a maid opened the door. Please follow me, she beckoned to Tang Bohu and Ju Chu. The old eunuch bowed slightly towards the study before retreating. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu stepped aside, indicating for the old man to proceed first. Fortunately, Tang Bohu, having experienced the world during his time at the Ningguang residence, remained composed, casting Ju Chu a disdainful glance as if to say, just watch and learn. He followed the maid inside, with Ju Chu trailing closely behind, adopting a cautious demeanor. This behavior was not entirely unwarranted. The status of the individuals within the study was overwhelmingly intimidating. In both his past and present lives, Ju Chu had never interacted with such high-ranking nobles. Not only was he daunted by the princess, but even the likes of Han Jie, a third-rank official, would have made him uneasy had he not first encountered him at the Zui Xianlu. The distinction between host and guest was significant, especially when faced with such esteemed individuals. Often, what one thinks in their heart does not align with the reality of facing it directly. Ju Chu kept his head bowed, fearful of breaching etiquette and offending the nobles. The more he felt this way, the more cautious he became, dreading any misstep. In no time, they reached the front of the study table. Ju Chu cautiously lifted his gaze. Behind the table sat a person, flanked by 2 others, yet he dared not look up to see their faces. Commoner Tang Yin pays his respects to the princess. Commoner Ju Chu pays his respects to the princess. They both greeted. Tang Jiyuan, do you still recall me? The earlier languid voice resonated once more. Ju Chu's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, thinking to himself, are you still putting on a brave face? Meanwhile, Tang Bohu, caught off guard by the statement, was at a loss for words. He dared not admit he did not remember, fearing the princess's ire could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Tang Bohu's troubled expression, Princess Duching's face lit up with a smile. Over 20 years ago, I met Tang Jiyuan in the capital. At that time, Tang Jiyuan was deeply affected by the loss of his family but persevered through it. I was young and foolish, wishing to escape my marriage, and upon meeting Tang Jiyuan, I realized my worries were trivial in comparison. Such a remarkably gifted individual as Tang Jiyuan has faced such adversity in life. During the examination scandal, I indeed approached my brother, the emperor, for assistance. However, the matter was exceedingly complex, and my brother was left with no choice but to release Tang Jiyuan. Tang Bohu, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, "You were that little girl who left home all those years ago?" Immediately regretting his words, he wished he could slap himself. "I apologize for my indiscretion," he hastily offered. "There is no need for formalities, Tang Jiyuan, nor you, young Master Ju. Consider this place your home, for there are no strict protocols here," Princess Duching replied with a smile. Ju Chu, emboldened by her words, discreetly raised his head to observe the princess seated at the center. It was evident that she had been strikingly beautiful in her youth. Even at nearly 40, she did not appear aged, though fine lines at the corners of her eyes hinted at the passage of time. Her demeanor was markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Describing her as dignified and regal would not be an exaggeration. To her left stood a boy, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, roughly Ju Chu's age but shorter in stature, his gaze brimming with defiance. To her right stood a girl, appearing 12 or 13, who had inherited the princess's beauty, albeit with a touch of youthful innocence. Her eyes held a hint of arrogance as she stared intently at Ju Chu, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "I have invited you both today for two reasons. Firstly, to reminisce with Tang Jiyuan, and secondly, to seek your assistance with a matter. Please, have a seat." The princess gestured for them to sit down. Tang Bohu and Ju Chu complied, taking their places. "My eldest son, Lin Lu, is obedient and sensible, requiring little of my concern. However, this one," she glared at the boy beside her, "is Lin Jai, who has been incorrigibly unruly since childhood. I have sought out esteemed tutors for him, yet to little avail. This is my daughter, Lin Yao." The princess casually introduced the girl beside her. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, county princess." Tang Bohu and Ju Chu bowed once more. In the Ming Dynasty, a princess's sons did not inherit titles, rather, titles were conferred based on future merits, whereas a princess's daughter was granted the title of county princess from birth. I wish for this boy to take Tang Jiyuan as his teacher, learning under him. Tang Jiyuan can assess his potential and impart knowledge accordingly. I do not anticipate him following a path of officialdom," the princess stated, turning her gaze towards Ju Chu. "Young Master Ju, I would like this boy to reside in your home, with Tang Jiyuan teaching him scholarship and you guiding him in proper conduct. Do not treat him as my son. Should he misbehave, he is open to reprimand." Ju Chu was utterly baffled at this proposition. "What merit do I possess to teach the princess's son?" he thought. "I am merely a humble merchant. How could I possibly bear such a responsibility?" The princess's words, though seemingly kind, implied a level of authority that made Ju Chu wary. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself, especially with Lin Jai, who appeared quite the handful. "I understand your hesitation regarding potential complications. However, I have conducted my due diligence before approaching you, young Master Ju. Your talent and character far surpass those of the so-called prodigies in the capital. I have heard that the troublesome young master of the Lu family was also reformed under your guidance," the princess continued. Ju Chu was not at all surprised by this knowledge. As a princess, it was only natural for her to investigate before summoning him. "Rest assured, I will not impose upon you without recompense. I can assist in securing the release of the Lu family members. One of my nephews has sent me numerous letters requesting my help for them. Although the case of Lu Song may seem insignificant, it is entangled in complexities," the princess sighed. Ju was taken aback by this revelation but quickly pieced together the connections. It must have been Zhu Hozhong who had written to the princess. Zhu Hozhong shared a close relationship with Liu Bing, and their ties extended even deeper. Liu Song's family hailed from the territory of the Duke of Qing, and Liu Bing's grandfather had been a member of the Jinyi stationed there. After the birth of Liu Wei, Zhu Hozhong came into the world shortly thereafter, with Liu Wei's mother serving as his wet nurse. Zhu Hozhong, in his formative years, had relied heavily on her, forming a strong bond with both her and Liu Bing. Subsequently, Zhu Hozhong's mother, fearing his attachment to the wet nurse, arranged for Liu Song to secure a position as a commander in the Jinyi in the capital, prompting the Liu family to relocate. Afterward, Liu Bing inherited his grandfather's position following the latter's passing. Zhu had learned all this from Liu Bing himself. Though I am a princess, I find myself constrained in this capital, facing numerous obstacles in realizing not only myself, but even the current emperor and the late emperor have often been thwarted in their endeavors, the princess confided, and Zhu found her words credible. Presently, individuals like Yang Tinghe held considerable sway over the court. Although Zhu Hujiao had consolidated military power, many matters remained beyond his control, let alone the princess. Her husband, Lin Yu, wielded little power and was merely a commander. Many of the issues she faced did not inherently conflict with the interests of the civil officials, but any endeavor, regardless of whether young Master Zhu agrees, I will aid the Liu family, the princess declared, leaving Zhu without grounds for refusal. Chapter 44, Zhu, is it permissible for me to strike him 18 resounding slaps a day without consequence? One must admit, had it been an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly leverage the affairs of the Liu family to manipulate Zhu, perhaps even concealing the crucial information regarding Zhu Hozong's correspondence. In such a scenario, Zhu might have acquiesced, albeit with considerable discontent. However, the princess not only refrained from withholding information but boldly declared that regardless of Zhu's agreement, she would assist the Liu family. With such a proclamation, Zhu found himself unable to refuse. The princess is well aware of Zhu's character. As the saying goes, a gentleman is deceived by reason. Thus, she adept ensured Zhu's willing consent to the matter while simultaneously leaving Tang Bohu with no grounds for refusal. After all, if your student has already consented, how could you, as the teacher, decline? This is yet another of the princess's clever stratagems. In truth, the princess holds greater regard for Tang Bohu than for Zhu. Years ago, she was one of Tang Bohu's ardent admirers, though she had kept this sentiment hidden. Upon learning of Tang Bohu's presence in the capital, she stealthily ventured out of the palace for the mere chance to meet him. Later, upon discovering that Tang Bohu had aged prematurely due to the passing of his wife, her heart ached for him, yet she remained at a loss for words of comfort. She herself was unsure of how to define her feelings for Tang Bohu. They were nebulous and perhaps more akin to admiration. As a princess, she had lived like a caged bird, devoid of freedom, and envied Tang Bohu's carefree spirit, wishing to wander the world as he did. For years, she had kept Tang Bohu in her thoughts, yet now, as she has taken on the responsibilities of a married woman and motherhood, her aspirations seemed distant, until recently, when she learned of Tang Bohu's reappearance in the capital, she was filled with joy, yearning to However, she understood that, given her status, such a visit would be inappropriate. As a widowed princess, her actions were constrained. After much contemplation and investigation into Tang Bohu and Zhu, upon discovering Zhu's various traits, she could not help but compare him to her own wayward son, Lin Jai, who was of a similar age. The notion of having Zhu instruct her unruly son seemed a splendid idea, and as for Tang Bohu, his reputation as a roguish figure was well known. Although the princess viewed him through a romantic lens, she could not deny that while he might excel in teaching calligraphy and painting, he would not guide her son toward the right path. Nevertheless, this master-student pairing, one upright and the other unconventional, seemed quite fitting. Most importantly, once Lin Jai became Tang Bohu's pupil, she would have ample excuse to summon him to the princess's residence. She could not articulate why she felt compelled to do so. It was an instinctive desire to draw nearer to Tang Bohu. Human emotions are often intricate, and at the princess's age, with her husband having passed over a year ago, there was truly no one in the entire princess's residence with whom she could converse meaningfully. Approaching 40, she watched as the leaves of her past friends fell like autumn foliage, one by one, which only heightened her appreciation for Tang Bohu. It was not necessarily about romantic entanglements. Even a brief exchange with him each day would be delightful. Ju, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Tang Bohu. Regardless, he could not overstep. It was evident the princess's intentions were directed toward the. As for him, he was merely a secondary consideration. If it came to overseeing Lin Jai, he could manage that. Tang Bohu glanced at Ju, then at the princess, whose eager eyes made it clear that refusing would not be an option. However, Tang Bohu was equally pleased. To be appointed as the teacher of the princess's son without the burden of responsibility was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, yet, if he were to agree too readily, he would not be Tang Bohu. If this lad agrees, then I have no objections. Tang Bohu tossed the ball back to Ju. I have a question, Ju pondered. What question? The princess inquired, perplexed. Is it truly acceptable to reprimand him as I see fit? 18 resounding slaps a day, is that permissible? After much discussion, Ju felt himself relax, shedding the initial tension he had harbored. The foremost issue he needed to clarify was this. Otherwise, he might only be agreeing out of mere formality. You. Lin Jai, who had been listening nearby, erupted in fury, ready to retort, but the princess silenced him with a mere glance. Meanwhile, Lin Yao, standing beside them, wore a look of gleeful anticipation. Since I have stated it, it signifies my intent. As long as no grievous harm is inflicted, it is permissible, the princess asserted, her gaze directed at Lin Jai, a dangerous glint in her eyes that sent shivers down his spine. Then it is settled, Ju replied with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth, which only served to deepen Lin Jai's distress. Yao, why don't you take young Master Ju on a tour? I shall converse with your Uncle Tang. The princess directed her attention to Lin Yao. Ju perked up at this, casting a glance at Tang Bohu, as if to say, and you claim there's nothing between you two. Tang Bohu chose to ignore him. Henceforth, I shall call you Hengqi balance instrument, as it seems more familiar, the princess stated to Ju. Upon hearing this, Ju's gaze toward Tang Bohu grew increasingly peculiar. Yao, take your Hengqi brother for a stroll, the princess instructed. Lin Yao's face lit up with joy. She had been pondering how to address Ju, as calling him young Master Ju felt too formal. Since she had learned of Ju's poem a few days prior, she had been utterly captivated by him. Following the princess's inquiries into Ju's background, Lin Yao had delved deeper and discovered much about him, leading to her increasing admiration. Just as the princess had once idolized Tang Bohu, Lin Yao now revered Ju in every aspect. Lin Yao had always been proud and found little of interest among the young gentlemen of the capital. To her, they were merely wastrels, unworthy of her attention. If placed in modern times, she would undoubtedly embody the qualities of a strong, intelligent woman. The more she learned, the more she realized that Ju far surpassed her in intellect and talent, with the exception of his family background, which was the least of her concerns. Hengqi brother, could you write that poem of yours for me? Lin Yao asked, aware of Ju's gift for calligraphy. Of course, Ju replied with a smile. As they conversed, they made their way outside, with Lin Jai seemingly trailing behind. Ju was well aware of Lin Jai's intentions, even guessing his motivations. After all, he sought to assert dominance within the princess's domain. As they exited the study, Lin Jai initially refrained from acting out of fear of disturbing the princess. After traversing several courtyards, they were nearing Lin Yao's residence when Lin Jai could no longer contain himself. In a few quick strides, he stood before Ju. You seem rather audacious, claiming you would strike me 18 times a day. Care to try? Lin Jai taunted, presenting his cheek with a defiant. Ju suspected that if he did not take action, she might be tempted to intervene herself. With a swift motion, Ju delivered a resounding slap, causing Lin Jai's eyes to spin with stars. Of course, Ju did not strike with full force. Had he done so, Lin Jai would have been sent flying. I'll kill you! Lin Jai exclaimed, his right cheek flushed red, though it paled in comparison to the rage in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Ju would dare to strike him in the princess's residence. The slap stripped him of reason, and he lunged forward in an attempt to retaliate. Yet, in a moment, Lin Jai's furious eyes regained their clarity. It hurts, I was wrong. He felt as though Juchu were about to wrench his arm from its socket and quickly begged for mercy. Juchu finally released Lin Jai. Not far off, the guards, hearing the commotion and witnessing the scene, were unable to contain themselves, drawing their blades in defense of Lin Jai. "Stand down." "We are merely playing," Lin Jai declared, twisting his arm to ensure it was intact. Breathing a sigh of relief, the guards exchanged glances, hesitating. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me instruct you to stand down?" Lin Yao's face turned cold as she addressed them. At her words, the guards trembled in fear and hurriedly dispersed. Juchu was taken aback. He had not expected this young girl to wield more authority than Lin Jai himself. "What a man you are, not even calling for assistance," Juchu remarked, regarding Lin Jai with newfound respect. "Of course, what kind of hero calls for help?" Lin Jai replied with a hint of pride. Chapter 45, Juchu's Plan. Partnering with Princess Duqing in business. As Lin Yao caught Juchu's gaze, she instantly concealed her previous expression, reverting to her earlier demeanor of a delicate young lady. "Brother Hengqi, I am not usually like this. I was simply too angry just now," she said, her voice dripping with sweetness and her demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. Lin Jai, observing Lin Yao's transformation, stood there in stunned silence. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: regardless of your identity, you must immediately step away from Lin Yao. Noticing Lin Jai's hesitance, Lin Yao shot him a threatening glance, and he promptly fell silent. Although he was mischievous, that was outside the confines of the princess's residence. At home, he always found himself at the bottom of the social hierarchy. He would only dare to provoke his elder brother, Lin Lu. Lin Lu, as the eldest son of Princess Duqing, was not particularly extraordinary in talent, yet he was known for his gentle and respectful demeanor, which greatly pleased the princess. Now in his early 20s, he had gone to the military for training. After completing his training, he would return to the capital to receive his title. From a young age, Lin Jai had held a profound disdain for his elder brother. To Lin Jai, everything Lin Lu did only served to highlight Lin Jai's own unruliness. He even deemed Lin Lu to be hypocritical. Thus, during the years when Lin Lu was home, Lin Jai always sought various means to irritate him, hoping to expose Lin Lu's pretentiousness. However, he never succeeded. Lin Lu had always been indulgent of his younger brother, regardless of how Lin Jai acted out. Consequently, the princess increasingly perceived her eldest son as sensible, while viewing Lin Jai as incorrigible. In essence, Lin Jai's behavior over the years could be summarized in a single phrase: a plea for attention and a desire for recognition. Within the princess's residence, he could not find his place. Even his younger sister, Lin Yao, surpassed him in both martial prowess and intellect, leaving Lin Jai feeling utterly defeated and leading him to self-destruct and let loose. Lin Jai dared to provoke Lin Lu because he was aware that no matter what he did, his brother would not react with anger. In fact, if Lin Lu were to genuinely lose his temper, it would be even better. However, he would never dare to challenge Lin Yao. Although she was merely a year younger, her dedication to martial training far outstripped his abilities, making him no match for her. Most importantly, if he dared to provoke her, Lin Yao would never hold back, often leaving him in a state of utter defeat. This was something he could never disclose to their mother, as it would be too embarrassing. Lin Jai was concerned with his pride. Moreover, he understood his mother's temperament well. If he were to complain, it would likely be he who faced punishment, not his sister. In the princess's residence, there were countless guards capable of training them in martial arts. The princess had even specially hired instructors for them. As Lin Jai rubbed his face, he trailed behind Juchu and Lin Yao, watching as Lin Yao prepared to take Juchu to her study. Just as he was about to follow, Lin Yao turned and shot him a glare, causing Lin Jai to shudder in fear. "I just remembered that my cat is likely going to give birth in the next couple of days. I should go check on it," Lin Jai blurted out, fabricating an excuse. In truth, he had no interest in cats, as they were the very creatures he disliked most. The cat his mother raised, with its dark fur and snowy patches, had once captured his affection when he was younger, but cats were notoriously hard to tame, especially as they grew older. The princess's cat only favored Princess Duqing and kept its distance from everyone else. Lin Jai had often been scratched by this cat when he attempted to cuddle it as a child. Lin Yao was quite pleased with Lin Jai's awareness of boundaries. Once they arrived at the study, she immediately began grinding ink for Juchu. Juchu, in turn, started examining the furnishings and books within the study. Upon seeing the exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, Ju Chu couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the princess's residence. Earlier, in Princess Tuqing's study, Ju Chu had casually glanced around and noted that the majority of artwork displayed throughout the princess's residence was attributed to the same esteemed artist. For instance, their Lushan viewing waterfall painting had left Ju Chu in awe, and he wished fervently that the artist would create another piece for him. It was known that this particular painting had fetched a staggering 36 billion in auction in later years, a truly outrageous sum. Aside from the Lushan painting, most of the other artworks were also by the same master. It was evident that Princess Tuqing held deep feelings for the artist. However, Ju Chu dared not voice such thoughts, even in the privacy of his mind. Even in Lin Yao's study, the walls were similarly adorned with prestigious artworks. One could not help but acknowledge the financial prowess of the princess's residence. Years prior, Princess Tuqing had been greatly favored by Emperor Chenghe, and her dowry upon marriage had been exceedingly generous, including vast tracts of land and countless treasures, not to mention an abundance of gold and silver jewelry. Despite Lin Yu's humble origins, the princess's household never lacked for expenses. Even the ink Lin Yao used was the renowned Hongyang Hui, valued like gold. The brushes were top-quality lake brushes, and the inkstone was one of the 4 great inkstones of China, the Duan inkstone. Ju Chu could afford such luxuries, but the daily consumption of ink from practicing calligraphy was substantial. Moreover, he felt his writing still fell short, and the more he wrote, the more he sensed the gap between himself and the esteemed artist. Thus, he refrained from purchasing such premium writing materials, although he had bought plenty for Tang Bohu. Before long, Lin Yao had finished grinding the ink. Having made a promise, Ju Chu decided not to feign modesty about his writing skills. Approaching the writing desk, he laid out the rice paper and picked up the brush to write. As Lin Yao observed Ju Chu's characters, she was taken aback by their elegance and precision, already displaying the markings of a master. Though she had known Ju Chu's writing to be good, she had not anticipated it to be to such an impressive degree. It was not just Ju Chu's age, even many talented scholars in their 20s would likely not match his skill. Lin Yao's elder brother had practiced calligraphy diligently since childhood and, while his writing was decent, it paled in comparison to Ju Chu's when placed side by side. Lin Yao could not help but acknowledge that, in both calligraphy and painting, innate talent seemed to hold greater significance. From what she understood, Ju Chu had been exceedingly busy over the past 3 years, likely only finding time to practice writing and reading at night. What was even more astounding was that Ju Chu had only been learning calligraphy for less than 4 years, and a significant portion of his progress was undoubtedly due to having Tang Bohu as his teacher. After all, the disparity between a renowned master and an ordinary instructor is vast. Furthermore, there exists an insurmountable chasm between a master and someone like Tang Bohu. Yet, Ju Chu's talent was equally crucial. "Brother Hengji, please sign your name," Lin Yao urged, gazing at the poem Ju Chu had penned, eager to have it framed and displayed. However, Ju Chu shook his head. My writing is quite ordinary, and I have not carved a seal yet, so I shall abstain from signing. Once I have a seal made, I will rectify that for you. Lin Yao's face lit up at these words. Very well, I shall defer to Brother Hengji. After saying this, she picked up the poem, examining it closely, utterly captivated. In contrast, Ju Chu's thoughts were preoccupied with pressing matters at hand. The urgent issue was that the Chu family had encountered difficulties, and Sun Jiajiao and her associates were likely already aware. How to handle the Chu family's share in the Zui Xianlu was a pressing concern, particularly considering that Chu Li was still alive. Nonetheless, he believed that resolving this should not pose a significant challenge. Sun Jiajiao had always been obedient to him, and as for Han Yuerner, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, she would likely refrain from demanding the Chu family's share. As the daughter of a high-ranking official, she would naturally act with propriety. Once those two were settled, the remaining issues should not present much difficulty. Ju Chu had not chosen his partners haphazardly. Each of them would, to a certain extent, heed his guidance. Most importantly, he had taken the time to understand the circumstances of these families over the past few years. These families had minimal ties to Yang Tinghe and his associates, making them viable allies for the future. Another consideration for Ju Chu was the expansion of Yun Guifang. Previously, he had been cautious due to a lack of sufficient backing. Now, however, he felt he could confidently align himself with the princess's residence. He planned to have a discussion with Princess Tuqing about financing the expansion, where the princess would provide the funds while he contributed his efforts to establish Yingui Fang throughout the capital. In business, one must understand the importance of leveraging advantageous circumstances. It would be foolish not to exploit such a valuable connection. Although civil officials often banded together, it was unlikely that Princess Tuqing would be able to intervene in political affairs. Still, as a princess, she held a status of nobility. No one would dare to offend the princess's residence over a few shops in the capital. As long as Yingui Fang's scale was substantial enough, Zhu Chu would no longer need to procure goods from the fabric shop. Instead, he could source silk directly from Jiangnan in large quantities and hire workers to weave the fabric himself. This would significantly reduce costs, allowing him to dominate the fabric market in the capital, if not monopolize it entirely, capturing the vast majority of it. Chapter 46. With the princess's palace at his back, he speaks with assurance. Taking Princess engaged in a lengthy conversation with the old man, and Zhu Chu even partook in lunch at the princess's residence. Eventually, Zhu Chu contemplated suggesting that he should take his leave. However, considering their future business partnership with the princess's palace, he dismissed the notion. As the sun began its descent, Tang Bohu finally emerged from the princess's study. Upon seeing Zhu Chu again, the old man appeared radiant, looking considerably rejuvenated. Zhu Chu mused that at this rate, the old man might very well live for another 20 years. As long as one does not harbor inner turmoil, illness is unlikely to afflict them. Master, your prowess is truly remarkable, Zhu Chu could not help but exclaim, giving a thumbs up. Tang Bohu, hearing this, rolled his eyes, pretending he hadn't heard it. As they departed, Princess Daking, accompanied by Lin Jai, instructed him to follow them out of the palace. Naturally, the princess noticed Lin Jai's swollen right cheek. The events that transpired within the palace could not possibly escape her notice. Zhu Chu's slap to Lin Jai was merely a test to gauge the princess's reaction. Had she responded with indignation, he would have allowed Lin Jai to act as he pleased upon returning home, as long as it did not interfere with his own affairs. However, the princess's response took Zhu Chu by surprise. She merely cast a glance at Lin Jai before turning her gaze back to Zhu Chu. Young Master Zhu, there is no need for restraint. I am well aware of your exceptional skills. Should he dare to offend again, feel free to unleash your full strength. As long as he does not perish, that suffices. Zhu Chu was taken aback by this, thinking to himself, is this truly your own son? This revelation provided him with a sense of assurance. Once they exited the palace, the previously composed Lin Jai instantly lost his decorum. Stay behind me, dare to step ahead, and I shall break your legs, Zhu Chu admonished Lin Jai for his lack of manners. Upon hearing this, Lin Jai promptly fell into line. Zhu Chu had the audacity to strike him at home, and now that they had left the palace, Lin Jai had no doubt that Zhu Chu would follow through on his threat. While a broken leg was unlikely, he was certain he would face consequences. Despite Lin Jai's mischievous nature, he was astute enough to recognize whom he could offend and whom he could not. Upon returning home, Zhu Chu found Sun Jiao and the others had been waiting for quite some time. He was hardly surprised by their arrival. It would have been unusual had they not sought him out. With Zhu Chu absent, Chunlan had arranged for them to wait in the main hall. She was acutely aware that the young master was in his study and had expressly instructed that this matter should not be disclosed to anyone. Chunlan had always been diligent in executing Zhu Chu's commands. You've been waiting quite a while, I presume? Zhu Chu inquired as he entered the room. The anxiety in Sun Jiao and the others' eyes dissipated upon his return, as if they had found their anchor. Are you aware of what has transpired with the Chu family? Sun Jiao's expression bore a hint of sorrow. She shared a close bond with Chu Li, and the two confided in one another. Now that the Chu family was in turmoil, she feared that Chu Li had perished in the flames, which naturally caused her great distress. Indeed, Zhu Chu nodded, feigning a semblance of sorrow. One must commit fully to the act. It was best for as few people as possible to know that Chu Li was still alive. The more individuals who were aware, the greater the danger for her and for him. This was not a matter of trust. Many had fallen into trouble precisely because of misplaced trust. And who is this? Han Yuan inquired, eyeing Lin Jai, who trailed behind Zhu Chu, perplexed, as she had not seen him before in Zhu Chu's residence. Her intent was to avoid discussing this topic in front of outsiders. This is Lin Jai, the second son of Princess Daking, Ju Chu introduced. There was no necessity for him to bring Lin Jai into the conversation. His motive was to leverage Lin Jai's status to elevate his own and the weight of his presence in the eyes of the others. Although the group generally deferred to him, they were not solely reliant on him. While they might agree with him, they would not want to explain their decisions to their families. It was not as if the Chu family's shares had any bearing on them. Wealth can easily sway hearts. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiao and the others were taken aback and hastily bowed. We have the honor to meet the young master. Though they had not met Lin Jai before, they had heard of him. The second son of the princess's palace was notorious for his mischief and was quite well known throughout the capital. He often gambled with the sons of other officials and, when he lost, would lash out in fury, leaving those he struck in a state of utter humiliation, unable to retaliate. This was but the tip of the iceberg regarding his notorious reputation. As Sun Jiao and the others encountered this living embodiment of a tyrant, they felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, fearing that Lin Jai might take a disliking to them and act out inappropriately. Lin Jai was typically impatient with such formalities and was about to mock them when he caught Ju Chu's warning glance. There is no need for excessive ceremony, Lin Jai feigned nonchalance. Han Yuan and the others were taken aback. This Lin Jai seemed rather different from the tales they had heard. Feel free to amuse yourself outside, I have matters to attend to, Ju Chu instructed Lin Jai. All right. Lin Jai responded, akin to a wild stallion set free, vanishing in an instant. Princess Daking has entrusted me with the task of overseeing this rascal, Ju Chu remarked, observing the bewildered expressions on Sun Jiao and the others' faces. How come he listens to you so intently? Han Yuan questioned, her face reflecting confusion. She was well aware of Lin Jai's reputation. The princess had hired numerous tutors for him, yet he had never heeded their instruction, showing them little regard. Those tutors dared not truly discipline him, finding themselves powerless to manage him. I gave him a good thrashing, and now he behaves. Ju Chu sipped his tea, stating matter-of-factly. At this revelation, not only Han Yuan but also Sun Jiao and the others looked utterly astonished. Let us discuss how to manage Chu Li's shares. My suggestion is to put them on hold for now. I will see if I can locate other members of the Chu family. If I succeed, I will handle it. If not, we can deliberate further. Ju Chu shifted the conversation. I have no objections. After all, it was Chu Li's money, Sun Jiao replied without hesitation. Han Yuan nodded in agreement. Initially, she had considered the possibility of purchasing the Chu family's shares, thinking that such an approach would be prudent. However, since Ju Chu had voiced his opinion, she felt it unwise to contradict him. Moreover, she harbored no strong feelings regarding the Chu family's shares. After all, it was rather improper to rush into acquiring shares belonging to the Chu family so soon after their misfortune. Now that Ju Chu appeared to be entangled with Princess Daking, she felt compelled to take his opinions into account. I have no objections either, another noblewoman affirmed. With the consensus established, Sun Jiao and the others rose to depart. At that moment, Ju Chu suddenly heard Lin Jai's pitiful cries. It hurts, I was wrong, sister. Following the sound, Ju Chu discovered Lin Jai in the neighboring courtyard, entangled by the young girl, Xiao Dao, who had him in a firm grip. Good heavens, it seems he finds fault with everyone yet cannot best anyone. Were he not the son of a princess, he might have been beaten to a pulp by now, Ju Chu thought to himself in exasperation. Yet, this rascal had no shame. Xiao Dao was even younger than him, and he had the audacity to call her sister. Let him go, Ju Chu commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao released Lin Jai. With your skills, how have you managed to survive this long? Ju Chu asked, somewhat perplexed. They don't dare retaliate, Lin Jai replied, a touch of grievance in his tone. Are you really feeling wronged? Come with me, Ju Chu said, turning to lead Lin Jai to an uninhabited courtyard. From today onwards, you shall reside here. There is a study. I will have someone bring over the books from my study for you to read diligently. I will assign Xiao Dao to keep an eye on you. Should you dare to run away, I will have her break your legs, Ju Chu declared, glancing at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao understood the implication immediately, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked at Lin Jai, seemingly eager to unleash her frustrations on him. Lin Jai's expression morphed into one of utter despair upon hearing Ju Chu's words. Chapter 47, The Liu family's release from prison and Lu Song's reflections in recent days. Ju Chu had been entirely preoccupied, leaving no time to attend to Lin Jai. The efficiency of Princess Tuqing was remarkable. By the following day, the Liu family was liberated, and Lu Song was even reinstated to his former official position. Ju Chu welcomed the family of 3 into his home, celebrating with fire pits and firecrackers, adhering to the customary rituals. "Hengqi, they say it was entirely thanks to your plea to Princess Tuqing that we were set free," Lu Song expressed, grasping Ju Chu's hand, filled with overwhelming gratitude. After 3 years of incarceration, although he had been well fed and clothed, Lu Song, as a member of the Jinhi Wei, had lost much of his former vigor during his lengthy confinement. In contrast, Lu Wei, now around 13, had thrived in prison, enjoying ample food and sleep, and had not neglected his studies or martial training. His spirit remained remarkably buoyant. "Indeed, had it not been for Hengqi, we would likely have struggled for a year," Yang remarked, her voice laced with emotion. Compared to 3 years prior, Yang appeared considerably aged, with numerous crow's feet framing her eyes. "Thanks to the Xingwang who persistently corresponded with Her Highness, I possess no such stature," Ju Chu replied, not out of false modesty, but in earnestness. The rescue of the Liu family by Princess Tuqing was largely attributed to the influence of Ju Hozong. Ju Chu was acutely aware of his own worth. It was merely fortuitous timing. Moreover, Ju Hozong was destined to become the future emperor, and it would not be long before he assumed control of the capital. To diminish his contributions in front of Lu Song and his wife at this juncture would be akin to undermining oneself. "They are all good children, Yang said as tears began to stream down her cheeks. "Hengqi has borne much suffering these past years, and today is a day of great joy." "Let us not dwell on such morose topics," Ju Chu replied with a smile. "Indeed, let us speak of happier things," Lu Song said, patting Yang on the shoulder. Upon returning to the Liu residence, the family experienced a profound sense of dislocation, overwhelmed by nostalgia. Ju Chu had long since purchased the 2 adjacent houses, and upon the Liu family's return, he moved out. As for Chu Li, she had been discreetly taken to her new abode by Xiao Dao and Chunlan the previous evening. Yang had initially intended to persuade Ju Chu to remain with them, but Lu Song stopped her with a glance. After Ju Chu's departure, Yang turned to her husband. "Why did you prevent me from speaking?" Lu Song shook his head in resignation. "Hengqi's current status is vastly different from before. We may regard him as a nephew and treat him kindly, but to keep him here would impose a burden upon him. He purchased our residence, so what manner of treatment should he afford us in the future? We owe Hengqi for the funds he expended on our behalf while incarcerated, as well as for the purchase of this house. I know he would not demand repayment, but his generosity does not absolve us of our responsibility. We must act honorably." Lu Song rubbed his temples, contemplating. "Moreover, Hengqi has matured and has his own endeavors to pursue. Remaining here would hinder his progress. He resides next door, and it is but a few steps to see him. This respects Hengqi's autonomy, while keeping him with us may fill a void in our hearts. It would not be in Hengqi's best interest." Yang considered his words thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. At this moment, Mu Yunjin, having calmed from her initial excitement, engaged her parents in conversation about the amusing events of the past 3 years. However, she could not revert to her original name, as the Liu family had publicly declared her deceased during their misfortunes. To restore her name and identity now would constitute a grievous offense. Externally, Mu Yunjin remained Ju Chu's cousin, yet Ju Chu knew that it would not be long before she could reclaim her true identity after Ju Hozong's demise. "This capital is fraught with peril. Perhaps we should resign from our posts and return to our homeland," Yang suggested, reflecting on their recent tribulations, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Lu Song shook his head in response. "You truly misunderstand the situation. Both I and the eldest are employed. If one of us encounters a problem, the other can devise a solution. If I were to lose my position, what would happen if the eldest faced difficulties? We cannot perpetually rely on the prince. Furthermore, do you not realize why the Xingwang sought a position for me in the capital? It is because the current prince is overly familiar with you. The princess fears that the current prince may grow too close to you, as no mother wishes for her son to be closer to another than to herself. With a sigh, Lu Song pondered the naivete of his wife. However, he also recognized that the Lu family had never experienced internal strife. Their household had always been harmonious. Since marrying into the family, Yang had never faced significant hardship, leaving her with little reason for complex thoughts. Yang's eyes widened in sudden clarity. Many things that had once eluded her comprehension became clear in this moment. So that is how it is, she murmured. Farther, mother, I wish to stay at second brother's home, Mu Yunjin interjected, unable to contain her desire once her parents' discussion had concluded. That is out of the question. You are a daughter of the Lu family and cannot continually impose on Hengqi, Yang protested, but I have been with second brother for years. I am accustomed to it. I must continue my studies in painting, and it would be unreasonable for my teacher to travel back and forth, Mu Yunjin insisted, reluctant to leave Ju Chu's side. She had grown so accustomed to his presence that even a short distance felt insufferable. During the tumultuous times when the Lu family faced adversity, it was Ju Chu who gradually instilled in her a sense of security. Hence, she had become exceedingly reliant on him. Let Wanner accompany Hengqi. She has grown accustomed to it over the years, and besides, her current status as Hengqi's cousin makes it most suitable for her to reside with him, Lu Song suggested. In proposing this, Lu Song harbored his own intentions. Though his daughter was a few years younger than Hengqi, in terms of appearance and talent, she stood out. He would not consider an ordinary son-in-law. If Ju Chu were to become his daughter's husband, it would be an unparalleled boon for Lu Song. He understood that Hengqi's future was destined for greatness, and his daughter would undoubtedly benefit from her association with him. I knew father would agree, Mu Yunjin exclaimed joyfully, sprinting towards Ju Chu's residence. What do you think of Hengqi as a child? Lu Song inquired, casting a smile at his wife. Need you even ask? He excels in every regard. Aside from his background, I cannot think of any young master of similar age who could rival Hengqi, Yang replied without hesitation. Then do you not wish for Hengqi to become your son-in-law? Lu Song countered. Yang's eyes brightened at his words. My dear, it is indeed your clever schemes that shine through. Chapter 48. Journey to the brothel department. To capture Lin Jai. After Lu Wei's release from prison, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to preparing for the county examination. With his current level of talent, it was more than sufficient for him to be a successful candidate, even for the title of Shucai. However, the prospects of advancing further and attaining the Jinshu degree seemed rather slim, considering Lu Wei was barely around 14 years of age. Nonetheless, the imperial examination system necessitates a simultaneous process of learning and testing. Initially, Ju Chu intended to place Lin Jai within the Lu household, alongside Lu Wei, allowing Lu Wei to oversee his studies. Lin Jai, lacking in martial prowess, could scarcely best even a novice in combat. During his years in prison, Lu Wei had dedicated himself to both scholarly pursuits and martial training. Although he was unable to partake in herbal remedies, his skills were still superior to Lin Jai's, sufficing for the latter's needs. However, as Lin Jai was about to partake in the county examination, Ju Chu refrained from intervening. After all, Lin Jai had grown accustomed to a life of lawlessness, and given his identity, the Lu family would be hesitant to impose discipline. Not everyone possessed the audacity of Ju Chu to administer punishment. Thus, Ju Chu arranged for Lin Jai to reside in a separate courtyard, appointing Xiao Dao to keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring he did not escape. Naturally, continuous surveillance was impractical. Should Lin Jai attempt to flee under the cover of night, Ju Chu had various means to discipline him. Moreover, it was not in Ju Chu's nature to confine Lin Jai indefinitely. To reform this boy, he needed to earn his respect and loyalty. At present, Lin Jai's allegiance was merely superficial, stemming from fear rather than genuine respect. This was not only true for Ju Chu but also for the princess and Lin Yao. If anyone could truly inspire Lin Jai's loyalty, he would have been reformed long ago. Keeping him confined would not foster his respect. Indeed, Lin Jai did not disappoint Ju Chu's expectations. He escaped on the very night of his relocation, without waiting for the dawn. However, with Jin Yucai present, there was little chance of Lin Jai evading Ju Chu's notice. Every so often, Ju Chu would accompany Chu Liu to gamble with Wang Cai. Wang Cai, being affluent and generous, enjoyed an excellent rapport with Ju Chu, who had never once solicited financial assistance from him. Thus, Wang Cai readily bestowed a significant sum upon Ju Chu, enabling him to acquire a residence. Zhao Hu's identity as a gambler meant he had long ceased to reside in the capital, having sold his property there. With the acquisition of this residence, Ju Chu remained astutely vigilant, instructing Jin Yucai's men to monitor Wang Cai closely. Should Wang Cai seek out Zhao Hu and Mar Hong, two of Jin Yucai's men would promptly disguise themselves and follow. Wang Cai seldom visited in person, opting instead to send a servant to the gatekeeper to relay messages to Ju Chu about upcoming gambling events. The gatekeeper was another disciple of Jin Yucai, to whom Ju Chu had generously provided silver. Although Jin Yucai willingly assisted Ju Chu, it was imperative that the payments remained substantial, otherwise, while Jin Yucai himself might harbor no grievances, his subordinates could grow discontented. The current situation was markedly different. Not only Jin Yucai but also other members of the aristocracy in the capital were genuinely devoted to serving Ju Chu. Their allegiance was motivated by the tangible benefits Ju Chu offered, fostering a willingness to associate with him. Those who traversed the rivers and lakes were particularly loyal. Once they recognized an individual's worth, they would not betray them easily. Of course, the specifics of Wang Cai's dealings were known only to Jin Yucai, with the gatekeeper privy to some information, while others remained oblivious. On the day Lin Jai made his escape, Ju Chu had just returned from a gambling match when he was informed by Jin Yucai of Lin Jai's departure. Ju Chu was unperturbed, accompanied by Chu Liu as they removed their disguises. "Where has that rascal gone?" Ju Chu inquired. "To the brothel department," Jin Yucai replied. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu shook his head in dismay. At such a tender age, venturing into the brothel department could hardly bode well. It was no wonder that Lin Jai's martial skills were so lackluster. The brothel department, established during the Tang Dynasty by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, was originally intended for the training of palace maids in courtly arts, music, and dance. However, it gradually devolved into its current state. Today, the brothel department primarily housed the female relatives of imprisoned officials. Consequently, when officials were exiled or their homes raided, they would go to great lengths to ensure the safety of their daughters, often entrusting them to friends or relatives. Ju Chu was certain that he was not the only one in the capital harboring such hidden connections. As for Yanshi, her unique status as the wet nurse to the crown prince had resulted in her imprisonment alongside the Liu family, who faced relatively minor charges. It was understood by all that the Liu family's release was merely a matter of time, thus Yanshi was also incarcerated. In truth, many wives of officials were imprisoned as well. After all, they were colleagues, and no one wished for their own wives to be relegated to the brothel department should they face similar fates. The disparity between prison cells was significant. Those like Ju Chu, who had expended considerable wealth, found themselves in far more spacious accommodations, some even featuring private compartments for personal needs. Each morning, the guards would even deliver warm water for washing to the Liu family. As long as the coin flowed, the service followed suit. Only those officials whose political lives were deemed irrevocably over had their female relatives sent to the brothel department. The women there, while perhaps not the most stunning compared to those in brothels, still carried an air of former status. For many officials, some of whom were even the wives and daughters of former colleagues, the very thought of such connections was thrilling. For both men and women, the prestige of one's identity always outweighed mere physical beauty. Moreover, the brothel department was not limited to that singular purpose. It offered a plethora of entertainment and indulgence. Those noblemen who enjoyed gambling found it inconvenient to frequent gambling houses, preferring to organize games in the brothel department instead. Thus, the establishment thrived. However, access to the brothel department was restricted to officials and their families. Currently, Ju Chu, being an unranked individual, lacked the qualifications to enter. Lin Jai likely sought refuge in the brothel department to evade Ju Chu's pursuit. Yet, such trivial matters posed no challenge for Ju Chu. He instructed Chun Lan to visit the Liu household and borrow a badge from the Jinni Wei. When Chun Lan arrived, the Liu couple had only just settled into slumber, and it was Yanshi who retrieved the badge for her. As for Ju Chu's intentions with the badge, the couple did not even inquire. When heading to the brothel department, Ju deliberately brought along Chu Liu, who could say whether Lin Jai was there to indulge in women or gamble. If it was the latter, having Chu Liu would be advantageous, ensuring preparedness. Upon their arrival at the brothel department, Chu and Chu Liu were intercepted at the entrance. "Halt, who are you? You seem unfamiliar." The guards at the brothel department were particularly astute. They could easily recall the esteemed patrons who frequented the establishment. Chu and his companion had never before set foot in the brothel department, prompting the guards to question them. In response, Chu produced the Jinni Wei badge and casually tossed it to them. Initially, the guard struggled to discern its significance in the dim light, but upon realizing it was the badge of a Jinni Wei officer, he trembled in fear. He quickly bowed and returned the badge to Chu, exclaiming, "I am but a lowly wretch who failed to recognize the mountain, and I have offended your excellency. I deserve death." This guard's position at the entrance was not without reason. His contrition was exceedingly sincere. Chapter 49, Chu takes action. Lin Yao's dreadful authority. The gatekeepers were indifferent to whether the waste token truly belonged to Chu. It was entirely unnecessary to verify. If one were to ponder who instilled the deepest fear within the Ministry of Rites, without a doubt, it would be the Jinni Wei. Within the ministry, the environment was anything but pristine. Sordid dealings abounded, making it particularly vulnerable to scrutiny. Should the Jinni Wei set their sights on the ministry, it would not be an exaggeration to say that not just a few, but the majority of individuals within would face dire consequences. Those stationed at the ministry were typically the sons of officials, lacking ambition and merely biding their time for personal gain. These individuals held a rather inconspicuous position within the capital, with very few possessing any substantial backing. The prominent figures of society would never allow their kin to serve in the ministry, as it could jeopardize their future careers. For the Jinni Wei, investigating the ministry was a task of utmost simplicity. The gatekeepers wouldn't dare obstruct them. It was not just the ministry that inspired fear. Even many civil officials trembled at the mere mention of the Jinni Wei, who were never regarded as benevolent entities. Chu did not immediately retrieve the waste token, instead choosing to observe. This caused the two gatekeepers to feel a chill run down their spines, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. "Is Lin Jai present?" Chu inquired. Upon hearing this, both gatekeepers broke into a cold sweat. One was from the Jinni Wei, while the other was the second son of the royal palace. Both were not individuals they could afford to offend. Should a conflict arise between these two, the outcome for the gatekeepers was uncertain, but their own fates would undoubtedly be grim. The two remained silent, the one holding the waste token frozen in place, too frightened. "If you do not believe me, I can send someone to the palace to verify," Chu declared, fully aware of the fears gripping the gatekeepers. If these concerns were not alleviated, their cooperation would be impossible. In comparison to the Jinni Wei, it was evident that they feared Lin Jai, the notorious troublemaker, even more, not to mention the influence of the royal palace behind him. However, given the gravity of Chu's statement, it was to falsely claim one was acting on behalf of the princess was an act of treason, a lie no one would dare utter. "Of course, we wouldn't dare question you, sir. Young Master Lin is indeed present." The gatekeeper, whose arm was growing weary from holding the token aloft, was reluctant to move even the slightest fraction. Upon hearing this, Chu accepted the token, prompting a palpable sigh of relief from the gate. "I presume I shall not accompany you?" he asked cautiously, glancing nervously at Chu's expression. Only when Chu waved his hand did the gatekeeper feel a sense of reprieve and hastily withdraw. Chu gazed at the brightly lit upper floor, preparing to ascend when a commotion erupted above. "Lin Jai, do you truly think we wouldn't dare to strike you? If you lose, you'll owe us money. And you still dare to hit people? The princess made it clear yesterday that as long as we are in the right, we can strike you at will." One of the figures shouted amidst the scuffle. Soon, Chu witnessed Lin Jai, besieged by a group, cowering and scrambling for safety. "Brother, save me." Upon spotting Chu, Lin Jai felt a glimmer of hope. Under different circumstances, he would have preferred to remain hidden from Chu. However, the situation had changed. Upon leaving the palace, the princess had confiscated all his money, secretly handing it to Chu. He had thought that even if he lost, he could simply owe the debt, fully intending to honor it. Little did he expect that the very individuals he had once bullied would suddenly turn against him. To lose and owe money is only right, Ju Chu stated, stepping aside. You may continue. Do not mind me, I will not intervene on his behalf. He addressed the group. These individuals were all scions of noble families, each with a notable lineage, and they had always considered Lin Jai a lucrative target. Among them was one skilled in the arts of deception, ensuring that Lin Jai lost every wager. Hence, whenever Lin Jai struck them, they never retaliated, nor did they dare to. However, today was different. Lin Jai had defaulted on debts, and coupled with the princess's recent declarations, they were eager to settle scores. Ju Chu, towering among his peers, had initially caused them concern that he would assist Lin Jai. However, upon hearing Ju Chu's words, they felt reassured. Closing in on Lin Jai, panic surged through Lin Jai. Ju Hengqi, if you help me, I will heed your every command from now on. Lin Jai, witnessing the encroaching figures, felt a surge of dread. He knew Ju Chu had previously shown restraint in their encounters, yet, these individuals might not hold back. Emboldened by their numbers and the effects of alcohol, once tempers flared, the consequences were unpredictable. Call me I will take his place at the table, Ju Chu replied with a smile. Hearing this, the group felt a surge of excitement, thinking another naive fool had come to their aid. Very well, how shall we wager? The leader inquired. I shall provide 2 players, and you shall provide 2. You may choose the game, be it Pai Gao, Dodaju, or Mahjong, Ju Chu responded nonchalantly. Let it be Pai Gao, as it resolves matters swiftly, the leader suggested, and Ju Chu nodded in agreement, following the group back into the upper room. Upon entering the upper floor, Ju Chu couldn't help but marvel at the decor. Truly, the Ministry of Rites had a flair for the exquisite. Several women from the ministry were present, evidently summoned by these young men. You seem to indulge quite freely, Ju Chu remarked, eyeing Lin Jai with a hint of jest. It's not me. They requested their presence, Lin Jai retorted, his face flushed. Ju Chu found little credence in such denials. As the saying goes, one is colored by their company, and it was clear that this was not Lin Jai's first foray into such establishments. Given his disposition, it would be remarkable if he could resist temptation. However, Ju Chu chose not to dwell on this matter. Sitting down at the gaming table alongside Chu Liu, according to Pai Gao rules, the players would roll dice to determine the dealer. Chu Liu, however, did not immediately seize the role of dealer. The seasoned con artist knew that one must first assess the situation and comprehend the players around them before making a move. Otherwise, should there be another skilled cheat at the table, trouble could easily ensue. In the initial rounds, Ju Chu made modest bets, experiencing more losses than wins. Chu Liu soon discerned that the leader among them possessed a modicum of sleight of hand. Employing them even with his basic methods, Chu Liu could easily read the marks left by him on the cards. Once he grasped the situation, Chu Liu no longer held back. Within merely half an hour, Ju Chu and Chu Liu had cleaned out the group completely. Lin Jai, observing the unfolding scene in awe, presumed Ju Chu and Chu Liu were merely riding a wave of good fortune. Do you have any money left? If not, it may be time to disperse, Ju Chu remarked, feeling utterly disinterested. Compared to the stakes of his previous gambling endeavors with Wang Cai, this felt like child's play, devoid of any challenge. The leader's countenance darkened as he realized their funds had been depleted. What is your name? My father is the Vice Minister of Rites, Liao Feng. I am Liao Shun, he declared. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu immediately understood his intentions. Earlier, Chu Liu had subtly warned him that this fellow was cheating. To cheat and still lose, he must suspect that someone on Ju Chu's side was also engaging in deception, but finding evidence would be another matter. To him, without evidence, there was no issue. As long as Ju Chu lacked a formidable background, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. What? Can't handle losing? Lin Jai interjected, brimming with arrogance. Lin Yao favors him, and if you dare lay a finger on him, Lin Yao will surely come to your house and take her revenge. In Lin Jai's view, Ju Chu was standing up for him, and he could not allow. The moment Liao Shun heard Lin Yao's name, his face drained of color. Compared to Lin Jai, Lin Yao was far more composed and did not possess Lin Jai's reckless nature. Yet, to offend Lin Yao was to invite unimaginable repercussions. Recently, an inconspicuous individual had unwittingly crossed this young lady, prompting Lin Yao to pursue him home and break his legs. Following that incident, the family had to present lavish gifts to the palace to atone for their misdeeds. Such instances were not isolated. For Liao Shun and his companions, their intentions were merely to swindle Lin Jai. They had never genuinely feared him, however. Lin Yao was a different story. Even if Liao Shun had 10 lives, he would not dare to offend this formidable young lady. Chapter 50. The Return of Liu Bing. My name is Zhu Chu. If you wish to reclaim your losses, I am always at your service, Zhu Chu remarked nonchalantly. After all, he was merely a vice minister of rights. Although both positions held the title of vice minister, the authority wielded by the vice minister of rights was significantly less than that of the vice minister of revenue. The Ministry of Revenue managed finances, while the Ministry of War controlled the military power of the Ming Dynasty. Compared to the vice ministers of war and revenue, the vice minister of rights held a lower stature in terms of influence. The real authority resided with the minister of rights, who oversaw the imperial examinations and education among various other matters. Many scholars, particularly those from the south, regarded previously, Zhu Chu might have approached Liao Shun with caution, or perhaps even abstained from gambling with these official disciples altogether. However, having promised Princess Tuqing, and with future business collaborations with the princess's estate in mind, it was only natural for him to shoulder responsibilities for Lin Jai and guide this young man properly. Undoubtedly, Princess Tuqing's interest was primarily in the elder, yet if Lin Jai did not display any change under Zhu Chu's influence, his value in the princess's eyes would drastically diminish. Regardless of who it may be, anyone seeking to be regarded with increasing importance must continuously enhance their own worth. Upon hearing Zhu Chu's name, Liao Shun was momentarily taken aback. He had heard Zhu Chu's name repeatedly over the past few days. His father would often berate him by saying, "Look at Zhu Hengqi, so young yet excelling in talent and every aspect. Now look at you, what can you do apart from causing mischief?" In essence, he had been subjected to a constant comparison with Zhu Chu. Now, seeing the man himself was a stark contrast to his expectations. Wasn't Zhu Hengqi supposed to be a prodigy? How could he engage in gambling? How could he resort to cheating? Zhu Chu, however, paid no heed to Liao Shun's thoughts and departed the Ministry of Rights with Lin Jai. Upon returning home, Zhu Chu turned to Lin Jai, his gaze instilling a sense of dread in the latter. "Did I not instruct you that you are not to leave this courtyard without my permission?" Zhu Chu articulated. Observing Zhu Chu's eager demeanor, Lin Jai instinctively recoiled in fear. "I promise to heed your words from now on. I am a man of my word," Lin Jai assured, yet Zhu Chu's expression was one of disdain. "If you wish to avoid my wrath, then let us play a game of Pai Gao. If you can best me, I shall relent." Zhu Chu was in no rush to send Zhu Liu away. Tonight, it was imperative that this young man recognized how others had long regarded him as a fool. "Very well, that sounds easy enough. Winning against you is not a challenge," Lin Jai responded with unwavering confidence. "I in his eyes, Zhu Chu's earlier success at the Ministry of Rights was merely a stroke of luck. Despite his continuous losses, Lin Jai remained convinced that a turnaround was imminent. However, half an hour later, with a profound sense of existential doubt, Lin Jai found himself signing an IOU for over 5,000 taels. During that half hour, he had not won a single hand. In fact, Zhu Chu and Zhu Liu resorted to open card play, drawing whatever they desired. This left Lin Jai feeling as though he had encountered a spectre. That Liao Shun was also cheating. Zhu Chu uttered a statement that sent Lin Jai further into despair. "They see you merely as a simpleton, a mere purse. And you, in your folly, ran out in the dead of night to deliver them money." Zhu Chu spoke these words with palpable contempt. Lin Jai's mind was in a whirl. It soon dawned on him, as he cast a wide-eyed glance at Zhu Liu beside him. During their gambling session, it had been Zhu Liu employing various tricks, and he had not even realized how cards had been swapped right before his eyes. "I wish to learn the art of cheating from you," Lin Jai declared. Yet, Zhu Liu shook his head. "You possess no talent for such arts, and it's best learned in youth. You, however, are past the point of mastery." Zhu Liu was aware of Lin Jai's background, yet he felt no particular regard for it. Having interacted with few people throughout his life, he had only recently begun to mingle with others at Zuixianlu. Unlike many who recognized the vast chasm of social class, Zhu Liu viewed Lin Jai, a debauched youth, with disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Jai's countenance fell. If you apply yourself diligently to your studies and show improvement, I may permit Zhu Liu to teach you some basic tricks to deal with people like Liao Shun, Zhu Chu suggested, knowing precisely how to motivate Lin Jai. Instantly invigorated, Lin Jai responded, "It is settled then." At that moment, Lin Jai genuinely acknowledged Zhu Chu's exceptional nature. He began to perceive the peculiarities surrounding Zhu Chu, such as how he had known. These 2 feats alone left Lin Jai perplexed regarding Zhu Chu's capabilities. It was no wonder, despite his frivolous nature, Lin Jai's simplicity of thought stemmed from his upbringing, surrounded by sycophants throughout his life. What impressed Lin Jai most was that Zhu Chu was accompanied by remarkable individuals like Xiao Dao and Chu Liu. In his leisure, Lin Jai often indulged in tales such as water margin. Xiao Dao always appeared and vanished without a trace, while Chu Liu was a master of deception. Despite being a troubled youth, Lin Jai found himself in awe of these exceptional talents. At this moment, Lin Jai recognized Zhu Chu's extraordinary nature. "Brother, I shall follow you from now on. Please do not hesitate to command me whenever necessary," he proclaimed, emulating the characters from Water Margin. Zhu Chu, upon hearing this, regarded him with further disdain. "You should read fewer tales. With your lack of ability, you wish to associate with me." With that, Zhu Chu ignored Lin Jai and turned to leave. "Zhu Liu, come join me for a late-night snack," Zhu Chu called out as he walked away. Upon hearing this, Zhu Liu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed. Lin Jai was left standing alone, forlorn and unattended. After finishing their late-night meal, Zhu Chu instructed Zhu Liu to stay in the guest room, given the late hour. Once Zhu Liu had retired for the night, Zhu Chu stepped outside his home, where Jin Yucai lay in the corner of the wall like an ordinary beggar, evidently with something to convey. When Zhu Chu returned from the Ministry of Rites, he had sensed that Jin Yucai wished to speak but had refrained. Clearly, it was something he wanted to keep from Zhu Liu, most likely related to him. Did those individuals from the Ministry of Rites have a hand in Zhu Liu's father's demise? Zhu Chu's inquiry sent chills down Jin Yucai's spine. "How did you come to know this, my lord?" Jin Yucai asked, his face a mask of confusion. He was well aware that he had become Zhu Chu's source of information, yet how was it that Zhu Chu knew of this matter before him? If you wish to conceal it from Zhu Liu, what else could it possibly be but matters regarding his father? Zhu Chu stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Jin Yucai suddenly grasped the situation. He had overthought it. Zhu Liu's father was indeed killed by that Liao Shun's henchman. That scoundrel knows a bit of sleight of hand. He was previously targeted by Zhu Liu's father, who won considerable sums from him. Frustrated by his losses and suspecting cheating on Zhu Liu's father's part, he found no evidence and instead bribed the dealer to set a trap, ultimately leading to his father's death, Jin Yucai explained, sighing heavily. He once expressed that after his passing, no one should retrieve his body. His son would see to it, for as a cheat, he had long anticipated such a fate. I have refrained from telling Zhu Liu, fearing his impulsiveness, Jin Yucai lamented. Zhu Chu nodded in understanding. "I will handle the matter." The following morning, Zhu Chu encountered a familiar face. Liu Bing, Chapter 51, The Shocked Liu Bing. The weighing scale you conceal so deeply. Half a year prior, Zhu Chu had conveyed the current situation to Liu Bing, who related to Zhu Hoxiong, then still a prince. Before long, the Prince of Xing fell gravely ill and passed away, leading to Zhu Hoxiong's ascension to the throne at the tender age of 14, sharing the same age as Zhu Chu, yet exhibiting a profound cunning. Following his coronation, Zhu Hoxiong indulged in a life of revelry, spending his days drinking and cavorting with a retinue of maidens, presenting the visage of a child who, having just inherited the throne, sought nothing but pleasure. Despite repeated admonishments from his mother, Lady Jiang, her efforts bore no fruit. Naturally, such behavior did not escape the notice of certain individuals. However, beneath this facade of carefree indulgence, Zhu Hoxiong's heart was anything but tranquil. No matter how deep his schemes, he remained a mere 14-year-old youth who had long desired to reach out to Zhu Chu, yearning to inquire about his next course of action. Yet, he feared that any letters to Zhu Chu might be intercepted. Should that happen, all would be lost. After all, the minions of those in power were pervasive throughout the Ming dynasty. Even his grandfather and the previous emperor had met their demise at their hands, leading Zhu Hoxiong to believe that intercepting a letter would be a trivial task for them. Zhu Hoxiong waited, biding his time for an opportunity. The recent rescue of the Liu family presented an excellent chance. At this moment, Liu Bing returned home to visit family, a perfectly reasonable excuse that would arouse no suspicion. Having received word from Princess Tuqing about her intent to rescue the Liu family, Zhu Hoxiong penned 2 letters, one for Lady Yang and the other for Zhu Chu, entrusting Liu Bing to deliver them under the pretext of a familial visit back to the capital. Liu Bing traveled day and night, eager to reunite with his family after their prolonged imprisonment. Upon arriving in the capital, his first visit was to the Liu couple, as any immediate visit to Zhu Chu would surely raise eyebrows among the watchful. Zhu Chu was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Liu Bing. While he had anticipated Liu Bing's return, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. "Let us find a more private place to converse," Liu Bing suggested in a hushed tone. "No need for concern. My new abode harbors but a single servant, and no eavesdropping ears," Zhu Chu reassured him, yet still led Liu Bing to his study. Zhu Chu had refrained from hiring additional servants in his new residence, harboring distrust. With Chu Li present and no other servants around, her freedom of movement was considerably expanded, although she typically confined herself to her chamber and the study to avoid implicating Zhu Chu. Even so, an excess of household staff could lead to inadvertent encounters. During their time at the Liu residence, it was unfeasible to dismiss all the servants, as that would only heighten suspicion. Now that they had relocated, Zhu Chu had no intention of employing more servants, for only he and Mu Yunjin truly required assistance. Mu Yunjin spent the majority of her days at the Liu estate. Even servants bought from rural areas had their vulnerabilities. Those with families could easily be turned against Zhu Chu if targeted, as their loyalty was hardly unwavering. Zhu Chu's trust in Chunlan stemmed from 2 factors. First, Sun Qiang was her adoptive father, and second, Chunlan was sold to the brothel after losing both her parents and was thus all alone. Zhu Chu and Sun Qiang remained her only semblance of family. Zhu Chu treated Chunlan exceptionally well, always considering her when he had delicacies and providing her a monthly stipend of 5 taels of silver. To put this in perspective, the average monthly wage for a servant ranged around 200 wen or even less. Chunlan hardly spent any money and never paid much heed to it. She had never touched the stipend Zhu Chu had given her, choosing instead to save it. If Zhu Chu could not trust someone like her, he would find it impossible to locate any. Zhu Chu led Liu Bing to the small study in his courtyard while Chu Li occupied another study. Once satisfied that they were alone, Liu Bing produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Chu. The envelope was sealed with wax, bearing an impression that was not the seal of the Prince of Qing. One must commend Zhu Hoxiong's meticulousness. While not infallible, his preparations were certainly thorough. Zhu Chu retrieved a small knife from the bookshelf, slicing open the envelope to extract the letter within. Was it necessary to inspect the integrity of the wax seal? What a farce! Liu Bing was right there. Such scrutiny was absurd. The wax seal was merely a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. Upon reviewing the letter, Zhu Chu noted its elaborate prose, which essentially inquired about the current state of affairs in the capital. In other words, it subtly sought Zhu Chu's assessment of when figures like Yang Tinghe and his ilk might take action. "Elder brother, remember what I am about to tell you," Zhu Chu instructed Liu Bing earnestly. Zhu Chu had no desire to compose a letter himself, as that would entail risk. It was far simpler to relay the message through Liu Bing, as it was not overly complicated and thus unlikely to be miscommunicated. "Understood," Liu Bing nodded softly. "He has resided in the capital for quite some time, engaging in no business, yet frequently visiting the residences of Yang Tinghe and his associates, suggesting he is embroiled in a grand conspiracy. A few days ago, a 5th-rank official, Zhu Heng, and his entire family were burned to death. From what I have gathered, this was no accident but rather a massacre. Zhu Heng must have stumbled upon something he should not have, leading to his silencing." Zhu Chu articulated, organizing his thoughts. "This indicates that significant events are imminent. At the latest, they may unfold within a year. We must advise the prince to wait patiently." Liu Bing was left astounded, his scalp tingling at Zhu Chu's revelations. He could hardly fathom how Zhu Chu had managed to uncover such. This particular version was the most widely circulated edition on the market. Zhu Chu used this book as a cipher, instructing Liu Bing on how to encode correspondence. The technique for encrypting letters was, in essence, quite straightforward, requiring only a brief explanation to grasp fully. Once Liu Bing had mastered it, he regarded Ju Chu with awe, exclaiming, "Brother Hengji, you truly conceal your depths." This statement not only expressed admiration for Ju Chu's encryption skills but also for the information he had previously shared. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. "There is no choice, this is the capital," Ju Chu remarked with a knowing look. Liu Bing instantly comprehended the implication of Ju Chu's words. If one did not conceal themselves sufficiently, they would likely find themselves in irreparable peril. After Liu Bing departed, Ju Chu intended to visit the Zui Xian Lu, only to encounter another familiar face, Lin Yao. "Brother Hengji," Lin Yao greeted with a sweet smile. "I have met the county princess," Ju Chu replied with a bow. "You may simply call me Yao Yao from now on." Lin Yao had no courtesy name. It was uncommon for young ladies to adopt such titles, with a Yao Yao being her given name. Typically, a girl would not easily permit a boy to address her by her given name. That would be inappropriate. County princess. Given her status as the daughter of Princess Duching, a legitimate county princess, how could he so casually utter her given name? That would surely tarnish her reputation. "Let us do this. When in the presence of others, you shall address me as county princess, but when it is just the two of us, you may call me Yao Yao," Lin Yao proposed, fully aware of Ju Chu's predicament and understanding the nuances of etiquette. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, county princess?" Ju Chu. In truth, Princess Duching had not sent her. Knowing that Lin Ji was placed under Ju Chu's care, she understood that reforming Lin Ji would not be a task accomplished in mere days. Lin Yao's visit was merely an excuse to seek Ju Chu. "Please, follow me, county princess," Ju Chu said, turning to re-enter his home. Chapter 52, The True Ruthless Individual. As Xie Yang and Lin Yao entered the inner courtyard, they were struck by the absence of any servants, leaving them both somewhat perplexed. "Why are there no servants at your brother Hengji's house?" Lin Yao inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was no wonder she was puzzled. Although Ju Chu's new residence was of a markedly lesser grandeur compared to the princess's palace, it still comprised several small courtyards. Typically, such households would employ numerous attendants for each courtyard, serving maids and personal attendants, among others. Without them, managing the household would be quite a challenge. We previously resided at my uncle's house, where he and my aunt required those servants more than I do. I am not of a delicate upbringing, and I felt that there was no need for an abundance of attendants, so I did not hire any, Ju Chu casually explained. Lin Yao nodded in understanding, well aware of whom Ju Chu referred to as his uncle and aunt. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where Lin Jai was situated. Upon entering, they discovered Lin Jai squatting in a horse stance. Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, his face flushed crimson and beads of sweat glistened on his brow. He persevered. Beside him, Xiao Dao, who had initially regarded Lin Jai with disdain, hurried over to pay his respects upon seeing Ju Chu. "Young master," this scene took both Ju Chu and Lin Yao by surprise. Lin Jai had previously indulged in martial arts while being lazy, primarily because, in the capital, no one dared challenge him except for Lin Yao and Princess Duching. Unable to match Lin Yao, Lin Jai could always use the excuse of not engaging in quarrels with women to deceive himself. However, recent events had profoundly opened his eyes to the inadequacies of his skills, leaving him devoid of any excuses. As a man, Lin Jai loathed the notion of being incapable of defeating anyone. Coupled with Ju Chu's disdainful attitude from the previous night, he felt utterly provoked. Lin Jai had always been aware of his own shortcomings, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Yet, never before had anyone, like Ju Chu in these past days, so vividly illuminated his inadequacies. Most individuals tend to fabricate excuses and justifications to numb themselves unless confronted with the stark reality of their failures. "I simply do not wish to learn. If I put in a little effort, I could surpass them. I am actually gifted, merely unmotivated to study." Lin Jai's reluctance to learn stemmed largely from his aversion to confronting his own mediocrity. As long as he refrained from studying, he could internally convince himself that it was not a matter of inability, but rather a matter of choice. This is a classic case of intelligence being undermined by one's own cleverness. The crux of the matter was that he was not genuinely clever. Previously, Lin Jai had lived in a haze, his privileged background rendering him incapable of finding a true purpose in life. In contrast to an older brother who seemingly never faltered, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, resorting to constant antics to seek validation. Ju Chu's words from the previous night had sparked a significant. Thus, upon witnessing Xiao Dao practicing martial arts this morning, he decided to join in. How long has he been squatting in that stance? Ju Chu inquired of Xiao Dao. Just over a one-character clock, Xiao Dao replied with a dismissive expression. A one-character clock signifies 5 minutes, while a quarter of an hour equals 15 minutes. Lin Jai had practiced before, but after a long period of neglect, martial arts skills, like any other, would deteriorate without consistent practice. Especially in the early stages, any lapse in training would lead to a complete regression. If Lin Jai were still a novice, it might have been somewhat easier, but he was not, and managing to endure one-character clock was already a considerable strain. As anticipated, Lin Jai soon faltered, collapsing onto the ground. What a disgrace, Lin Yao remarked, her face reflecting her disdain for her brother. Lin Jai had long grown accustomed to Lin Yao's contempt and paid it no mind. What brings you here, missing your elder brother? Although Lin Jai could not best Lin Yao, he was undeterred in his verbal sparring, often unable to contain his sharp tongue even after defeat. His gaze, pointed at Ju Chu, implied his challenge. Lin Yao immediately grasped whom he was referring to, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. Having said this, she seemed to realize her loss of composure, quickly regaining her composure and flashing a sweet smile. Mother sent me to check on you. Lin Jai, witnessing her demeanor, could not help but roll his eyes. Spare me, I know exactly what you're thinking. Don't use me as an excuse. The moment Lin Yao heard this, her fists clenched, though she refrained from striking Lin Jai due to Ju Chu's presence, fearing it would tarnish her image. Observing Lin Yao's conflicted desire to retaliate while maintaining a facade of restraint amused Lin Jai greatly. If you have the guts, go ahead and hit me. At that moment, Chunlan entered. Young master, Master Lu is looking for you. Ju Chu smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to return the waist token to Lu Song, having forgotten to ask Lu Bing to bring it back earlier. Ju Chu turned to leave. Lin Jai, who had been quite arrogant until now, instantly panicked, casting a desperate glance at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, who had long viewed him unfavorably, simply turned and exited the courtyard. Now genuinely alarmed, Lin Jai saw Lin Yao approaching him with clenched fists. Just as Lu Song had received the waist token from Ju Chu, he was startled by a scream emanating from the rear courtyard, leaving him puzzled. Could it be Lin Gongzi? Lu Song recalled that there were only a few people in Ju Chu's household, making it easy to deduce who was in distress. The county princess is visiting him. They are merely engaging in sibling bonding, Ju Chu said with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Lu Song understood the situation. As a captain of the Genie Wei, he was well aware of Lin Jai and Lin Yao's natures. Do not injure Lin Gongzi. If something happens at your home, it will be difficult to explain to the princess. Lu Song expressed his concerns. Fear not, the county princess possesses restraint. Otherwise, after all these years, Lin Jai would have been dealt with long ago. Ju Chu responded nonchalantly. Lu Song pondered this reasoning and chose not to press further. Come to my house for lunch. It's rare for the eldest to return. Lu Song recalled his wife's request and added. Certainly. After Lu Song departed, Ju Chu instructed Chunlan to fetch the old beggar from the alley. In times of peace, Jin Yucai would typically linger near Ju Chu's residence. Recently, keep an eye on the Minister of Rights Xie Yang and the situation surrounding the Deputy Minister Liao Feng's household. Specifically, investigate Liao Feng's family, particularly whom Liao Shun learned his tricks from, Ju Chu commanded. The old beggar perked up upon hearing this. As Jin Yucai was a close friend of the deceased, he was more than willing to assist in avenging him. After Jin Yucai left, Ju Chu fell into deep contemplation. Xie Yang, the Xie Yang of this world diverged somewhat from the historical Xie Yang that Ju Chu was familiar with. Presently, Xie Yang was not yet 40, considerably younger than Yang Song, yet he had already ascended to the position of Minister of Rights. This aspect diverged from Ju Chu's understanding of history, where Xie Yang should still be a mere official in the Ministry of War, far from the rank of Minister of Rights. However, history can be unpredictable, and not all records are necessarily accurate. Moreover, Ju Chu was uncertain whether this world aligned with the history he knew or if it existed in a parallel dimension. Many pieces of information required verification from multiple sources. One could not rely solely on historical memory, or they would risk significant missteps. Regardless, Ju Chu was acutely aware that Xie Yang was undoubtedly a formidable individual, a truly ruthless one. This was a man who, after ascending to the position of chief minister, dared to schematically plan the burning of Zhu Hozong multiple times. Not just once or twice, but many times. Wherever Zhu Hozong went, destruction followed. Were it not for Liu Bing, Zhu Hozong would have faced death countless times. Even the subsequent Renyan Palace coup bore Xie Yang's fingerprints. It was no wonder that Zhu Hozong's temperament shifted dramatically afterward. Anyone who endured the tribulations he faced would be hard-pressed not to go mad. Ultimately, Xie Yang was thoroughly reckoned with by Zhu Hozong, his fate sealed as he was treated like a bound pig and executed in public. This vividly illustrated the depth of Zhu Hozong's hatred. Although Yang Song currently traversed the path Xie Yang once walked, he and Xie Yang were fundamentally different, forever destined not to converge. However, to avert any potential contingencies, Ju Chu resolved to sever Yang Song's avenues of retreat, ensuring he would be entirely ensnared within the imperial faction. Chapter 53, Tang Bohu, I have sacrificed so much for you, kid. Not long after Lu Song departed, Liu Bing arrived once again. My mother has prepared generous gifts and wishes for you to make an introduction. Princess Tuqing saved our Lu family, and it is only right that we express our profound gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu felt as if a long-awaited opportunity had finally presented itself. He had been contemplating a visit to the princess's residence to solidify their business partnership with Princess Tuqing, and now he had the perfect pretext. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Bohu sauntered in, humming a tune. Having taken on the task of teaching Lin Jai, he was naturally required to visit Ju Chu's home daily for lessons. The moment Ju Chu laid eyes on Tang Bohu, his countenance brightened. With everyone present, there was no reason to delay any further. Elder brother, please inform Aunt that we shall depart for the princess's residence in a quarter of an hour, Ju Chu instructed Liu Bing. Upon hearing this, Liu Bing wasted no time, bowing to Tang Bohu before turning to leave. Tang Bohu felt uneasy under Ju Chu's scrutinizing gaze, sensing that the young man was up to something. What are you scheming, you rascal? Of course, I wish for the teacher to accompany us to the princess's residence, to reminisce with her, Ju Chu replied with a mischievous grin. Subsequently, he relayed his mother's desire to express gratitude to the princess and his intent to establish a business partnership with her. Tang Bohu, hands clasped behind his back, turned away with an air of self-sacrifice for Ju Chu's sake. Since you have put it that way, what can I do for you and Madame Lu? Ju Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes at his mentor's theatrics, thinking to himself that he was likely reveling in the opportunity. With both teacher and student harboring their own thoughts, neither voiced them aloud. Ju Chu had never intended to conceal the idea of partnering with the princess from Tang Bohu. After all, he regarded him as family after years of companionship. Moreover, when the opportunity arose to interact with Princess Tuqing, it would likely be Tang Bohu who would take the lead. It was only fitting that he propose the matter. Once they had come to an agreement, Ju Chu instructed Chunlan to summon Lin Jai and his sister from the backyard. Although Lin Jai had earlier made quite the commotion after being beaten by Lin Yao, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. In fact, he bore no visible signs of his ordeal. On one hand, Lin Jai had exaggerated his cries to lure Ju Chu over, hoping to evade further punishment. On the other hand, having been reprimanded by Lin Yao numerous times, in no time, the group headed to the princess's residence was assembled. Tang Bohu, Ju Chu, and Lin Jai rode ahead, while two horse-drawn carriages followed behind, one carrying Yang Shi and Lin Yao, and the other designated for the gifts of gratitude. Although Lin Yao wished to ride, she felt inhibited by Ju Chu's presence and her mother's invitation, thus refraining from showcasing her adventurous side. The group arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence in grand style, dismounting from their horses. The guards at the gate, upon recognizing Lin Jai, hurriedly approached to assist with the horses. After entrusting the steeds and carriages to the stable hands of the princess's residence, Lin Jai led the way, and the steward had already gone ahead to announce their arrival. Upon receiving word of their arrival, Princess Tuqing was filled with delight upon learning that Tang Bohu was among them. The last time he visited, their conversation had rekindled a sense of youth within her as she listened to his tales of wandering the world. She no longer felt as if she were merely a caretaker of the princess's residence, but rather, her days had transformed from a monotonous existence into one bursting with color. Princess Tuching longed for Tang Bohu's frequent visits, even if it were merely to share a few words with her. After tidying her appearance, she made her way to greet the guests. Although her status exempted her from such formalities, she chose to do so nonetheless. "Greetings, Your Highness," the group exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Lin Jai and Lin Yang. "Consider this your home," Princess Tuching remarked as she took Yang Shi's hand warmly. "My nephew has written to me often over the past 2 years, wishing for me to assist you. He often speaks fondly of his nurse, recalling how well she treated him, and he has not forgotten his sister." Hearing this, Yang Shi was reminded of the young Zhu Hozong, who had written countless letters to save her, and she felt a wave of emotion. Unable, the princess led the guests into the main hall of their residence, a space designated for entertaining visitors. Soon after, an array of teas and fruits were brought forth. Observing this, Juchu marveled at the hospitality of the princess's residence, where such delicacies were always at the ready. Quietly, he began to indulge in the fruits, while the princess and Yang Shi chatted as if they were long-lost sisters. "I truly envy you, dear sister. Both your sons have achieved greatness, unlike my own little monkey who is so incorrigible," Princess Tuching remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jai. The latter felt a pang of discomfort at being unwittingly caught in the crossfire. In the past, he had been indifferent to such comments, but now that he had resolved to improve, he felt a sense of unjust grievance. "The second young master has been demonstrating remarkable improvement. He even took the initiative to practice martial arts this morning," Juchu interjected, putting down the half-eaten fruit. "Indeed, although he remains rather weak, there is a noticeable difference from before," Lin Yao added without hesitation, unflinchingly defending her brother despite having been harsh with him earlier. In the past, Lin Yao had refrained from speaking up for Lin Jai, harboring frustration over his lack of ambition. Hearing their praise, Lin Jai experienced a surge of emotions he had never felt before. Princess Tuching looked at him with surprise. "Is that so?" Lin Jai turned away, choosing not to respond, both to mask his feelings and to express his discontent. "You've finally shown some sense of pride." "You are certainly much improved," Princess Tuching observed, chuckling. "No one knew her son better than she did. In the past, such remarks would have rolled off him without a second thought, but now he was evidently perturbed. It seemed there had indeed been a transformation, which was a positive sign. "It appears that entrusting him to Hengqi was a wise decision," the princess said with a gentle smile. "Hengqi is truly. My Wenchen was once quite unruly, and it was largely thanks to Hengqi that she improved. Otherwise, who knows what she would have become." Tang Bohu did not hesitate to commend Juchu, confident that the latter would not become complacent. He had never encountered anyone of Juchu's age with such remarkable self-restraint and self-awareness. Indeed, he felt that he himself fell short in these aspects compared to his student. "Everyone should stay for dinner. It has been far too long since my residence has seen such liveliness," Princess Tuching declared, eager to prolong their company. Consequently, the Lu family's banquet was cancelled, and upon learning of this, the princess arranged for someone to invite Lu Song, Lu Bing, and Mu Yunjin. The princess had long suspected Mu Yunjin's true identity, recalling that when the Lu family faced calamity, the young girl had been reported as deceased, yet no one had witnessed her passing. Since then, Juchu had gained a cousin. However, such matters were not uncommon in the capital, where many families concealed the daughters of disgraced officials. It was an unspoken rule that no one dared to expose. To do so would yield no benefit to anyone, for after all, flowers do not bloom forever, and no one could guarantee that misfortune would not befall them in the future. Everyone wished to keep a path of retreat. The princess, of course, would never expose such secrets. Chapter 54 Discussing business with Princess Tuching. Princess Tuching's thoughts before long. Both Lu Bing and Mu Yunjin arrived. Even Lu Song, upon learning that the princess had invited him, took an extended leave to come to the princess's abode. Had it been anyone else, Lu Song would have deemed a brief respite during the midday break sufficient. However, Princess Tuqing had bestowed significant kindness upon their family, and thus Liu Song felt compelled to show his utmost respect. Tang Bohu seized an opportunity to discreetly mention to Princess Tuqing that Ju Chu harbored intentions of partnering with the princess's household for business ventures. Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes sparkled with interest. The princess's residence was vast, and although she had initially brought a considerable dowry of wealth and shops when she married into the royal family, the expenses of maintaining such a grand estate was staggering. These expenditures were indispensable. They could not be curtailed, as the princess's household, being in the capital, represented the dignity of the royal family. Royal prestige surpassed all else. While civil and military officials might counsel the emperor to practice frugality, since the emperor's expenditure, yet, as for the princess's residence, the financial outlay was entirely her own, with no connection to the court. It had never been heard that the princess's household, in times of financial strain, would petition the ministry for funds. Having managed the household's finances for many years, Princess Tuqing was acutely aware that expenditures demanded meticulous scrutiny. A moment's negligence could lead to a precarious imbalance between income and outgoings. When she had previously commissioned an investigation into Ju Chu, she found herself immensely impressed by his business acumen and had even contemplated a partnership with him. However, with the pressing issue of Lin Jai unresolved, she had refrained from broaching the subject, fearing it would impose undue burden on Ju Chu. Little did she expect that he harbored similar thoughts, which brought her great delight. Thus, Princess Tuqing summoned Ju Chu to her study to deliberate on the specifics. "What sort of business does Hengqi wish to pursue?" she inquired. Presently, while Yun Guifang surpassed the typical fabric store in terms of inventory and customer traffic, it still only managed to service a significant portion of the western districts of the capital. Moreover, although many noble women frequented Yun Guifang for silk or garments, this clientele merely represented a small fraction of the city's elite, predominantly comprising officials of the third rank and below. It was rare for daughters of high-ranking officials or their stewards to seek materials at Yun Guifang. The limited size of the shop constrained the assortment of products, rendering it impossible to cater to all social strata, particularly the most affluent echelon. The purchasing power of this uppermost group was formidable. Moreover, should Yun Guifang establish its presence throughout the capital and commence preparations for a fabric store, procuring raw silk from Jiangnan, costs could be significantly reduced. With lower expenses, Ju Chu was confident that Yun Guifang could capture a substantial share of the market in the capital, thereby positioning itself to define and influence the prevailing trends and fashions. Naturally, pricing would require adjustment. Affordable fabrics could maintain parity with other shops, thereby providing a lifeline to those merchants specializing in low-cost materials. These shops primarily cater to the common populace, yielding minimum. Even if Yun Guifang were to dominate the sector, the financial gains would be marginal. Such establishments were typically run by small traders lacking influential backing, and Ju Chu was determined to leave them some breathing room. For higher-tier silk, both price and quality would be elevated to thoroughly win over the hearts of the capital's elite, effectively securing a monopoly over high-end clientele. Should this objective be realized, the profitability of Yun Guifang would reach astonishing heights. Of course, this entire endeavor hinged upon the support of the princess's household, otherwise, such insatiable ambition would lead to ruin. Ju Chu succinctly outlined his plans to Princess Tuqing, whose eyes gleamed with increasing enthusiasm as she listened. If Ju Chu's vision were to materialize, the princess would not only be able to sustain her current expenditures but might also have the means to provide financial assistance to the royal family. Princess Tuqing, having been born into royalty, was acutely aware of the fates that had befallen her father, the Chenghua emperor, and her brother. She felt powerless in the face of it all. Although she held the esteemed title of princess, her elevated status did not shield her from the arduous challenges of effecting change. For instance, 2 years prior, Emperor Zhu Hozong had written to her, imploring her to assist the Liu family, yet she found herself utterly helpless. The literati were obstinate, quoting ancient texts to refute her, making her feel as though she were the epitome of wrongdoing. This left Princess Tuqing both infuriated and powerless. If only she had adequate funds at her disposal, she could at least alleviate some burdens from the royal treasury, which would bring her a measure of comfort. "How much do you estimate will be required?" Princess Tuqing inquired. Since her marriage, her private treasury had remained largely untouched, containing roughly 10,000 taels of gold, over 100,000 taels of silver, an abundance of copper coins exceeding 1 million, and a substantial collection of jewels and jade. If all her wealth were converted to silver, it would amount to approximately 100,000 taels, roughly equivalent to the emperor's annual personal expenditures. Approximately 600,000 guan, Ju Chu replied, well aware that the princess's household likely lacked sufficient silver. Although 600,000 guan seemed substantial, the emperor's yearly expenses converted to copper coins would only amount to slightly more than 1 million guan. The value of 1 tael of silver and 1 guan of copper was not vastly disparate. However, those along the southeastern coast could earn a fortune with minimal effort. For instance, merely transporting 10,000 Doqing porcelain bowls to the East Japan could yield a profit of 1 million guan. The potential earnings from a single shipload of goods were unfathomable. The wealth of these private merchants, particularly those from Jiangnan, had likely reached an astronomical level, as evidenced by the prices in the capital's shops. The wealth from Jiangnan continuously flowed into the hands of court officials in the capital, a place where the concentration of power and wealth was staggering. This was evident in the thriving business of Yun Gui Fang and the popularity of Zui Xiarnlu. If the profits were not substantial, it would not explain why these officials would conspire to eliminate emperors one after another. They feared the emperor's inquiries into Jiannan's finances, for they could not withstand scrutiny. Should the emperor uncover the hidden wealth involved, he might dispatch troops to Jiangnan. If such a scenario unfolded, the officials would find themselves utterly powerless, especially now, with Emperor Jingde wielding military power. Figures like Yang Tinghe and Xie Yang were all the more on guard. Thus, when it came to profiting from these individuals, Ju Chu spared no effort. He planned to allocate 300,000 guan to open a Yun Gui Fang store in the southeastern, northern, and eastern districts. Backed by the princess's household, he could also acquire some confiscated shops from Shunqian Prefecture, often at prices even lower than those of the original Feng family shop. This distinction illustrated the advantages of having connections versus lacking them. Of course, the necessary benefits for the prefect of Shunqian could not be overlooked, otherwise, he would have numerous ways to evade responsibility. With the remaining 300,000 guan, Ju Chu intended to invest 100,000 guan in purchasing a fabric store, while the remaining 200,000 guan would be dedicated to acquiring large quantities of raw silk. Upon hearing the figure of 600,000 guan, Princess Tuqing felt a wave of relief. She could indeed manage such an amount. For these 3 shops, I shall take 30%, while your highness shall retain 70%, Ju Chu proposed after a moment of reflection. This was an unavoidable discussion, and there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, Princess Tuqing shook her head. You shall take 40%, I only require 60%. I am well aware of your capabilities. The shops you acquire are significantly cheaper. My people lack such skills. Princess Tuqing held a deep respect for Ju Chu's abilities. She had previously commissioned an investigation into him and was aware of the price at which he had procured the Feng family shop from Shunqian Prefecture. This price was considerably lower than the shop's original value. Princess Tuqing knew she could not achieve such a feat herself, nor did she possess individuals with such talent. Thus, upon hearing Ju Chu's proposed profit-sharing arrangement, not only did she not negotiate, one should not underestimate this additional share. Once the 3 Yun Gui Fang shops flourished, even a single percentage would represent a substantial sum. More importantly, Princess Tuqing understood Ju Chu's character. The more she sought to gain, the more she might ultimately lose. By proactively relinquishing a share, she believed Ju Chu would treat her fairly. In any case, the management of Yun Gui Fang and all its intricacies would be under Ju Chu's purview. Should he harbor discontent, he could easily manipulate circumstances to her detriment without her noticing. Clinging to small gains often results in significant losses. By offering a share of profits to secure Ju Chu's loyalty, this arrangement was highly advantageous for the princess. Princess Tuqing was known for her perceptiveness and keen judgment of character. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted Lin Jai to Ju Chu. Having been raised in the royal family, she seldom allowed emotions to cloud her judgment. Even though she felt a certain affinity for Ju Chu due to Tang Bohu's close ties with him, she would never trivialize such a substantial business deal. She clearly distinguished between public and private matters. Chapter 55, The Tug-of-War between Ju Chu and the prefect of Shunqian. The esteemed official is just and incorruptible. Soon, Ju and Princess Tuching settled the finer details of their partnership. Subsequently, the princess instructed her steward to retrieve 600,000 guan from the treasury, directing him to deposit it in the bank and obtain the corresponding notes. 600,000 guan, even for the princess's estate, represented a substantial sum. Such a large amount of money is typically kept in the estate's coffers, only deposited in the bank when needed. In this era, banks were predominantly run by merchants from Jiangnan, who, while possessing a degree of credibility among the populace, were ultimately under the influence of figures like Yang Tinghe and Xie Yang. Should these influential individuals choose to withdraw their support, reason would be of little consequence. It was only due to the necessity for funds that such a considerable sum was deposited, as banknotes provided a more convenient means of expenditure. Transporting 600,000 guan would require dozens of carts, and purchasing property with copper coins would be an exhausting endeavor. Even the princess's estate had never encountered such a significant expenditure. The midday meal was a delightful affair, enjoyed by all. After dining, the guests rose to take their leave. Upon departing from the princess's estate, Ju proceeded to the Shunqian prefecture. For him, each of Ju's visits heralded good news, often accompanied by monetary gifts for himself and his subordinates. He recognized that this young man was extraordinary, having cultivated a close relationship with Lord Han of the Ministry of Revenue at such a young age. His motives were undoubtedly complex. However, this did not concern the prefect of Shunqian. Unlike the intricacies of the court's civil officials, he did not have to engage in constant scheming. Ju, as a promising young talent seeking justice, while also providing a token of appreciation, was entirely reasonable. It would be unwise to dampen the spirit of a young prodigy or obstruct his path. My esteemed prefect, I have not paid a visit in quite some time, and thus I came to pay my respects, Ju replied with a smile. He then instructed those accompanying him to bring forth a large jar of Chen Wang liquor and place it on the table before the prefect. As the rich aroma wafted towards him, the prefect's face lit up with delight. Previously, he had been saving the Chen Wang liquor Ju gifted him, but being a lover of fine wine, he had found it impossible to resist, consuming it all too quickly. Given the current renown of Chen Wang liquor in the capital, acquiring even a small jar was no easy feat. Only at the Zuixian Lu could one indulge as one pleased. For the past few days, the prefect had been yearning for a taste and was pleasantly surprised by Ju's timely offering. Hengqi, you are indeed thoughtful, the prefect remarked, dropping any pretense, as they were old acquaintances. There is a matter I wish to ask of you, or rather, to assist Princess Tuching. Ju said, discreetly placing 10 banknotes before the prefect. The prefect glanced at them, noticing each was valued at 1,000 guan in copper coins, roughly equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. However, since they were in copper, the notes reflected that currency, as the exchange rate between copper and silver was constantly fluctuating. The prefect did not immediately take the banknotes. 10,000 guan in copper coins was no trifling sum, and being astute, he understood that, given Ju's character, the greater the amount offered, the more substantial the task he wished to be undertaken. Oh, Princess Tuching, I would be willing to assist, provided it is within my capabilities, the prefect replied, his words carefully measured, making no hasty promises. Rest assured, this matter will be a mere trifle for you, esteemed prefect. The princess wishes to acquire a few properties, all of which you have confiscated, Ju said, taking a sip of tea with a smile. The prefect was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that Ju had indeed established a connection with the princess's estate. His keen mind quickly grasped the implications. Ju intended to partner with the princess to engage in business. This compelled him to reassess the young man before him. At such a young age, his adeptness in maneuvering through such affairs was impressive, prompting the prefect to ponder the potential benefits of engaging in this venture. However, the prefect was also acutely aware that, irrespective of the princess's backing, it was not a domain he could easily infiltrate. Even if he could, it was prudent to exercise restraint. Having served in his position for years, he understood a fundamental truth: accepting favors ties one to obligations. If he were to collaborate with Ju in business, he would inevitably find it difficult to refuse any future requests from him. Which properties has Her Highness set her sights on? When he decided to partner with the princess, he had meticulously selected these locations. Each of these properties belonged to affluent families, recently confiscated, and all were expansive, far exceeding the previous Feng family establishment in size. Under normal circumstances, acquiring all three properties for 300,000 guan would be implausible. Each property was significantly larger and situated in prime locations. The reason they hadn't been sold yet was the ongoing legal proceedings surrounding these families. Countless individuals in the capital were already eyeing these properties, eagerly awaiting the resolution of the cases. Little did they anticipate that Zhu Chu would make a preemptive move. Typically, the prefect would not transfer these properties until the legal issues were resolved. He was greedy but not foolish. Any complications arising from the cases could lead to his downfall. Others had previously attempted to probe him regarding these properties, but he had firmly refused. However, circumstances had changed. While others may be rebuffed, the princess's estate was a different matter. Selling these properties to them posed no risk for him. Should complications arise, he could easily shift the blame to the princess's estate, knowing that no one would dare investigate her. Thus, even if Zhu Chu offered slightly less than others, he would still favor him, especially since Zhu Chu's offer was more generous. As for the price of the properties, a slight discount was inconsequential. It would be unreasonable for the princess's estate to pay the same as everyone else. Brother, for your sake, I am taking a risk here. If anything goes awry, you must not abandon me, the prefect said, pocketing the banknotes. His agreement to Zhu Chu's proposed price was motivated by further considerations. He sensed that this young man was destined for greatness. The connections he currently possessed were already formidable. In his position, it was wise to secure a safety net for himself. If it were anyone else, he would not entertain such thoughts, knowing full well that others would not hesitate to take advantage of his misfortune. Yet Zhu Chu was different. He had demonstrated his integrity and benevolence. The prefect recalled Zhu Chu's actions during the troubles of the Liu family, which he was well aware of. Therefore, he believed that should he find himself in dire straits, this young man would undoubtedly lend him a hand. In this era, a person's reputation held tremendous significance. At this moment, the prefect's tone towards Zhu Chu shifted, indicating that he had begun to regard this young man with newfound respect. Rest assured, esteemed prefect. Your fairness and integrity are well noted by the people, Zhu Chu assured him. Hearing this, the prefect's expression brightened. After concluding their business, Zhu Chu returned home and entered his study. There is a matter that requires your attention, Zhu Chu said, glancing at Zhu Li in the study. In recent days, he had taken the opportunity to impart various business principles to her, including some theories from the future. However, being a historian, his understanding of modern commercial theories was rather limited, mostly gleaned from online sources, leaving him with a fragmented grasp. For instance, concepts like short selling and going long were only discussed in broad strokes. Nevertheless, Zhu Li was intelligent and found her understanding broaden significantly after listening to Zhu Chu, her mind brimming with countless ideas. All right, Zhu Li replied without hesitation, not even inquiring about the specifics. Chapter 56, The Demise of Zhu Hujiao and Zhu Chu's Schemes. Zhu Li, accompanied by a substantial sum of 200,000 guan in banknotes, journeyed to Jiangnan. For her safety, Zhu Chu had dispatched Xiao Dao to accompany her. Although Xiao Dao's martial skills were rather mediocre, she was not merely an individual, she was also a disciple of Jin Yucai. The Rong clan was widespread throughout the southern and northern rivers, and within Jiangnan, there were numerous acquaintances of Jin Yucai. With Xiao Dao by her side, while safety could not be entirely guaranteed, at the very least, the level of security was significantly enhanced. Time passed swiftly, and during her stay in Jiangnan, Zhu Li expended approximately half a month to procure 400,000 jin of raw silk with her 200,000 guan. The production price of raw silk was 40 yuan per jin, yet it was virtually impossible for merchants from other regions to directly acquire the finished product. The local silk in Jiangnan had long been monopolized by merchants within the local guild, and outsiders were required to transact through them to obtain goods. Zhu Chu remained oblivious to how Zhu Li managed to acquire such a vast quantity of raw silk at such a low price, nor did he inquire about it. Zhu Li's efficiency was a boon for Zhu Chu. With this 400,000 jin of raw silk as a foundation, the fabric shops and the newly opened 3 Yin Guifang establishments officially commenced operations. It had been over a month since Zhu Chu had purchased the shops, and the 3 Yin Guifang had opened their doors. When the nobles in the capital learned that the proprietors behind these new establishments were, in fact, the princess's residents, they promptly curbed their ambitions. No one dared provoke the princess's household. The civil officials might have had the audacity to slay the emperor, for the stakes involved in Jiangnan's stronghold were immense, binding countless officials together. However, the situation was different with the princess. Fundamentally, officials had no conflicting interests with her, even though the opening of a few Yunguifang might clash with the enterprises of a select few officials. Such instances were merely exceptions. Should they dare to offend the princess's residence, it would not require her to take action. Other officials would readily intervene. With the princess's household as a backing, the 3 Yunguifang's grand opening attracted a multitude of dignitaries and their families from the capital. Among them, many were influenced by the ideas of Lin Jai, the elder brother of Lin Lu. Although Lin Lu had already surpassed the age of 20, he remained unmarried. Rumor had it that this esteemed young master once harbored deep affections for a woman who tragically passed away in her youth, which accounted for his continued singlehood. Unlike Lin Jai, Lin Lu enjoyed an excellent reputation in the capital, was handsome, and his family background was impeccable. Coupled with his reputation as a devoted man, he naturally became the object of affection for numerous noble ladies. Zhu Chu was delighted to witness these sentiments flourish. As long as these noble women frequented the Yunguifang, they would be irresistibly drawn to its opulent and intricate garment styles. Yunguifang flourished immensely. In a mere 6 months, Zhu Chu had nearly monopolized the high-end fabric industry in the capital. The attire worn by the capital's nobility predominantly originated from Yunguifang. Subsequently, a line of exquisitely luxurious garments known as Liu Yunjiao was introduced, available in limited quantities. Many noble women took great pride in acquiring a piece of Liu Yunjiao, going so far as to pre-order at Yunguifang 1 or 2 months in advance. During this past half-year, Lin Jai underwent a significant transformation, shedding his previous debauched persona. While he had not yet become particularly diligent or studious, he diligently accompanied Tang Bohu to study calligraphy and painting each day, while also rigorously practicing martial arts. However, his foundation was too weak, and lacking in youthful innocence. Even after 6 months of training, he had only improved to a level slightly above that of an average person. Zhu Huizhu had been extricated from prison by Zhu Chu and was now collaborating with Zhu Li to procure raw silk in Jiangnan. The two had undergone a complete transformation. With Zhu Chu's current rapport with the governor of Shenzhen Prefecture, acquiring 2 sets of identification documents was a trivial matter, allowing them to bypass the governor and directly engage his subordinates, thus facilitating seamless operations. Nevertheless, on the surface, the dealings in Jiangnan were still managed by Zhu Li, while Zhu Huizhu remained hidden from view, as Zhu Chu had greater plans for him. In the future, Zhu Huizhu would serve as a sharp blade embedded within the Jiangnan Merchant Guild. In recent months, the political landscape in the capital had grown increasingly ominous, particularly over the past fortnight, during which Wang Cai had not made any appearances. According to Jin Youzai, Wang Cai had entered Yang Tinghe's residence and had not been seen since. Zhu Chu understood that the significant plans concocted by these individuals were likely imminent. A storm was brewing. Fortunately, during this time, Zui Xianlu had gathered a wealth of secrets from various officials. During the renovation of Zui Xianlu, Zhu Chu had ensured that Zhu Liu and Sun Qiang could eavesdrop on any discussions occurring within the private rooms. For instance, Liao Feng, the Vice Minister of Rights, had a steward who was originally a gambler and a petty cheat. His son, Liao Shun, had learned the tricks of deception from him. Upon discovering this information, Zhu Chu had instructed Zhu Liu to set a trap, with Lin Jai playing the role of a dandy to seduce the steward of the Liao household. The plan unfolded smoothly. Within a few days, the steward was left destitute by Zhu Liu's machinations, accruing debts amounting to thousands of taels of silver to Zhu Chu's alternate identity, Zhao Hu. With this leverage, Zhu Chu could easily manipulate the steward. However, to ensure the steward's unwavering loyalty, Zhu Chu promised him a share of 1/10 of the Liao family's estate should he assist in toppling Liao Feng. This assurance ignited a fervor within the steward, dissipating any lingering resentment over his previous losses. Zhu Chu and Zhu Liu replicated this strategy, embedding informants within the households of various officials, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash their plans. After another month had passed, a significant event transpired. Zhu Hujiao fell into the water and ultimately succumbed to his injuries. The entire capital entered a period of national mourning, enveloped in solemnity. particularly within the princess's residence. Princess Tuching, witnessing the unexplained demise of her nephew, felt an ever-deepening sorrow. In recent days, the Yang family and Tang Bohu visited the princess daily, providing her with companionship and solace. Following Zhu Hozhao's death, Wang Cai resurfaced, seemingly intent on fleeing the capital. Naturally, Zhu Chu would not allow him to escape so easily and directly sought out Lu Song. "Uncle, do you trust me?" Zhu Chu inquired, gazing earnestly at Lu Song. Lu Song, taken aback by Zhu Chu's unusually grave demeanor, realized the gravity of the situation. He recalled his elder brother's counsel: anything Zhu Chu instructed him to do must be executed without hesitation or evasion, regardless of the task. With the recent death of the former emperor, the political climate in the capital had become increasingly unpredictable, and Lu Song understood that Zhu Chu had a mission for him. "What is it that you need me to do, Hengqi?" "Just give the command," Lu Song replied. "Take your subordinates and pursue a merchant named Wang Sai. Follow him, but do not let him know you are truly chasing him. Ideally, create a situation that leaves him injured and cornered." Zhu Chu contemplated. "I will make the arrangements." Engaging Lu Song for such tasks was indeed a wise choice, as the Jin Yue specialized in such operations. As Wang Cai, just having left the capital, was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Behind him, a contingent of Jin Yue riders seemed to be pursuing him. This sent a chill of terror through Wang Cai. He was acutely aware that if he were to be captured by the Jin Yue, death would be the most merciful outcome. The secrets he bore could incite chaos. In a panic, he urged his steed onward, attempting to distance himself from the pursuing Jin Yue, yet his efforts were futile. The Jin Yue were all adept horsemen, while Wang Cai, merely a merchant, stood little chance of escape. Soon, the distance between them narrowed, and as Lu Song rode, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow, striking Wang Cai in the left shoulder. It must be said that Lu Song's archery was exceptional. Had he been off by even a fraction, Wang Cai would have met a far grimmer fate. The wounded Wang Cai, now like a startled bird, frantically spurred his horse, managing to create some distance, but his injury was severe, and he needed immediate attention lest he bleed out. At this moment, Wang Cai, having lost considerable blood, felt increasingly disoriented, and soon he could no longer ride, tumbling from his horse. "Wang Ji, what has happened to you?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Wang Cai struggled to open his eyes. Summoning his remaining strength, he retrieved a letter and a token from his belongings, then handed over the silver from his pack to Zhao Hu. "Brother, I fear I may not make it. Please assist me with one task." Chapter 57, The Anointed Zhu Hozhang. Wang Cai shared numerous intricate details with Zhu Chu, such as the covert signals to use upon reaching Jiangnan and where to find specific individuals for their rendezvous. He even entrusted Zhu Chu with the task of delivering the banknotes concealed within his package to his family. At that moment, Wang Cai's consciousness was somewhat clouded. He could hardly fathom the strangeness of Zhu Chu's sudden appearance. He was utterly cornered, clinging desperately to this last straw of hope. The reason Zhu Chu refrained from allowing Lu Song to execute Wang Cai outright was to retain the vital information he possessed. Mere letters and tokens were woefully insufficient. Anyone who eliminated Wang Cai could easily seize those two items. Rushing in with only these two items, regardless of whether one could locate their intended targets, would likely lead to capture and severe interrogation. "Brother, you must leave quickly. The Jinyi will arrive soon, and time is of the essence," Wang Cai urged. At this juncture, his primary concern was not the myriad dangers surrounding him, but rather whether the banknotes in his package would reach his family. This venture he had undertaken, fraught with peril and the potential for catastrophic retribution, promised a substantial reward, which was why he had taken such risks. In the capital, Wang Cai had been extravagantly carefree, gambling daily with others footing the bill. Moreover, should he succeed in this endeavor and return to Jiangnan, he would accumulate even greater wealth. The benefits were plentiful, but the condition was to remain alive. Given the current circumstances, Wang Cai doubted his chances of escape and wished to evade capture by the Jinyi at all costs. Falling into their hands would spell doom for his entire family, as those in Jiangnan would not spare them. "Rest assured, my elder brother," Zhu Chu replied, turning to depart, leaving Wang Cai increasingly feeble and isolated. As Wang Cai, weakened, heard the distant sound of hoofbeats, he summoned his remaining strength, producing a pill and swallowing it without hesitation. "My lord, this man is dead." A Jinhui soldier dismounted and checked Wang Cai's neck, discovering no sign of life. "Let us burn him where he lies," Lu Song instructed, recalling Ju Chu's arrangements. "Understood." The Jinhui showed no hesitation in following Lu Song's orders. Within the ranks of the Jinhui, a strict hierarchy prevailed, rank held absolute authority. Some members would go to great lengths to ingratiate themselves to their superiors, and no one dared question the decisions of their superiors unless they wished to jeopardize their standing within the organization. Here, unquestioning obedience was paramount. Soon, the Jinhui gathered ample timber, placing Wang Cai atop it and igniting it with their torches. The flames would not reduce Wang Cai to ash, but they would render him unrecognizable, which sufficed. Ju Chu aimed to ensure that those searching for Wang Cai remained unaware of his demise in the immediate future. The subsequent arrangements would depend on circumstances as they unfolded. Should news of Wang Cai's death reach them, it would likely provoke undue alarm. As for capturing Wang Cai alive, that was a far-fetched notion. As long as he drew breath, Yang Tinghe and others would devise numerous plans to rescue him, and once Wang Cai regained his wits, he would quickly deduce certain truths, such as the peculiar timing of Ju Chu's appearance. Many aspects of this situation were too tenuous to withstand scrutiny. Ju Chu had cornered Wang Cai into a desperate situation, and he had sustained significant injuries to achieve this effect. Once the flames extinguished, Lu Song ordered his men to bury Wang Cai's body where it lay. "This matter must not be disclosed, otherwise, I shall have your tongues cut out," he warned. Lu Song had brought with him only 5 or 6 Jinhui, all of whom he deemed exceedingly trustworthy. As a captain within the Jinhui, Lu Song possessed a keen eye for character. Although he had not disclosed Wang Cai's information to them, he understood that Wang Cai's unusual behavior during his prolonged stay in the capital had likely drawn the attention of the Jinhui. "Understood," the Jinhui responded, their voices hushed. Ju Chu was not particularly concerned about these individuals leaking information. It was merely a matter of time. Once Zhu Hozhong ascended to power in the capital, his uncle Lu Song would at least be a deputy captain. By then, those with any sense would ensure that today's events remained buried within their minds. The Jinhui were ever loyal to the emperor and operated as an extraordinary institution. Yang Tinghe and his associates would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate their ranks. Upon returning to the capital, Ju Chu summoned Jin Yozai. "You will journey to Jiangnan and deliver these items to Chu Huizu." In addition to Wang Cai's possessions, Ju Chu had penned a coded letter outlining the necessary actions. He had already instructed Chu Huizu on how to decipher the letter prior to his departure for Jiangnan. "Very well," Jin Yozai replied without hesitation, taking the items and departing. The experiences of the past 6 months had taught him that the young man he served harbored grand ambitions, and at times, merely contemplating them sent shivers down his spine. He dared not dwell on the implications, fearing that even a single question could lead to his silencing. Yet, Jin Yozai had no regrets. It was precisely because he recognized Ju Chu's extraordinary potential that he had entrusted him with the dagger. Only someone of such caliber would be willing to exact vengeance for the dagger's father. In truth, Jin Yozai had searched extensively in the capital for a suitable candidate to avenge the dagger's father, but had found none. Those with ability and status were indifferent to the plight of someone of lower standing and would not seek retribution on behalf of the dagger's father. Conversely, those without capability were not worthy of his consideration. It was not until Jin Yozai witnessed Ju Chu engage in a brawl and conducted a thorough investigation that he realized only Ju Chu could possibly fulfill his requirements. Of course, this was merely a possibility. At that time, Jin Yozai did not harbor high expectations. He merely believed Ju Chu to be loyal and righteous, confident that he would not neglect the dagger's interests. Now, the hope of avenging the dagger's father was growing, yet Jin Yozai felt increasingly apprehensive. He understood that having embarked on this path, he could only continue forward into the abyss. However, he refrained from asking questions that were best left unspoken. Once these matters were settled, Ju Chu exhaled a sigh of relief. His long-term plans had finally borne fruit. As long as Chu Huizu infiltrated those circles, he could gradually arrange for more individuals to join. By securing even a single foothold, Zhu Chu could establish a broader network. Naturally, this would require coordination between Chu Li and himself. To attain a higher standing within the Jiangnan merchant associations, one must amass greater wealth. This task was never daunting for either Chu Li or. Following the demise of Emperor Zhu Hujiao, the Empress Dowager Zhang ordered the cabinet ministers to select a successor from among the royal family. Chief Minister Yang Tinghe proposed, according to the principle of brotherly succession, Zhu Hozhong is the rightful heir. The Empress Dowager Zhang raised no objections and promptly issued a decree to enthrone Zhu Hozhong as emperor. Shortly thereafter, a grand procession set forth towards Hubei. Chapter 58. The first confrontation between Zhu Hozhong and Yang Tinghe. When Zhu Hozhong beheld the grand carriage sent for him, he was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, a profound admiration for Zhu Chu's astute foresight welled up within him. At this juncture, Zhu Hozhong's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of reluctance to leave home, yet, curiously absent was any suspicion toward Zhu Chu. This 15-year-old youth, though possessing a profound mind, harbored a clear understanding of who genuinely cared for him and valued emotional connections above all else. Zhu Chu, having a clearer insight into Zhu Hozhong's character, would not have exerted such relentless efforts to assist him otherwise. Those who treated Zhu Hozhong well were met with his utmost gratitude. Take, for instance, his wet nurse, Lady Yang, or Liu Bing. Even Lu Song received a promotion to deputy Qinhu as a courtesy. Zhu Hozhong was an exceedingly complex individual, deeply sentimental on one hand, yet possessing a profound depth of perception on the other. The contention over the grand ceremonies was not merely a struggle for power among the literati. It was, more significantly, a quest for recognition on behalf of his parents. Even Zhang Tsong, often scorned by many, was spared from Zhu Hozhong's wrath due to his loyalty to the Zhejiang emperor. When Zhang Tsong fell gravely ill and sought to resign from his post, Zhu Hozhong could not bear to part with him and personally prepared medicine for his recovery. As Zhang Tsong's condition worsened and he had no choice but to retire and return home, Zhu Hozhong sent individuals to check on him repeatedly. Many believed that those who had served the Zhejiang emperor met unfortunate ends, yet they failed to consider the actions of those individuals. The misdeeds of Xie Yang would have warranted annihilation under any other emperor. Although Yang Song was notoriously corrupt and had committed countless wrongs, with his faction permeating both court and government, Zhu Hozhong never contemplated his execution. Even when Yang Shifan stirred up chaos, only he was executed, leaving Yang Song. As they ventured toward the capital, the future appeared uncertain to Zhu Hozhong, yet he found solace in Zhu Chu's presence in the city. He recalled Wen Fu's assertion that Zhu Hengqi had begun to orchestrate plans long ago, awaiting his ascension to power in the capital. The realization sent a shiver down Zhu Hozhong's spine. How could Zhu Chu anticipate the current circumstances with such precision and foresee his elevation to emperor? However, as he remembered that Zhu Chu was on his side, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him. Madame Jian looked at her son with a heavy heart. Once you arrive in the capital, you must take care of yourself and avoid taking the lead in matters. She understood her son's disposition well. He often took things to heart, and she feared that upon his arrival in the capital, he might clash with the Empress Dowager or the officials. Rest assured, mother, I shall exercise prudence, Zhu Hozhong replied, still unaccustomed to referring to himself as this prince so soon after assuming the throne. Coupled with Zhu Chu's earlier words that ignited his ambitions regarding the throne, he thought that perhaps he would one day refer to himself as I, and thus did not alter his language. Wen Fu, Huang Jin, you must ensure the prince's safety, Madame Jian implored Liu Bing and Huang Jin. Your Highness, fear not. As long as I draw breath, the prince shall remain unharmed, Liu Bing assured with a bow. Do not worry, Your Highness, I shall take good care of our lord, a young eunuch beside Liu Bing added softly. Zhu Hozhong gazed at his mother, unable to suppress his emotions, and embraced her, weeping profusely. Mother, once I have established myself in the capital, I shall bring you over without delay. No matter how reluctant he felt, separation was inevitable. Zhu Hozhong mounted the grand carriage, and the procession set forth toward the capital. The entourage halted in Liangxiang, merely a day's journey from the capital, as per Yang Tinghe's suggestion, intended to present a show of strength to the future emperor. The so-called rituals had long been wielded by the literati as a means to subdue the emperor, and Zhu Hozong was no exception. According to the established customs, Zhu Hozong was required to conduct the adoption ceremony here before entering the capital as the crown prince, followed by the grand coronation. Upon Zhu Hozong's arrival in Liangxiang, Yang Tinghe had already assembled the officials, awaiting his presence. Had an ordinary youth encountered such a spectacle, he would likely have faltered in speech, yielding entirely to Yang Tinghe's whims. However, Zhu Hozong was no ordinary individual. He recognized that he could not afford to display any weakness at this moment. "We, your subjects, pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince," Yang Tinghe proclaimed. "The Prime Minister dares to speak of customs to me. My father has only recently passed, and I am in mourning for him. The Prime Minister expects me to abandon my father and enter the great clan. What reasoning is this?" Zhu Hozong faced Yang Tinghe, undaunted. The royal family had always been divided into the great clan and the lesser clan. The emperor's line belonged to the great clan, while all other princes were deemed lesser. Is it the purpose of customs to teach such ingratitude? It made no mention of being established as the crown prince. Since I am here to inherit the throne, I should follow the emperor's protocol and enter the palace through the main entrance of the Ming Gate, rather than the so-called Eastern Gate. Zhu Hozong spoke with conviction. Upon hearing these words, Yang Tinghe and the others felt a pang of unease. Realizing the situation had become exceedingly complicated, they had presumed that this youth, lacking any foundation in the capital and of such tender age, would easily submit to their manipulation, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. Even Yang Tinghe was at a loss for how to refute Zhu Hozong's assertions. For a moment, Zhu Hozong and the officials found themselves at a stalemate. "I have a compromise," Yang Tinghe finally declared after a lengthy discussion with the officials, approaching Zhu Hozong with a hint of resignation. "What compromise?" Zhu Hozong inquired. "You may enter the palace through the Ming Gate, but you must be adopted into the great clan. Otherwise, it would be against the customs." Yang Tinghe's suggestion represented a mutual concession. He no longer insisted that Zhu Hozong enter the palace as the crown prince, while Zhu Hozong would need to join the great clan to inherit the throne. Having been at an impasse for some time, with Yang Tinghe now taking a step back, Zhu Hozong felt reluctant to press further. After all, he had only Liu Bing and Huang Jin by his side. He wished fervently that Zhu Chu were present to provide him with counsel, though such a hope was clearly unattainable. Therefore, he resolved to acquiesce for the moment, planning to strategize later. With this thought in mind, Zhu Hozong verbally conceded to Yang Tinghe's proposal. Yang Tinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 59. The appointment of the Jinyi Wei commander. Zhu Chu first encountered Zhu Hozong, the emperor of his age, in the imperial study. At present, both Zhu Chu and Zhu Hozong had recently turned 15. Yet, Zhu Hozong had already ascended to the throne. Such is the wondrous nature of life's fortunes. Zhu Chu stood at around 1.80 meters, his physique not imposing but remarkably well proportioned. "I fortuitously acquired a snow-treading black steed last year, and I have brought it with me to the capital this time. Go and see if it pleases you," Zhu Hozong said. Upon seeing Zhu Chu, the confusion and uncertainty that had initially clouded his mind dissipated, replaced by newfound assurance. This young man, who stood before him, possessed the snow-treading black steed had been renowned since ancient times, its body entirely black save for its white hooves, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. This horse, however, was not as Zhu Hozong had suggested, merely a chance acquisition. After Zhu Chu first offered advice to Zhu Hozong, the latter, upon realizing the possibility of his ascension, found himself restless through the night, contemplating the necessity of bringing a gift for their eventual meeting. According to Liu Bing, Zhu Hozong learned that Zhu Chu had trained in martial arts under Liu Song for several years, which inspired him to commission a search for a distinguished steed. Fortune favored him, as his subordinates stumbled upon a snow-treading black steed, which brought Zhu Hozong immense joy. The value of such a noble steed is immeasurable. Zhu Chu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhu Hozong to hold him in such high regard. This was indeed gratifying, validating the considerable effort he had previously expended. "Your Majesty, a horse can be viewed at any time, it will not run away. The immediate priority is to assist you in resolving the current predicament," Zhu Chu stated. Zhu Hozong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of happiness, for it indicated that Zhu Chu was wholly committed to supporting him. It was only natural, as Zhu Hozong had long been aware of Zhu Chu's unwavering loyalty to the Liu Song family. Do you have a solution? Zhu Hozong inquired, a hint of distress evident in his voice. Having recently arrived in the capital, he felt utterly reliant on Zhu Chu, having no knowledge of whom else he could depend on among the civil and military officials. If not for Zhu Chu's prior warnings, Zhu Hozong might have unwittingly leaned on Yang Tinghe for guidance, considering he was the one. However, upon learning of the fates that befell his elder brother and uncle, Zhu Hozong was filled with trepidation towards Yang Tinghe, viewing him as a formidable threat. At this moment, Zhu Hozong was overwhelmed with insecurity, fearing that this chief minister might take a disliking to him and lead him to ruin. Your Majesty need not be excessively concerned. The officials of the court are not a monolithic entity. Some may be appropriately promoted, such as the distinguished scholar Zhang Song and the Minister of Revenue Yang Yiqing, both of whom are not aligned with Chief Minister Yang Tinghe. Zhu Chu informed Zhu Hozong of the insights he had gathered. Both Yang Yiqing and Zhang Song were opportunists during the historical grand rites incident, becoming the greatest beneficiaries of it. Without hesitation, they had defected, aligning themselves with Zhu Hozong and aiding him in turning the tide. Thus, Zhu Chu had diligently investigated their personal connections and allegiances over the past 6 months, discovering that they were not in league with Yang Tinghe and Xie Yang. Zhu Chu cared not for their loyalty or treachery. Loyalty is often a matter of perspective, and at this moment, those who could be loyal to the emperor and help him gain authority were indeed loyal subjects. Moreover, how one discerns loyalty from treachery is often clouded in ambiguity. Historically, Zhang Song's reputation, while not wholly favorable, was not entirely damning either. His loyalty to the emperor was beyond dispute, in stark contrast to other chief ministers who sought either to dominate the emperor or conspire against him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozong's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He was unfamiliar with Zhang Song but had certainly heard of Yang Yiqing. His father, the Prince of Xinjiang, had often spoken of the 3 great talents from Chu, one of whom was Yang Yiqing. Yang Yiqing is now the Minister of Revenue. In his eyes, I am but a child. How could he possibly assist me? Zhu Hozong mused, feeling somewhat despondent. Zhu Chu, hearing this, was not surprised. These 2 men had not initially aligned themselves with the emperor and would not do so until a few years later. However, with Zhu Chu present, he would expedite this process for the young emperor. This is easily remedied. Your Majesty merely needs to demonstrate your capabilities. Tomorrow, in court, you should propose. There will undoubtedly be opposition, with the Ministry of Rights at the forefront. I possess leverage against Liu Feng, a deputy minister in that department. Zhu Chu did not withhold any pertinent information from Zhu Hozong. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozong felt a cloud of gloom lift, replaced by excitement. If he could follow Zhu Chu's advice and establish a precedent, the officials in court would think twice before oppressing him. Subsequently, Zhu Chu disclosed the names of several officials he had leverage over to the current Emperor Zhejing. Although the era of Zhengde still reigned, the era name of Zhejing had already been decided and would officially be proclaimed in the coming spring. Thanks to you, I would have been utterly lost without your guidance. In this city, I am without support. In the future, I can only rely on you. Do you wish to enter the court as an official or pursue another path? Zhejing gazed at Zhu Chu, finally broaching the pivotal question regarding Zhu Chu's official position. I have no desire to serve in the court, for I would surely be no match for those cunning foxes. I fear I would find myself mired in a quagmire. I wish to join the Jinhi Wei and serve your Majesty, Zhu Chu stated candidly, revealing his aspirations without pretense. Upon hearing this, Zhejing's eyes brightened further. What say you? Zhejing was acutely aware that Zhu Chu had been instrumental in his rise, having plotted for his benefit long before. Although he harbored a desire to appoint his childhood friend Liu Bing to the position, he recognized that Zhu Chu's contributions far outweighed his own. Moreover, Zhu Chu and Liu Bing shared a bond akin to family, with Zhu Chu treating his wet nurse with great kindness, thus fostering an even closer connection in Zhejing's heart. Your Majesty, it would be more fitting for my elder brother to assume the role of commander of the Jinhi Wei, Zhu Chu suggested, turning to Liu Bing. Upon hearing this, Liu Bing grew anxious. Do not defer this to me. I lack such capability. In comparison to you, I fall woefully short. Your Majesty requires our joint assistance. Please do not refuse. Liu Bing, being well aware of his own. He understood better than anyone how much Ju had previously strategized for the emperor. No matter how shameless he might be, he could not bring himself to usurp the position of commander. Indeed, you should not decline. You shall be the commander of the Jinyi Wei, while one Fu will serve as the deputy commander. It is settled, Jiajing declared decisively, providing Ju no opportunity to refuse. The Jinyi Wei had always been the emperor's own, with the emperor possessing absolute authority over personnel decisions. Given the strict hierarchy of the Jinyi Wei, Jiajing's command would face no dissent, even though he had only just ascended to the throne at the tender age of 15. Chapter 60. The enlightenment of the Jiajing Emperor. Your Majesty, besides the two individuals I have mentioned, there is yet another person in this palace who warrants your attention, Ju remarked after assuming the post of commander of the Imperial Guard, casting a discerning glance at Zhu Hozong. Who might this person be? Zhu Hozong inquired, his interest piqued. While the ministers in the court may have oppressed him, they posed no significant threat. However, within the confines of the palace, one could feel quite out of place. It is crucial to remember that the Empress Dowager resides here, wielding authority over the entire palace, which left Zhu Hozong feeling rather insecure, longing to have Lu Bing by his side at all times. The Grand Director of Ceremonies, Zhang Yang, Ju stated, the aged eunuch, over 50 years of age, was no ordinary figure. After Zhu Hozong fell into the water, the citizens of the capital and Ju were led to believe that the emperor had perished. However, in truth, Zhu Hozong had managed to survive for nearly half a year before succumbing to his injuries. To be precise, he had fallen into the water 6 months prior. Upon his return from inspecting Jinling, while passing through Tongju, the then commander of the Imperial Guard, Jiang Bin, sensed something amiss and detained Zhu Hozong in Tongju for an extended period, summoning the ministers to meet him. Nevertheless, this was not in accordance with protocol, leading to Jiang Bin being accused of treason by Yang Tinghe and others. Ultimately, Jiang Bin had no choice but to allow Zhu Hozong to return to the capital, shortly before which following his fall, there were those who were unwilling to watch Zhu Hozong perish under the ministrations of the imperial physicians, including Jiang Bin himself. Yang Tinghe, along with the Empress Dowager and Zhang Yang, conspired to keep a close watch on Jiang Bin. After Zhu Hozong's demise at the hands of the physicians, they united to apprehend Jiang Bin, branding him a traitor and orchestrating a campaign of slander against him. However, Zhang Yang was a complex character. The intricacies of human nature often lead to multifaceted outcomes, and many situations are intertwined. Historically, Zhang Yang was considered loyal to the Jiajing emperor, or rather, he had not yet turned against him when he passed away from illness, his advanced age being a contributing factor. Many times, an individual's loyalty or virtue evolves with the passage of time. One cannot simply summarize a person based on a singular stance. Your Majesty may employ this individual for the time being, but one must remain vigilant. Furthermore, you should exercise caution with all the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. I suggest assigning Zhang Yang the task to gradually inspect all the palace maids, Ju advised. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozong felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of the palace maids being untrustworthy was indeed alarming, yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If there were no allies within the palace, how had his elder brother, uncle, and grandfather met their fates? If Zhang Yang is untrustworthy, why assign him this task? Zhu Hozong questioned, perplexed. Ju chuckled softly. It is entirely reasonable for the Grand Director of Ceremonies to undertake this responsibility. Assigning it to anyone else would violate protocol. However, he is not to be the one executing it. He will merely lend his name, while the actual implementation will fall to your elder brother and uncle. Ju did not finish his thought, yet Zhu Hozong, being astute, instantly comprehended the implications. Conducting a thorough overhaul of the palace's eunuchs and maids would undoubtedly offend many, yet by having Zhang Yang's name attached to the task, he would bear the brunt of any resentment, while Lu Song and Lu Bing would ensure a meticulous examination of the palace personnel without the fear of others infiltrating their ranks. This strategy is quite ingenious, Zhu Hozong exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. Hang Qi, allow Huang Jin to escort you to see that snow-treading black steed, assess whether it pleases you, Zhu Hozong commanded, his earlier gloom dissipating as he spoke with newfound vigor. Having recently ascended the throne, he had initially felt bewildered and uncertain of how to proceed, yet, after this enlightening conversation with Ju, he felt as though all the threads had been untangled before him. Such a capable minister was someone Zhu Hozong naturally wished to cherish. Thank you for your gracious favor, Your Majesty. Zhu Chu expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formality between us, Zhu Hozong replied with a smile. This remark was merely for Zhu Chu's ears. The dynamics between a sovereign and his ministers are inherently imbalanced. While the emperor may utter many words, such as this one, a minister must never take such sentiments to heart or become complacent, for that path leads perilously close to ruin. History is rife with examples of those who, in their hubris and reliance on favor, found themselves estranged from their sovereign and ultimately met tragic ends. Regardless of Zhu Hozong's self-perception, Zhu Chu remained resolute in adhering to a fundamental principle of the era. The emperor is the emperor, and the minister is the minister. There must be no transgression of boundaries, lest calamity ensue. Lord Zhu, please follow me, Huang Jin said respectfully as he approached Zhu Chu. In truth, Huang Jin held Zhu Chu in profound esteem, viewing him as a paragon of excellence. This Lord Zhu, approximately a decade younger than himself, conducted himself with a level of eloquence and competence that far surpassed his own, even eclipsing that of Liu Bing. This realization compelled Huang Jin to assume a position of humility in Zhu Chu's presence. When addressing others, Huang Jin might refer to himself in the first person, as he represented the emperor and could not afford to lose face. However, in the company of Zhu Chu, the dynamics shifted entirely. Huang Jin perceived the current situation as one orchestrated by this young gentleman for the emperor's benefit, although he had been unaware of Zhu Chu's machinations prior. Since Zhu Hozong's ascension had settled the dust, he had informed his fellow attendants of the need to treat Zhu Chu with deference. Upon learning of these matters, Huang Jin regarded Zhu Chu with awe and respect, instinctively understanding how to comport himself without needing Zhu Hozong's directive. I appreciate your assistance, Eunuch Huang, Zhu Chu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Zhu Chu followed Huang Jin out of the palace and arrived at the Royal Horse Department, one of the 12 major departments of the Ming Dynasty, alongside the Grand Director of Ceremonies. The Royal Horse Department was responsible not only for training and caring for the royal horses but also for managing the imperial estates and operating shops, effectively serving as the royal steward. Their authority was considerable. However, in this era, the functions of managing estates and shops had diminished significantly. Otherwise, the emperor would not have consistently faced financial shortages. The reality was that many individuals were siphoning off resources, leading to a meager sum reaching the emperor. Eunuch Huang. Upon entering the Royal Horse Department, the eunuchs there promptly bowed to Huang Jin, the companion of the Jiajing Emperor. Huang Jin, despite holding a lower position at present, was not someone these eunuchs could afford to offend. Whether among the imperial guards or the eunuchs, authority ultimately stemmed from the emperor. Thus, they were obliged to show deference to the source of that power. Consequently, even the seasoned eunuchs of the Royal Horse Department treated Huang Jin with utmost respect, aware that a single unfavorable word from him to the emperor could lead to their dismissal or, in the worst case, their demise. The emperor could eliminate a eunuch with the same ease as crushing an ant, without raising any eyebrows. Whether eunuchs or imperial guards, they operated within a different system from the civil officials. Although numerous eunuchs and palace maids had been infiltrated by the civil officials, on the surface, those officials had no legitimate grounds to interfere. Furthermore, there were more issues among the palace maids than among the eunuchs. Most eunuchs were unencumbered by familial ties. Those who survived had no desire to become eunuchs, fixated solely on climbing the ranks and pleasing the emperor. In contrast, many palace maids entered the palace from relatively respectable backgrounds. While they might not rival the nobility, they were hardly from impoverished families, making them more susceptible to manipulation. I have been commanded to escort the commander, Lord Zhu, to retrieve the snow-treading black steed, Huang Jin stated, adopting a commanding demeanor in front of the other eunuchs. Within the palace, eunuchs close to the emperor must maintain an air of authority, lest complications arise. Please follow me, the eunuch before them said, visibly taken aback upon hearing the title of commander, casting a bewildered glance at Zhu Chu, unable to fathom how this young man had risen to such. Chapter 61, The Commander of the Jinni Wei shocks the officials. Before long, Zhu Chu beheld the magnificent snow-treading black steed, entirely black except for the white hairs surrounding its 4 hooves, exuding an aura of extraordinary grace. Whether from the previous prince's manner or the present imperial horse management, horse breeding was a refined craft. The coat of this snow-treading steed glistened with a radiant sheen, reflecting the sunlight brilliantly. Although Ju Chu was no expert in equine matters, he could immediately discern the distinctiveness of this horse. Among the other horses in the imperial stables, it stood out like a crane among chickens. During his time as a scholar in the Liu family, Liu Song had commenced teaching Ju Chu and Liu Wei the art of horsemanship. However, in recent years, Ju Chu had scarcely found time to practice. His riding skills were rather mediocre. Naturally, he could handle ordinary horses, but he felt a lack of confidence with the one before him. Nevertheless, given Ju Chu's agility, he was not overly apprehensive. As the duty eunuch of the imperial horse management opened the gate and led the snow-treading steed before Ju Chu, he cautioned, "My lord, please be careful, this horse has a fiery temperament." Taking the reins from the eunuch's hands, Ju Chu noticed the horse becoming somewhat agitated, pawing the ground anxiously. Clearly, the unfamiliar presence of Ju Chu had instilled a sense of unease in the creature. Soon, the eunuch assisted Ju Chu in donning an opulent saddle and stirrups, and judging by their materials and design, he knew they were of no modest expense. It appeared these individuals were adept at catering their treatment based on one's status, but Ju Chu felt quite pleased with this unspoken flattery from the imperial horse management. Once the saddle was secured, Ju Chu mounted the horse, which, already Huang Jin, standing nearby, became exceedingly anxious, fearing for Ju Chu's safety. However, the eunuchs of the imperial horse management remained unconcerned. In their eyes, anyone capable of becoming the commander of the Jinyi Wei was undoubtedly formidable in martial prowess, and thus, unlikely to come to harm easily. Ju Chu gripped the reins firmly and pressed his legs against the horse's flank. Thankfully, the saddle provided support, otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain his seat. Before long, the hooves of the steed hit the ground, and Ju Chu guided it toward the training grounds of the imperial horse management. Although his riding skills were average, his agility combined with the horse's training made the endeavor less daunting than anticipated. As the steed acclimated to Ju Chu's presence, it began to gallop freely within the arena. After a thrilling sprint, Ju Chu dismounted, exhilarated, and affectionately patted the horse's head. The steed nuzzled against his face in a display of fondness. "Are you satisfied, Lord Ju?" Huang Jin inquired, observing Ju Chu's radiant expression. "Very much so, indeed. However, such a precious horse may find no suitable caretaker in my household," Ju Chu replied, a hint of concern in his voice. "That is easily remedied. You may leave it in the care of the imperial horse management. There is no one better equipped to tend to horses in all of the Ming dynasty. The fodder here is of the highest quality," Huang Jin assured him. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu's eyes brightened. "Is that truly appropriate? Maintaining such a valuable horse incurs significant expenses." Now that the horse rightfully belonged to Ju Chu, it seemed improper to leave it in the stables. "Quite appropriate, indeed. Whenever you require the horse, simply send word, and we shall have it delivered to you," one of the eunuchs at the imperial horse management beamed. Utilizing public resources for personal benefit was a game he was all too eager to play. "Then I shall trouble you with this favor. What is your name?" Ju Chu inquired of the eunuch beside him. The eunuch, upon hearing this, was elated, thinking his flattery had not gone unnoticed. "I'm Chen Tong, my lord. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." The eunuch's face, being a minor eunuch in the imperial horse management, he recognized that these two individuals were of significant status, one being a close companion of the emperor and the other having just ascended to the rank of Jinyi Wei commander. A word from either could elevate his standing considerably. "Then I shall count on you, Master Chen, to look after it well." Ju Chu patted Chen Tong's shoulder, that he held no aversion to those who aspire. After all, ambition often translated into earnest efforts to serve both oneself and the emperor. Those in high positions never feared those with desires, rather, the most concerning were those devoid of ambition. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall tend to your treasure with utmost diligence," Chen Tong replied, grinning broadly. Ju Chu produced a silver ingot and casually tossed it to Chen Tong, who quickly caught it with both hands. Appearing somewhat comical, Ju Chu understood that Chen Tong's antics were deliberate. The more comical and flustered one appeared before their superiors, the greater sense of accomplishment the latter would derive. As Ju Chu exited the imperial horse management, he turned to Huang Jin. "Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for the generous gift. I am quite fond of this horse." "Do not worry, my lord, I shall deliver your words without fail," Huang Jin replied, slightly bowing with respect. After bidding farewell to Huang Jin, Ju Chu returned home. At this moment, both the Ju and Lu families were experiencing a remarkable transformation, especially for the Lu family. The threshold was nearly worn down by those seeking connections, due to Ju Chu's and Lu Bing's influence, coupled with the fact that the Yang family matriarch had nursed the emperor. Lu Song had effortlessly risen to the position of Jinyi Wei Qianhu. He held the title of a genuine Qianhu, ranking 5th in the official hierarchy. Although a Jinyi Wei Qianhu was merely a 5th-rank official, even those of the 3rd rank were compelled to greet Lu Song with respect, wary of offending him. Likewise, Ju Chu, as the Jinyi Wei commander, held a 3rd-rank title but was regarded as one of the highest-ranking officials. No court officer, including Yang Tinghe, dared to overlook the current Ju Chu. He had indeed soared to great heights. However, news of Ju Chu's appointment had yet to circulate widely, so there were not many individuals gathered at his doorstep. Occasionally, someone would appear, having heard of Ju Chu's connections to Lu Bing and Lu Song, seeking to leverage their relationship. Most of these individuals were affiliated with the Jinyi Wei, with a few being officials. Those who sought to associate with the Jinyi Wei were typically not of the clear stream, often unconcerned with their reputations, as the Jinyi Wei was notoriously viewed unfavorably by the literati. Upon returning home, Ju Chu found Lu Wei engrossed in his studies in the courtyard. "Second brother, you have returned," Lu Wei exclaimed, visibly delighted. Half a year prior, Lu Wei had returned to Hubei for the county and provincial examinations, performing exceptionally well, placing 1st in the county exam and 3rd in the provincial one. Lu Wei had now become a Shuozai and was preparing for the township examination. However, with the Lu family in such a tumultuous state, it was hardly conducive to studying, prompting Lu Wei to retreat to Ju Chu's residence. Ju Chu was well aware that Lu Wei had always possessed scholarly potential, albeit having previously been rather unruly. Historically, Lu Wei had eventually ascended to the position of Shaoqing of the Taichung Temple through the imperial examination. "Second brother, the master visited just now," Lu Wei remarked with a complex expression. Both Ju Chu and Lu Wei harbored mixed feelings toward Master Yang. Had it not been for him, they would never have had the opportunity to study under Tang Bohu. Moreover, Master Yang had devoted considerable effort to their education. However, after the Lu family's downfall, Master Yang had severed all ties with them, failing to reach out even once in all these years. While Ju Chu understood the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, he could not help but feel some resentment. Mother's attitude toward him is not favorable either. The teacher scolded him quite harshly. Lu Wei added. Ju Chu knew that the teacher Lu Wei referred to was Tang Bohu. Compared to Master Yang, Tang Bohu had treated Ju Chu like a father during their turbulent time. At that time, Ju Chu had felt utterly helpless, having just emerged from a life of comfort into uncertainty. Tang Bohu's presence provided him with much-needed reassurance. "My lord, officials from the Shanyi Bureau and the Ministry of War request an audience," Spring Orchid announced as she rushed in. "Let them enter," Ju Chu replied, aware that they were likely there to deliver the ceremonial attire for the Jinyi Wei. Before long, 2 groups of individuals arrived before Ju Chu. "Greetings, Lord Ju," they said respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities," Ju Chu smiled in response. "My lord, this is your ceremonial attire," the representatives of the Shanyi Bureau said, presenting a complete set of clothing, including a hat, shoes, and trousers, handed over with both hands. "Spring Orchid," Ju Chu called to her. Understanding his cue, she stepped forward to receive each item. "My lord, this is your armor and weaponry," the representatives from the Ministry of War announced as they approached, carrying various pieces of armor and a long axe along with a Xiuquan Dao. The ceremonial armor and long axe were typically worn during significant ceremonies. The Feiyu attire and Xiuquan Dao were the customary garments for a commander. At that moment, Ju Chu's household was devoid of any servants aside from Spring Orchid, who was not a servant in the traditional sense but a free individual. Observing this, Lu Wei hurriedly stepped up to help carry some of the items, while Ju Chu took on a portion himself. The entire set of ceremonial armor consisted of numerous pieces, making it somewhat cumbersome to wear, though thankfully, it was not required often. "Thank you for your hard work," Ju Chu casually handed 10 taels of silver to the two leading individuals. This was customary, a celebratory red envelope for his promotion. "Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. We are fortunate to share in your joy," the overseer from the Shanyi Bureau replied, beaming. "It seems I shall need to hire some additional help," Ju Chu mused, realizing that with only Spring Orchid around, things were rather inconvenient. With Chuli no longer at home, he felt no qualms about it. "Spring Orchid, please go find my cousin and ask him to head to the countryside to procure some trustworthy servants," Ju Chu instructed after the representatives from the Shanyi Bureau and Ministry of War had departed. Shortly thereafter, Huang Jin returned with others in tow. Huang Jin's visit served two purposes: to formally announce Ju Chu's appointment and to present the rewards bestowed upon him by Emperor Jiajing, 1,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels. Ju Chu, however, did not place much value on these financial rewards. He had long lost track of his own wealth, having not done a thorough accounting in ages. He had transferred his shares in the tavern to Mu Yunjin long ago, adhering to the principle that officials should not engage in commerce. As for Huang Jin, Ju Chu was more than willing to show his appreciation, directly placing a chunk of silver ingot in Huang Jin's hands. "Oh my, Lord Ju, this is far too generous," Huang Jin exclaimed, feeling the weight of the silver in his hands. "Should His Majesty inquire, simply explain, and he shall not hold it against you," Ju Chu reassured him with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Ju, for your kindness," Huang Jin replied, knowing there was no point in further refusal. Before long, news of Ju Chu's promotion to Jinyi Wei commander spread throughout the capital. "What, Hengqi has become the Jinyi Wei commander?" Sun Jiaojiao nearly choked on her tea upon hearing the news. "Indeed, my lady. The entire capital is abuzz with it," her husband confirmed. "Could it be due to the Liu family? Yet that does not seem right. If that were the case, it should have been someone from the Liu family who was appointed," Sun Jiaojiao pondered, unable to make sense of. "Should anything happen to you and the old man in the future, I could seek his assistance," as Sun Jiaojiao remarked with a smile. Not only Sun Jiaojiao, but also Han Jier and his daughter Han Yuana were left astounded upon hearing the news. "Who exactly is this Ju Hengqi?" Han Jier furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how Ju Chu could have risen so rapidly. If the emperor had appointed Liu Bing as the Jinyi Wei commander, he could understand it. However, Ju Chu's appointment seemed rather peculiar. "You should cultivate a closer relationship with Ju Hengqi," Han Jie advised his daughter, recognizing that as the deputy minister of revenue. Upon hearing the news, Tang Bohu was left utterly speechless. "This lad has become the Jinyi Wei commander." Chapter 62, The Thoughts of Zhu Hozong. Ju Chu takes office. Ju Chu was utterly astonished that Zhu Hozong would directly appoint him as the. He had initially hoped merely to secure a position as a deputy Qianhu. According to Ju Chu's understanding, in the annals of history, Liu Bing had only begun as a deputy Qianhu. However, prior to Ju Chu's appointment, the positions of commander and deputy commander of the Jinyi Wei were fortuitously vacant. The former deputy commanders and the previous commander Jian Bin had been executed by Yang Tinghe and others. Otherwise, even with Zhu Hozong as emperor, it would have been difficult to arrange such a direct appointment. In this regard, Yang Tinghe had inadvertently aided Ju Chu. Nevertheless, Ju Chu comprehended Zhu Hozong's eagerness to elevate him to such a high position. The primary reason lay in Ju Chu's abilities, which had far surpassed those of his contemporaries and even most Jinyi Wei officers. At that moment, Liu Bing was still relatively inexperienced. Even if Zhu Hozong had forcibly appointed him as the commander, he would likely struggle to command respect and might ultimately be undermined by his subordinates. Even after Liu Bing gained power, many of his decisions were marked by indecisiveness, and he often found himself embroiled in conflicts with civil officials, particularly the two familial connections. Xu Jie and Yang Shifan. In contrast, Ju Chu had demonstrated capabilities that left the emperor Jiajing deeply impressed. The emperor believed that Ju Chu could swiftly master the Jinyi Wei, thereby providing Zhu Hozong with significant support. Having just ascended the throne, Zhu Hozong was in dire need of assistance, yet neither Liu Bing nor Huang Jin could offer him substantial help. At this juncture, Ju Chu's emergence ignited hope for Zhu Hozong to consolidate power rapidly. Ju Chu was acutely aware that, given his youth, his appointment as commander would undoubtedly provoke discontent among his subordinates. However, he he remained unconcerned. The Jinni Wei, in essence, existed fundamentally to safeguard imperial authority. As long as Zhu Chu could assist Zhu Hozong in establishing a firm foothold and suppressing figures like Yang Tinghe, no one would dare to contest his authority. In a word, merit would speak for itself. That very afternoon, Zhu Chu donned the flamboyant Feiyu robe and grasped the embroidered spring blade as he arrived at the Jinni Wei's commandery. The workplace of the Jinni Wei was known as the commandery of the Jinni Wei, abbreviated as the Northern and Southern Jinfu departments. The striking Feiyu robe Zhu Chu wore drew immediate attention. Upon entering, the Jinni Wei officers hurriedly saluted him. "We pay our respects to the esteemed commander." Only the commander of the Jinni Wei was permitted to wear the Feiyu robe, which was adorned not only with fish-scale patterns but also with four-clawed dragons, a privilege beyond the reach of ordinary Jinni Wei officers, who were restricted to wearing splendid robes. Under the guidance of a Jinni Wei officer, Zhu Chu swiftly arrived at his office, casually taking a seat with his legs propped upon the table. "What is your name?" Zhu Chu inquired of the officer who had led him. "In response to your honor, please enlighten me about our Jinni Wei," Zhu Chu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu, feeling the weight of the moment, promptly began to introduce the Jinni Wei. The Jinni Wei was a vast institution, comprising three major: the Jinfu department, the 24 Jinhu offices, and the Jinglishi. The Jinfu department was further subdivided into the Northern and Southern Jinfu departments. The Northern Jinfu department was responsible for cases It was this very department that rendered the Jinni Wei infamous among the officials. The Southern Jinfu department, on the other hand, oversaw military discipline and law, as well as the management of weapon manufacturing. As for the 24 Jinhu offices, their structure was even more intricate, divided into various sections such as the central, left, right, front, and rear offices, primarily responsible for ceremonial duties during the emperor's outings, with the mountain armor primarily prepared for these occasions. Many subdivisions existed within these offices, each with its specific responsibilities, resulting in a rather complex hierarchy. In addition to these, there were functional Jinhu offices such as the Elephant Training Office, the Granary Office, the Left and Right Cavalry Offices, and the Front and Rear Cavalry Offices. The latter four were akin to the Imperial Horse Office, but while the latter focused on royal horse breeding and training, the former managed the steeds of the Jinni Wei. Compared to the Imperial Horse Office, the resources and overall management of horses for the Jinni Wei were considerably inferior. Lastly, there were the Imperial Guard Office and the Naval Office. The Imperial Guard Office was responsible for the Emperor's protection and security, primarily comprising his personal guards. Within the Jinni Wei, the commander had two deputy commanders beneath him. However, at this moment, only Liu Bing had been appointed as a deputy commander, while the other position remained vacant. The appointment of Liu Bing as deputy commander served a dual purpose: to facilitate their cooperation in swiftly mastering the Jinni Wei and to enable Liu Bing to grow under Zhu Chu's protective guidance. Beneath the deputy commanders were two officials of the fourth rank, known as commanding officers, primarily responsible for military training and administrative duties. The role of commanding officer was lucrative, yet it wielded less power than that of a fourth-rank Jinfu official. Both the Northern and Southern Jinfu departments appointed one Jinfu official each. However, in terms of authority, the Jinfu official of the Northern Jinfu department vastly surpassed that of the Southern Jinfu department. The Northern Jinfu department was the core of the entire Jinni Wei, and it was the first department Zhu Chu aimed to control. "Summon Lu Wanshan," Zhu Chu instructed Deng Yu. Lu Wanshan was none other than the Jinfu official of the Northern Jinfu department, and Zhu Chu intended to intimidate him first. Once Lu Wanshan acknowledged Zhu Chu's authority, the entire Jinni Wei would be firmly within his grasp. "Yes," Deng Yu replied. To him, the commander before him was a figure of immense stature, and he felt exceedingly fortunate to have caught Zhu Chu's attention. Before long, a burly man accompanied by Deng Yu stood before Zhu Chu. This man's visage was exceedingly fierce, and he bore a physique reminiscent of a bear. Subordinate Lu Wanshan pays his respects to the esteemed commander, Lu Wanshan said begrudgingly. "What, do you harbor discontent towards me?" Zhu Chu inquired, a playful smile on his lips as he regarded Lu Wanshan. Subordinate would not dare. Lu Wan, you believe the emperor is too young and favors his acquaintances, am I correct? Zhu Chu teased. At this, Lu Wanshan remained silent, effectively conceding to the insinuation. "I shall not resort to the old ploy of intimidation." Let us see how matters unfold. Tomorrow will witness a significant operation, and your men must be prepared at all times. The Emperor's stability upon the Dragon Throne hinges upon tomorrow's events, a Ju Chu stated, his demeanor shifting from casual to solemn as he faced Lu Wanshan. Should your men falter, do not blame me for turning against you. Lu Wanshan, being the Jinfu official of the Northern Jinfu Department, would not be easily cowed by Ju Chu. Then I shall await the outcome with keen interest, he replied. Chapter 63. The tormented Yangshan and the ruthless Xie Yang. When Shenqing learned that Ju Chu had been appointed as the commander of the Jinyi Wei, she felt utterly disoriented. The memory of their first encounter remained vivid in her mind. Ju Chu had been youthful, his eyes reflecting a certain bewilderment about the future, yet compelled to take on responsibilities for the Lu family. Shenqing felt a profound sense of gratitude for her past decisiveness, for it was this very quality that had shaped the person she was today. Although she had surpassed her 20s, she had yet to marry. The matchmakers and long-estranged relatives had nearly worn down the threshold of her home with their incessant visits. However, Shenqing was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. They merely sought to benefit from the Shen family's current reliance on her. Marrying her would grant them access to the family's resources. If it were merely this, she might have tolerated it, but after years of navigating the business world, Shenqing was no longer the naive girl she once was. She had developed a keen understanding of human nature's darker aspects. She feared that should she marry, her husband's family might be impatient, potentially leading to her demise, after which her wealth would become theirs. In this era, a woman could easily meet her end within the confines of her home, and a few words could easily gloss over the incident. The authorities would hardly bother to investigate. Of course, Shenqing's continued single status was only part of the story. The other part was Ju Chu her. He was both mentor and friend, and her admiration for him had intensified over the years, rendering other men nearly invisible in her eyes. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Had she not met Ju Chu, she might have considered marrying into a reasonably good family, yet now, her heart could not fathom such a decision. Shenqing was aware that many around her had begun to gossip. Given her advanced age and unmarried status, being the subject of speculation was inevitable. However, she remained unfazed. The Shenqing of today was no longer the easily swayed girl of yesteryear. She had long recognized that Ju Chu was no ordinary individual. When he purchased the Feng family's shop years ago, she realized this truth. Deep down, she wished for Ju Chu to tread more cautiously, while simultaneously striving to better herself, not wanting the gap between them to widen further. Yet the more she endeavored, the more she discovered how extraordinarily capable Ju Chu was in every regard. Often, the things he said would only resonate with her once she reached a certain level of understanding, leaving her with an epiphany. In those moments, Shenqing would regard Ju Chu with the reverence one might reserve for a celestial being, suddenly aware of just how formidable he truly was. Little did she anticipate that one day, Ju Chu would soar to such heights. As the saying goes, the great rock rises with the wind, ascending to 90,000 miles. While she felt immense joy for Ju Chu, she was also plagued by a profound sense of loss, lamenting the growing distance between them. The prospect of seeing him in the future would likely be far less accessible than before. As for matters of romance, Shenqing had relinquished any such aspirations. With Ju Chu in her life, she understood she would no longer harbor feelings for other men. Instead, she contemplated adopting a child to inherit the Shen family's legacy, thus fulfilling her duty to her lineage. Farther, what do you think the Emperor intends by suddenly appointing this Ju Hengqi as the commander of the Jinyi Wei? In the residence of Yang Tinghe, Yangshan looked at his father with a perplexed expression. Why concern ourselves with his motives? They are merely two young lads. Our little Emperor is quite sentimental, otherwise, he wouldn't consider posthumously elevating the late King Xingxian to the status of Taishang Huang. Ju Chu is merely a child who has benefited from the Lu family. It seems the Emperor appreciates what he has done for Lu Song and his wife, hence his special favor. Yang Tinghe scoffed dismissively. If the position of commander had been given to someone else, it would have posed a problem for us, but now, with a mere boy in command, it is rather fortuitous. During tomorrow's court assembly, if the Emperor brings up the matter of posthumous elevation again, you must intervene. Yang Tinghe instructed his son. Yangshan's expression grew complex at his father's words. He could not be entirely oblivious to the machinations of Yang Tinghe, but his father had kept much from him, thus, even if he harbored suspicions, he dared not assert them. As a son, Yang Shen wished not to presume ill of his father, yet, as a subject, he felt compelled to act, to speak out. This internal conflict stemmed from the clash between his social standing and his ideals, leaving him perpetually seeking to evade such dilemmas. This sense of disconnection tormented Yang Shen. He believed that the Ming dynasty ought not to be as it was, and that the court officials should not resemble their current selves. However, despite his anguish, he could not reveal his turmoil, opting instead to feign ignorance and acquiesce to his father's will. If His Majesty truly pursues this course of action, it would be a breach of propriety, and I must oppose it, Yang Shen stated, as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, primarily responsible for advising the emperor. Should the emperor indeed act contrary to the rules of propriety, it was his duty to counsel against it. At this moment, in the residence of Xieyang, Liao Feng, the Vice Minister of Rights, was also present. "Sir, what is the background of this Juchu?" Liao Feng inquired with evident concern. Unlike others, Liao Feng had heard of Juchu, and he was aware that his own rebellious son had clashed with him, albeit without physical confrontation. Still, no one could predict whether Juchu would hold a grudge. Perhaps figures like Yang Tinghe and Xieyang were unperturbed by the commander of the Jinni Wei, but Liao Feng was merely a vice minister, a third-rank official. Though the commander was also a third-rank official, the disparity between third-rank officials could be greater than that between fifth and third. Should the commander of the Jinni Wei set his mind to eliminate him, Liao Feng would be utterly helpless. The Northern Pacification Bureau possessed the authority to detain individuals without the need for evidence. Once imprisoned in the Jiayuan, few could withstand the ordeal. Thus, Liao Feng hastened to seek out Xieyang, fully aware of the latter's ruthless reputation. If anyone in the court could safeguard him, it would be either Xieyang or the cabinet's chief minister, Yang Tinghe. They were all in the same boat, though some operated in the open while others remained in the shadows. Presently, the cabinet elder, Yang Tinghe, was at the forefront, while Liao Feng's department lingered in the background, ready to respond at any moment. Moreover, compared to Yang Tinghe, Liao Feng harbored a greater fear of Xieyang. Yang Elder was somewhat indecisive, lacking the necessary resolve. In contrast to the formidable presence before him, he paled in comparison. Liao Feng understood that it was merely a matter of time before Xieyang ascended to the position of chief minister. He needed only to keep pace with Xieyang's trajectory, just a child, utterly oblivious to the world. Does this little emperor truly believe he is playing house? Xieyang remarked with a cold smile. If the emperor raises that issue again tomorrow, do you know what to do? Rest assured, my lord, I shall be the first to offer counsel tomorrow. It is our duty in the Ministry of Rights, and I am thoroughly versed in all the ceremonial regulations, Liao Feng hastily assured. Xieyang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Let us hope the young emperor possesses some discernment. Chapter 64. The officials surround the Northern Town Protectorate. Tension in the air. On the following day in the court assembly, Zhu Hozong once again broached the subject of reinstating Prince Xingxian as the late emperor, only to be met with vehement opposition from the ministers. Leading the dissent was Liao Feng, the Deputy Minister of Rights, who fervently opposed the proposal. Liao enumerated various ceremonial regulations, vociferously declaring that the laws of the ancestors. Observing Liao's theatrical display, Zhu Hozong could not help but smirk coldly, choosing not to intervene, seemingly eager to witness how Liao would extricate himself from this predicament. Your Majesty, Lord Liao serves the nation with unwavering loyalty. Would you truly force him to the brink of despair? At that moment, another official from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward, positioning himself atop the moral high ground to rebuke Zhu Hozong, a hallmark of the I beseech you to retract your decree. As Liao Feng found himself increasingly cornered, Yang Shen hastily intervened to defuse the situation. Although Yang Shen was only 40 and held a modest position devoid of real power, his stature among the literati was unparalleled, rendering him a towering figure in the Ming dynasty. In the eyes of the Ming scholars, even prominent figures like Yang Tinghe and Xieyang paled in comparison to Yang Shen. Despite being a minor cabinet elder, Yang Shen never wielded his influence over others. He regarded himself merely as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy and a lecturer, never viewing himself through the lens of authority. With Yangshan leading the charge, more and more reform-minded officials began to cite precedents to inhibit Zhu Hozong. Ultimately, the court assembly ended in discontent, with Zhu Hozong's aspirations unfulfilled. After the court session, Zhu Hozong retreated to the imperial study, his previously furious demeanor evaporating in an instant. Upon hearing this, Liu Bing felt compelled to act immediately, hastening to the Jinyi headquarters, where he found Zhu Chu surrounded by legions of the Northern Town Protectorate, poised for action. Master, His Majesty has given the order to proceed. The distinction between public and private matters was clear to both Liu Bing and Zhu Chu. Let us act according to the list I provided, Zhu Chu instructed, glancing at Lu Wanshan behind him. Understood. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Wanshan led a formidable contingent to initiate the plan they had meticulously devised. This operation involved a list of over 10 officials provided by Zhu Chu, including 4 from the 3rd rank, with the remainder being 4th-rank officials. These individuals constituted the primary opposition against Zhu Hozong during court discussions, with the notable exception of Yangshan. Yangshan himself posed no issue. Furthermore, as a minor cabinet elder, Yang Tinghe would never stand idly by as Zhu. If Yangshan were to be captured, Yang Tinghe's career would be irreparably damaged. Thus, from the outset, Zhu Chu had no intention of targeting Yangshan, having instead devised a separate strategy for him, one focused on psychological manipulation. Retaining Yangshan would prove advantageous for both Zhu Chu and Zhu Jing. Once the ceremonial dispute concluded, Yang Tinghe's political career would likewise reach its end, and at that juncture, figures like Yang Yiqing, Zhang Song, and Xie. While Zhang Song was manageable, Yang Yiqing was a more treacherous individual. Retaining Yangshan among these individuals would serve to entangle and disrupt their plans, ultimately benefiting Zhu Chu. Naturally, this hinged upon successfully winning Yangshan to his side. Zhu Chu harbored no grand illusions regarding his ability to sway Yangshan, yet he was acutely aware of Yangshan's own internal conflicts and sense of alienation, similar to those experienced by Tang Bohu, stemming from the stark contrasts between life goals, personality, and social standing. Such dilemmas were not uncommon. Figures like Li Bai and Su Shi also faced them. In addressing these issues, the most exemplary resolution was embodied by none other than Wang Yangming. The principle of the unity of knowledge and action was elusive for most, as their insight fell short, often leading them astray. However, Yangshan appeared to be an exception. The Northern Town Protectorate's sweeping actions, conducted without pretense, instilled a palpable sense of fear among the officials, rendering them hesitant to venture outdoors for fear of incurring misfortune. Despite Lu Wanshan's personal grievances against Zhu Chu, his competency as the town protector was indisputable. Soon, numerous officials found themselves imprisoned with. Upon receiving word of this, Yang Tinghe, Xie Yang, and others erupted in outrage, each rushing to the Northern Town Protectorate to demand the release of their colleagues. You Northern Town Protectorate are utterly audacious, daring to persecute loyal subjects in such a manner. Yang Tinghe confronted Lu Wanshan, pointing an accusatory finger at him, while Lu Wanshan refrained from retorting. Zhu Chu had tasked him with enduring the pressure for a full hour. Initially, Lu Wanshan had expressed skepticism regarding this directive. Do you truly believe you can compel their confessions within an hour? He knew these officials all too well. Each one was resolute, unwilling to concede until faced with undeniable evidence. If I fail, I shall bear the consequences. They may do as they please with me, Zhu Chu asserted, effectively silencing Lu Wanshan. He had not anticipated that such a young man would make such a formidable declaration. Leaving him bewildered as to the source of Zhu Chu's confidence, was it youthful naivety that led him to underestimate the unity among these officials? Regardless, Lu Wanshan chose not to dwell on these considerations. Whether Zhu Chu succeeded or failed would ultimately have no adverse implications for him. If Zhu Chu succeeded, the Northern Town Protectorate would gain considerable merit, whereas failure would inevitably see Lu. As Lu Wanshan surveyed the array of high-ranking officials before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Esteemed officials, please remain calm. The Northern Town Protectorate does not apprehend individuals without just cause. Lu Wanshan spoke, attempting to placate them. What is the reason, then? Speak, that I may understand. Should you fail to provide us with an explanation today, you may as well forget about this charade. Release the prisoners at once. Yang Tinghe demanded, his face a mask of feigned fury. Of course, this outrage was merely a performance, a fundamental decorum expected of an official. Yang Tinghe and his companions were among the first to arrive, while other officials had initially remained holed up in their homes, fearful of attracting the Northern Town Protectorate's attention. However, upon learning that the Protectorate had begun detaining individuals, the Chief Minister and the Minister of Rights, Xie Yang, also made their way there, emboldening others to join them in solidarity for Yang Tinghe and his. Before long, nearly 100 officials had congregated before Lu Wanshan. Despite his position as the town protector, Lu Wanshan found himself feeling the pressure mounting. Should this situation be mishandled, he feared the repercussions would extend to himself. Simultaneously, Lu Wanshan felt a profound sorrow for the emperor and the Jinyi Wei, how far they had fallen from their former might. The previous commander and 2 deputy commanders had perished at the hands of the very elder who now stood before him. Contemplating this, Lu Wanshan found himself grappling with an inexplicable surge of courage. Esteemed officials, I am merely adhering to protocol. What purpose do you have in besieging the Northern Town Protectorate? Are you attempting to shield the alleged offenders within? Such audacity, you dare label them as offenders without any proof, you would apprehend the loyal subjects of the Ming. Xie Yang retorted with a scornful laugh, dismissing Lu Wanshan's words entirely. The concept of threat is predicated upon strength. Without it, bluster amounts to nothing more than a jest, disregarded by all. I shall say this once more, release the prisoners at once. Yang Tinghe bellowed. Chapter 65, The Might That Shakes the Officials. Yang Tinghe and Xie Yang fell into a profound silence, while Lu Wanshan felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Never before had he perceived an hour to stretch so interminably. As he watched Yang Tinghe and others prepare to force their way into the North Town Pacification Office, Lu Wanshan resolved that today, even if it cost him his life, he must delay them for at least 1 hour. What is your intent in storming my North Town Pacification Office? Just as Yang Tinghe and his companions were about to break through, a voice rang out. Though not loud, the voice possessed a remarkable piercing quality. Cutting through the clamour of the crowd, everyone turned towards the sound, and there emerged a young man clad in a flying fish robe, dragging someone out from within the North Town Pacification Office. Judging by his attire, it was evident to all that the young man was none other than Zhu Chu, the commander of the Jinyi Wei. The man Zhu Chu held was none other than Liao Feng, the Vice Minister of Rights. In an instant, the previously tumultuous assembly of officials fell silent. Do you gentlemen intend to rebel? Zhu Chu seized the initiative. HMPH, mere child, spouting nonsense. On what grounds do you apprehend so many loyal officials of the Ming? Yang Tinghe was not easily intimidated by Zhu Chu's bravado, retorting furiously. On what grounds, you ask? A pertinent question indeed, on the grounds that this is the North Town Pacification Office, and I am the commander of the Jinyi Wei. What say you, Lord Yang? It is you, Lord Yang, who has gathered the officials to besiege my North Town Pacification Office. Do you harbour treasonous intentions? Zhu Chu scoffed. Zhu Chu, even if you were to speak flowery words today, you must release your fellow officials. Xie Yang interjected, fully aware that engaging with Zhu Chu's rhetoric would only lead to a trap. Release them. That is not impossible. As long as you procure the Emperor's decree, I shall release them immediately. Otherwise, should any of you dare to force your way into my North Town Pacification Office, it will be a death sentence. At his words, Lu Wanshan and the others unsheathed their embroidered spring sabers, the gleaming blades sending waves of anxiety rippling through the officials. Zhu Chu, you are exceedingly audacious. Do you possess any evidence to justify the arrest of so many officials of the Ming? Yang Tinghe, incensed by the scene before him, could hardly fathom the audacity of this young man. Zhu Chu, upon hearing this, wore a cold smile. When have we ever required evidence to apprehend individuals at the North Town Pacification Office? He had amassed sufficient evidence, yet he would not delve into explanations, nor would he fall into a self-incriminating trap, as that would only place him at a disadvantage. With that, Zhu Chu yanked Liao Feng forward, placing the embroidered spring saber against Liao Feng's throat. Lord Liao, do you plead guilty? At this moment, Liao Feng's face turned ashen. In the prison, Zhu Chu had presented an overwhelming array of evidence that shattered Liao Feng's sense of security, leading him to realize that the steward of his estate had betrayed him. Grasping this truth, Liu Feng no longer dared to hold out against the inevitable. He confessed, pleading with Ju Chu to spare a few lives among his sons. Aside from Liu Shun, I can spare the rest of your sons, Ju Chu promised, securing Liu Feng's public confession in exchange for the lives of his offspring. With no other recourse, Ju Chu's evidence was ample enough to warrant the annihilation of Liu Feng's household. I confess my guilt, Liu Feng uttered, closing his eyes, unable to face Xie. The moment these words left his lips, Xie Yang's pupils constricted, and the surrounding officials erupted in an uproar. Yang Tinghe stood momentarily stunned, never expecting Liu Feng to admit guilt. Both Xie Yang and Yang Tinghe were thrown into a state of panic, acutely aware of how deeply Liu Feng was intertwined with their fates. Did you all hear that? Ju Chu gazed with an eerie smile at Yang Tinghe and the others. Before anyone could respond, Ju Chu's embroidered spring saber moved. With a swift motion, Liu Feng's throat erupted with blood, splattering the faces of Yang Tinghe, Xie Yang, and those nearest. Liu Feng was executed before the assembled officials. Strangely, neither Yang Tinghe nor Xie Yang reprimanded Ju Chu for this act. Instead, they opted for silence. Lord Liu has actually slandered the Prime Minister and Lord Xie, claiming that the two conspired to murder the late Emperor. Such treachery is deserving of death. What do you gentlemen think? Ju Chu remarked with a smile that sent shivers through the crowd, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the netherworld, instilling terror in the hearts of the timid officials, some of whom trembled uncontrollably. Ju Chu, you have done well. This man harbors ill intentions and deserves to die, Yang Tinghe, shedding his earlier fury, replied with an impassive countenance. Do any of you gentlemen have further business? Why linger at the entrance of my North Town pacification office? Ju Chu feigned ignorance of the recent events, regarding the officials with an expression of puzzlement. Apologies for the disturbance, Yang Tinghe conceded, pinching his nose in resignation before turning to leave. With Yang Tinghe's departure, Xie Yang had no desire to take the lead. Uncertain of how much evidence Ju Chu possessed, he refrained from provoking him. Otherwise, should their relationship deteriorate, it would be exceedingly difficult to salvage. Once these two had vacated, the officials, already terrified by Ju Chu's display, felt as though a great weight had been lifted, rushing away with haste, as if desperate to sprout additional legs to escape Ju Chu's gaze. To them, Ju Chu appeared as an incarnation of the King of Hell. After the officials departed, both Lu Wanshan and the other Jinni Wei members were abuzz with excitement, their faces alight with admiration as they regarded Ju Chu, their former scorn replaced with reverence. Ju Chu, witnessing the hard-won respect he had garnered, suppressed his revulsion and nodded subtly before retreating into Lu Wanshan's office. Believing Ju Chu had further instructions for him, Lu Wanshan hurriedly followed. Close the door, Ju Chu commanded, forcing down the noisier. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanshan did not dare to hesitate and swiftly shut the office door. As soon as the door closed, Ju Chu's complexion turned ashen, and he promptly retched. Lu Wanshan stood, stunned. Is this your first time taking a life, my lord? Lu Wanshan asked, familiar with the reaction of many newcomers to the Jinni Wei who, upon their first kill, often displayed similar responses. Even Lu Wanshan, in his early days, had experienced a comparable ordeal. Indeed, previously, I was merely a merchant. How could I ever dare to take a life? Ju Chu replied, taking a sip from the teacup Lu Wanshan had handed him. Remember to keep this confidential, Ju Chu added. Rest assured, my lord, Lu Wanshan pledged eagerly. At that moment, Lu Wanshan held Ju Chu in the highest regard. Not only was he impressed by Ju Chu's composure in the face of the officials, but he believed such a person truly deserved to be a commander, recognizing the emperor's keen insight. By the way, find a trustworthy individual and have this letter delivered to Lord Wang Yangming, Ju Chu instructed, producing a letter for Lu Wanshan. The purpose of this letter was, of course, to request his prized student and disciple, Xin Lian, Chapter 66, a man of both literary and martial talents. Xin Lian, the accumulator of vast wealth. Ju Chu had long set his sights on Xin Lian. Many in later generations are aware of Xin Lian, and even more know of Wang Yangming, yet few realize that Xin Lian was both a student and disciple of Wang Yangming, inheriting both his scholarly pursuits and martial prowess. Had it not been for Zhu Chu's intervention, Xin Lian would have languished for many more years, participating in the imperial examinations and eventually serving as a county magistrate in his 40s before being recognized by Liu Bing and formally joining the Jinyi Wei. However, even in his 40s, Xin Lian never lost sight of his original aspirations and ideals, always contemplating the welfare of the Ming dynasty and its people. Perhaps this was the very reason Wang Yangming took him on. Only someone like Xin Lian could truly grasp his philosophy without straying into folly. During Xin Lian's tenure in the Jinyi Wei, Liu Bing maintained a close relationship with the father-son duo of Yang Song, as they were family by marriage. Yet, at that time, Yang Shifan was arrogant and overbearing, and Yang Song had already transformed from the devoted statesman of yore into the aloof and powerful Yang Ji Lao. The Yang faction, centered around Yang Song, wielded control over the entire Ming dynasty, making life increasingly difficult for the common people, as officials from the Yang faction profited immensely. Naturally, Xin Lian could not abide this. He lodged a formal accusation against Yang Song based on 10 charges, thus irrevocably offending the Yang family and becoming a quintessential example of rising against the powerful. Countless individuals within the Jinyi Wei admired Xin Lian, yet none dared to emulate his audacity. Subsequently, Xin Lian was implicated in a conspiracy by Yang Shifan, who included his name on a list of rebels, ultimately leading to his wrongful execution. Such a talent, whether in governance, martial skills, or character, was precisely what Zhu Chu urgently needed. The current Jinyi Wei was sorely lacking in individuals capable of standing on their own. Even Liu Bing, his elder brother, fell short. Liu Bing's temperament was excessively indecisive, and he often failed to discern the intricacies of various matters. Otherwise, he would not have grown so close to the civil officials. Fortunately, with Zhu Chu guiding Liu Bing, Zhu would not allow his elder brother to tread down such a perilous path, especially not to be devoured by the Shu family. How utterly ridiculous. At this moment, Xin Lian was merely 15 years old, the same age as Zhu Chu, diligently studying under Wang Yangming, an age ripe for cultivation. Zhu Chu's public execution of the Ministry of Rights Vice Minister Liu Feng in front of the Chief Minister and nearly 100 officials soon spread throughout the capital, instilling fear among the civil and military officials who spoke of Zhu Chu, the living king of hell, with trepidation. Upon receiving this news, Han Jie, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, felt a chill run down his spine. Thank goodness I did not accompany those individuals, he reflected. A colleague had previously urged him to join the pressure campaign against the Northern Pacification Office, but Han Jie had declined. He had never aligned himself with figures like Yang Tinghe and Xie Yang, and given his friendship with the Shu family and Zhu Chu, he had no reason to oppose either the Northern Pacification Office or Zhu Chu. Similarly, Sun Jiajiao's father and her in-laws felt a sense of relief. Madam, it is thanks to your acquaintance with Lord Zhu that my father did not act foolishly, Sun Jiajiao's husband expressed with gratitude. What merit do I possess to have married a virtuous wife such as you, he added, feeling somewhat ashamed. Within the imperial palace, upon receiving the news, Zhu Hozong was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent, the balance indeed has not disappointed me. After this battle, I shall see how Yang Yiqing and Zhang Song choose to respond. Zhu Hozong understood well that these two, along with many other officials not aligned with Yang Tinghe and his faction, were currently observing. Should he display weakness and incompetence, they would undoubtedly take the opportunity to strike. However, if he demonstrated sufficient strength to instill hope for opportunism, they would likely shift their allegiance. Of course, merely executing a vice minister of the Ministry of Rights would not suffice to compel these officials to take action. Nevertheless, for Zhu Hozong, it was a promising start, successfully intimidating the ranks of officials. Inside the Jinyi Wei, Zhu Chu reclined with his legs crossed, sipping tea, while Deng Yu dutifully served him. Liu Feng had already confessed, and the Northern Pacification Office possessed his signed confession, implicating many others. The remaining individuals would be left to Lu Wanshan for interrogation. If they could not even achieve this, Zhu Chu would seriously consider whether a change in leadership at the Northern Pacification Office was warranted. Simultaneously, the process of seizing the properties of the Liu family and other confessing officials was underway. Go to the drunken Immortal Tower and bring a person named Chu Liu here, Zhu Chu instructed. With the downfall of the Liu family, the next step was to seek vengeance for Chu Liu's father. For Ju Chu, this task was merely a matter of convenience. Yes, my lord, Deng Yu replied respectfully. As a member of the Jinyi Wei, he was well aware of the relationship between his superior and the drunken immortal tower, thus he did not dare to slacken his pace as he hurried to the establishment. Upon seeing Deng Yu clad in the attire of the Jinyi Wei, Sun Qiang felt no fear. In the past, he would have gone to great lengths to avoid the Jinyi Wei, feeling a sense of panic even at their mere sight. Yet, times had changed. Who could have predicted that his cousin would now be the commander of the Jinyi Wei? Such a thought would have been beyond his wildest dreams. At this moment, neither Sun Qiang nor the patrons at the drunken immortal tower felt alarmed by Deng Yu's presence. Anyone dining there was well aware of the connection between the establishment and Ju Chu. Deng Yu pays his respects to Manager Sun, Deng Yu greeted, fully aware of Sun Qiang's status as his superior's cousin, and thus maintained a respectful demeanor. Lord Deng, you flatter a mere commoner. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the drunken immortal tower? Sun Qiang asked courteously. He was someone with an acute sense of self-awareness, which was precisely why Ju Chu entrusted him with the management of the establishment. Commander Ju had. Upon hearing this, Sun Qiang glanced towards the back. Chu Liu. Soon, Chu Liu appeared in response to the call. The balance requests your presence. You may accompany this official. Sun Qiang, as he walked, he felt a rare sense of unease, which dissipated only upon seeing Ju Chu, allowing him to finally relax. We have located the individuals responsible for your father's death, Ju Chu stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Chu Liu. At these words, Chu Liu's body trembled involuntarily. Ever since his father's demise, he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He had even kept a watchful eye at the drunken immortal tower, hoping to unearth the culprits. I refrained from telling you earlier to avoid you stirring up trouble upon learning the truth. Now, however, the time for vengeance has arrived. Who is the one who killed my father? Chu Liu asked, struggling to contain his excitement. You know him well, it is Liu Shan. Ju Chu revealed, disclosing the information shared with him by Jin Youcai. The Liu family is currently imprisoned in the Northern Pacification Office's Xiaoyu, and Liu Shan is at your disposal. Ju Chu reassured him, placing a hand on Chu Liu's shoulder. Since Chu Liu had joined him, he had remained silent and never made any demands, yet Ju Chu was acutely aware of his inner thoughts. This boy bore a heavy heart, and thus Ju Chu had always kept this matter in mind. Overcome with emotion, Chu Liu could no longer hold back his tears and knelt before Ju Chu, repeatedly bowing his head. Ju Chu accepted this gesture without flinching. Deng Yu, take Chu Liu to the Xiaoyu of the Northern Pacification Office, and allow him to confront Liu Shan. Convey my words, Liu Shan is at his disposal. Ju Chu instructed Deng Yu. Once they entered the Xiaoyu, whether Liu Shan lived or died would depend solely on Ju Chu's word, unless he were some extraordinarily influential figure. It was evident that Liu Shan was not such a person, and no one would care about his fate. It must be said that Lu Wanshan, as the Pacification Commissioner of the Northern Pacification Office, had exceptional capabilities. Within half a day, all implicated officials confessed. Immediately following their confessions, their properties were seized to prevent any attempts to relocate their wealth, leaving the final adjudication to the emperor. In tandem with the property seizures, Lu Wanshan dispatched various Jinyi Wei officers to raid the homes of these officials, ensuring that their ancestral residences were also targeted. Ju Chu had specifically instructed Lu Wanshan to do so, fully aware that the majority of these officials' wealth resided in their hometowns. These individuals had grown exceedingly wealthy, and if their plunder was not thorough, it would be a disservice to the local populace oppressed by their families, as well as a disservice to Juhozhou. As twilight approached, Lu Wanshan approached Ju Chu with an expression of exhilaration. My lord, here are the documents pertaining to the property seizures. He placed the papers on Ju Chu's desk. These documents detailed the assets confiscated from the raids. The Jinyi Wei prided itself on conducting their operations with utmost integrity. Without official sanction, no one would dare to tamper with the process. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Ju Chu perused the documents briefly. The Liu family had amassed 50,000 taels of gold, 300,000 taels of silver, and 320 million cash coins, along with countless other treasures, silks, and satins. While other officials' confiscated assets were not as substantial, they were nonetheless considerable. In total, the silver alone amounted to approximately 3 million taels, with cash coins exceeding 30 million. However, Zhu Chu understood that these figures were merely the tip of the iceberg. The true wealth lay in the ancestral homes of these officials. It was likely that the eventual total of seized silver would exceed 10 million taels, or even more. Zhu Chu also grasped another principle. The higher the official's rank, the greater the potential for illicit gains. For instance, the later Xu Jie, prior to becoming the chief minister, the Xu family had been relatively unremarkable and not particularly wealthy. Otherwise, they would not have set their sights on Liu Bing's family for their fortune. However, once Xu Jie ascended to the position of chief minister, the Xu family transformed into a leviathan, voraciously consuming wealth and land. During the property seizures, they claimed over 40,000 acres of land, and their monetary gains were beyond measure. The taxes from the entire Songjiang prefecture were directly allocated to the Xu family, compounded by profits from smuggling. Ultimately, their confiscated silver alone surpassed 20 million taels, with other valuables such as cash and jewels amounting to more than 10 times that. Xu Jie's ability to amass wealth far surpassed that of Yang Song. Previously, when others conducted investigations and property seizures, they typically only targeted the assets of officials in the capital, often leaving them some semblance of dignity and a means of retreat. Yet Zhu Chu cared little for such considerations. He required funds, and so did the emperor. With money, he could train soldiers. Naturally, Zhu Chu would not use his own finances for this purpose. Withdraw 100,000 taels from the seized assets to distribute among the brothers at the Northern Pacification Office, and another 100,000 taels for all the other brothers to share, so they may partake in the good fortune, Zhu Chu declared with a grand gesture. My lord, such an action may pose difficulties in explaining to His Majesty. Lu Wanshan hesitated. Simply carry out my instructions. I will speak to His Majesty regarding this matter. Inform the brothers that these funds are a reward from His Majesty. Zhu Chu waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Chu had no intention of using public funds to curry favor. That was a grave misstep. Instead, using public funds to win the emperor's favor was the true path of governance. One must never squander others' wealth. Zhu Chu was merely utilizing the emperor's resources to accomplish the emperor's objectives. Chapter 67, The Bounty of Jurjing. The excited Jurjing after Lu Wanshan departed, Zhu Chu, armed with the confiscation documents, hastily mounted a horse and made his way to the imperial palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Zhu Chu dismounted, and the chief of the guards promptly approached to pay his respects. Commander, His Majesty has specifically instructed that if you arrive, you may enter directly without announcement. His Majesty awaits you in the study. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chu, not wishing to be overly formal, casually tossed the reins to the chief of the guards. Please look after this for me. With that, he made his way straight to the imperial study. As he traversed the corridor towards the study, Zhu Chu sensed several probing gazes upon him, a phenomenon he met with indifference. The palace was rife with spies, and countless pairs of eyes were undoubtedly scrutinizing his every move. The process of sifting through the palace maids and eunuchs would inevitably be lengthy and meticulous. A sudden overhaul would certainly incite a considerable backlash, potentially leading to an upheaval within the palace. Soon, Zhu Chu reached the threshold of the imperial study, where Huang Jin had been waiting. Upon sighting Zhu Chu, his eyes lit up. Lord Zhu, His Majesty has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. After saying this, Huang Jin opened the door to the study, and Zhu Chu, disregarding any pleasantries, strode inside. Within the study, in addition to Jurjing, Liu Bing was also present. Liu Bing typically devoted himself to the emperor's side, safeguarding him in his duties, primarily to avert any unforeseen incidents. After all, there had been precedents, and more than one at that. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty, Zhu Chu greeted, bowing. Come forth, Hengqi, quickly, this is the finest agarwood tribute from Nanyang, renowned for its calming properties. Take some back with you, Jurjing proclaimed, as he set aside more than half of a box of agarwood into an exquisitely crafted container, which he subsequently handed over to Huang Jin. Huang Jin approached Zhu Chu with the agarwood box, and Zhu Chu bowed to accept it. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's generous gift. However, presenting me with such a bounty, your Majesty, Zhu Chu hesitated, his words trailing off. I have another box. Do not concern yourself with it. By the time this one is used up, a new supply will have arrived, Judging replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu ceased to be overly formal and tucked the box into his robes. Your Majesty, we have apprehended a total of 13 officials today, all of whom have confessed. Here are the confiscation documents. He then handed the documents to Huang Jin, who presented them to Judging. The emperor opened them, and his eyes gleamed with interest. These individuals are indeed audacious, embezzling to such an extent. Judging suddenly realized he should feign more anger, and when all the seized assets were converted into silver, the total amounted to nearly 40 million taels, equivalent to almost a year's expenditure of the Ming treasury. Naturally, when reporting to the Ministry of Revenue, only the sum of silver seized, approximately 3 million taels, would be recorded. The remainder could be considered as part of Judging's private treasury. This was the art of confiscation in the Ming dynasty. Regardless of the wealth seized, only the amount of silver reported outwardly. This way, the populace would be somewhat appeased, otherwise, an excessive report would be untenable for them. Ju Chu, having grasped this art following the recent confiscation, reflected that while Xu Jie's household might show a seizure of 20 million taels, the total wealth, when converted to silver, would likely exceed 200 million taels, alongside 40,000 acres of land. The wealth of the Xu family could scarcely be described as rivaling a nation. Xu Jie truly deserved his fate, Ju Chu mused, upon realizing that the 200,000 taels was a mere trifle compared to the seized assets. Judging dismissed it. Heng Qi speaks nonsense. This is merely a minor matter. In the future, you shall make decisions independently, without needing to consult me on every occasion. Judging was acutely aware that if anyone else were to conduct a confiscation with ulterior motives, the losses would likely far exceed those 200,000 taels. The Imperial Guards maintained a clean operation, only taking 200,000 taels. To Judging, this was insignificant. This was a fortuitous development. With the funds acquired, they could serve him better. Reflecting on this, Judging felt not anger but rather a sense of satisfaction with Ju Chu's adept handling of the situation. I have dispatched individuals to the ancestral homes of these officials. Their assets in the capital are likely but a fraction, with the majority stashed in their hometowns. Ju Chu continued. Upon hearing this, Judging's expression turned contemplative. Is this approach not excessively ruthless? In truth, Judging had never been one to pursue absolute measures. Aside from the intolerable Xie Yang, even the later Yang Song could have enjoyed a peaceful retirement had it not been for Yang Shifan's ultimate folly. Even when Yang Shifan created such chaos, Judging merely held him accountable and confiscated Yang Song's ancestral home without resorting to execution. Your Majesty must not show leniency. Should you exhibit mercy towards these individuals, they will only become more audacious. Only through sufficient deterrence can they be made to fear. Allow me to bear the infamy. Your Majesty need not concern yourself. This is precisely the role of the Imperial Guards, Ju Chu advised. Moreover, with funds in your Majesty's possession, there will be far more that can be accomplished. Ju Chu refrained from explicitly mentioning his military training plans, deeming it premature, but subtly hinted at his intentions to Ju Hozong. Upon hearing this, Judging ceased to hesitate and nodded in agreement. Heng Qi, proceed without reservation. Primarily, it was the allure of wealth. Ju Chu's assertion was accurate. As long as there were funds available, the possibilities would be boundless. Without money, any endeavor would be hindered by the constraints of the Ministry of Revenue. With Heng Qi achieving such a significant merit, I am truly at a loss as to how to reward you. Judging expressed, his excitement palpable, as the frustrations of the past few days melted away. Your Majesty might consider dispatching several eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office to tend to my horses in the Imperial Guards. That steed, the Black Stallion, has been kept in the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, and it is inconvenient for me to ride it. Ju Chu, unreserved, directly presented his request. Judging, instruct them to send 5 attendants to the Imperial Guards to care for Heng Qi's horses, with fodder sourced from the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, ensuring the highest quality. Huang Jin, upon receiving this command, did not dare to delay, and since his arrival in the capital, this was his first victory, and to see such wealth was akin to a dream beginning. Tomorrow at the court session, I shall be keen to see who dares oppose my proposals. Chapter 68 The shocked Liu Bing and the assassination attempt on Ju Chu. Brother, have there been any developments regarding the situation in the palace? Ju Chu inquired, glancing at Liu Bing beside him. Upon hearing this, Liu Bing immediately perked up. I have arranged for someone to conduct a covert investigation. Even after a preliminary inquiry lasting just 1 day, we have already uncovered over 200 individuals with questionable backgrounds. If we were to delve deeper, I fear the number would only increase. The sheer number of infiltrators within the palace troubled Liu Bing, leaving him restless and uneasy. He had not dared to leave the vicinity of the emperor for the past. Since accompanying Zhu Hozong to the capital, Liu Bing had not returned home, opting instead to sleep in the duty quarters of the palace at night. There is no need for such tension, elder brother. Simply allocate more personnel to safeguard His Majesty, and Mrs. Yu, do take some time to return home for a meal, Ju Chu said with a smile. At this moment, the emperor had just vacated the study, allowing the two a moment of privacy. The work of the Jinyi Wei often involved unsavory tasks, and as the emperor, he need not be burdened with every detail. At the very least, he should feign ignorance. The emperor must maintain an image of grandeur and righteousness. Agreed. Liu Bing recognized that this situation was untenable. He had been too apprehensive to sleep well, averaging merely 2 hours of rest each night, leaving him visibly haggard. Those individuals in the palace must be gradually replaced, but we must proceed with caution to avoid putting His Majesty in jeopardy. Moreover, it is not just a matter of replacement. We should also deploy personnel in the dining hall to administer some slow-acting poison to a select few, employing covert assassinations as necessary. Occasionally creating disturbances is also permissible. These strategies should be executed simultaneously and discreetly to avoid arousing their suspicion, Ju Chu advised. Poisoning and assassinations were commonplace within the Jinyi Wei, an organization never known for its benevolence, engaged as it was in unsavory dealings. There was little reason to exercise restraint with these malignant elements in the palace. Although Liu Bing had previously served in the Jinyi Wei, it was under the command of the Prince of Xingqian in Hubei, and he had never partaken in such grim tasks. His indecisive nature had likely been cultivated as a result. Hearing Ju Chu's words struck Liu Bing profoundly. He had not anticipated the existence of such varied methods. Brother, remember that the Jinyi Wei exists to carry out the dirty work for His Majesty. Avoid getting too close to those literati. Each of them harbors countless ulterior motives, and associating with them brings no benefit, Ju Chu cautioned, recognizing Liu Bing's naivety at this moment, prompting him to offer a preemptive warning. I understand. My father has advised me similarly. Liu Bing nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, that shall suffice for now. If you remain concerned about His Majesty's safety, simply assign more personnel. Do not bear all burdens alone, lest you jeopardize your own health, Ju Chu remarked as he rose to depart the imperial study. Upon leaving the palace, Ju Chu encountered the young eunuch Chen Tong, whom he had met previously at the imperial horse depot, along with 4 other eunuchs, who were holding the reins of a black steed, waiting for him. My lord, we shall be responsible for the care of your horse from now on, Chen Tong said respectfully. Chen Tong was astute. He understood that while the imperial horse depot might seem more lucrative, it offered little in terms of advancement. The emperor would hardly notice those employed at the depot. To truly ascend, one must seek alternative paths. Thus, when Huang Jin arrived at the depot to relay an imperial edict, Chen Tong was the first to volunteer when asked if anyone wished to serve Lord Chu. In his view, aligning himself with Ju Chu was a wise move. Not only would he continue to receive his monthly stipend from the depot, but perhaps Lord Chu, in a generous mood, would reward them handsomely. Chen Tong had heard of this commander. Prior to assuming his role, he had not only established the Zui Xianlu but had also collaborated with the princess's residence, amassing a considerable fortune. A casual reward from him would far surpass what the depot could offer. Ju Chu accepted the reins of the steed from Chen Tong and mounted the horse. You may head to the Jinyi Wei headquarters. Just inform them it is under my arrangement, and remember to bring back the horse I rode here, Ju Chu instructed before riding home. As he passed by the Zui Xianlu, Ju decided to step inside for a moment. Upon seeing Ju, Sun Xiang instantly brightened, preparing a pot of tea to serve him. "What brings you here, Hengqi?" Ju casually poured himself a cup and took a sip. "Where's Chu Liu?" Ju inquired. "He is busy. When he returned from your place this afternoon, he seemed somewhat out of sorts," Sun Xiang replied, having always been concerned about Chu Liu, knowing his importance to Ju. "Tell him to take a break." "Cousin, you should tidy up as well, come to my home for dinner," Ju casually suggested. By the time Ju reported his work at the palace, night had already fallen. It was quite late, and the patrons of Zui Xianlu had all departed, leaving. Soon, Chu Liu appeared before Ju. "How do you feel?" Ju asked, teasingly observing the changes in Chu Liu, who was evidently more spirited than before, though still reserved, no longer burdened by the weight of his past. "Thank you, young master. Without your help, I may never have avenged my father," Chu Liu said, kneeling before Ju once more to bow his head. "Must you go on with this? Did you not bow earlier this afternoon?" Ju frowned. This child carries a heavy heart. He used to be preoccupied with his father's affairs. Now that he has avenged his great grievance, it is only right that he bows once again. Sun Xiang chuckled. "Enough, let the others handle the rest," Ju said as he stepped outside, with Sun Xiang and Chu Liu following closely behind. Leading the black steed, Ju quickly returned home. As he entered, he spotted Mu Yunjin. After Zhu Hozong ascended the throne, Mu Yunjin had reclaimed her identity as a daughter of the Lu family, reverting to her original name, Lu Wanner, while retaining the moniker Yunjin, which held special significance for her. Now 10 years old, Yunjin had blossomed into a striking young lady, exuding a robust and capable aura. Unlike the fragile demeanor typical of noble women, the wind tousled her bangs, enhancing her spirited appearance. "You child, why are you still awake?" Ju reproached lightly. "Mrs. worried about the young master and refuses to sleep," Chunlan interjected. Although Ju had said little when departing that morning, Yunjin sensed that her second brother was destined to undertake something significant that day. With the emperor newly enthroned and her brother serving as the commander of the Jinyi Wei, it was surely a matter of grave importance, fraught with peril. Thus, throughout the day, Yunjin remained on edge, anxiously awaiting Ju's return. "What are you imagining, you child?" Ju, well aware of Yunjin's perceptiveness, inquired. "I simply cannot." With that, she turned and returned to her own room. Watching her go, Ju mused that should the time come for military training, none would be more suitable than Yunjin. She had already thoroughly absorbed the principles of military strategy and tactics from the texts. Unlike the chaos of the battlefield, military training was based on the practical application of foundational theories. At 10 years old, she was at the prime age for exploration. Naturally, the main commander would still be himself, with her assisting in the endeavor. "Prepare some wine and dishes, the three of us should enjoy a hearty meal together," Ju instructed Chunlan. The servants Ju had requested Sun Xiang to purchase a few days prior had just arrived, though most were newly come from the countryside and still unfamiliar with the protocols. Chunlan instructed them while guiding them in their tasks. In no time, a table laden with food and drink was set before them, and Chu Liu, shedding the weight of his worries, indulged in an unusual amount of wine. When in the company of others, Ju was often preoccupied with schemes and calculations, but in this moment, he relished the rare opportunity to relax. The three of them exchanged cups and drank heartily, consuming a considerable amount. After satisfying their appetites, Ju stumbled back to his own room, where, under Chunlan's attentive care, he fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, as Ju drifted between consciousness and sleep, he was abruptly awakened by the sounds of a violent struggle. "Young master, there are assassins!" Chunlan cried out, her face a mask of panic. Upon hearing this, Ju sat upright, all traces of inebriation gone, his expression one of keen awareness. Some individuals have finally succumbed to their impulses. Chapter 69, Juchu's arrangements. Surrounding the residence of Xieyang during the day when Juchu executed Liu Feng in front of the court officials, he anticipated that some might act out of desperation. However, it would be more accurate to say that this was merely a routine operation for them, not the first instance of such behavior. For example, the near extermination of the Chu family serves as a cautionary tale. Juchu apprehended over a dozen individuals, all of whom confessed and signed statements. Although the likelihood of implicating more individuals was slim, Juchu understood that this was a very ominous sign for certain parties. After all, they had only recently disposed of Jiang Bin, and now they were faced with Juchu, who was even more formidable. If they did not eliminate Juchu while he was still vulnerable and the Emperor's foundation was shaky, the cost of doing so in the future would only escalate. Juchu had long instructed Jin Youcai to position numerous disciples of the Rongmen around his vicinity. Additionally, he had arranged for 20 to 30 skilled Jinyi to conceal themselves nearby as a precaution. These measures were simultaneously implemented during the capture of the civil officials. No one could have anticipated that Juchu would be so well prepared. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Ju residence, the clash between the Jinyi and assassins seemed to have reached its conclusion, gradually falling silent. Juchu opened the door to his chamber and found Shunlan trembling with fear. Despite her terror, she stood resolutely at his door, seemingly ready to shield against any intruding assassins. Quickly, return to your room. Upon hearing this, Shunlan realized Juchu had emerged. Young master, you must hide. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, and Shunlan dared not light a lamp, unaware of the specific circumstances. She feared for Juchu's safety. It is over now, it has concluded. I had made prior arrangements. Go back to your room and rest, Juchu reassured her, gently patting her back to soothe her frayed nerves. Subordinate pays respects to the esteemed lord. A voice rang out, followed by the illumination of torches, revealing the scene in the courtyard. 6 corpses lay in the courtyard, none of which belonged to the Jinyi. Aside from these 6, not far down the corridor, Yunjin stood with a sword in hand, a portion of her skirt stained crimson with blood, her hair matted with splattered blood, and her complexion pale. A corpse lay before her as well. What are you doing out here? Are you hurt? Juchu exclaimed, a hint of anger rising within him. This girl was truly reckless, daring to emerge in such darkness and even kill. As he approached Yunjin, concern etched on his face, she could no longer suppress her nausea and turned away to vomit. Juchu, relieved to see she was uninjured, exhaled in relief. Who was responsible for guarding Yunjin's quarters? Juchu turned to the assembled Jinyi, his expression icy. It was us, esteemed lord. Several of the Jinyi quickly stepped forward, not daring to deflect any blame. Brother, do not blame them. They tried to stop me, but I was worried for your safety and forced my way out. They were protecting me the entire time. I was never in danger, Yunjin explained as she regained her composure. What do you mean you were never in danger? Engaging in life and death struggles is unpredictable. You must never act so recklessly again, Juchu admonished, then turned his gaze to the Jinyi. You all, tomorrow morning, each of you will receive 20 lashes. Yes, the Jinyi responded respectfully. They harbored no resentment, even feeling that the commander had shown leniency. Among the Jinyi, failing to follow orders was a serious offense, and 20 lashes were hardly a severe punishment for them, who were all skilled in martial arts. It merely meant a few days of rest at home. Lord, these individuals were all dead soldiers, we could not leave any alive. Fang Hong, the leader of the group, approached Juchu and bowed. That is of no consequence. Capturing any alive would yield little benefit. Juchu waved dismissively. The difficulty in extracting confessions from these assassins was evident, and even if they did confess, such admissions could not be used to implicate high-ranking officials in the court. To bring down a powerful figure, evidence of this nature was never sufficient. Juchu observed Fang Hong, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity about him, as if his striking handsomeness rendered him less than manly, despite his apparent attempts to appear rugged. Once the courtyard was cleared, everyone gathered before Juchu, awaiting further instructions. Everyone else may leave. Fang Hong, stay behind, Juchu commanded. Yes, the others complied and withdrew. At this point, Chunlan had gone to assist Yunjin with her washing. Only Ju Chu and Fang Hong remained in the courtyard. "Raise your head," Ju Chu instructed Fang Hong. Upon hearing this, Fang Hong trembled but eventually lifted his gaze, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Ju Chu grasped Fang Hong's chin, turning his face from side to side and examining his neck, ultimately confirming his suspicions. "Disrobe," Ju Chu ordered. Fang Hong's anxiety intensified, realizing that the commander had likely discerned something. He immediately knelt on one knee. "Lord, please forgive me, I did not intend to deceive you. Is it just you in your household?" Ju Chu asked with a smile that held an edge of irony. "Yes," Fang Hong acknowledged, understanding that he could no longer keep the secret from the commander and decided to come clean. His father was a Jinyue leader, a hereditary position, but the Fang family had only one daughter, Fang Hong, who lost her mother during childbirth. Her father, deeply devoted to her mother, never remarried. From that point onward, he raised Fang Hong as a boy, presenting her as such to the outside world. Fang Hong trained in martial arts under her father, who had planned for her to inherit his position, ensuring the continuity of the Fang legacy. Instances like this were rare but not unheard of within the Jinyue. Moreover, during her father's lifetime, he maintained excellent relationships with his colleagues, known for his amiability and lack of ambition. Thus, after Fang Hong inherited her father's position, she was occasionally suspected, but everyone chose to feign ignorance. "Lord, Fang Hong deserves severe punishment, please impose your judgment." Fang Hong resignedly accepted her fate. "What punishment?" "Take your people and summon a dozen or so from the Northern Pacification Department, surround the residence of Lord Xieyang and create a commotion. The louder, the better." Ju Chu redirected the conversation. Fang Hong, initially taken aback, quickly understood. "Thank you, esteemed lord." After Fang Hong departed, Ju Chu gazed towards the direction of the Xie residence, his expression inscrutable. The orchestrators behind tonight's assassination attempt could. However, Yang Tinghe and Xieyang differed significantly. Yang Tinghe preferred to exert pressure through influence rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. For instance, upon Zhu Houzhao's return to the capital, Yang Tinghe placed him under house arrest within the palace, even dismantling the hiding place he had utilized. In short, he believed that this ailment, whether treated or untreated, must be addressed. Even when Zhu Houzhao repeatedly asserted his recovery, Yang Tinghe remained indifferent. Such a person would never stoop to using assassination as a method. Eliminating Yang Tinghe from suspicion, it became evident that Xieyang was the primary suspect. Xieyang was akin to a dark wolf, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike without scruple. To deal with such a person, one must impose sufficient deterrence. Otherwise, if this assassination failed, the next attempt might very well lead to self-immolation, a skill Xieyang had perfected. Ju Chu understood that he must instill a formidable sense of caution in the Minister of Rights, ensuring he comprehended the consequences of provoking him. Naturally, Ju Chu had also made ample preparations. For the past 6 months, Ju Chu had refrained from acquiring additional personnel, primarily to set up traps and secret passages. He had enlisted Sun Qiang to purchase surrounding properties under various names. Over this half-year, Ju Chu, Sun Qiang, Chu Liu, and Chunlan had diligently excavated secret tunnels whenever time permitted. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since Ju Chu had chosen this path, he ensured he had ample escape routes. Before long, Fang Hong returned with a contingent of 20 or so from the Northern Pacification Department, marching towards the Xie residence, drawing their swords and beginning to hack at the gates. Inside, Xieyang, awaiting news, was startled by the commotion. "What on earth is happening? Hurry, go take a look," he instructed his steward, casting a worried glance. Chapter 70, Xieyang, killing them will ensure my survival. The steward of the Xie residence, listening to the cacophony of battle cries and screams outside, felt a twinge of trepidation in his heart. However, upon recalling that his master was the Minister of Rights, a prominent official in the court, he regained his composure. He was eager to discover who possessed the audacity to act so boldly. For safety's sake, he summoned the duty guards and housekeepers, numbering over a dozen, to the entrance of the Xie residence. "Go and open the door," the steward commanded one of the guards. The guard, apprehensive at the terrifying sounds emanating from outside and glancing at his companions, could see that none were willing to step forward. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached the door. As soon as it was opened, the door was forcefully pushed aside by the Jin Yue, embroidered uniform guard. Outside, the steward and the guards were greeted by the sight of dozens of gleaming spring embroidery knives, causing the guard to break out in a cold sweat. "Arrest them all," commanded Fang Hong, adept at discerning the situation, who immediately recognized the individuals before him as servants of the Shear residence, thus proceeding without hesitation. The other Jin Yue, hearing this order, were filled with excitement, fearful that they might miss out on capturing someone. They understood that assisting the commander in exacting vengeance could potentially lead to their own rise in status. Seeing the Jin Yue storm into the residence, brandishing their knives, even the well-versed steward found himself trembling in fear. "How dare you, you Jin Yue are utterly lawless. Do you know who our master is?" the steward blustered, striving to maintain his composure. "Indeed, we know. We are here for your master," Fang Hong retorted with a cold smile. Barely had he finished speaking when the Jin Yue, eager to seize their quarry, charged forward without further ado. Realizing that reasoning was futile, the steward turned to flee, only to be yanked back by a Jin Yue as if he were a mere chick, rendering him unable to escape. "Do not move, for my knife is indiscriminate," the Jin Yue warned, bringing the steward to a complete standstill. Soon, all the individuals present, including the steward, were apprehended by the Jin Yue. Meanwhile, the other inhabitants of the Shear residence had long been awakened by the commotion, yet no one dared to intervene, uncertain of the situation outside, and they cowered in their rooms. Xie Yang, having heard the ruckus, realized that the intruders were the Jin Yue and felt an unexpected surge of courage. Known for his merciless nature, not only towards others but also towards himself, he promptly approached Fang Hong and the others. "Are you Jin? How could we dare to rebel?" Fang Hong had yet to respond when Ju Chu stepped forward from behind the crowd. Fang Hong and his comrades hastily retreated behind Ju Chu. Xie Yang was taken aback by Ju Chu's arrival. "Are you wondering why I am still alive?" Ju Chu teased. "I am unaware of what you speak, so release those individuals at once," Xie Yang demanded, instantly understanding that Ju Chu was here seeking revenge. However, he could not fathom how Ju Chu had uncovered that those individuals were sent by him. These were all loyal assassins trained by his family, and Xie Yang had never doubted their fidelity. Though uncertain of where the misstep had occurred, Xie Yang remained unyielding in his demeanor. "Master Xie, earlier there were several assassins who attempted to kill me, claiming you sent them," Ju Chu remarked. "Bring those assassins here, and we shall confront them directly," Xie Yang responded, unwilling to be swayed by Ju Chu's insinuations. "I said the same thing. I questioned why you would frame anyone, particularly Master Xie, who is the Minister of Rights. Surely, he would not engage in such shameless acts," Ju Chu implied, casting a veiled accusation. Xie Yang remained impassive, for if mere words could provoke him, he would not be the formidable Xie Yang who had ascended to the position of Minister of Rights before the age of 40. "Thus, I instructed my men to continue interrogating them, and they claimed you sent your steward and these guards to recruit them," Ju Chu added, fixing his gaze on Xie Yang. Xie Yang remained silent, neither denying nor confirming the accusation. "Since Master Xie has not refuted this, it appears to hold some truth. What are you waiting for? Act." Ju Chu directed his latter statement towards Fang Hong and his cohorts. Upon hearing this, the Jin Yue sprang into action, executing the guards and the steward without hesitation. Xie Yang's face turned ashen with fury, yet he found himself powerless. He understood that failing to provide Ju Chu with an explanation tonight could very well seal his own fate. He had gravely underestimated the ruthlessness of the Jin Yue commander. As he beheld the carnage surrounding him, Xie Yang felt regret for his earlier recklessness for the first time. "Master Xie, I am quite amenable to dialogue. If you converse with me amicably, I shall reciprocate. However, should you resort to underhanded tactics, I shall find it even more enjoyable to engage in such games." "The Jin Yue fear no one," Ju Chu declared. At this moment, Fang Hong and the other Jin Yue were trembling with excitement. After years of declining status, the Jin Yue had faced contempt not only from these civil officials but even from the Eastern Depot. The powerful eunuchs could command the Jin Yue at will, leaving them feeling stifled and powerless. Tonight, their commander had executed so many of the Shire household's subordinates right before the Minister of Rights. It was a thrill beyond measure recalling the commander's words to Shire Yang. They felt a surge of adrenaline, each one exhilarated, especially Fang Hong, who had never witnessed the Jin Yi Wei in such a position of strength, found her admiration for Ju Chu intensifying. "Why is no one coming to clean up?" he bellowed, surveying his surroundings. At his command, those guards and servants who had been awake rushed in, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the corpses strewn about. They were grateful that they had refrained from rushing out in a moment of impulsiveness, for had they done so, they would surely have met the same fate, did they not see the steward lying there. Whether it was Xie Yang or Ju Chu, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding to keep this matter under wraps. They both recognized that escalating the situation would benefit no one. Having witnessed Ju Chu's ruthlessness, Xie Yang resolved not to provoke him again. To him, Ju Chu was a madman, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Once everything was settled and with dawn approaching, Xie Yang found no time for rest. After a quick wash, he prepared himself for the morning court session. Typically, such meetings were not held so frequently, generally occurring every 3 days, though in practice, it rarely adhered to that schedule. However, with the new emperor having just ascended the throne, to showcase the new dynasty's vigor, it was customary to hold morning court consecutively for 10 days to 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozong, his face marked by fatigue, stifled a yawn and splashed water on his face, quickly shaking off his drowsiness. "I am curious to see what choices Yang Yiqing and the others will make," he remarked, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 71 The Heart-Piercing Words of Jiaojing. The speechless Yang Shan as Ju Chu returned home to catch up on sleep. The morning court had already commenced. During the assembly, Zhu Hozong first instructed Zhang Yang to recite the charges against the officials apprehended by Ju Chu the previous day, along with the quantities of gold and silver confiscated from their residences. Once Zhang Yang completed his reading, the court erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Many were already aware of the events from the day prior, and some had even gathered to protest outside the Northern Town Pacification Office. However, they had not anticipated the swift and decisive confessions from the accused. What instilled the most dread in their hearts was the astonishing efficiency of the Northern Town Pacification Office. Individuals had been arrested just yesterday, and today, a list of confiscated properties was already presented. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. How many among them could claim to be untainted? In that moment, the civil and military officials alike felt a chill run down their spines, and their trepidation and disdain for Ju Chu, the commander of the Jin Yi, reached unprecedented heights. Prior to yesterday, many of them had regarded Ju Chu as inconsequential, viewing his appointment as mere folly on the emperor's part, allowing a mere youth to command the Jin Yi. Yet now they realized how gravely mistaken they had been. Ju Chu possessed both cunning and capability, and most crucially, he was remarkably ruthless for his tender age. The scene from yesterday, where Ju Chu had executed the Vice Minister of Rights, Liao Feng, in front of the "This is the state of our officials in the Ming Dynasty, each one as corrupt as the next. How much does our treasury receive in a year? These individuals have embezzled such vast sums, these parasites, are they not leeching off our great Ming?" Zhu Hozong spoke with palpable conviction, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of the officials, rendering them mute and fearful to voice any dissent. Firstly, there was no fault to be found in Zhu Hozong's statements. They could not contest his assertions. Certainly, in times past, even if they found no fault, someone would have risen to deflect blame, employing various insinuations against. However, this was a different time. It was noteworthy that all the officials under scrutiny were those who had most vehemently opposed Zhu Hozong the day before. None escaped unscathed, save for Yang Shan. Everyone was well aware of Yang Shan's reputation. Though he was the son of the Prime Minister Yang Tinghe, he was a true exemplar of integrity, distinct from the nominally upright. As the son of the cabinet's head, Yang Shan had never concerned himself with matters of wealth, nor had he ever contemplated corruption. Furthermore, Yang Shan held a significant position within both the literary and political spheres of the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, his influence was instrumental in his father, Yang Tinghe, attaining the office of Prime Minister. The two were complementary to one another. "Gentlemen, why the silence? Do you find joy in silence?" While the officials remained mute, Zhu Hozong was not inclined to let them off the hook. At that moment, the civil officials displayed a remarkable talent for feigning ignorance. With so many remaining silent, it was clear they believed the emperor was not speaking of them. Observing that his provocation yielded little effect, Zhu Hozong felt his enthusiasm wane. He had envisioned a vigorous confrontation with these civil officials and had anticipated the exhilarating spectacle of rendering them speechless, yet he had not expected such ineptitude or lack of accountability among them. As long as he did not name names, they all retreated like turtles into their shells. Despite Zhu Hozong's pointed remarks, none dared to speak on behalf of the implicated officials. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozong was determined not to let them escape unscathed. "Since there are no objections, let us draft the charges," he declared, waving his hand. Ordinarily, drafting charges would fall to the cabinet, but Zhu Hozong understood that if left to them, the outcome would surely be lenient, with the possibility of outright exoneration. Drafting charges during the morning court not only adhered to procedure but also conformed to protocol. Within the assembly, there were no matters that could not be addressed, with the highest priority given to such proceedings. Zhu Hozong intended to seize the opportunity presented by the court to firmly establish the consequences for these corrupt officials. Thus, the principal focus of the subsequent court session became the drafting of charges against the accused officials. The crimes of these officials were evident, and their corruption egregious. Even Yang Tinghe found it difficult to publicly advocate for them in court, only attempting to subtly mitigate the penalties when each individual was addressed. "There is no doubt, Your Majesty, that they were merely momentarily misguided. Having served the Ming for so many years, they have endured hardships, if not accomplished great deeds," Yang Tinghe asserted, well aware that if factual arguments proved ineffective, he could leverage the principles of loyalty and righteousness to sway the emperor. This was a tactic in which the civil officials excelled. Zhu Hozong, upon hearing these words, did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze upon Yang Shun below. This had been a specific directive from Zhu Chu to Zhu Hozong the day before. To call upon Yang Shun to pierce his heart. As a distinguished talent of the Ming, a literary giant, Zhu Hozong certainly wished to bring Yang Shun under his wing, thus he had kept Zhu Chu's counsel in mind. "Yang Wenshan, what is your opinion?" Upon hearing Zhu Hozong call upon him directly, Yang Shun felt a wave of inner turmoil. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved, caught between his father's position and the laws of the Ming, yet with the emperor's summons, he had no choice but to engage. "Your Majesty, I too believe we ought to grant these elder statesmen some dignity," Yang Shun replied, somewhat resigned. Were he to express his personal stance, he would advocate for the confiscation of property and exile for the accused officials, or even death, as just retribution. However, within the court, he did not represent merely himself, but rather his class, his family, and his father, the Prime Minister. These burdens weighed upon him like towering mountains, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Dignity," Zhu Hozong replied, fixing his gaze upon Yang Shun. "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is essential to preserve some dignity." Having reached this juncture, Yang Shun, "I acted solely out of filial piety, wishing to honor my father's legacy. What harm does this pose to the Ming dynasty or its people?" Zhu Hozong's gaze bore into Yang Shun, his intensity rising. "What I have done brings no harm to the Ming, nor to any of you. Yet your vehement opposition to these parasites, whose exploitation of our wealth poses an immense danger to the Ming and its citizens, are they not the true menace, these gluttons, who incessantly pilfer our resources, and you wish for me to grant them dignity? Yang Wenshan, is this what you have learned from Confucius and Mencius? Yang Wenshan, is this your notion of loyalty and patriotism? Yang Wenshan, if I, your sovereign father, you may unreservedly advise me without regard. Has your father, Yang Tinghe, ever erred as his son? Have you ever dared to counsel him? Yang Wenshan, you are truly a disingenuous charlatan." As Jurjing's agitation mounted, he felt increasingly triumphant in his performance that day. Each mention of Yang Wenshan struck like a dagger into Yang Shun's heart, rendering him pale and speechless, his mouth agape, unable to muster any rebuttal. Not only Yang Shun, but all the civil and military officials were taken aback, utterly unprepared. Chapter 72 The Frantic Judging. The downfall of Yang Yiqing and Zhang Zong. To contend with someone like Yang Shen, one must employ his own methods against him. Yang Shen frequently admonishes the emperor, Zhu Hozhong, with the principles of propriety and the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. In response, Zhu Hozhong directly reciprocates with the same rhetoric. If you, a mere subject, impose various demands upon me, the emperor, regarding adherence to ceremonial norms, then what of you? Since the time of Emperor Wu of Han, after Dong Zhongshu's doctrines were distorted, the teachings of Confucius and Mencius have devolved into a framework of relationships between sovereign and subject, father and son, husband and wife, emphasizing the hierarchy of authority. These literati, including Yang Shen, counsel that a minister must not stand idly by while his sovereign or father commits errors. Following this line of reasoning, I, as emperor, have yet to commit any acts that would. I have merely strayed slightly from ceremonial norms, yet you, Yang Shen, persist in your opposition to my authority. What of your father, Yang Tinghe? Has he never erred in the past? The misdeeds of Yang Tinghe are known to many, though they cannot be openly discussed, as many officials were complicit in those actions at the time. Among them was Yang Yiqing, who, alongside Zhang Yang, orchestrated the removal of the. Had Liu Jin survived, Zhu Hujiao would undoubtedly have met a different fate. Yang Yiqing ascended rapidly through the ranks, first becoming the Minister of Revenue and later appointed as the Minister of Personnel, receiving the honorary title of Grand Guardian of the Heir Apparent, despite there being no heir apparent. This was a compromise that Zhu Hujiao reluctantly accepted. It can be said that following the demise of the late Emperor Zhu Hujiao, few officials in the court remained innocent, including Yang Shen. Although Yang Tinghe acted without Yang Shen's knowledge, it is implausible that Yang Shen was entirely oblivious, considering Yang Tinghe had effectively placed Zhu Hujiao under house arrest for 6 months. To assert that Yang Shen seeks fame and recognition, deceiving the world, is not an exaggeration. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a keen blade. After receiving a reminder from Zhu Chu, Zhu Hozhong instantly discerned Yang Shen's vulnerabilities. Mere words rendered Yang Shen pale and trembling, speechless. Seeing the desired effect achieved, Zhu Hozhong felt a profound sense of satisfaction, invigorated after a day filled with pent-up frustration from the previous court session, where these literati had suppressed him. For today's meeting, he had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind, and executing his premeditated performance flawlessly was a source of great delight for him. Continue drafting the charges, Zhu Hozhong commanded. The subsequent process of drafting charges proceeded remarkably smoothly, without Yang Shen to stand in their way. No other officials dared provoke Judging's wrath, having experienced the events of the previous night. Yang Tinghe alone was insufficient to withstand the pressure. Being advanced in years, he valued his reputation greatly and would not undertake any actions he deemed uncertain. Thus, the drafting of charges devolved into a one-man show for Zhu Hozhong, unopposed. Those deserving of confiscation and exile were duly dealt with, and those fated for execution would meet their end in due time. The minimum penalty was confiscation and exile, as Zhu Chu had already dispatched personnel to their hometowns. Without confiscation, how could their properties be seized? Once the charges were concluded, Zhu Hozhong cleared his throat, instantly rousing the officials. They no longer dared to underestimate him, each on high alert, as if facing a how can I bear such a thought? Zhu Hozhong addressed Yang Tinghe. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinghe furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhu Hozhong's intentions were far from benign. Yet, he had no choice but to acquiesce, as Judging's words were steeped in filial piety, and as the chief minister of the cabinet, he was expected to support the emperor's filial intentions. However, if he were to agree to the emperor's wishes, it would necessitate summoning the Dowager Wang to the capital. Yet, the Dowager Wang's roots lay in Hubei, not the capital, and Zhu Hozhong, having ascended to the imperial lineage, should not be seen as overly close to his mother. Moreover, there was no justification for her arrival in the capital. It would violate propriety. What status would she hold upon her entry? Yang Tinghe understood Zhu Hozhong's implications. He wished to elevate his mother to the status of Empress Dowager. However, this would effectively acknowledge the late Prince of Xingqian as the former emperor, a breach that could not be permitted. Your Majesty, you have entered the imperial lineage, and your status is distinct from that of the Dowager Wang, Yang Tinghe replied. Primarily, Zhu Hozhong had not explicitly stated his desire to summon Jiangshi to the capital. He intended for Yang Tinghe to voice this. Yang Tinghe, however, feigned ignorance and refrained from responding. Does Minister Yang? Upon hearing this, Yang Tinghe found it increasingly difficult to respond. If he continued along this line, it would imply that he was instigating disloyalty in the emperor. Yang Tinghe, meticulous in his dealings, would never accept such an accusation. He discreetly signaled to Xie Yang, dissatisfied with Xie Yang's silence and hoping he would intervene. After all, Xie Yang was the Minister of Rights, and his involvement would be most appropriate. Yet, Xie Yang remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Yang Tinghe's unspoken plea. In reality, Xie Yang was on the verge of slumber, fatigued from a sleepless night and the events of the previous day, rendering him unwilling to engage with Yang Tinghe. Yang Yiqing and Zhang Song, observing Yang Tinghe's discomfort, could hardly suppress their glee. They had never been aligned with Yang Tinghe. Their previous cooperation had been one of convenience driven by mutual interest. However, now that the new emperor had ascended, the chief minister Yang Tinghe posed the greatest obstacle to their ambitions, particularly for Yang Yiqing. He was but a step away from the position of chief minister, and his suppressed ambition was bubbling to the surface, wishing for Yang Tinghe to retire swiftly. Although he was 5 years Yang Tinghe senior, at 68, with the spectre of mortality looming, the allure of power kept both Yang Yiqing and Yang Tinghe youthful in appearance, their hair still predominantly dark. Your Majesty, I did not mean to imply that. I fully understand your filial intentions in wishing to summon the Dowager Wang to the capital for her later years. However, what status would she hold upon her arrival? Her entry would violate ceremonial propriety, Yang Tinghe lamented, recognizing that he was trapped in a snare laid by judging. At this moment, Yang Tinghe realized just how formidable this 15-year-old emperor was. Once he gained the upper hand, he showed no mercy. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had ever supported this ascension. Observing Yang Tinghe's predicament, many, including Yang Yiqing, recognized their opportunity. Without hesitation, Yang Yiqing stepped forward. Minister Yang's remarks are misguided. Since the founding of the Ming Dynasty by Emperor Taizu, we have adhered to the principle of governing the world through filial piety. In the past, Emperor Taizu posthumously honored Renzu as Emperor Chun. Now, Your Majesty merely seeks to emulate your ancestor. What could be more fitting? It is Minister Yang who obstructs this noble intention. What could his motives possibly be? Upon hearing Yang Yiqing's words, the Emperor Jejing felt invigorated. Today, he had fought valiantly, precisely to draw this cunning old fox into the fray. Once he was involved, the subsequent matters would unfold much more smoothly. Yang Yiqing, esteemed in the court, entered the fray, and many officials, sensing the scent of blood, recognized the opportunity that lay before them. Your Majesty's filial heart moves heaven and earth. It is indeed a blessing for our Ming Dynasty. I believe, Your Majesty, that you can summon the Dowager Wang to the capital and designate her as the Empress Dowager, thus fulfilling your filial duty, Zhang Song proposed. Hearing Zhang Song's words, Xie Yang finally opened his eyes and regarded Zhang Song with displeasure. 1847, having only recently achieved the second highest degree, he was taken aback by this betrayal, which filled him with indignation. Your Majesty, the words of Minister Yang and Lord Zhang are indeed correct. Our Ming Dynasty governs the world through filial piety, and we must certainly honor Your Majesty's intentions. A Han Jie, already aligned with Zhu Chu and the Emperor, seized the opportunity to support Jiajing. In an instant, the court was enveloped in an extraordinarily bizarre atmosphere, as none had anticipated such a turn of events in today's assembly. Chapter 73, the grand ritual controversy officially commences, when Yang Ming's ascendancy. Although Yang Yiqing and others have, this is destined to be a protracted tug-of-war. Ultimately, the proposal was temporarily shelved amidst the heated arguments, with both parties deciding to defer the discussion to the following morning's audience. On the third day of the morning court, Yang Shen claimed illness and remained at home, while officials led by Yang Yiqing and those at the helm under Yang Tinghe engaged in a fierce war of words. The scene resembled that of a quarrel among shrewish women in the streets. Zhu Hozhong, perched upon the imperial throne, observed the spectacle with palpable excitement, occasionally descending to the fray whenever. Before addressing this contentious issue, Emperor Jijing first announced several other matters. Among these was the commendation of Wang Yangming, whose suppression of the rebellion led by the Prince of Ning was a significant achievement. The previous emperor, Zhu Hujiao, had neglected to bestow any honors, but Zhu Hozong was determined to rectify this oversight. Moreover, given the court's tenuous grip on military power in Jiangnan, Zhu Hozong directly appointed Wang Yangming as the Minister of War in Nanjing. In the Ming dynasty, there were 2 ministers of war, each overseeing one of the 2 capitals, both holding the esteemed rank of 2nd grade, wielding considerable authority. Zhu Hozong's prompt elevation of Wang Yangming was not solely due to his merits. He recalled that Zhu Hengqi had previously mentioned the necessity of reforming the Jiangnan region. Although Zhu's words were vague, Zhu Hozong astutely discerned the underlying implications. How could one hope to enact reforms in Jiangnan without military strength? While he was uncertain of Zhu Chu's specific plans, he decided to replace the Minister of War in Nanjing with Wang Yangming. He recalled vividly that Zhu Chu had remarked on Wang Yangming's unwavering public spirit, devoid of any personal motives. Furthermore, the cultured interactions between Zhu Chu, Wang Yangming, and Tang Bohu had become the talk of the capital. Thus, it appeared that Emperor Jijing was strategically positioning himself in advance. In addition to appointing Wang Yangming as the Minister of War in Nanjing, he also conferred upon him the hereditary title of Duke of Xinjiang. At this juncture, the court officials, preoccupied as they were, could hardly voice any dissent regarding Wang Yangming's commendation. After all, his contributions were irrefutable. He had genuinely quelled a rebellion, sparing countless citizens of the Ming dynasty from the ravages of war. Although Zhu Hujiao had omitted to reward him for special reasons, Zhu Hozong's intent to honor him left no room for opposition. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the court assembly, Zhu Chu found himself in a state of relative leisure, diligently practicing his stances as the morning unfolded. Later, he proceeded to the stable, where he took a carrot and fed it to his prized steed, the black. Zhu Chu had 2 eunuchs at home to assist in caring for the mare, whose regular diet consisted of fresh grass and fine feed, composed of various grains and legumes. While the mare could consume carrots, moderation was advised. According to the eunuchs, a limited intake would enhance the sheen of her coat, whereas excessive consumption could burden her digestive system. The care of such exceptional horses was not a task for the faint of heart. Subsequently, Zhu Chu made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the meal that had been specially prepared for him, and arrived at the entrance of the Zhu residence. At that moment, Jin Youcai was reclining against the wall, feigning sleep. "Old Jin, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your men last night," Zhu Chu remarked, extending the food in his hands to Jin Youcai, who accepted it eagerly and began to feast. Although he usually dined well, it paled in comparison to the fare provided by the Zhu family. Ever since aligning himself with Zhu Chu, Jin Youcai's meals had been under Zhu's purview. "I'll make sure to share some with your men later," Zhu Chu said, producing 100 taels of silver and handing them to Jin Youcai. "Master, this is too much," Jin Youcai quickly protested, waving his hands. Truth be told, Jin Youcai felt a twinge of apprehension about Zhu Chu. He had always sensed that Zhu Chu harbored grand ambitions, plotting something extraordinary, yet he could hardly fathom that this seemingly. Jin Youcai was no fool. Having assisted Zhu Chu in numerous endeavors, he began to connect the dots, realizing that this unassuming youth had predicted the former emperor's imminent demise before it transpired and had been discreetly laying the groundwork for the ascendance of the current emperor. As Zhu Chu swiftly rose to prominence, becoming the commander of the Jin Yui, Jin Youcai was left astounded, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, suddenly comprehending the entirety of the situation. However, the more he understood, the more fear gripped him, especially after Zhu Chu's reputation as a formidable figure spread throughout the capital. He felt he had undertaken too many unsavory tasks for this commander, fearing that he might be silenced at any moment. Though Jin Youcai appeared influential, with connections throughout the capital, he was acutely aware that the Rome family was merely a group of rats lurking in the source, shunning the light of day. Once targeted by the powerful, escape would be nearly impossible. Initially, he believed it would be a triumph if Zhu Chu could avenge Little Knife, but now it seemed his aspirations were woefully inadequate. Who could have anticipated that this once benign youth would metamorphose into a figure of such fearsome power? You need not worry, henceforth, your men will serve as covert operatives for the Jinni Wei. This silver is a token of appreciation for last night's efforts, Ju Chu reassured, recognizing the concern etched on Jin Youzai's face. Upon hearing this, Jin Youzai regarded Ju Chu with incredulity. Is the young master speaking truthfully? For the Rong family, having the backing of the Jinni Wei would signify genuine security. It was tantamount to receiving imperial patronage, a coveted position in this era, where no one wished to forego such benefits. Rest assured, I would not jest. You have known me long enough to recognize that I am not one to discard those who have served me, Ju Chu retorted, somewhat exasperated. With that, Jin Youzai chuckled, his demeanor shifting as he realized Ju Chu bore no intentions of harm. Who is Little Knife's adversary? Ju Chu inquired. His gaze in Jiangnan, Ju Chu had already arranged for the local Jinni Wei to discreetly safeguard Chu Li and had summoned Little Knife back to the capital. Both Chu Li and Chu Huizu were now considered extraneous members of the Jinni Wei, with Chu Huizu playing a particularly crucial role. Nonetheless, Chu Huizu's identity required utmost secrecy, and for the time being, he was to coordinate solely with Chu Li, who was currently in a state of dormancy, awaiting further instructions. Everything would need to wait until Ju Chu concluded his affairs in the capital before he could truly activate this strategic piece. However, the grand ritual controversy was clearly not a matter that could be resolved swiftly. It would likely take at least half a year for matters to settle. The issues at hand were multifaceted, such as expelling Zhu Gaozai from the ancestral temple and elevating the Prince of Xingqian, as well as altering the temple title of Mingtaizong Zhu Di to Mingqingzhu. The mere thought of this incited a mischievous notion in Ju Chu. He wondered how Zhu Di would react upon discovering that his most favored temple title had been changed to Mingqingzhu. It was not beyond reason that, should Zhu Hozong pass on and descend to the afterlife, Zhu Di might pursue him with reproach. It is Zhang Ting from the Ministry of Personnel, a fourth-grade official. Yang Shen did not attend court this morning, but instead went to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to indulge, Jin Youzai added. Upon hearing this, Ju Chu's interest was piqued. The self-proclaimed purist Yang Shen choosing to frequent the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was quite intriguing. It seemed he would have the opportunity to meet this eminent talent of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 74. When Jingming, Wen Yangming, and Shen Lian after Ju Chu departed, he made a beeline for the residence of Tang Bohu. The door was opened by Yun Niang, who was visibly delighted to see Ju Chu. Henqi has arrived, come in quickly. Yun Niang was aware that Ju Chu's status had changed dramatically, yet she remained indifferent to such distinctions. Otherwise, she would not have steadfastly followed Tang Bohu all these years. In the past, many high-ranking officials had sought to redeem her, but her heart could accommodate no one but Tang Bohu. Ju Chu followed Yun Niang into the storeroom, placing the wine jar he had been carrying down before heading directly to the main hall. In the main hall, alongside Tang Bohu, was another individual. Although Wen Jingming was of the same age as Tang Bohu, he appeared considerably younger, with most of his hair still dark. Not long ago, upon learning of Tang Bohu's presence in the capital and the ensuing commotion, Wen Jingming had tried. Despite his remarkable literary talent and significant standing in the Ming literary circle, he had yet to pass the imperial examination and, nearing 50, remained merely a Shuizai. This was partly due to his temperament. He had always shunned close associations with the literary elite of Jiangnan, unwilling to lower himself, thus sealing his fate in officialdom. Moreover, the imperial examination had devolved into rigid formulaic writing, which, while once commendable in the early Ming period, had become increasingly restrictive over time, aptly described as performing rituals within a snail's shell. When Jingming had come to the capital in hopes of easing his mind and preparing for the upcoming provincial examination in Ming's capital, Tang Bohu, in turn, intended for Ju Chu to become a disciple of Wen Jingming, as at that moment Ju Chu was perceived merely as a merchant, albeit with notable connections to the royal princess's residence. Yet, the relationship between Tang Bohu and the princess's household was anything but ordinary. Little did they anticipate that in just a few days, Ju Chu's identity would undergo a... Upon Ju Chu's arrival, Tang Bohu appeared unfazed by his newfound status. "Heng Ji, you've surprised me greatly. You've suddenly become the commander of the Jinni Wei." Were it any... However, Tang Bohu was indifferent to such opinions. His own experiences had opened his eyes to the nature of the court's literati. Conversely, when Jingming appeared somewhat reserved, though he was ostensibly Ju Chu's mentor, having only offered guidance on his calligraphy, he now felt overshadowed by Ju Chu's meteoric rise, especially given that he himself had not even attained the rank of Jinshi. "Teacher, there is no need for such pretense. Having taken you as my master, I shall always be your disciple. In terms of calligraphy, I fear I shall never reach your heights," Ju Chu flattered, when Jingming found great satisfaction in these words. For anyone, to receive such praise from a high-ranking court official would be akin to basking in the warm glow of spring, and even he was not immune to such flattery. As he spoke, Ju Chu produced a piece of agarwood gifted to him by the Emperor Jiajing. "This is the agarwood bestowed upon me by His Majesty, said to be the finest tribute from the South Seas. I am not particularly knowledgeable about such things, nor do I need it. However, given your advanced years, I thought it might aid your sleep." As Ju Chu placed the fragrant box before Tang Bohu, he felt a profound affection for him. When the Liu family fell into calamity, Tang Bohu had stood by Ju Chu's side, providing moral support even if he could not offer substantial aid. Ju Chu had always felt a sense of security with this elder by his side, who had likely intended to shield him from harm. Later, when Ju Chu opened the Zui Xian Lu, Tang Bohu even risked revealing his identity to help Ju Chu establish his reputation, an act that Ju Chu would forever cherish. Ju Chu was acutely aware that had it not been for his role as a student, Tang Bohu would probably have wished to leave the capital immediately, for it was a place filled with sorrow for him. Yet, compared with the capital, Jiangnan was also a land of heartache for Tang Bohu. Even after leaving, he would likely continue to wander the rivers and lakes, occasionally returning to Jiangnan. Upon hearing Ju Chu's words, Tang Bohu's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly tucked the fragrant box into his robe, fearing that Ju Chu might have second thoughts if he hesitated. When Jingming, standing beside them, was consumed with envy, as men of letters, they held a deep appreciation for agarwood, particularly such an exquisite specimen reserved for the emperor. The rarity of such offerings made Wen Jingming's jealousy all the more palpable. Such a waste! Wen Jingming lamented, striking his chest in exasperation. "Spare me your nonsense. Using it for myself would be wasteful, but using it for you is not?" Tang Bohu retorted disdainfully. "Gentlemen, I have a request I hope you can assist me with," Ju Chu interjected straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingming's eyes lit up. With Ju Chu's current status, he hardly needed anyone's assistance, but being able to help this student would certainly elevate his own standing. Tang Bohu, on the other hand, was unconcerned. Ju Chu's affairs were his own. "Yang Shun was reprimanded by His Majesty yesterday, and is now drowning his sorrows at my Zui Xian Lu. I wish to see if I can awaken him. I would like both of you to accompany me," Ju Chu stated candidly. Upon hearing this, both Tang Bohu and Wen Jingming perked up. After all, Yang Shun was renowned as the foremost literary talent of the Ming Dynasty, a literary giant of his time. Historically, scholars often looked down upon one another, and Tang Bohu had always held a degree of skepticism towards Yang Shun's claim to greatness. Wen Jingming, however, was eager for the opportunity to share a drink with Yang Shun. Despite his disinterest in currying favor with the powerful, he had always admired Yang Shun's literary prowess, even if he did not agree with his political stance. "This is an easy matter. I have long grown weary of Yang Shun's arrogance. Why should he be regarded as the greatest talent of the Ming Dynasty?" Tang Bohu scoffed. With their consensus reached, the three men made their way to Zui Xian Lu. Yang Shun was not surprised by Ju Chu's arrival. As the commander of the Jinni Wei, his presence in the tavern was expected. However, he had not anticipated that Ju Chu would bring along Tang Bohu and Wen Jingming. Yang Shun recognized both men, as they were well-known figures in the Ming literary world. By this time, Yang Shun had indulged a bit too much and gazed at the three with bleary eyes. Zhu Hengqi, I have heard of you, he slurred. Zhu Chu did not hold back and took a seat beside him, with Tang Bohu and Wen Jingming following suit. You wish to be a good person but find yourself unable to, and you do not wish to be a villain yet continue to aid the wicked. Thus, you are tormented, Zhu Chu remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Yangshan. At these words, the smile vanished from Yangshan's face, replaced by an expression of profound anguish as he clutched his head with both hands. Do not say any more. What? Are you afraid to have your actions scrutinized? Zhu Chu pressed on relentlessly. What can I do? That is my father. I have enjoyed everything he has provided since birth, Yangshan shouted, his eyes reddened with anger. Your dilemma is easily resolved. As for others, I cannot speak, but I know of 2 individuals who have fared far better than you, Zhu Chu replied, taking a sip of his wine nonchalantly. Who are these 2 you speak of? What solutions do they offer? Yangshan inquired eagerly, as if grasping at a lifeline. One is Mr. Yangming. His origins are no less illustrious than yours, perhaps even superior, yet he has never allowed his background or social standing to confine him. Through enlightenment at Longchang, Mr. Yangming achieved the unity of knowledge and action, where what he knows aligns with what he does, thus rendering internal contradictions non-existent. Zhu Chu expanded confidently. Upon hearing this, Yangshan's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered the path he was meant to follow. Meanwhile, Wen Yangming sneezed and glanced at Shen Lian beside him. Chuanfu, Zhu Hengqi has sent me a letter inviting you to the capital to join the Jinyi Wei. What are your thoughts? Shen Lian possessed, though only 15, he radiated a robust and valiant aura. Wen Yangming had initially taken him on as a disciple precisely because of this quality, intending to impart his martial skills to him. I shall heed my teacher's counsel, Shen Lian replied with utmost respect, fully compliant with Wang Yangming's wishes. Zhu Hengqi mentioned in his letter that with your temperament, and having learned the unity of knowledge and action from your master, if you were to become an official, you might only achieve the rank of a county magistrate. His words hold merit. Your stubbornness makes you ill-suited for bureaucratic life, but the Jinyi Wei would be an excellent fit for you, Wen Yangming mused after considerable contemplation. Chapter 75, The Transformation of Yangshan, the Empress Dowager's disquiet Wen. Therefore, when Zhu Chu dispatched a missive announcing Wen Yangming's appointment as the commander of the Jinyi Wei, he was not particularly taken aback. In the past, Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, had navigated the tumultuous dragon and serpent change, wielding his 3-foot-long green blade, and within a mere 6 years, he had wrested control from the feudal lords, rightfully earning the title of the first emperor after Yao and Shan. Even someone as formidable as Wen Yangming regarded Liu Bang with profound reverence, and as he matured, he gradually discerned that the chasm between himself and this illustrious emperor had not diminished. Rather, it had widened considerably. Wen Yangming lamented the fact that throughout history, many emperors, at best, likened themselves to Emperor Wen of Han, yet none dared to draw comparisons with the great Liu Bang, an entirely different echelon. In Zhu Chu, he perceived a nascent semblance of the great emperor. Many around him willingly toiled for his cause, and he had never slighted anyone in his vicinity. In Zhu Chu, Wen Yangming even discerned a sense of momentum that, while initially not overwhelming, in retrospect felt like an irreversible tide. It seemed that whatever Zhu Hengqi aspired to achieve was destined to come to fruition. Moreover, Wen Yangming sensed the essence of his own philosophical teachings in Zhu Chu, although Zhu Hengqi had never explicitly articulated anything. As for Zhu Hengqi's familiarity with his disciple Shen Lian, Wen Yangming chose not to delve deeper, for he recognized that Zhu Chu's proposition was undoubtedly the most fitting path for Shen Lian. Despite having once faced the Jinyi Wei's relentless pursuit, he harbored no resentment towards them, understanding that they merely acted on orders. Xuanfu, as you journey to the capital, you must diligently safeguard Hengqi. Heed his counsel in all matters. Hengqi possesses extraordinary talent, and the metamorphosis of our Ming dynasty may hinge solely upon him, Wang Yangming instructed Shen Lian. Upon hearing this, Shen Lian's expression sharpened. It was the first instance he had encountered his teacher bestowing such high praise upon another. He had heard his teacher mention Zhu Chu, a peer of his own age, yet how could such a person elicit such admiration from his mentor? Nevertheless, Xin Lian differed from others, he bore no envy nor engaged in comparisons, and upon hearing his teacher's words, he was resolute in his desire to meet Zhu Chu. If indeed his teacher's assessment held true, he would henceforth follow this commander of the Jinyi Wei with unwavering dedication. Within the intoxicated ambience of the Zui Xian Lu, Yangshan regarded Wen Jingming. Are you implying that the other individual is the recluse of Hengshan? Zhu Chu nodded. Indeed, my mentor Wen Jingming. You must understand that with my mentor's talents, had he chosen to humble himself, he would have ascended to officialdom long ago. Zhu Chu's assertions were grounded in truth. It was evident that had Wen Jingming merely acquiesced, recognizing a single examiner as his mentor, his path through the examinations would have been smooth and unimpeded. Even if he had failed, he could have been recommended by influential officials to enter the capital as a tribute scholar and embark on a political career. However, Wen Jingming had never contemplated such a course of action. Even now, in his 50s, his thoughts were solely occupied with preparing for the next examination. Zhu Chu even possessed knowledge that eluded others. Historically, Wen Jingming would again fail the local examination the following year. Ultimately, the Minister of Works, Li Chengzi, could no longer bear to witness this and directly recommended him for officialdom as a tribute scholar. Yet, Wen Jingming resigned shortly thereafter, unable to endure the sycophancy and treachery of court life, a decision that epitomized his nonchalance. Most individuals, having toiled for decades without success, would likely seize any opportunity for advancement and grovel before those who recommended them. However, Wen Jingming was not of such a disposition. He adhered solely to his own convictions, with no other considerations. Yangshan, upon hearing this, comprehended that with Wen Jingming's talents and stature in the literary world, not only would he not bow his head, but merely opening his mouth would invite numerous recommendations. Yet, he had never uttered a word. This alone rendered Yangshan somewhat envious. Brother Wenxian, life is fleeting. For individuals like us, seizing even a single opportunity is commendable. In my view, you are unworthy of the title of the foremost talent of the Ming, Tang Bohu interjected, sipping his wine. Both he and Yangshan shared a conflicted disposition, yet while Tang Bohu had reconciled with himself and ceased his pursuit of officialdom, thereby attaining liberation, either you remain steadfast in your principles, striving for the future of the Ming and the common people, or you entirely align yourself with Lord Yang. If you choose the latter, I shall know how to contend with you. To waver between two sides is the most unadvisable course, Zhu Chu remarked with a sardonic smile. If, in the future, my father were to fall from power, would you spare his life? Yangshan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Chu. Lord Yang is deeply concerned with his reputation. Should His Majesty prevail in the dispute over the posthumous title of the late emperor, he is unlikely to continue in his official capacity, Zhu Chu replied, though he did not directly answer, conveying the clear implication that Yangshan's father would likely retire voluntarily. What I wish to ask is, if my father and my family obstruct your ambitions in the future, would you spare their lives? Yangshan was dissatisfied with Zhu Chu's response, acutely aware that this young man, merely 15 years of age, harbored grand aspirations. In such a scenario, whether it be the Yang family, Xie Yang, or Yang Yiqing, they would inevitably become obstacles to Zhu Chu's aspirations. After all, even if his father retired, the Yang family remained a formidable entity in Sichuan, and Yang, be it myself or His Majesty, our intentions are solely for the sake of the Ming. We desire nothing but wealth and the clarity of the court, Zhu Chu reiterated, though he still refrained from a direct answer. The implication was abundantly clear. Should circumstances necessitate, and in consideration of Yangshan's standing, he would only require the Yang family's wealth. Upon hearing this, Yangshan exhaled a sigh of relief. I understand what I must do. Zhu Chu, witnessing the fruition of his aim, broke into a smile. Within the palace, the Empress Dowager, Lady Zhong, had increasingly sensed an unsettling atmosphere over the past few days. Zhong Yang had visited her, informing her that the emperor had instructed him to conduct a thorough screening of the palace maidens. Initially, he had intended to merely go through the motions of this task, yet he found that the Jinyi Wei acted independently, conducting their scrutiny with unsettling diligence. In truth, even had Zhong Yang remained silent, Lady Zhong would inevitably have discerned the situation. How could Liu Bing and his men meticulously inspect the maidens without her awareness, when her informants were ubiquitous throughout the palace? Zhang Yang's revelations, coupled with the recent inexplicable disappearances of several maidens, which had not initially seemed significant, suddenly coalesced into a troubling realization: the Jinni Wei was. Should all the maidens be dealt with, even those in her immediate service, she would be left with the hollow title of Empress Dowager, devoid of any actual power, rendered deaf and blind within the palace, and possibly even confined. This was a fate she could not possibly accept. After all, she had painstakingly maneuvered to eliminate Zhu Hujiao, thereby securing immense resources for her family. She now wielded considerable. Summon that Jinni Wei commander, Zhu Chu. I believe his name is. I shall have a stern inquiry with him to discern his true intentions, she commanded. Chapter 76, Confronting the Empress Dowager. The wrathful judging the summons from the Empress Dowager took Zhu Chu by surprise. However, he quickly deduced the reason. It was likely due to the matter concerning the palace maidens. After all, this issue was ostensibly under the supervision of Zhang Yongju, a eunuch who clearly did not share the same interests as the emperor or himself. Zhu Chu had anticipated this. It was utterly impossible to keep palace affairs entirely concealed from the Empress Dowager, especially with the frequent investigations conducted by the Jinni Wei, which would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet, he did not expect the matter to escalate so swiftly. Initially, he had intended to proceed cautiously, like a frog being boiled in warm water, gradually eliminating the problem, but it seemed he had inadvertently roused the Empress Dowager from her slumber. Given the circumstances, he could only move forward decisively. With this thought, Zhu Chu followed the eunuch who had come to announce the Empress Dowager's edict to the palace. The Empress Dowager, Zhang, had never been an easy opponent, even in her days as empress. She was exceedingly indulgent towards her family. Her father Zhang Wan was posthumously granted the title of Duke of Changuo, while her brothers Zhang Heling and Zhang Yangling received titles as well, Heading and Zhen Chang, respectively. It was particularly ludicrous that these twin brothers were conferred titles at merely 10 years of age. The timing of their elevation to dukes was equally suspicious, occurring just 2 years prior to the untimely death of Emperor Shizong, Zhu Yozang. Zhu Chu found it implausible that the demise of Zhu Yozang had no connection to her. Furthermore, the Duke of Shining had inherited his father's title of Duke of Changuo shortly after Emperor Zhu Hozong ascended the throne, following the council of officials led by Yang Tinghe. This Empress Dowager was nothing short of an epic enabler for her brothers. In her relentless pursuit to elevate them, she first conspired with the literati to eliminate Zhu Yozang, and now, to ensure Zhang Heling could smoothly inherit the duke's title, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own son, Zhu Hujiao. Of course, the question of whether Zhu Hujiao was truly Zhang's biological son was already shrouded in historical ambiguity. Nonetheless, it was evident that the Empress Dowager was no naive figure. As Zhu Chu followed the eunuch, they arrived at the Ningxiu Palace. The famed Sinian Palace did not yet exist, having only begun construction in the 15th year of Zhejing's reign. Coincidentally, the Empress Dowager, along with Zhu Chu's mentor Tang Bohu and Wen Jingming, were all born in the same year. Now, the Zhang family had surpassed 50 years of age, yet Zhu Chu understood that without his intervention, she could very well live another 2 decades. Your servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager, Zhu Chu greeted respectfully. Millimeter, Zhang replied, her demeanor indifferent and dismissive. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons, Your Excellency? Zhu Chu had no intention of engaging in idle banter. He was now a figure of high authority, wielding substantial power, and there was no need for him to grovel before her. I have heard that your people have been mistreating the palace maidens, Zhang said, her irritation evident as I am unaware of any such occurrences. It seems the Empress Dowager has been misled by slanderous tongues. Zhu Chu deftly sidestepped the issue. Zhu Hengqi, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Are you attempting to place your own people within the palace? What do you seek? Are you plotting a rebellion? Zhang was unyielding, immediately hurling the accusation of treason at him, a tactic she had employed previously against the former Jinni Wei commander Jiang Bin. However, I believe both the late emperor and Emperor Hongji met their ends under mysterious circumstances. I have received some information, though I cannot vouch for its accuracy, that the palace maidens and eunuchs may be colluding with outsiders to bring about the downfall of the late emperor. Thus, it is only natural that I conduct an investigation, as it falls within the purview of the Jinni Wei, Zhu Chu countered, unperturbed by Zhang's pressure, responding with a blend of firmness and subtle defiance. You. Zhang was taken aback by Zhu Chu's audacity. His tone bore no trace of respect, and there was even a hint of mockery, which only served to inflame her anger further. Yet, her position as Empress Dowager necessitated a degree of composure, and she quickly stifled her rage. What issues could the palace maidens possibly have? I see that you harbor ill intentions. From this day forth, cease all investigations into anyone within the palace, Zhang declared, her patience waning as she regarded Ju Chu with barely concealed contempt. Zhang may have possessed some political acumen, but it was limited, otherwise, she would not so blindly endeavor to elevate her two brothers. In essence, she was merely a pawn being manipulated by the literati. I cannot provide an explanation to His Majesty, Ju Chu said, his tone tinged with resignation. I will speak to the Emperor myself. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Zhang replied impatiently. Moreover, apart from the few Jinni tasked with protecting the Emperor, no others are permitted within the palace henceforth. I shall comply with your edict, Ju Chu replied. Since she was already aware of the situation, it signified that a gradual replacement of the maidens was no longer feasible. He could only resolve the matter swiftly and decisively. Depart, Zhang commanded, eager to rid herself of Ju Chu's presence, as though merely gazing upon him would stir her ire. Your servant takes his leave, Ju Chu said, turning to exit the Ningxiu palace. Once outside, Ju Chu did not rush away but instead made his way directly to the imperial study. The court meeting had long since concluded, and he surmised the emperor would be attending to state affairs within. As he approached the study, Ju Chu could still feel countless eyes upon him, yet he was indifferent. It would not be long before many of these onlookers would meet their end. Sir, greeted the two Jinni guards stationed at the entrance. Previously, the palace guards were not trusted by Jiajing, but now he was surrounded by his own men. Announce my arrival, Ju Chu instructed with a wave of his hand. One of the guards promptly entered the study to relay the message. Soon Huang Jin emerged. Lord Ju, the Emperor has already stated that you need not announce your presence. Why the formality? Huang Jin reproached lightly. I am well aware of the Emperor's grace towards me, yet the decorum between sovereign and subject must be upheld. One is sovereign, the other is subject, and there must be no transgression, Ju Chu replied as he and Huang Jin entered the study together. Jiajing, upon hearing Ju Chu's words, felt a wave of satisfaction. If Ju Chu had indeed entered without announcement, it would have left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was the Emperor, and a subject ought to maintain a proper sense of reverence. Your servant pays respects to His Majesty, Ju Chu said, bowing before Jiajing. Hengqi, there is no need for excessive formalities, Jiajing smiled warmly. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has summoned me and commanded that I cease the investigation into the palace maidens and eunuchs, as well as the removal of all Jinni from the palace, Ju Chu stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bing, who stood nearby, grew alarmed. How can this be permissible? Nearly every palace maiden harbors issues. Ju Chu was not surprised by Lu Bing's outburst. Many maidens might initially appear unblemished, yet over time, under the influence of their peers, they could easily sway their allegiance. If all those around you are flawed and you remain the sole exception, then it is you who would be deemed suspect. The notion of normalcy has always been defined by the majority. Jiajing felt a surge of anger. The Empress Dowager was overstepping her bounds, yet he understood that this was not the time to confront her directly. Hengqi, do you have any solutions? Jiajing asked, his gaze hopeful. I possess a method, though it may disturb the harmony of heaven, Ju Chu replied, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Chapter 77, The Palace Flooded with Blood. Officials impeached Zhu Hengqi. Upon hearing Ju Chu's method, Emperor Jiajing fell into a contemplative silence. Could this be too extreme? He questioned, his uncertainty palpable. Not at all, Your Majesty. You need not worry, the chronic ailment of these literati is their penchant for intrigue and subterfuge. They relish playing their games beneath the table. The elimination of these maidens, while it may encroach upon their interests, will ostensibly bear no connection to them. Moreover, these actions will be attributed to assassins. What concern is it of Your Majesty's? What business is it of the Jinni? Ju Chu replied nonchalantly, they were, to put it bluntly, bullies of the weak and cowards before the strong. The more benevolently one treated them, the more brazen they became, whereas treating them with disdain, as the Manchus did, evoked gratitude from them. It is often said that scholars fear authority rather than virtue. The constraints of morality hold little sway over such individuals, who invariably find justifications for their actions. Take, for instance, Xu Jie, a disciple of Wang Yangming, who professed allegiance to the heart-mind philosophy of his master, advocating the unity of knowledge and action. Yet, for him, this concept became a convenient excuse to indulge his greed and pursue his desires, all while claiming it was a manifestation of that very unity. Xu Jie bore no psychological burden whatsoever. Thus, Zhu Chu understood that when Yangming's teachings were ill-suited for the common folk, those who attempted to adopt them often veered onto treacherous paths. As long as the Empress Dowager remained unscathed, the deaths of a few maidens would be inconsequential. Even if the truth of the matter became apparent, none would dare confront Zhu Chu. In fact, they might even seek to absolve him. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that only maidens and certain minor eunuchs were eliminated. No one cared for their fates. Your Majesty, Hengqi speaks wisely. Since time immemorial, compassion has never commanded the military, nor has righteousness governed wealth. Your Majesty must not place yourself in jeopardy due to feminine benevolence, urged Lu Bing, offering his counsel. Upon hearing this, Jing contemplated before making his decision. Very well, let it be done as you suggest, Hengqi. Proceed without reservation. I shall arrange the rest, and afterward, please summon a Daoist master to conduct a ritual, lest the palace be overwhelmed with resentment. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly find a Daoist master for you. I happen to know a renowned physician in that regard. Whether for the ritual or other needs, a genuine master of medicine was essential by the Emperor's side, for it was prudent to be prepared. Otherwise, one could never tell when the quacks of the Imperial Medical Bureau might bring about one's demise. Ironically, the guiding medical text of the Bureau was penned by Liu Wentai, riddled with errors and nonsensical prescriptions. Following its instructions, patients were treated in silence, often to disastrous effect. It was only when Li Shizhen joined the Bureau, recognizing the fallacies within Liu Wentai's writings, that he resigned and traveled the land, ultimately composing their Compendium of Materia Medica. Many have claimed that Li Shizhen ruined traditional Chinese medicine, allowing the warm disease school to flourish. In truth, the damage had been largely inflicted by Liu Wentai and his ilk long before Li Shizhen's time. The warm disease school was not Li Shizhen's fault. His skill allowed him to heal using this method, yet the populace was rife with complacent quacks who sought not to cure but to administer relatively mild tonics, which families of the afflicted would accept without complaint, even if they did not heal. Thus, the number of practitioners adhering to the philosophy of neither seeking merit nor fearing blame grew, while the genuine classical school and the later fire god school dwindled. As the saying goes, ginseng may kill without blame, while aconite may save without merit. Their approach was simple. Regardless of one's ailment, they would first prescribe gentle tonics. After leaving the imperial study, Zhu Chu withdrew all Jinni Wei guards from the palace, save for those surrounding the study. This action left the palace's defenses alarmingly vulnerable. That very night, a band of assassins infiltrated the palace, slaying anyone they encountered. The maidens within the palace were butchered like mere weeds. Even the maidens and eunuchs in the Empress Dowager's quarters perished in their loyalty while attempting to save her. Fortunately, the Emperor, concerned for the Empress Dowager's safety, dispatched his Jinni Wei to rescue her. In the end, after a fierce battle, the Jinni Wei managed to repel the assassins. The following morning, the officials, upon learning of the multitude of assassins that had infiltrated the palace and the staggering number of fatalities, were filled with outrage. Emperor Jiaojing, in particular, was infuriated. For the sake of security, a wave of shock swept through the court and the populace alike. No one had anticipated such a heinous event occurring within the palace walls. Thankfully, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager remained safe, a silver lining amidst the calamity. On the following day, during the court assembly, numerous officials submitted petitions accusing Zhu Chu, the Jinni Wei commander, of negligence. Your Majesty, had it not been for Lord Zhu's dereliction of duty, resulting in the palace's vulnerable state, this apparent incident would not have transpired. "We implore your majesty to dismiss Lord Ju and hold him accountable," asserted an official from the Ministry of Personnel, his voice resolute. Ju Chu was present at this assembly, for given the gravity of the situation, it was only fitting for him to appear symbolically to report on the progress of the investigation. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to remove Lord Ju from his position and investigate him," echoed a chorus of officials, many from Yang Yiqing's faction seizing the opportunity to cast aspersions. This was hardly unexpected. Yang Yiqing and his associates had never been allies of Ju Chu, they merely chose to temporarily align with the emperor. However, standing with the emperor did not equate to supporting Ju Chu. If given the chance, they would eagerly see Ju Chu brought to ruin, thereby seizing power for themselves once Yang Tinghe retired. Moreover, the events within the palace were evident to any discerning observer. It was clear who was responsible, yet they could not openly state it. They were hampered by a lack of evidence and the fear that Ju Chu might retaliate fiercely. They had come to realize that Ju Hengqi was, to put it mildly, a madman. Yet, fortunately, he played by the rules, as evidenced by the fact that the Empress Dowager remained alive. As long as Ju Chu adhered to the established protocols, they had no choice but to follow suit. They dared not stir the pot, each was paralyzed by fear. "Hengqi, do you have anything to say?" Amidst the onslaught of accusations, Emperor Jejing remained impassive, his gaze fixed upon Ju Chu. "Your Majesty, such a grave incident within the palace is undoubtedly a result of my negligence. I deserve to be punished severely, and there is little more to say," Ju Chu replied, adopting an expression of profound grievance. At this, Liu Bing, standing nearby, hastily stepped. It was the Empress Dowager who insisted that he withdraw the Jinyi Wei from the palace. The commander had no choice in the matter. How can he be unjustly blamed? The brothers played their parts well, one a stoic and the other a sympathetic figure. Wen Fu, there is no need for further words. As the Jinyi Wei commander, I cannot shirk responsibility. An incident has occurred within the palace, and I bear the blame, Ju Chu lamented, portraying a scene of utmost distress. Yang Tinghe and Yang Yiqing observed the brothers' theatrical performance with barely contained. The officials who had initially sought to impeach Ju Chu now felt a pang of discomfort, as if they were persecuting a loyal minister. "Hengqi, how could this possibly be your fault?" One wonders what the Empress Dowager was thinking, allowing you to withdraw the Jinyi Wei from the palace. Does she not realize how perilous a vacant offense can be? Emperor Jiajing subtly insinuated at the Zhang family. Chapter 78. The forces behind the Empress Dowager. Duke Changhua and Marquis Zhenchang. Ju Chu had never contemplated making a move against the Empress Dowager, at least not in the near term. After reviewing the information, it is indeed the Empress Dowager, not the Grand Empress Dowager, and the previous references have been amended. The two brothers of the Empress Dowager, one recently elevated to the title of Duke and the other also a Marquis, would undoubtedly react fiercely if any attempt were made against her. They might even take up arms in rebellion. Their entanglements with the civil officials are intricate, and should the two of them rise in revolt, it is almost certain that many officials in the court would covertly lend their support. After all, it is evident to all that neither the newly ascended emperor nor Ju Chu, the commander of the Jinyi Wei, are to be trifled with. While they themselves may lack the audacity to overturn the table, they would certainly welcome assistance from others should the latter entertain such notions. This situation is reminiscent of the time before the rebellion of Prince Ning, when many officials had colluded with him. It is not merely internal rebellion within the Ming dynasty that they would condone. Even if the Mongols or the Jurchens were to invade, they would eagerly lend a hand. Ju Chu's intention was to resolve the issue rather than ignite a crisis. The Empress Dowager was inconsequential. The true focus lay upon Duke Changhua and Marquis Zhenchang. Once these two adversaries were dealt with, the Empress Dowager would become a toothless tiger, easily disposed of at their convenience. At this stage, it sufficed to cleanse the palace of the maidens, after which the remaining eunuchs would naturally recognize the prevailing circumstances. Without the maids and eunuchs, the Empress Dowager would be at the mercy of both Ju Chu and the emperor. As for her two brothers, they were not in the capital, rendering them powerless. Moreover, the civil officials were precluded from interfering in matters of the inner palace. Even if they wished to advocate for the Empress Dowager, their arguments would lack legitimacy. Xiao Dao returned to the capital, bearing a letter from Chu Li. The letter succinctly summarized the critical matters concerning Jiangnan. For instance, the entire Jiangnan merchant guild had transformed into a colossal interest alliance, flying not the banners of others but those of Duke Changhua and Marquis Jianchang. Ju Chu was unsurprised by this development. The Zhang siblings had amassed such immense wealth and resources that the civil officials and smuggling syndicates would undoubtedly exploit them to the fullest. The title of Duke is indeed a powerful asset, serving as a pass in many regions, and coupled with monetary influence, it paves the way for success. In any case, should trouble arise, it would invariably fall upon Duke Changhua and Marquis Jianchang to bear the blame. If memory serves correctly, in the original history, Emperor Jiaojing had long sought to diminish the ranks of these two, yet it took him over a decade to strip them of their titles and offices. Their transgressions were numerous and unforgivable. Initially, Emperor Jiaojing contemplated executing them outright, but was thwarted by the opposition of many officials. Furthermore, at that time, the Zhang family still held the position of Empress Dowager, compelling Jiaojing to compromise by imprisoning them in a great dungeon until the death of the Empress Dowager, after which he finally decreed their execution by dismemberment in the public square. Brother Hengqi, please instruct the seamstresses in the shop to use these pigments to create 2 sets of garments for mother and me. Ju Chu was leisurely writing at the Jinyi headquarters when he noticed Lin Yao and Lin Ji approaching. Lin Yao held several small porcelain vials in her hand. Ju Chu was taken aback by her request. What pigments are these? They are the finest pigments presented to the palace from the southern seas. My brother the emperor sent some to mother. As she spoke, Lin Yao handed the porcelain vials to Ju Chu. Since Ju Chu had always overseen and managed Yungui Fang, even if the princess wished for the seamstresses to craft garments, she must first consult Ju Chu rather than bypass him. This was a distinction both the princess and Lin Yao were keenly aware of. Upon receiving the vials, Ju Chu found the contents varied. One contained fragments of sky blue mineral, while another held a unique red pigment, with the rest primarily consisting of high-quality mineral pigments. This is emerald green, sourced from the Alai Mountains, and this is carmine red. These are my favorites, Lin Yao explained, pointing to the 2 items. Upon hearing emerald green and carmine red, Ju Chu immediately recognized their significance. Emerald green is an exceedingly precious mineral pigment, revered not only for its enchanting hue but also for the difficulty of its extraction. Throughout the Ming Dynasty, or indeed the entire world, the only known source of emerald green is the Alai Mountains in Yunnan, a perilous region rife with primordial forests and ferocious beasts, and as legend has it, even the waters. In his previous life, Ju Chu had encountered videos showcasing the Alai Mountains, and even through the lens, one could sense the inherent dangers. The most terrifying aspect of the Alai Mountains lies in its erratic magnetic field, which renders compasses useless, causing those who enter to easily become lost. Even in modern times, equipped with advanced technology, few dare to venture into the Alai Mountains, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high. In this era, acquiring a single piece of emerald green mineral would require countless lives as payment. However, these matters pertained to the local chieftains. Even if the royal family had no use for emerald green, the chieftains would undoubtedly send people to procure it. This pigment is beyond mere gold in value. A piece the size of a thumb would fetch dozens of taels of silver on the market. Though the vial Lin Yao brought was not substantial, it was worth several hundred taels. The real issue was not its worth but the fact that money alone could not secure it. Carmine red, as its name implies, is derived from the bodies of cochineal insects, though it is typically processed into pigment before being presented as tribute. To mention its source directly would likely cause discomfort among many. It too is an exceedingly expensive pigment. These pigments are of the highest quality, and the garments produced from them would undoubtedly be of unparalleled excellence. Many concubines in the palace would not have possessed even a single such garment in the past. Should a set of clothing be fashioned from these materials, it would be a travesty not to price it at over 10,000 taels. Very well, I will make arrangements shortly. Coincidentally, a batch of top-tier seamstresses arrived from Jiangnan recently. Ju Chu replied with a smile. The seamstresses currently employed at Yungui Fang are the finest in the entire Ming Dynasty. The previously recruited temporary workers pale in comparison. Naturally, their wages are equally exceptional. Elder brother, I wish to join the Jinyi. As Lin Yao concluded her request, Lin Ji finally expressed his own aspirations. Zhu Chu was somewhat taken aback by his statement. The Jinni Wei is hardly a desirable place. In the eyes of those civil officials, it is notoriously infamous. Are you certain about this? At this moment, Lin Ji was a transformed individual, no longer the frivolous and debauched youth he had been 6 months prior. During this time, he had diligently practiced martial arts. While he was still inferior to the average Jinni Wei member, he was significantly stronger than the average person. I am resolute. As a man, I must contribute to the glory of our great Ming. Lin Ji's face radiated with ambition. Hold on a moment. Your skills are still rather mediocre. Train a while longer, and you may find a more suitable opportunity in due course, Zhu Chu remarked, looking at Lin Ji with disdain. In response to Zhu Chu's derision, Lin Ji showed no signs of indignation, merely scratching his head in embarrassment. I have only been training for 6 months, after all. What about me? Can I join the Jinni Wei? Lin Yao inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on Zhu Chu. Her skills were indeed sufficient. Most of the Jinni Wei would scarcely be her match, however. As a woman, do you not care for your reputation? Zhu Chu replied, somewhat exasperated. Lin Yao was aware of the improbability of her request, yet disappointment flickered across her face upon hearing his words. Sir, the Empress Dowager wishes to see you. A member of the Jinni Wei approached Zhu Chu and spoke softly. Hearing this, Zhu Chu smiled. The Empress Dowager had finally been unable to contain herself. Chapter 79, When the world defames and maligns me, can your majesty truly maintain trust between ruler and subject? When Zhu Chu returned to the Ningxiu Palace, the atmosphere was entirely transformed from before. Previously, the Ningxiu Palace was a veritable hive of eunuchs and palace maids, a sight of grandiosity unmatched by any other. Yet now, it presented an altogether different visage. The interior and exterior were swarming with members of the Jinni Wei, ostensibly to protect the Empress Dowager, but in reality, they had her effectively under house arrest. Only a handful of eunuchs remained to attend her, and even they were restricted in their movements, requiring permission from the Jinni Wei for any action. The imperial palace itself had undergone a significant metamorphosis. The absence of palace maids had been replaced by an overwhelming presence of the Jinni Wei, lending an air of solemnity to the surroundings. The few surviving eunuchs were rendered mute, scarcely daring to lift their gazes to Zhu Chu. Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed lord. The Jinni Wei stationed at the entrance greeted Zhu Chu with bows upon seeing him. Zhu Chu nodded slightly, uttering no words, and sauntered into the depths of Ningxiu Palace. Inside, the Ningxiu Palace had lost its former splendor, now cloaked in an atmosphere of desolation. A few young eunuchs were cautiously tidying up the items strewn across the floor by the Zhang matriarch, clearly indicating her foul mood. Anyone subjected to such drastic change would find their spirits similarly dampened. Zhu Chu soon spotted Zhang, the Empress Dowager, who had long since shed her regal composure. Without the attentive service of palace maids, she appeared exceedingly disheveled. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager, Zhu Chu declared as he performed the customary bow. Despite her current plight, which rendered her temporarily defeated and confined, Zhu Chu understood the importance of maintaining decorum. One must not allow a moment of triumph to lead to overstepping boundaries. Otherwise, should others discover such indiscretions, his reputation would inevitably crumble. It was akin to the late Han Dynasty. Although Cao Cao wielded the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords, he nevertheless adhered to the requisite formalities due to the emperor. It was the failure to comprehend this principle that led to Dongzhuo's downfall at the hands of the very lords he sought to dominate. Zhu Chu. Zhang glared at him, her eyes ablaze with rage, wishing fervently to strike down what she perceived as a treacherous minister. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons, Empress Dowager? Zhu Chu inquired. Do you truly believe you can hold dominion over this? Here in the palace, there exists but one authority, and that is His Majesty. I am merely a pawn in his game. As long as I remain, no one can obscure His Majesty's light, Zhu Chu replied with a calm demeanor, his tone neither overly reverent, yet it was this very calmness that incensed Zhang further. How dare a subject